Yang smiled. What did he figure? What he charts? Just look at those buyers shows in Whitey's online store. Now that the partners had been taken care of, Joe Yang was ready to go all out to produce the domestic version of the electric blanket. Chapter 94, The whole network urges for goods. Now that it was getting closer to the year end, Joe Yang immediately contacted the packaging and printing factory to customize the packaging of the domestic version of By D electric blanket. Boss Joe, how many sets of packaging do you want? The printer's boss asked. It's about how many electric blankets are going to be produced. Starting at least 4 million units. Joe Yang said a number. Estimated that this is almost. Years ago he can only produce so much. And then later expressed due to the suspension of the Spring Festival. There are goods cannot be shipped out. And after the Spring Festival, the temperature began to gradually rise. The demand for electric blankets is less. So now you want the system task rewards become more. You must race against time. So Joe Yang, while waiting for the packages to arrive, also simultaneously ordered 20 sets of high-quality equipment from the manufacturer of the automatic production equipment for electric blankets, making a final push for the mission in the hope of obtaining higher rewards. The main reason why not purchase enough equipment at one time before is that time is too tight. Other factories are in the fall to start preparing for production, while Joe Yang is only after the winter. Secondly, it is not enough just to have equipment, but also skilled workers, so the White Emperor factory could only wait for the first batch of workers to become skilled, so that they could buy more equipment and recruit more new workers, and the workers were trained while they were producing, in the way that the old lead the new, so that only in the most half of the month, the production of millions of electric blankets was accomplished. Whitey had a lot of production before, tens of thousands, yes hundreds of thousands of bars a day, until most of a month later, when the staff became more and more skillful, and the daily production rose to more than 300,000 bars, so now time is too important. Joe Yang did not have time to publicize the electric blanket on the internet to warm up, directly opened the pre-sale link. This batch of domestic winter emergency electric blankets, for the time being, only arranged the most easy to produce basic 2-speed temperature adjustment models, divided into White Emperor single electric blanket, White Emperor double electric blanket. As for more models of electric blankets, they will have to wait until there is a surplus of production. So on the day the pre-sale opened, it was all goofy and admiring. Whitey is really great. It's not even enough to dry the flat panel, TV, washing machine, electric car, cell phone, etc. To the cabbage price, this electric blanket can be as dry as $9. 9. It's unimaginable. Those on the market 3 electric blankets are to sell more than $10, $20. Whitey also has a warranty and quality assurance. Actually only sell $9. 9. This is not scientific. They thought to themselves, with this fabric, even if you buy a blanket, you can't buy it for $9.90, not to mention the wire inside and the cost of the package. Netizens are wondering how Whitey managed to keep the cost so low. Did he pick up this raw material on the street? So the netizens are placing orders and talking about Whitey's nickname, which is a charitable enterprise. It's really not clear how it makes money. In fact, netizens do not know is that the White Emperor in the country to make very little money, a few months' time, but also only earn tens of millions of dollars, and just half a month time, rely on earning money from foreigners, counting on making money abroad to spend domestically, and a lot of well-known immigrant foreign big bosses is the opposite. By the time the pre-sale opened, Whitey's Shake Shop had 300,000 pre-orders for electric blankets after 24 hours without any pre-publicity, and it was still growing. The other Poundland and Taobao are basically the same. Orders so much. The main thing is that this electric blanket is so cheap. 9 yuan May 9th not even buy a pound of pork, but can buy an electric blanket. And Whitey also warranty 5 years. People will play to buy. Basically will not lose. After all, even if it doesn't get cold for long this year, it will still work the following year, and it won't break down in your home. So you can achieve electric blanket freedom in your home in the future. However, the pre-sale says that the shipment will not start until 3 days later, and people can't wait. They want to see what this electric blanket is really like, and they are frantically clicking on the rush button. At the same time, netizens are also in the microblogging and other online communities. Joe Yang. This is the rhythm of the whole network to urge the shipment. Joe Yang then switched between several software programs, constantly answering the questions raised by these netizens. First of all, Whitey had too little time to prepare. Only 2 days had passed since he had promised to make a domestic version of the electric blanket for the netizens, and this packaging material had not been printed yet, so when the packaging was in place, it could be encapsulated and shipped. Joe Yang then implored everyone to be patient, as there was plenty of stock for everyone to buy anyway. Whitey's more than 120 electric blanket production facilities run around the clock to ensure that everyone's needs are met. Now netizens are reassured that at least the electric blanket won't be the same as the other Whittier products, which were sold out right after they went on sale. Because the factory is now strong, Zhou Yang has sufficient confidence. Even now more than 900,000 orders a day, White Emperor can fully cope with. And new equipment and personnel in place, the later production of electric blankets will only get faster and faster. That night, Zhou Yang replied to many netizens in the software, which took more than 3 hours and made him tired, feeling that he was not so tired even when he worked in the factory. Mainly east to software, west to software. Switching is too cumbersome. Zhou Yang is considering, is not to choose a software as the main battlefield, to communicate with the netizens. But when you choose one, you have to give up the netizens of the other site. This is a headache. He's starting to want to be able to make a website himself, for communicating with his online friends. Only this will have to wait until after the year. Zhou Yang to recruit a part of the code farmers, to build an official website for the White Emperor. Just when the White Emperor electric blankets were in full swing for pre-sale, Lei Shuhang also booked them, and he booked 2 of each type of electric blanket. 2 of each type of electric blanket. One set he kept for himself and one set he used to dismantle. As a dismantling blogger in the digital area, Lei Shuhang has gotten a taste of his own medicine as his followers have risen by a large margin due to his dismantling of several of Whitey's products. Now Whitey is synonymous with traffic. It's all over the internet. As long as the content of the video is related to Whitey, people will watch it, and it can also cause controversy. Bloggers love this kind of product. Controversy means topic in traffic. It's the best way to attract fans. He had previously disassembled 2 of Baidu's cell phones, both of which he had rated highly. Yet Baidu had actually made no move or new product launches in the following month or so, very much out of line with Baidu's habits. Usually Whitey is a month or so away from launching his next new product, so why is he dragging his feet so long this time? Are cell phones so lucrative that they are manufactured in the future? However, at this time, the news that Whitey's electric blankets were selling well overseas brushed the screen, and he realized that Whitey had launched a new product that was just selling well abroad. Foreigners have been praised in the begging for the purchase of Whitey's electric blankets, which is enough to make the national products to raise eyebrows. It was then that everyone realized that Baidu had quietly and silently entered the international market with its products. However, Whitey abroad is not the state of the domestic thinly veiled. Electric blankets are sold for dozens of euros, so that everyone staggered. Developed countries have high incomes, buy dozens of euros of electric blankets and play like, but the country cannot. If an electric blanket 200 or 300, it really has to become a burden. Buy electric blankets have to think twice. Whitey then announced that it also sells electric blankets in the country, which is good news, but there are also people who are worried, because electric blankets abroad are sold at a minimum of 35 euros a, and later has risen to 40 euros, or nearly 300 yuan. Domestic users cannot accept such a high price, but Whitey was quick to put up a pre-order link, that price starting at $9.90 puts domestic users at ease. It's still the same Whitey they know, original and unchanged at all. Such a low price makes it possible for people to just buy one to try out the quality. Lei Shuhang also posted a preview of the dismantling of Baidu's electric blanket in his personal account. Now he, like the majority of netizens, is looking forward to the start of Whitey's shipments, wanting to quickly see what this electric blanket, which has taken Europe by storm, really looks like. Chapter 95, Unknowingly Becoming a White Emperor Iron Fans. Soon, 3 days passed and the printed package of domestic electric blankets finally arrived. The old and new employees in the Baidu factory got busy together and even hired hundreds of temporary workers to help pack the electric blankets, because within these 3 days, Whitey had already produced about 1 million electric blankets, which were piling up in the warehouse. And now if we didn't get more people, we wouldn't be able to finish packing so many goods before the year. On the day of the shipment, the Baidu factory was busy. Some people were teaching the temporary workers how to pack. Songde was coordinating the production. And there was also the logistics and express company, which sent a big truck directly to the Baidu factory to pull the goods. Because of this day to send out at least hundreds of thousands of express delivery, logistics companies are treating Baidu as a god of wealth. Soon, the first batch of electric blankets were sent out, but Lei Shuhang found that his express delivery is still far away, asked the customer service, said that it would be sent out in the next 2 days. However, after noon, there is still no movement. It is estimated that he will have to wait for 1 or 2 days. However, Lei Shuhang and the netizens promised to release the disassembly video of the White Emperor electric blanket tomorrow, and if he broke his promise, the impact would be too bad. For the sake of his future, Lei Shuhang went out on a limb and decided to personally rush to the White Emperor factory. He wanted to buy the electric blanket on site and come back to dismantle it. Lei Shuhang's home, which was only about 8 kilometers away from White Emperor's new factory, and he wasn't going to take a taxi to get there. So he simply got on the White Emperor electric bike he had bought earlier and rode over there himself. Now Lei Shuhang has a White Emperor flat panel, TV, washing machine at home, goes out with a D21 electric car, and even more, the cell phone used is White Emperor 1 Pro, basically almost set up the White Emperor family bucket. In the eyes of outsiders, he is the #1 iron powder of the White Emperor, but Lei Shuhang does not think so. He is doing digital dismantling. There is no loyalty to all digital hardware. That is, it is part of his work, but the White Emperor products are very special, cheap and good, and so on to buy the dismantling of the evaluation. It is not willing to go out secondhand, using the feeling of a good. The White Emperor products are also more and more in his home. When he rode his bike to the outside of the Baidi factory, he saw that the place was really busy, with vehicles coming in and out of the entrance, people coming and going in the compound, and forklifts loading and unloading goods without stopping. Lei Shuhang came to the door and explained the purpose of his visit. He wanted to purchase one electric blanket each of 2 models. This 40-something security guard then told him that the Baidi factory was not in the retail business, so it would be better to wait patiently for the courier to be delivered. I really need an electric blanket in a hurry. Can you help accommodate me? Lei Shuhang requested. This security guard was just about to refuse, but suddenly realized that this person was covered with White Emperor products, and this was a senior White Emperor user. Every employee of their Pak Tai is very loyal. They all spontaneously defend the interests of the factory, and it is more necessary to treat their customers with enthusiasm. So now a senior user comes to make a request, and it is not good to refuse. So the security guards use the Pak Tai 1 phone to call their own captain, and ask him to solve the problem. Inside the White Emperor factory, all employees are issued a White Emperor 1 cell phone for work when they join the company, and as long as they work for 1 month, even if they leave the company, the cell phone doesn't need to be returned, which belongs to the employee's welfare. After the security chief received the call, he felt that this matter was so representative that he couldn't make a decision, so he reported it up the hierarchy, and finally it was reported to Zhou Yang. When Zhou Yang heard that there was actually a senior user coming outside the factory, he felt the need to meet and also listen to the customer's voice, so he let the security guards bring people in and he was in his office, personally receiving the visitors. When Lei Shuhang entered the office, he met Baidi's factory director and owner Zhou Yang, who was much younger than expected. Hello, factory director Zhou, Lei Shuhang said. Aren't you Lei Shuhang? Zhou Yang suddenly recognized him as he shook hands. You know me? Lei Shuhang was surprised. He didn't expect that the famous Baidi boss could actually recognize him as a small blogger. The video account made by Lei Shuhang is now only about 100,000 fans, which is nothing on the internet, and he did not expect to be recognized by Zhou Yang. Oh, the videos you made. I've seen them all. They're very pertinent, and they've also played a role in promoting our White Emperor. Ah, and I've even thrown coins at you. Zhou Yang laughed. This time Lei Shuhang smiled in embarrassment, and the relationship between the two quickly drew closer. Hearing Lei Shuhang's intention, Zhou Yang said that there was no problem, and he directly asked someone to bring 2 packaged electric blankets. Thanks, I'll scan the code, Lei Shuhang said politely. Zhou Yang laughed. No need for money. Send you. You are all White Emperor products, so support our company. If I collect money again, is not a little bit unrighteous? Back to the netizens to be scolded by me stingy grin. This is so embarrassing. After Lei Shuhang was polite, he felt that Zhou Yang was a person he could make friends with. So he asked him for his microsignal to contact him often in the future. Zhou Yang then took Lei Shuhang on a tour of the factory, and Lei Shuhang asked if he could film it. Zhou Yang nodded. Yes, but pay attention to it. There are some places that should be kept secret. Don't put them out in the video. The areas to be kept secret are the raw material varieties, equipment manufacturers and other information. Zhou Yang also welcomes any internet blogger to visit the factory and shoot, which is good for the publicity of Baidi. When the tour was over and it was almost time for work, Zhou Yang planned to send Lei Shuhang away. Lei Shuhang saw the workshop production line at this time. There is an export version of the BD electric blanket, so he said an unkind request. Can you get me 2 foreign trade type electric blankets? I'll go back and do a comparison. Zhou Yang shook his head and refused this time. Because of a contract, the foreign version of the electric blanket cannot be sold in China. Sorry, it's fine. It's me being abrupt. Lei Shuhang also felt embarrassed. But then Zhou Yang beckoned. A workshop director came over, and after hearing the factory director's whispered instructions, he took 2 kinds of unpackaged BD electric blankets from the production line and gave them to Lei Shuhang. You are? Lei Shuhang asked in surprise. Although you cannot sell foreign trade electric blankets, but well, the factory will inevitably have some production defective. We have to discard the disposal, occasionally picked up by others. It is also understandable. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he even deliberately gave the other party a meaningful look. Lei Shuheng understood in a second. So with the defective processing method, he then got the foreign trade version of the electric blanket. There is no legal problem. It had to be said that Zhou Yang was a very interesting person. Lei Shuheng was convinced by Zhou Yang's personal charisma in a flash today, feeling that it was too much in line with his temperament. And since then, he had unconsciously become a true iron fan of the White Emperor. With excitement, Lei Shuheng took the many electric blankets gifted by the White Emperor and then returned to his home. Without even bothering to eat dinner, he began to think about the shooting plan, set up his camera and lights, and officially shot the disassembly video of the electric blanket. Chapter 96, Dismantling. The quality is really excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, I promised you the Whitey electric blanket disassembly video and here it is. Lei Shuheng began to record the video as he spoke with a pleasant demeanor. Do you guys know how much I paid for these 2 electric blankets? Then Lei Shuheng put his hand to his ear and made a side-ear listening gesture. What? 9 yuan 9 is not right. I am 0 yuan purchase. Lei Shuheng then laughed. I'm not the kind of $0 purchase in the United States of America. I went to the BYD factory today, and I actually met the factory director Zhou Yang. The electric blanket was given to me by him, and he also took me on a tour of the factory. And I'll put out a video about this part of the tour in 2p. And we're going to focus on dismantling BYD's electric blanket today, to see how the quality of it is in the end. Lei Shuheng began to dismantle it. He took out scissors and a paper cutter and carefully cut open the White Emperor's single electric blanket. As you can see, underneath the fabric is the coiled heated wire. The metal wires are covered with insulation on the outside, which serves as a safety feature. In fact, the structure of the electric blanket is very simple, but to not hurt the internal structure, but the complete removal, it does take a lot of work. Soon, Lei Shuheng finished disassembling it, and a pile of fabric that had been cut to shreds was placed on one side, and the metal wires were placed in another pile. I don't know much about fabrics. It just feels like your usual fabric with good stiffness. I can't tear it by hand. He then proceeded to dismantle the wire, revealing the silvery white con copper wire inside after removing the outer insulation. This is con copper wire. Is copper nickel as the main component of the resistance alloy, widely used in the production of instrumentation, electronics and industrial equipment. Lei Shuheng then introduced this kind of con copper wire. Industrial large rolls to buy is very cheap. This outside the fabric in large quantities to buy should also be very cheap. The size of one person may also be $3 or $4. These con copper wire may be $2 or less than a controller, a couple of cents, but also to add 2 or so express delivery fee. It constitutes the whole electric blanket. This is already close to the cost limit. Lei Shuheng then complimented BYD, really for the benefit of the people in the country. On his electric blanket, obviously can be sold to the foreigners to earn foreign exchange. Yet in the case of foreign demand exceeds supply, come to do not make money in the domestic market. It can only be said that BYD's style is too high. Lei Shuheng, who had unknowingly become an iron fan of BYD, in the video, praised BYD so much that it was estimated that Zhou Yang would blush when he saw it. Lastly, Lei Shuheng commented that the electric blanket is made without any problem, in the middle of the road. He then began to disassemble the double version of the electric blanket, constructed like the single and made of the same materials, only larger. It wasn't enough to disassemble these 2 electric blankets. Lei Shuheng took out 2 more foreign trade versions of electric blankets. It's a rare commodity. You don't see it in this country. From the appearance, the BD electric blanket is the same as the domestic version. Lei Shuheng disassembled it again. He wanted to see the 2 kinds of electric blankets. Is not a kind of thing. If so, then Whitey is with the foreign sell €40 of electric blankets, sold in the domestic sale of 9 yuan 9 sold. This high wind, really how to praise cannot be overestimated. As it turned out, after disassembly, it proved that this domestic and foreign trade version of the electric blanket is made of exactly the same materials, confirming previous suspicions. Everyone who needs it hurry up and buy it. $9.9 can have in foreign countries €40 electric blanket. This wave of blood earn awe. Lei Shuheng even joked. As for the second BD2 electric blanket, there was no need to disassemble it. This time he planned to do an extreme destruction test. Lei Shuheng poured water on the electric blanket with the power on, and the water moistened the electric blanket, but there was no abnormality, and after waiting for 5 minutes, the electric blanket was still working normally. This proves the safety is very good, unlike some shoddy electric blankets that smoke and short-circuit when exposed to water and become dangerous. Lei Shuheng unplugged the power and decided to have a second test. He folded this electric blanket into several layers and then sat on it, artificially causing the electric wire to bend. After ravaging the electric blanket for a while, Lei Shuhang unfolded the electric blanket and energized it. And after energizing it, it can actually be heated normally. The quality is really okay. The test continued. This time Lei Shuhang deliberately picked a corner, deliberately bent dozens of times, and it was a very hard kind. Rubbing and rubbing, normal people use it, definitely not so violent. This is the limit test. Lei Shuhang waited for the ravaging to finish, then put the electric blanket on the insulating mat, ready to plug in and test. Guess what, viewers? BD electric blanket will be alive and well? Lei Shuhang said and plugged in the power supply. The indicator light actually lit up, and using a thermometer to measure the temperature, the electric blanket has warmed up, proving that it can be used normally. Awesome! This White Emperor electric blanket, the quality is absolutely first class. Lei Shuhang, who had become a potential Iron fan, was still a little proud in his heart when he complimented White Emperor now, and it was worthy of being a company he had his eye on. Lei Shuhang once again turned off the power. He was going to come up with some hard work this time. He was going to fold the White Emperor electric blanket directly into several layers, and then use it in a bent state with the power on. In the safety instructions of the electric blanket, folding is strictly prohibited. But Lei Shuhang still wants to see how the White Emperor electric blanket performs in this situation. After all, in everyday use, it is possible to bend and use an electric blanket without paying attention. Still, Lei Shuhang made a disclaimer in the video that this situation is dangerous and should not be imitated by anyone who is not a professional. He then pressed the switch and the electric blanket light came on. Lei Shuhang used a temperature gun to measure the temperature. The electric blanket was continuing to warm up, and the temperature of the bent place. The temperature rose extra fast, and it was soon warmer than the normal place. This is why electric blankets are not allowed to be bent for use. Bending will cause abnormal heating of the electric wire, which is easy to short-circuit or overheat and cause fire. However, after the temperature of the bent part of the electric blanket exceeded 50 degrees, the indicator light suddenly went out, and it was useless to turn it on again. Did it burn out? When Lei Shuhang unfolded the electric blanket again and turned it on again, there was still no response. It seems to be really broken. However, Lei Shuhang also had experience, and he thought that maybe the protection from the high temperature was working, so he would wait for the electric blanket to cool down before turning it on. When the electric blanket cooled down, the light came on again and the blanket actually worked, which is a really good job of security. Viewers, Whitey electric blankets are so resistant to manufacturing. The quality of using them is absolutely fine. Lei Shuhang gave a thumbs up to the camera. Then he decided to do an absolute. Using scissors, he cut one of the electric blanket's wires and plugged it in to test it. This time the electric blanket completely rest. How to open is not bright. And Lei Shuhang also used the electric pen to test. This electric wire has no current, proving that accidentally caused the electric wire breaks. The whole electric blanket will be cut off. There will be no electric shock and other dangers. It can be said that this series of operation tossed down, proving that the quality of the white electric blanket is really excellent, and the use of the heart will also be at ease. Anyway, Lei Shuhang himself liked it so much that he wanted to use the White Emperor electric blanket tonight. But unfortunately, the 4 electric blankets that Zhou Yang had given him had all been removed, so there was no way to sleep tonight, and he could only use them when the electric blankets he had purchased arrived in the next 2 days. Anyway, the quality of this by D electric blanket, he has personally tested it, and he is relieved to use it, and he does not have to worry about recommending it to other family members of his loved ones in the future. Viewers, the actual dismantling process, as you've seen, is something that anyone with a need for an electric blanket can buy and use, and they definitely won't be disappointed. Lei Shuhang concludes the video with a summary. He then imported the video file into his computer and edited it while eating his bubbly. He wanted to cut the video out tonight. Such a good electric blanket. Lei Shuhang also wanted to be the first to share his experience with everyone. Around 0 o'clock that night, Lei Shuhang took his dismantling video and uploaded it to the internet, becoming the first blogger in the whole network to officially release a video of dismantling the White Emperor electric blanket, which sparked concern. After all, while other bloggers' electric blankets were perhaps still on their way to the courier, on the day of the debut, Lei Shuhang got his electric blanket, so the video was posted the fastest. The next day, this review video of Lei Shuhang became a popular video in the technology section of the website and spread far and wide. Netizens also started to pay attention to this newly launched electric blanket from Whitey after watching the video. Chapter 97 Electric Blanket Underfloor Heating Systems. After people saw Lei Shuhang's video, they felt that the quality was not bad, and netizens who were not just in need of it bought an electric blanket to use it. The appearance of this video has added a lot of extra sales to Whitey's electric blankets. The main thing is that people have never bought such a cheap electric blanket. Useful or not, the family has a preparedness. This has resulted in the sales of Whitey's electric blankets, once again, soaring. After 4 days of sales, a total of more than 1.9 million bars were actually sold, which is an outrageous amount of sales, and is the strongest selling product in the history of the White Emperor, in terms of sales, so much so that Whitey's stock was swept away, and with more than 100 electric blanket devices, the production was a bit too much to keep up with, and the shipment could only be delayed for 2 days. C has entered the waxing moon 18. Zhou Yang let subordinates in the shopping interface, wrote the electric blanket sales to waxing moon 22 stop. More than can only be shipped after the year, because they can't keep up with the production. The amount of masks on the 22nd of Lunar New Year will not be fully completed until about the 24th of Lunar New Year, and through express delivery, it is basically the route of the year to receive. Everyone who took a look at it and wanted an electric blanket before the year was out, also placed an order, leading to hordes of courier vehicles going in and out of Baidi every day. As more people receive electric blankets, there are more positive reviews on the online store. Users say that Whitey electric blankets are so cheap and good that some people buy 3 of them in one go, so that they have warm pads in the house, both on the bed and on the sofa. White Emperor electric blanket will not be much stunning, ordinary style, ordinary fabric, but the function is real, solid workmanship. The user also watched Lei Shuhong's test video, also all feel safe, then this sales will not be less. As the first blogger to test Whitey's electric blanket, Lei Shuhong got a lot of traffic from this wave, with that one review video gaining him 30,000 fans. Lei Shuhong decided to build on his success, and he started the whole job. He purchased 20 electric blankets at a time. When he showed the delivery he received in his personal dynamic, netizens were shocked and wondered what he was going to do. Did he not become a blogger and change his career to sell electric blankets? Not to mention, on the cheap price of Whitey, their own into some goods. Go to the street stall. 15, 20 yuan a electric blanket, can be sold out. After all, Baidi did not advertise, and most of the people who knew about Baidi electric blankets were netizens who liked to surf the internet, while most of the people in the country did not know about Baidi electric blankets, a new product that had only been on the shelves for a few days. In fact, someone has already done this, bought a bunch of Whitey electric blankets. Go to the street stall. Do not say, a day can also sell a few. Make a startup experience money. However, this kind of is all small. The White Emperor online store has limited purchases, and an account can purchase up to 3 electric blankets, and Lei Shuhong is also looking for relatives to be able to buy so many at once. When Lei Shuhong saw that the netizens reacted in such a way, he said mysteriously that he was preparing a big project, and that he would be able to find out after 2 days. His fans, all of them, clicked the booking button and waited to see his big move. 2 days later, Lei Shuhong opened a live broadcast at home to let everyone see his latest masterpiece, the White Emperor electric blanket floor heating system. With his cell phone filming on the floor of his home, netizens were able to see that on the floor of his house, there was an extra layer of thin blanket, while he and his family walked barefoot on it. It is important to know that Lei Shuhong is located in a deep town in the south, and the temperature in winter is usually a few degrees above zero, but it is still freezing in Chile, and sometimes it is so cold that it makes the hands and feet stiff, and even gets frostbite. From that point of view, the north is going to be much more comfortable than the south indoors because of the heating. Then southerners fight the magical damage of the winter cold by heating their homes with devices like fire pits, air conditioners, and mini suns, but they all have all sorts of drawbacks. Fire pits are not environmentally friendly. They tend to have smoke and are prone to fires, while heaters such as air conditioners and small suns are too power hungry and the floors are all icy. And Lei Shuhong is original, to their own home living room, installed floor heating device, the house and then open the air conditioning, which is a full range of care, comparable to the centralized heating in the north. Seeing Lei Shuhong's bare feet on the blanket, netizens are very puzzled. Familiar with the old fans know that his home is not underfloor heating. If you add it later, you need to plow through the ground. Definitely not 2 days can be accomplished. How did he do this? The answer is here. Lei Shuhong lifted a layer of blankets, revealing the items underneath, which were clearly the familiar White Emperor electric blankets, and these electric blankets, which were still laid flat on the tiles in one piece, became external floor heaters. Crap, your idea is brilliant. Actually use electric blankets to simulate underfloor heating. How did you come up with that? Netizens exclaimed wonderful ah. This time the whole living room is warm, and only used more than 20 electric blankets only. Instead of needing tens of thousands of dollars to install a good floor heating, the cost of saving too much. That's not right. Every electric blanket has a plug. Why don't you see it? How did you energize it? It was quickly challenged by some clever netizens. Lei Shuhong just smiled. This is his biggest core secret of this electric blanket floor heating. he lifted a large piece of the upper blanket. The netizens only then see the original electric blanket floor heating, did the modification, only to see the original electric blanket power cord have been all cut off, additional insulated wire connected, and then one insulated wire was fixed by insulating tape, and then summarized together near the plug. This allows you to control all the electric blankets in your living room to turn on at the same time with just one wire and one switch. The principle is actually quite simple. It is to modify multiple electric blankets to be connected in parallel. But this requires a little bit of electrical knowledge, and it is not recommended to do the modification yourself. Lei Shuhang made a safety tip, but the netizens then said, "You are too high. We want to imitate cannot be imitated." The average person's homes simply do not have these materials, and even more lack of craftsmanship, so they could only look at Lei Shuhang and use 20 electric blankets to enjoy a warm floor heating. Netizens are envious beyond belief, and those who already have their hands dirty are ready to turn around and give it a try. Anyway, Whitey electric blankets are cheap. 20 of them are only about $200, so they are completely affordable. Lei Shuhang made a kind reminder. Electric blanket because the interface near the uneven. He did the modification. Modification of this part requires special attention, destroying the original structure, prone to safety hazards, and there is no warranty anymore. After all, you have to pay attention to the safety of electricity, and 20 electric blankets turned on at the same time. This power is also a bit scary. Pay attention to whether the outlet supports such a large output power, lest the line overheating tripped or burned. In short, Lei Shuhang, this is a whole living program. Occasionally use okay, long-term use of security risks. In addition, he suggested that netizens really want to use, with 4 or 5 electric blankets put together on the commonly used area to lay up, so that both electricity, but also will not have too many hidden problems. The netizens thought it made sense, and those in the south wanted to go back and try it. As for the northern netizens, there would have been underfloor heating, and they would have had no fun eating ice cream and watching the southerners toss and turn in a heated room in the 20s. After this live broadcast in Lei Shuhang, I did not expect this whole living video actually caught fire, and the southerners found a way of low-cost floor heating, and they also want to buy it to try it. If you have the conditions, you can change the line by yourself and Lei Shuhang, and if you don't have the technology, you can prepare multiple plug-in boards and lay them on the floor. Although it's a little bit difficult to see, but your feet are warmed up when you watch TV in the living room, and you don't have to freeze your little feet every day anymore, and the home floor is warm. Some southern wives, also willing to wear stockings in winter at home to her husband, which promotes family harmony, just will cause a certain burden on the kidneys, because this whole living video is interesting and creative. It has been reproduced by many media, so Lei Shuhang has a small fire all of a sudden with this electric blanket whole living video. A few days to increase the powder 100,000, which is also borrowed from the east wind of the White Emperor, and Whitey has benefited by letting a lot of people know that Whitey actually has such a cheap electric blanket. This led to a geometric surge in the number of orders for White Emperor's electric blankets, an extra million orders a day, and finally directly led to White Emperor taking the electric blanket link off the shelves a year ago, because the production cannot keep up, before the year cannot send out the goods. Rather than let the customer keep urging the goods, it is better to direct the product off the shelves. After the year when the express delivery resumed, they then open links. White Emperor had wildly sold 5 million electric blankets in about 10 days a year ago, proving that the demand for electric blankets in the country was still very high, and this time, he was on the right path again, adding another record to Zhou Yang's mission record. But as the saying goes, there is a lot of right and wrong in the world, and the hot sales of Whitey's electric blankets have also caused skepticism on the internet. Chapter 98, The Saddening Buyers Show. Whitey electric blanket. What a piece of crap. The fabric. You can't use it on clothes. It irritates the skin and pilling. Try not to use it. Rubbish Whitey. Other people's electric blankets are 6 years warranty. He only 5 years. Obviously the quality is not good, no confidence. People do not buy. A spontaneous combustion of an electric blanket. It almost burned down my house. Soon, a lot of bad reviews appeared on the internet. Some directly on the online store to leave a message. Some are in the B station, Shaking Voice and other places to post videos to denounce. One of the most highly trafficked of the negative videos was of a man with a Whitey electric blanket that burned a big hole in the center, so black that the bed had a black carbonized reaction, showing how dangerous it was. These comments have made some of the people who are eating it question the Whitey electric blanket, associated with this $9 selling price, and then thinking of the saying that cheap goods are not good. They felt that Whitey's electric blankets must have been sold so cheaply because of their poor quality. Some good people then went on the site to ask Yang to clarify. Zhou Yang was speechless when he saw that many people were black for the sake of being black. It was nonsense. First of all, saying it's a bad fabric that irritates your skin is bullshit. Although the White Emperor electric blanket is made of cheap polyester fabric, but those are qualified products that have passed the national standard, which can be completely used as clothing fabrics. How can there be any problem when they are used to make electric blankets? The country has recognized that the quality of the fabric is qualified, but there are still people who use this to nitpick, making Zhou Yang very suspicious that these people are the water army hired by his competitors. After all, it's only between peers that there is abject hatred. Zhou Yang then explained online. The product warranty of 5 years, because more than 5 years, because of the aging of parts prone to problems. Anyway, Whitey electric blanket is also cheap, with a 5-year warranty to urge people to replace the electric blanket once in 5 years. Spending $9.90 for 5 years for an electric blanket is a price that I believe most people can live with. I don't know why anyone would latch on to the claim that the warranty is 1 year less to make it black. Of course, Zhou Yang can also make the security measures of the electric blanket. The cost is added to it, with more and better materials, but then the selling price is increased. The increased cost are catching up with the value of half of the electric blanket, but not as good as 5 years of direct replacement to the cost-effective. This reply, too, does a good job of refuting the criticisms of the blacks. And then the last one, that burnt electric blanket. Whitey hasn't received any complaints about burned return claims after sales now, and this video was sent out in Shakeology, so why not say so in the online store comments and he doesn't return it to defend his rights? Basically, it proves that this is a faked event. Either a peer is maligning it or someone is trying to get eyeballs with it. It can't be helped. Every product in the world, there will be people who don't like it, will encounter this kind of thing, whether it's Apple, Samsung or Huawei. There is a group of black powder, and the White Emperor naturally will not be an exception. Anyway, the cleaner the clearer. After Zhou Yang explained on the website, the netizens who really had sense would support him. As expected, what Blackie said couldn't stand up to scrutiny. And the netizens who supported Whitey were quick to counter with practical actions. Some people have posted photos of them using their electric blankets on buyers' shows, stating that Whitey's electric blankets work well and that they haven't encountered any problems. One of the most liked electric blanket buyer show is a rural woman in her 50s whose husband was paralyzed a few years ago, is bedridden, and suffers from kidney failure that requires medication and dialysis. In order to facilitate the cleaning, her husband perennial only cover the quilt, did not wear pants. Auntie said, Whitey electric blanket has been used for several days. The old man's skin does not have any problems. The fabric harmful claims, pure nonsense. Whitey electric blankets, really cheap and good, and I use Whitey for my cell phone. Auntie gives a thumbs up at the end of a video. Standing up for Whitey. Netizens have given this aunt praise. She takes care of a paralyzed lover is not easy. As can be seen from the photos, her family conditions are very general. Eat all the green vegetables and tofu. Cannot afford to go to the hospital to do dialysis, but rather, with the daily plastic products homemade dialysis machine. And, according to my aunt's description, she hasn't bought a new electric blanket since the one she used a few years ago broke. Why didn't you buy an electric blanket for a couple years and then bought it first thing when Whitey came out with it? Although Auntie did not explicitly say, but we all guessed, that is not willing to give up. Ordinary families have to bear the burden of a bedridden patient who often has to do dialysis. The economic pressure and psychological pressure can be imagined. I guess it is really shy. Cannot afford to buy electric blankets. And Whitey came out with a $9.9 electric blanket. But this family can afford the price. Bedridden patients also finally have a comfortable bed environment. Those who are still in the White Emperor things cheap in the play terrier banter netizens. See this buyer show. Are silent. They live. The network. Used to seeing other people colorful life. Thought everyone can travel to the south and north. Eat food. Move to buy a car to buy a house. However, we all completely forget. We have a vast China. The population is huge. There are a lot of people are in the poverty line. $9.9. In the eyes of many people, can only buy a large bottle of drink money? Many people do not look at the electric blanket, but some people are from the teeth to save money to buy. It's like this aunt who was admired for not leaving her paralyzed husband. Pak Thai's customer service also noticed the buyer's show and replied below that the auntie's buyer's show was rated as an excellent review, and that she would be given a Pak Thai gift pack, including rice, noodles, food and oil, supermarket shopping cards, and Pak Thai's trial products, which had been sent out on the same day. The discerning can see that this is afraid to directly say that it is a donation. The aunt will have a psychological burden refused to accept, so the name of winning the lottery to give a gift package. Whitey is also the way to use the ability to provide this aunt with some of the conveniences of life. After watching this buyer's show display, netizens have come down on the side of Whitey. And with such a humane company, the conscience can't be bad. What's more, $9.9 regular electric blankets. The country only this one. People electric blanket materials are the same. Sold to foreign countries can earn more. However, but in the domestic low-priced sales, which can only be described as a conscientious business, a company like that wouldn't produce that kind of shoddy product out there. And they trust Whitey. Just like that, a public opinion crisis in Whitey was diffused by the buyer's show. In fact, this was the reason why Zhou Yang was going to insist on sacrificing his interests to produce a domestic version of the electric blanket, just so he could help people like Auntie. As long as someone can live a better and more comfortable life because of the White Emperor electric blanket, Zhou Yang is satisfied that his efforts have not been in vain. Soon, the heat returned to calm as Whitey's electric blankets were taken off the shelves as the products were temporarily sold out, and everyone was immersed in the festive atmosphere as it was about to be the Chinese New Year. And Whitey started his spring break. Their factory started to shut down on the 27th of Ramadan, and the workers shut down and packed up the factory so that they could leave the factory and go home for the New Year. But many workers can't get tickets to go home for the Spring Festival and are in a hurry. Once Zhou Yang learned about this, he quickly asked Songde to do the counting, and they picked the provinces and cities with the largest number of workers, and chartered 15 buses at once to send the workers directly to their homes free of charge, which was considered the workers' New Year's benefits. The workers cheered at once, although it didn't cost much, but it solved their urgent feelings of wanting to go home for the New Year, and they loved the Baidi factory even more. Many people had planned to resign after the New Year and not to come, but as a result, after looking around, this treatment of Pak Tai is absolutely unparalleled, so they decided to come back to work in Pak Tai next year. After the 28th day of the lunar month, the Baidi factory, which had been busy for several months, was quiet, with only a few security guards on duty, and the outside of the factory was plastered with Spring Festival couplets and Lucky Charms to celebrate the coming of the Year of the Rabbit. Zhou Yang's home was in Deep Town, but instead of going home, he chose to be on duty at the factory on New Year's Eve so that the security guards could also go home for New Year's Eve dinner. The reason for this is because Zhou Yang's family wouldn't have any relatives. He crossed over to this parallel world where his mom had died of illness a few years ago and his dad had left the factory behind and disappeared without a trace. Currently he was the only one in Zhou Yang's family, so it didn't matter where he spent New Year's Eve. On the day of New Year's Eve, Zhou Yang was sitting on a folding bed in the factory office, sitting on a White Emperor electric blanket, watching the program on the White Emperor TV set, and the clothes were still being washed in the 3x clothes machine, which was still a very nourishing life as well. Zhou Yang came to the window, looking at the empty factory below. Suddenly some feelings. This year has been so lonely. You're not lonely. This system is here, handing out mission rewards to you. Electric blanket task tally cycle ends. Now in settlement. The system suddenly sent a prompt, which instantly made Zhou Yang happy. Chapter 99, Upgrade, Golden Treasure Chest. Zhou Yang was very happy. He had been busy for a month or so, and this electric blanket task had finally come to its final conclusion. System, after statistics, electric blankets are sold at home and abroad for a total of more than 17 million. The reward is a silver treasure chest. The domestic market is basically unprofitable, but it is welcomed by domestic users. The positive feedback rate is converted into 10 times the mission points. The total score exceeds the reward value. The silver treasure chest is upgraded to a gold treasure chest. And a happy new year to you. Seeing these messages from the system is simply the best Chinese New Year gift ever. It's true that good things happen to good people, and the act of working for the good of the people in the country eventually escalated the rewards. Zhou Yang couldn't wait to open the golden treasure chest. The golden treasure chest was opened successfully, rewarding a gold-grade White Emperor official website, which has completed all the formalities and can be used after recruiting a network administrator. There are also 3 procurement cards and a 24K pure gold Year of the Rabbit commemorative edition cell phone case. This reward given by the system made Zhou Yang very surprised, actually rewarding him with an official website. Wasn't this what he had in mind the other day? As for the procurement card 3, more is better. With a simultaneous sinking in his pocket, an extra cell phone case came out. Zhou Yang took it out, into the hands of the heavy. This gold glittering phone case. The weight is really heavy, but the shape is really good looking. Above a big gold rabbit. Although this should be worth a lot of money, but the commemorative significance is greater than the practical significance. Zhou Yang put this heavy phone case over the phone. It feels like it can be used as a dumbbell to practice arm strength. So one can only thank the system for its kindness. He took the cell phone case and gave it a solemn place in the safe, worthy of permanent preservation. Then he couldn't wait to turn on his computer and log on to the official website. Into the eye is a large White Emperor character, looking mighty and domineering. This page is very concise. There are company and product profiles, and a variety of contact information. To his surprise, There is actually an interactive community here. And microblogging is almost the same. As long as you apply for an account can be used. In the future, Jo Young can be in their own territory, and the spray line, and netizens to communicate. It just needs to be publicized or no one will know about this site. The system came with another tip. The new website was opened. And on the occasion of this Lunar New Year festival, it comes with a full network of Lunar New Year advertisement promotion once. Pay attention to the Spring Festival Gala in a while. And there is also a cell phone app, which has been logged into all major software download platforms. Jo Young immediately became interested and downloaded his own app called White Emperor Electric. This software volume is not large, only 60 megabytes. After downloading, there is no other software so fancy interface and pop-up windows. There is no variety of animation effects. It is a clean page. The above and other shopping software is similar to that of the White Emperor's Network Mall. Customers can directly order from the mall. The effect is the same as the online store. I'll go. System, you're too bullish. You actually even made the mall for me. Jo Young was happy beyond words. This was something he had always wanted. Have their own mall is too convenient. Do not have to worry about the online store downgrade. And do not have to suffer from the unreasonable difficulties of the e-commerce site. But also, this is the White Emperor cross into the large-scale enterprise must. Even their own official website and mall. That is not worthy of being called a large-scale enterprise. True to its name. The Golden Treasure Chest. This mall app is very good. Mainly off the shelf. Eliminating the need to develop and design, which invariably saves time and money. After researching, Jo Young also found the app also comes with a community entrance connection. After pressing the community button, it will enter the interface similar to the microblogging app, in which you can post, and the official website is synchronized. You can also watch others post, graphic, video and so on. In the future, as long as there are enough users, then Jo Young won't have to go to someone else's website every day to speak. He can easily communicate on his own app. After reading the official website sent by the system, Jo Young remembered that the system told him to watch the Spring Festival Gala. So Jo Young switched to the Spring Festival channel. The result was that it didn't matter what I saw. I almost vomited. What used to be a favorite language show was simply a clothespin defense. What is that skit called Photo Studio? After watching the awkward Jo Young want to take the head against the wall. This Nima called skit? But people have worked hard all year and it's not easy to take a break for entertainment in the Spring Festival. But to see you couples fighting on stage in the new year? That's enough. If possible, Jo Young wanted to organize a Spring Festival Gala himself. But unfortunately, he was surrounded by the Super Factory system, not the Super Gala system. Jo Young prepared a vomit bag and managed to watch a few Spring Festival skits, finally seeing what he wanted to see. Just before the clock strikes midnight at 12 o'clock, a bunch of hosts are saying auspicious things, and that's when they start reading commercials. Whitey Electric wishes you good health and a prosperous year of the rabbit. At the same time the Whitey logo hit the credits, followed by bells ringing as all the cast and crew celebrated the new year. Jo Young also followed the surprise jump up. This system to send a gift can be too bull. Can be in the Spring Festival Gala zero-time title broadcast advertising. This advertisement can be said to be worth 1,000 words. System, you're too good. Jo Young gave a thumbs up and wildly patted the system on the back. The system replied, not enough. However, Jo Young has a question. He just opened the golden treasure box, and this Spring Festival Gala should have been rehearsed a long time ago. How did the system insert the advertisement in advance? The system replied, if this system doesn't have a bit of forward-looking ability, then how can it still hang around in the system world? Jo Young's heart moved, so he sidestepped and asked about the system's life and origin. Listening to his words, there might be other systems. System, this is classified content. No comment. Although the system did not say so, Jo Young did vaguely sense a bit of the secret behind the system. Happy New Year. System. After Jo Young and the system congratulated him, he went out and prepared to set off cannons to celebrate. The system then prompted that he had reconnoitered and there were no patrols around, so it was okay to fire the cannon now. Jo Young then hung up the 5,000 ringing firecrackers he had prepared and began to set them off in the open space. Crackle. This is exactly the sound of firecrackers to say goodbye to the old year, and joyful songs to welcome the new year. After the firecrackers, Jo Young also enjoy. As for the fireworks, but also dare not put, that thing is too big a target, because the Deep Town banned fireworks, lest the New Year's Eve was called by the police uncle to drink tea. When Jo Young re-entered his office, he suddenly heard the phone ringing, which turned out to be his subordinates calling to pay their respects. Happy New Year! Jo Young picked up the phone and congratulated them as well, and ended up picking up a dozen or so phone calls and feeling the concern of others for him. Among them were Song Dae, Lei Shu Hang, Jiang Shuji and other acquaintances, and Jo Young greeted them one by one. Jingle bells. After a while, another call came in, and it turned out to be a foreign number. Foreigners are looking for me to pay their respects to? Joe Young picked it up in bewilderment. Happy New Year, son. A sentence on the phone made Joe Young stagger on the spot. Stunned for a moment, he realized that it was his cheap old man. Joe Yang is crossing over to this father, but also just some memories in the memory. Affection is there, but not much, otherwise this real father would not have thrown the mess of debt and ran away by himself. Good New Year, Dad. Joe Young also said hello, then he asked where his father was now. I'm abroad. Now is the sun beach, can be beautiful, by the way. A moment to add a WeChat. Video, show you my side. His dad, Joe Yu, sounded happy, then hung up and sent over a WeChat number. Joe Yang then added WeChat, and after passing the verification, Dad sent a video chat. As soon as he connected to the video, Joe Young saw the scene on his dad's end, and at that time, he was so surprised that a mouthful of saliva spewed out. Joe Yang's pure heart was greatly shaken. Chapter 100, Ginger is still hot. Joe Yang's dad, Joe Yu, is in a sunny daytime location because of the time difference, and he is surrounded by blue sea and sunny beaches. As for Joe Yu, his old man, he was wearing beach pants, with a foreign girl in each of his left and right arms, and his skin color was still one black and one white. The white ones are blonde with big boozy waves, and the black ones have dirty braids that are fluffy and black and shiny. And these two foreign women, both wearing bikinis, could clearly see the choppy body, the deep career line, as if the Mariana Trench. Unfathomable. Where had the innocent Joe Young seen this kind of scene? He was immediately embarrassed, and his sight didn't even dare to look at it squarely. Son smack. This is your Aunt Isabella, and this is your Aunt Conti. Call out, said the old father, Joe Yu. Joe Young held back the awkwardness that shot straight up to the sky in inspiration and greeted. Hello, two aunts. Oh, it's the handsome Oriental lad, and you too. Your son is handsome enough to ask him to come along to the party. Both of these two foreign chicks expressed their praise for Joe Young, except that they both had really bad Chinese accents, barely intelligible to a degree. Dad, what are you? Joe Young inquired with a frown. I came over here and met you two beautiful aunts. We're going to go surfing in a little while, and when I'm free next time I'll bring you out to play with us. Dad spoke obviously perfunctory. If you really want to, just give the address to book a flight. But what Joe Yang wanted to ask was not this. He was gone for half a year with no word in between. Dear Chow, come and play over here. At this time, a woman at Joe Yu's end shouted in English. Joe Yu then said, I'm not going to talk to you yet. Your Aunt Jessica is calling me. Joe Yang's head almost broke out in cold sweat, thinking how many foreign girlfriends did his dad have? Seeing that his dad was about to hang up, Joe Young hurriedly said, Dad, do you need pocket money? I'll give you some. Don't need it. I'm going out with friends, and I can't starve when I'm out there with a couple of your aunts. Joe Yu suddenly asked at the end of the video, by the way, has White Emperor been run out of business by you? It didn't go out of business, and it's. Joe Young wanted to say that not only did Baidu not close down, but it was also well run. But his dad said, just don't close down. Keep it up. I'm going to go surfing. Said video screeched to a halt, leaving only an empty dialogue box. Joe Yang was frozen in place for a while before digesting so much information. His own dad is having a blast abroad, and by the looks of it, he's having too much fun to come back anytime soon. But then Joe Yang was worried. In case Dad came back, was he going to bring back a foreign stepmother for himself? I wonder if it's Conti or Jessica, or maybe several together? Joe Young feels his CPU is almost burned. He also had to admire Ginger or Old Hot. In the aspect of flirting with girls, Joe Yang is a little talent are not inherited. Dad around the warbler countless swallows. Joe Young himself is not even the object. The gap is also too big. Forget it. Joe Young does not think about it. Since he knows that this old man of his is not in trouble, it is good that he is happy. And anyway, he cannot count on him. He will just run the White Emperor at home and it will be okay. Before Joe Young was ready to go to bed, he glanced at his cell phone, on which someone had sent a text message. Happy New Year. A short forward text message, but from the white rich beauty Lu Xiao. Year of the Rabbit. Joe Young also replied back. Then he threw his cell phone away and fell back to sleep. It was the first day of the Chinese New Year, and Joe Young stayed in the factory because he didn't have to go to relatives, and he began to study the next new product. Relying on the White Emperor's cell phone and electric blanket, Joe Yang had now accumulated 632 points, which was quite substantial. The variety of drawings that he can redeem is also very much. Basically the large and small home appliances on the market, as well as electronic products with low technological content, can be redeemed. It's just that just after the new year, People's consumption enthusiasm were consumed because of the Spring Festival. Basically there is a need to buy, before the year to buy, and a month after the year. Is the sales of electronic products off-season? It seems that there is no particularly suitable goods, and the main products in the factory at the moment are cell phones and electric blankets. Electric blankets are estimated to have half a month of peak season before the weather warms up and demand plummets. By then it is expected that there will also be a small demand for the southern hemisphere after winter, but it won't be easy to make money when the time comes. After all, this time Europe is affected by the energy crisis, only a lack of energy and heating equipment, while those countries in the southern hemisphere, there is no natural or man-made disasters, is the normal demand. So when the spring vacation, electric blankets and then full production of the last wave, you need to gradually reduce production. Then born dozens of equipment and workers will need to find a new product so that there is no waste. However, Zhou Yang looking round, there is no two favorable products. White Emperor electrical appliances has always been the production of the people's urgent need for things, rather than money-making products. Zhou Yang then thought that he could publish a call for opinions on his own website, allowing people to report what equipment they wanted White Emperor to produce. Yeah, that's a great idea. When Zhou Yang said he would do it, he immediately went to the backstage and applied for an account, and called it Zhou Yang. When he logged on to the White Emperor's online community, he was surprised to find that this website community had already had more than 100 posts overnight. First, the couch. I'm second on the bench. I'm floor. I'm the third user of White Emperor. ID 0003. Who's got my grips? I'm 0666. Isn't that much more grippy than yours? These people posted some robbing posts. Zhou Yang couldn't help but laugh. These people were probably attracted by the advertisement of the Spring Festival Gala, and were playing here as a posting bar, but it's good to have popularity. Zhou Yang then also saw that many netizens were coming to him and the White Emperor factory, to pay their New Year's greetings. These were by D's fans, and by the looks of it, there were quite a few of them, much to Zhou Yang's relief. Although these people didn't post anything constructive, but the system rewarded this online community, which was divided into many boards. They all chatted and joked in the gossip area, and didn't hold up others. After all, this partition was meant to be a lively one. In addition, there are also feedback areas, living areas, etc., corresponding to different needs of users. If you want to play posters, go to the banter section. For those who want to play the Whittier community as a microblog, go post in the living area. Those who want to engage in short and long videos can go to the video community. And there is even a specially reserved fiction community for netizens to go write fiction for fun. And for suggestions and feedback questions, go to the feedback section. This White Emperor community, which was like a comprehensive website with a full range of functions, where one could also add friends, create exclusive battle teams, temporary chat rooms, and so on. Players could use this place as a place for web surfing. And the system is also thoughtful to rent a good server. Zhou Yang checked, has been renewed for 10 years. That is, for 10 years do not have to pay another money for the server. Zhou Yang next logged into his administrator account and posted a call for comments, which was, what electrical appliance would you like to see White Emperor produce next? Using his permissions, he set this thread to be top of mind, so that anyone who was inside the community could see it and could speak enthusiastically. This Zhou Yang's backstage soon had a small red dot message alert. Many people have expressed their opinions at the bottom of the solicitation post. Some people want vacuum cleaners, some people want drones, some people want game consoles, some people want computers, and there are even people who want Whitey to get into real estate and knock down housing prices. With the cheap prices of the White Emperor, I'm afraid it's $1,000 a square foot to sell buildings directly to the outside world, and that's what the people are most desperate for. Zhou Yang saw this thread and immediately posted a reply. Chapter 101, White Emperor is on the job. Zhou Yang answered the netizens' post seriously. Hello netizens, you want a housing mood, I understand. But the White Emperor is electrical appliances company, not real estate company, and the main land price is not cheap. Cover the building naturally will not be cheap. Temporarily White Emperor has no intention to enter the real estate, but do not rule out the future will enter the real estate. At present, White Emperor will be in the electrical appliances, so that you save real money. Home lack of what electrical appliances. Despite the message below the top post, I will count the highest call for electrical appliances for production, to facilitate everyone's life. Fans, of course, know that Whitey in electrical factory cannot sway the price of housing. Just now was just a helpless joke. The next thing everyone did was to speak up and offer Zhou Yang a lot of advice. Here, they also direct Zhou Yang's account, saying all sorts of opinions to him. Zhou Yang accepted them all with an open mind. He said that he would rectify the situation immediately if it was reasonable, and he would explain clearly if it was unreasonable. A few days of Spring Festival vacation. Zhou Yang became a part-time administrator of the Baidi network community. Hard but rewarding. He soon felt that the advantages of chatting on his own website. That is, no need to switch back and forth between the software. A reply. Everyone can see it. Saving a lot of trouble. It also had to be the system that gave away a website he desperately needed. When he finished answering the netizens' questions, Zhou Yang checked out Baidi's online shopping mall again. This is where users can directly purchase Whittier products. But since customer service isn't on duty, it's all on a pending open status. In short, Zhou Yang is very satisfied with this official website. Turn around and recruit a few technicians in customer service. You can realize the maintenance and upgrade. During the Spring Festival vacation, Zhou Yang spent his time chatting with his online friends. 7 days after the festival, the number of registrants on the official website of White Emperor, there have been 210,000. The number of active people every day has tens of thousands of people, which also rely on the Spring Festival Gala advertisement. To White Emperor recruited the first batch of customer groups. This official website can run up. People are herd animals, and if this place is popular, then more people will be attracted to it. It is estimated that soon, the official website of the White Emperor will become a good place for netizens to surf the internet, and may be able to compete with the 4 major entertainment platforms of Shake, Fast, Microbe. By the time the 7th day of the first month of the lunar calendar rolled around, workers were coming back to the company one after another. When they saw Zhou Yang, they sent him specialties from their hometowns, and as a result, because the workers were all so enthusiastic, Zhou Yang's office was soon piled up with all kinds of specialties, and he was running out of places to live. I have to say, it is a good feeling to be loved by the workers. Zhou Yang just can't understand why some capitalists, instead of thinking of defending the workers, want to squeeze them to death? Maybe that's why the super factory system approached Sheng Yang, who was completely different from the black-hearted capitalists. The workers arrived. Sand and the others went to work, and the managers were making preparations before going to work. The main thing is to count the list of arriving workers and see if we can start the production line as we want it to start tomorrow. After a brief research, basically 70 of the workers are able to come to work. There are still some workers who can only come tomorrow, and there are still about 5. Is directly resigned not to come? Need to find another person. The opening of the factory means that there is money to be made. So Zhou Yang, in order to be able to start as scheduled, said to Song De, all workers who can arrive at the factory on the 8th day of the new year are rewarded with 1,000 yuan New Year's cash red packets. It's going to break the bank, but that's chump change for being able to start production. He pays a little bit of money to get the factory started on schedule and to benefit the workers, which is a win-win measure. After the turn of the day, Baidi Electric finally started work, and in the factory, the sound of electronic firecrackers was played on a subwoofer to celebrate the occasion. Song Do was right in front of the factory, giving cash red envelopes to the workers who came to work, and on the face of each worker, there was a big smile. Soon, the Whittier factory was up and running properly. The old White Emperor factory was producing TV sets and other previous goods, while the new factory mainly produced cell phones and electric blankets. And electric blankets probably have half a month peak season will end, and the sales of White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone will gradually decline. After all, the cell phone configuration update is too fast. It is estimated that there are half a year will be a new generation of cell phones will be fully overtaken by the sales will be sharply reduced. But the Whitey 1 phone, with its cheapness and excellent quality, is still expected to be a bestseller for a year or two, waiting for the price of more advanced accessories to come down. Then Zhou Yang will consider the production of the White Emperor 2 cell phone. After all, his cell phone drawings are very good. Only replace the processor and other accessories. Do not need to change too much. This kind of protection of the people's basic needs of the cell phone products. And in the future, every year, a wave of replacement of new configurations on the line. Subsequently, Zhou Yang also recruited several programmers and customer service to run the website. Everyone was incredulous that Zhou Yang had opened his official website during the Spring Festival vacation without saying a word. In the end, it's its own factory manager. It's just bull. This official website has just opened, and it owns a lot of heat. Already some netizens have started to use the Pak Tai online shopping mall to buy products, so Pak Tai can be less constrained in the future. After many days of listening to netizens who voted that they wanted appliances made by Whitey, the number 1 item on the list for now is air conditioners. Many people can't afford to place an air conditioner because they all cost more than $2,000, and they die of heat in the summer and freezing in the winter. So if Pak Tai can produce an inexpensive and good air conditioner, then they'll buy the explosion. Zhou Yang had wanted to produce air conditioners before, but just because summer hadn't arrived yet, it was put on hold. He will also solicit for a while longer so that more netizens can participate in the voting. And if the air conditioner finally gets the first place, then he will produce the air conditioner for everyone. On this day Zhou Yang finished his work in the workshop, and when he returned to the office to brush his cell phone, he realized that he had been swiped by the netizens, and they all told him to read a piece of network news. It's today's front page headline. In a central poverty-stricken county, more than a dozen students in a senior high school remedial class were hospitalized for treatment of widespread heavy metal poisoning. The reason is that there is a chemical factory around, has been illegally discharging sewage, resulting in the contamination of the drinking water in the area. The children have been drinking this contaminated tap water for a long time. They became morbid. Looking at the children, who are not yet adults, lying weakly in the hospital bed, it is really pathetic. And this poisoning may also affect their college entrance examination, and then affect their whole life. Damn chemical plant owner. Lynching him wouldn't be too much. That's it. Black-hearted like this? Should have fed this sewage to him. Arrested and shelled for 5 minutes. Netizens are overwhelmingly criticizing the unscrupulous chemical plant owner in the online community, who is really capable of doing anything to enrich himself. In fact, this pollution incident has not only affected the children, but also the health of the surrounding residents. It's just that the residents are sensing an odor in the tap water, and many of them don't use the tap water anymore. Only these senior students, who go to makeup classes before the year is over in order to take the exams, are suffering from mass poisoning because the cafeteria uses tap water for cooking. After this incident, the local officials took it very seriously and have shut down the chemical plant, controlled the people responsible, and got experts to see if the water resources can be repaired. But it's had a big impact. The whole country knows about it. Everyone is vocal about irresponsible entrepreneurs, and there are concerns about the 200,000 to 300,000 local residents, and the health of their water. Because the local is a poor county, the official from the field to mobilize a number of barrels of mineral water for the people to drink. But the local water resources is not so easy to purify, and the local officials cannot always help the people to send water for free. And finally the residents either to move to the field, or to bear the expenditure of their own family drinking water, which is a burden. When Zhou Yang saw this, he was also very angry. He saw in the picture the poor look of the hospitalized children, and it hurt, while he suddenly thought that maybe he could do something to mitigate the impact of this pollution incident. Ding dong! The system also sent a quest prompt at the right time. Chapter 102 Pak Tai JK Water Purifier. Making water purifiers to support contaminated residents. For the health of the people's water. For the health of the people. The system sent a quest prompt, and Zhou Yang thought of it together. Zhou Yang then opened the system interface to exchange the water purifier drawings. Water purifiers are supposed to be the fastest electrical device in the area that can ensure water for the residents. Moreover, the water purifier can be used not only for the residents of this polluted county, but also for some users, companies or families, who have requirements for water quality. After all, our country is so big, and not all places have good quality tap water. Relying on this news event, water purifiers are expected to become a popular product nowadays. Zhou Yang through the search in the system mall, found a X2 home direct induction water purifier. This water purifier, according to the page description, water purification ability is super strong, and there are 3 styles, a kind of access to the bottom of the kitchen sink, filtering the kitchen water, a kind of use of barrel water, a kind of connection to the tap water. Such a drawing with 3 models would be very suitable for Zhou Yang's requirements. System, this water purifier, can it filter tap water contaminated with heavy metals? Zhou Yang asked. Could be. The system replied. This X2 model is an epoch-making water purifier with an original nanoscale filter that filters out most harmful substances. However, you should change the filter cartridge in time, and if the water quality is poor, you may have to change it more frequently than normal use. Zhou Yang nodded. Even if the filter cartridge is replaced, that is still more cost-effective than the local residents moving their families, or buying barrels of water every day. Only this water purifier actually need 300 points to exchange. This exchange price is more outrageous. Zhou Yang has not exchanged such expensive drawings. Why is it so expensive? Zhou Yang asked. The system replied. This transcendent water purifier is at least 8 years ahead of the industry, and a drawing of 3 models comes with a production line and patent for an exclusive nanofilter cartridge. That's why it's expensive. It turns out that this drawing comes with more stuff, and comparing it to some water dispensers that only sell for 30 or 50 points, the sterilization and filtration functions are all limited, and they also can't filter water that is overloaded with heavy metals. And the system said beyond the market 8 years' time should be true. Anyway, this style, it is not the design style of the current stage of the water purifier. Maybe it is really from the future products. Since this water purifier is so gripping, he decided to buy this one. Dropping 300 points. Payment completed. Purchased X2 water purifier complete set of drawings and patents. Filter cartridge production line. The reason why this water purifier is so expensive is because it is more technologically advanced and comes with a complementary patent and production line. There is a lot of unique technology here in order to be better than the water purifiers on the market. In terms of results, and if there is a patent, no one else can produce it. In the future, no one will surpass this water purifier, at least for a few years. Then he, Zhou Yang, began to edit the drawings. First of all, the original water purifier's suggested retail price starts at $5,000, which is way too expensive for Whitey's style. Then it would have to be redacted and all the expensive parts removed. However, after Zhou Yang viewed, it was found that the price of this water purifier, expensive in the research and development costs and patents, drawings attached to the special nanofilter cartridge, the research and development costs of tens of millions of dollars, and therefore amortized to each water purifier. The price of this naturally went up. The cost of this water purifier, itself, is all plastic-based and nothing overly expensive. Then it was a good thing that Zhou Yang started the proper magical transformation. The first is the control unit. The original water purifier used the internet function, can be connected to the smart housekeeper. There is even an LCD display, can receive WeChat. This is not needed at all. Bluetooth and electronic modules are deleted. This saves hundreds. Then leave out some of the fancy RGB light strips as well, expensive ceramic and metal parts, and replace them with cheap, good plastic, which also cuts costs significantly. There are also imported components used all over the inside, all replaced with domestic parts, again saving at least part of the cost. Finally, the most critical part of the filtration. This part cannot be saved at all. The most critical filtration depends on it, but the cost of replacing the cartridge is more expensive. May change a few times to catch up with the price of a water purifier. Want a water purifier is cheap and good, but also in this area to think. A normal business would definitely want to tie up consumers with consumables. While Zhou Yang is thinking about costs for users, he carefully studied the drawings of this nano cartridge and found out that it could withstand some human manipulation. Zhou Yang had an idea in his mind that he needed to make it and then he would experiment with it. The drawings came with 3 models of water purifiers with similar functions. And once the entire optimization was completed, the system prompted for Zhou Yang to name them. Zhou Yang thought about it. The purpose of this water purifier is to let people drink water health. Then simply take the health pinyin abbreviation JK, White JK water purifier. Water purifiers are made, but they need to be costed. Taking away the fact that you can't save on filtration materials, the final tally comes out to be $167 for the base 800G water purifier and $273 for the top-of-the-line 1600G water purifier. All 3 models cost about the same and hover around $200, with higher and lower costs depending on capacity and processing power. The cost of this filter material accounted for the bulk of the cost has reached more than 100 yuan. Even if the gift of a special nanofilter cartridge production line, the light of that is structure, the cost of 50 yuan, if not no R&D costs. The light of this part, the cost of the fast 500 yuan. No wonder the original equipment to sell so expensive. And the replacement of cartridges is not cheap. Change of 500 yuan, which who can stand? The cost is there and the pricing is out. The lowest 800G water purifier with an MSRP of $199 makes $33 each. The middle model sells between $249 to $279 and makes a couple dozen dollars. The highest 1600G version, which sells for $299, only makes $27, or the price of a friend. But Whitey is surviving on thin margins, and it has been proven that there is no fear of earning less on a single item. As long as the sales volume is high enough, then there is profit. This can be seen by looking at Baidu's current financial statement. After the payment for Hongtu's foreign trade arrives one after another, Baidu already has hundreds of millions of RMB in cash flow, which can be higher than the profits of many enterprises. This also strengthens the original intention of Zhou Yang to make low-priced products for the people. Immediately after the drawings of the Baidu JK water purifier came out, Zhou Yang handed over the operating procedures to Song De, and asked him to take the workers who had been cut down from the production line of electric blankets and train them to make water purifiers. At the same time nano cartridge production line, there will be manufacturers of engineers over to install. This equipment is not large. Find a small plant can be released. Okay, I'll set it up. Uncle Sung Tak immediately went to set up, although he is old, but work is very conscientious and responsible, and nimble not procrastination. Next, Zhou Yang began to pay attention to the subsequent development of that poisoning news. After a day, the South Glass County, where the water pollution accident occurred, opened an account for charitable donations, because the county finances were already in the red and could not provide too much help. So it hoped that knowledgeable people in the community could provide help to the residents of the contaminated areas. Zhou Yang looked at it. Then it was done. And in the future, his first batch of water purifiers would come in handy. Now that there was no time to lose, Zhou Yang immediately went to purchase the raw materials needed for the water purifier. Chapter 103, Buying Nanomaterials. Uncle Lu, do you have these parts here? After Zhou Yang met, he handed Lu Shi a list of parts. Lu Shi's not so good, put the list farther, holding a cigarette, squinting eyes to see a little, then said, how do you still use nanomaterials in this water purifier? This I do not have. And you have these 3 kinds of rubber mats of special size need to be customized. The quantity is small and very expensive. Each kind of more than 200,000 or more. Each can be cheaper 10 cents. Other parts are available. Uncle Lu is worthy of being the largest parts supplier in the district. Business ability is strong. Zhou Yang did not write that he was going to make a water purifier. He knew it at a glance. That's fine. I'm sure I want more than 200,000 rubber rings. Let's do 500,000 for the first batch, and talk to the manufacturer. I'll pay for it in a lump sum in cash, so they can make it cheaper. Zhou Yang is now relying on the sale of foreigner electric blankets. Money, orders are also wealthy, can pay cash directly, not like before. Even the cost of materials cannot be paid. Okay, go back and wait. I'll get it all done for you. Lu Shi just finished talking to Zhou Yang on this side, and then another call came from that side, so he couldn't care less about him. Uncle Lu, don't forget. Zhou Yang instructed a sentence before he left, fearing that he would be busy and forget. Lu Shi waved his hand, signaling that he had it all in his head. Zhou Yang then went to another place, because he bought the nanomaterials. The general place is not really. Deep Town can inquire. Only one enterprise in production. Or and the Chinese Academy of Sciences have cooperation. Sounds quite bullish. Zhou Yang and the salesman threw the phone on the address to find the location. From the outside of the plant to see that the degree of security here is very high. There are barbed wire and a lot of monitoring and control. And the building in his industrial park is completely different. As if a large hood, the plant are wrapped tightly. Hello, I called earlier. White Emperor Company. Zhou Yang came and explained the situation to the security guard. Li, the guests have arrived. As soon as the security guard had a voice, a man around 30 years old came over from inside. He was the salesman who had just spoken to Zhou Yang. The salesman did the guest pass for Zhou Yang before leading him in. Didn't go to the plant, though, because it was written everywhere. Research site, strictly forbidden to enter, and so on. The salesman then explained that they have a lot of confidential patented technology here, so outsiders are not allowed to enter the production plant. He can only take Zhou Yang to the office building to talk. The male salesman, who was in his 30s, then led Zhou Yang to the sample showroom. There's a lot of nanomaterials here. There were nanofilaments, nanopolymers, nanofibers, and of course the nanosponges that Zhou Yang wanted to buy this time. Our company is the premier nanomaterials production base in South China, and even in China, and has won a number of national awards. This salesman followed the routine and introduced Zhou Yang to the awards their company had won. I understand all of this. Just bring out the samples. Zhou Yang does not like to hear this. Anyway, close to this one. Take a look at it first, and if it is not qualified, then we can only go to the manufacturers outside the province. The male salesman then took out the nano sponge that Zhou Yang wanted. Said sponge, in fact, is a sponge-like gray nanomaterial. Touch the surface is a little soft, and the texture of the sponge is somewhat similar, hence the name. Looking like a sponge, but not very absorbent. There are very many fine holes inside that allow water to pass through, but filter out a lot of impurities in the water and molecular level impurities. The nano cartridge that Zhou Yang obtained is relying on this material to filter heavy metals. At Zhou Yang's request, the salesman came to do the experiment, and this material hardly hindered the water at all, but it could filter the substances in the water. As for the mud and sand and so on is too simple. This is not even use nanomaterials. Really can use nanomaterials to filter. Are not visible to the naked eye impurities. Zhou Yang's own eyes cannot see good or bad, so he used his hand to touch the nano sponge. Let the system give him to check the good or bad. Super factory system, passed inspection, ready for use. Then Zhou Yang this is relieved, and then asked how much this is. We're more expensive here. We sell them by the kilo. The salesman quote is also very bull. This nano sponge a kilogram of 10,000 yuan, is really a bit outrageous. This is the reason why nano cartridge estimates are expensive. The salesman said, you are really well informed. This nano sponge is the first of its kind in the world, and it has only been researched for more than 3 months. Are you planning to use it for filtration? That would be a direction of application, because this is a new nanomaterial. So basically no water purifier company used to do research and development of the filter material, or even do not even know there is such a thing. According to the objective law, it basically takes a few years before a water purifier manufacturer brings it in for research. Of course, just nanomaterials is not enough. That cartridge design structure is exquisite. All structures work together to make a highly efficient filtration effect of the cartridge. It is no wonder that the drawing said to spend tens of millions of dollars to do research. Research and development must have done a very large number of experiments, consumed a very large amount of energy and time. Fortunately, Zhou Yang had a system in order to be able to exchange such an advanced water purifier cartridge at the cost of points. I want a lot. Can I get it cheaper? Zhou Yang asked. How much do you want? The salesman asked. How much do you guys want that can be cheaper? Zhou Yang asked him back. If you can reach the discounted price, you have to order more than 300 kilograms at least. The salesman said. Zhou Yang is calculating. His water purifier nanofilter is a consumable, a filter element to a little. Each filter element 8 to 10 months to replace a, generally poor water quality. Replacement time is short. In accordance with this case, the 300 kilograms of nanosponge, and even some of them are not enough. How long is the shelf life of this nano sponge of yours? Zhou Yang asked. The salesman says, at least 3 years at -10°C-60°C in ventilated, dry conditions, and even 5 years when well preserved. That was fine. Zhou Yang was negotiating the price with them. If you want 300 kilograms, I'll give you $9,700 a kilogram. That's $291 million. The salesman said. It's too expensive and the discount is too low. Zhou Yang said with dissatisfaction. At this price, the cost of his cartridge is too high. Even up to 60 or 70 a cartridge will affect his entire water purifier selling price. That's not low. We don't make much profit with this nano sponge, the salesman said. Zhou Yang looked at him and smiled. It was a very bright smile that seemed to know everything. The businessman felt that he had been seen through. Call your manager if you don't have discount privileges, Zhou Yang said. The salesman really didn't have that much authority, and he could also see that Zhou Yang was very unusual, presumably a big customer. So he went to find the manager of their sales department to come over. This sales manager is a 37 or 88 years old man, just the right age. Wearing a suit is very regular. Hello, Boss Zhou. This manager came up to shake hands and then familiarly distributed cigarettes, which were yellow cranes. Anyone who can be a sales manager knows this way of getting closer. The manager said, this nanomaterial of ours, which was newly developed not long ago, is complicated and costly to make, so it can't be very cheap. And what if I want this number? Zhou Yang suddenly raised his index finger to the letter 1, startling the manager. Chapter 103, Buying Nanomaterials. Uncle Lu, do you have these parts here? After Zhou Yang met, he handed Lu Shui a list of parts. Lu Shui years old eyes are not great, put the list farther away, holding a cigarette, squinting eyes to see, said, how do you still use nanomaterials in this water purifier? This I do not have. And you have these 3 kinds of rubber mats of special size need to be customized. The quantity is small and very expensive. Each kind of more than 200,000 or more. Each can be cheaper 10 cents. Other parts are available. Uncle Lu is worthy of being the largest parts supplier in the district. Business ability is strong. Zhou Yang did not write that he was going to make a water purifier. He knew it at a glance. That's fine. I'm sure I want more than 200,000 rubber rings. Let's make the first batch of 500,000 first, and talk to the manufacturer. I'll pay for it in a lump sum in cash, so they can make it cheaper. Zhou Yang is now relying on the sale of foreigner electric blankets. Money orders are also wealthy, can pay cash directly, not like before. Even the cost of materials cannot be paid. Okay, go back and wait. I'll get it all done for you. Lu Shi just finished talking to Zhou Yang on this side, and then another call came from that side, so he couldn't care less about him. Uncle Lu, don't forget. Zhou Yang instructed a sentence before he left, fearing that he would be busy and forget. Lu Shui waved his hand, signaling that he had it all in his head. Zhou Yang then went to another place, because he bought the nanomaterials. The general place is not really. Deep Town can inquire. Only one enterprise in production, or in the Chinese Academy of Sciences have cooperation. Sounds quite bullish. Zhou Yang and the salesman threw the phone on the address to find the location. From the outside of the plant to see the high degree of security here. There are barbed wire and a lot of monitoring and control. And the building in his industrial park is completely different. As if a large hood, the plant are wrapped tightly. Hello, I called earlier. White Emperor Company. Zhou Yang came and explained the situation to the security guard. "Li, the guests have arrived." As soon as the security guard gave a voice, a man around 30 years old came over from inside. He was the salesman who had just spoken to Zhou Yang. The salesman did the guest pass for Zhou Yang before leading him in. Didn't go to the plant, though, because it was written everywhere. Research site, strictly forbidden to enter, and so on. The salesman then explained that they have a lot of confidential patented technology here, so outsiders are not allowed to enter the production plant. He can only take Zhou Yang to the office building to talk. The male salesman, who was in his 30s, then led Zhou Yang to the sample showroom. There's a lot of nanomaterials here. There were nanofilaments, nanopolymers, nanofibers, and of course the nanosponges that Zhou Yang wanted to buy this time. Our company is the premier nanomaterials production base in South China, and even in China, and has won a number of national awards. This salesman followed the routine and introduced Zhou Yang to the awards their company had won. I understand all of this. Just bring out the samples. Zhou Yang does not like to hear this. Anyway, close to this one. Take a look at it first, and if it is not qualified, then we can only go to the manufacturers outside the province. The male salesman then took out the nano sponge that Zhou Yang wanted. Said sponge, in fact, is a sponge-like gray nanomaterial. Touch the surface is a little soft, and the texture of the sponge is somewhat similar, hence the name. Looking like a sponge, but not very absorbent. There are very many fine holes inside that allow water to pass through, but filter out a lot of impurities in the water and molecular level impurities. The nano cartridge that Zhou Yang obtained is relying on this material to filter heavy metals. At Zhou Yang's request, the salesman came to do the experiment, and this material hardly hindered the water at all, but it could filter the substances in the water. As for the mud and sand and so on is too simple. This is not even use nanomaterials. The real can use nanomaterials to filter, are not visible to the naked eye impurities. Zhou Yang's own eyes cannot see good or bad, so he used his hand to touch the nano sponge. Let the system give him to check the good or bad. Super factory system, passed inspection, ready for use. Then Zhou Yang this is relieved, and then asked how much this is. We're more expensive here. We sell them by the kilo. The salesman quote is also very bull. This nano sponge a kilogram of 10,000 yuan, is really a bit outrageous. This is the reason why nano cartridge estimates are expensive. The salesman said, you are really well informed. This nano sponge is the first of its kind in the world, and it has only been researched for more than 3 months. Are you planning to use it in filtration? That would be a direction of application, because this is a new nanomaterial. So basically no water purifier company used to do research and development of the filter material, or even do not even know there is such a thing. According to the objective law, it basically takes a few years before a water purifier manufacturer brings it in for research. Of course, just nanomaterials is not enough. That cartridge design structure is exquisite. All structures work together to make a highly efficient filtration effect of the cartridge. It is no wonder that the drawings said to spend tens of millions of dollars to do research. Research and development must have done a very large number of experiments, consumed a very large amount of energy and time. Fortunately, Zhou Yang had a system in order to be able to spend points to be able to exchange such an advanced water purifier cartridge. I want a lot. Can I get it cheaper? Zhou Yang asked. How much do you want? The salesman asked. How much do you guys want that can be cheaper? Zhou Yang asked him back. If you can reach the discounted price, you have to order more than 300 kilograms at least. The salesman said. Zhou Yang is calculating. His water purifier nanofilter is a consumable, a filter element to a little. Each filter element 8 to 10 months to replace a, generally poor water quality. Replacement time is short. In accordance with this case, the 300 kilograms of nano sponge, and even some of them are not enough. How long is the shelf life of this nano sponge of yours? Zhou Yang asked. The salesman says, at least 3 years at -10°C-60°C in ventilated, dry conditions, and even 5 years when well preserved. That was fine. Zhou Yang was negotiating the price with them. If you want 300 kilograms, I'll give you $9,700 a kilogram. That's $291 million. The salesman said. It's too expensive and the discount is too low. Zhou Yang said with dissatisfaction. At this price, the cost of his cartridge is too high. Even up to 60 or 70 a cartridge will affect his entire water purifier selling price. That's not low. We don't make much profit with this nano sponge. The salesman said. Zhou Yang looked at him and smiled. It was a very bright smile that seemed to know everything. The businessman felt that he had been seen through. Call your manager if you don't have discount privileges, Zhou Yang said. The salesman really didn't have that much authority, and he could also see that Zhou Yang was very unusual, presumably a big customer. So he went to find the manager of their sales department to come over. This sales manager Is a 37 or 88 years old man? Just the right age. Wearing a suit is very regular. Hello, Boss Joe. This manager came up to shake hands and then familiarly distributed cigarettes, which were yellow cranes. Anyone who can be a sales manager knows this way of getting closer. The manager said, "This nanomaterial of ours, which was newly developed not long ago, is complicated and costly to make, so it can't be very cheap. And what if I want this number?" Zhou Yang suddenly raised his index finger to the letter 1, startling the manager. Chapter 104, Taking It Cheap. Do you want 1 ton? The manager was shocked. This new nanomaterials, since the development, sold a few small orders. The highest single customer only want a few kilograms. Did not expect Zhou Yang will have to 1 ton at once. They have not produced so much material. After all, for this exaggerated price, they don't even have that much stock in the warehouse, and only produced 100 kilograms during the trial production more than 3 months ago, and most of the finished products are still stored in the warehouse. After all, this new nanomaterial, in addition to the industry, basically no one knows, and no one understands the usefulness. The manager did not expect to meet such a large order. Now the manager knows that Zhou Yang is not simple, and hurriedly let the salesman over to make tea, with a good long jing, which is specially prepared for the inspection of the leadership and VIP good tea. Zhou Yang immediately jumped to the treatment of the guest of honor. "If you guys are cheaper, I'm definitely going to buy more than a ton," Zhou Yang said. "I heard the salesman say, you said you want to use nano sponge to do water filtration materials. This in the design had thought of having this application, but did not test the specific filtration data. I suggest, or take the sample to test. After all, I can't stop the production of this boot." This manager is still more sincere. He suggested that Zhou Yang first to test the data. If it is not suitable, when the time to produce Zhou Yang do not want, then maybe a good deal. It is going to be a dispute. I tested the performance. If the price is right, the follow-up is more than the amount of 1 ton. And I can also help you make a name for yourselves. And by the way, verify the quality of the product, and then in the publicity page, write your company's name, so that you accompanied by the White Emperor water purifier fame in the country, and in the future, there is a pure enterprise, may come to buy your materials. Zhou Yang exerted the attribute of his 3-inch tongue to convince the manager to give him a discount. The manager was also interested in hearing about it. There are good products rotting in the warehouse cannot be sold, which is miserable for a business. But if you can discount, or even do not make money, to give the product a name, the equivalent of an advertisement, this deal is cost-effective. But the manager didn't know about Whitey, so he looked around a little bit and found out that Whitey spans a number of product categories and has been pretty hot online lately, so maybe there really is a door. The manager then gave a discounted price of 8,500 yuan per kilogram, but Zhou Yang is not satisfied, so that the price is still high, resulting in the price of cartridges accounted for too much of the proportion of the water purifier. The user may be able to afford to buy the equipment and cannot afford to change the cartridges, which certainly does not work. This price really can't get any cheaper. We're selling at a loss, the manager said. Zhou Yang smiled, said, in fact, most of the high-tech products, the cost price, many are to amortize the research and development costs. Simple production costs are not too high. I predict that this nano sponge, the cost price should not be higher than 4,000 yuan per kilogram. Then I will not allow you to lose money. 5,000 yuan for a kilogram. I can guarantee that the amount of incoming goods to the last will be in the more than 1 ton. I can guarantee that the quantity of goods will be more than 1 ton in the end. White Emperor will help you to publicize. Now wine is also afraid of deep alley. Let's earn a little and open sales between. I think the smart people know how to choose. This really spoke to the manager's heart. He pondered for a while and felt that it was feasible, but the price Zhou Yang asked for was directly cut by almost half. He could not take the liberty to make a decision. He needed to go and ask the big boss for instructions. Wait a moment, Mr. Zhou, I'll make a call. The manager went outside to make a phone call, and after about 10 minutes or so, the manager came back with a proposal as well. The manager said, your suggestion we can accept, but there is a condition, that is to sign a contract. If your sales of water dispensers do not meet the requirements, then the price will be in accordance with the preferential price of 8,500 yuan a kilogram. If you can achieve sales and have a publicity effect, you can give you a cost price of 5,000 yuan, but the goods that are given to you cannot be used for resale, only Whitey for your own use. Yes, Zhou Yang agreed, so a preliminary agreement was reached. However, the manager said that he would like to go to the Whitey factory to see. After all, this is also for the sake of peace of mind. It has to prove that Whitey has the strength to do so, lest they are fooled. These were normal requirements, and Zhou Yang immediately asked the manager to visit their factory now. Both parties then drove separately and arrived inside the Baidi Industrial Park. When he saw that Baidi had such a large industrial park, in addition to hundreds of workers in the factory, the manager believed in Baidi's strength, and the trucks that delivered the goods one by one were the best proof that Baidi's business was good, and that such a company as Baidi was able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of helping them to publicize the nanomaterials. And Zhou Yang will not lose. He paid nothing more than a publicity page to the other side of an advertisement, so that you can save real money, and ultimately back to the user. This way the nano cartridge price can be kept to about $40 and it won't be too much of a burden. Okay Mr. Zhou, we'll go back and discuss it, and we'll give you an answer soon. The manager was satisfied after the visit and shook hands with Zhou Yang before leaving. A day later, the manager replied to him, so that Zhou Yang can go to sign the contract. They agreed to sell nano sponge at a price of 5,000 yuan per kilogram. Zhou Yang then brought along Zhang Tao, the company's newly recruited legal advisor, and asked him to go with him and check if there were any legal loopholes in the contract. After all, there were specialties in the arts, and Zhou Yang was not yet very good at law and needed professionals. Zhang Tao is a distant relative of Song De's uncle, who is said to have been ostracized in his original law firm, and was not accustomed to some of his colleagues' shady practices, so he resigned angrily and was ready to switch to delivery, and was later recommended to Zhou Yang by Song De. Zhang Tao is 28 years old this year, and not to 35. Mainly lawyers this line of work, more than 35 years old is still practicing. Generally the industry is a little famous lawyers, will not condescend to come to the White Emperor this as a legal advisor. After all, White Emperor didn't have any transnational lawsuits to fight, unlike other professional lawyers who charged so much. And when you worked as a legal counselor in White Emperor, you were also paid on a monthly basis. However, if White Emperor wanted to develop, he definitely needed a legal counselor to circumvent various legal issues. So after Zhou Yang interviewed him, he felt that Zhang Tao was not a bad person, so he left him to work in the company. This was Zhang Tao's first major assignment since he took office. The two came to the nanomaterials company. This time not only the manager was there, but also their big boss, a man in his 40s, looking at wearing thick-bottomed black-framed glasses, a very introverted one, with a very thick engineering man's kind of unkempt feeling. Zhou Yang asked, and sure enough, this big boss was an expert in nanotechnology, and after he pulled in the investment, he opened this company, and he was able to develop so many nanomaterials, and he had a big role to play. The two parties talked about working together and felt that it met expectations, so they started signing contracts. The other party took out the contract template, and Zhou Yang and Zhang Tao both read it and confirmed that there were no problems, so they signed it and paid the deposit. This nanomaterial had to be produced in one go, so it would take a few days, and Zhou Yang would need to fulfill his contractual agreement. After he went back, he let the art worker Xiao Zheng design the new JK water purifier promotional page, which is written with a variety of product advantages recommended. As for the exact price, it will be announced in 10 days. This promotional page will be synchronized on all 3 online stores, as well as Whitey's own official website. Whitey launched yet another of their new products shortly after the Chinese New Year, which drew a lot of attention from fans. Chapter 105 The first water purifier on the ground. Whitey has released another new product. Why do you suddenly want to make a water purifier? Perhaps it might be related to the poisoning in South Glass County. A while back, the netizens were talking about it, and Zhou Yang then also explained the matter in the community of Baidi's official website. This Whitey JK water purifier is here to ensure that everyone's drinking water is healthy. As soon as the netizens saw the 2 letters of JK, then they could no longer control their flood. JK? Where are the JK munchkins? Zhou Yang said he's going to dance chicken, you're too beautiful for us in a JK skirt. Support. We want to see Zhou Yang wear JK. This group of LSP lurkers are attracted to the word JK. JK. Why? However, Zhou Yang did not joke. He said about JK is the abbreviation of health. I hope that everyone, and the people of South Glass County, are healthy. This time, LSP netizens all gradually calmed down and no one joked around. After all, there are still poison high school students who have not been discharged from the hospital, and it's not appropriate to make such jokes. But everyone was quick to focus on speculating on the selling price of the water purifier, relying on the previous style of Whitey. Then this water purifier won't be expensive. Probably something like 199 or 299. It shouldn't be more than 399. Otherwise Whitey wouldn't be Whitey. I'll take a blind guess at 19 bucks. Suddenly, a netizen named Master and Mistress, please respect yourself, made a shocking assertion. Someone on the spot questioned. You're funny. 19 bucks. Think it's an electric blanket? Master and Mistress, please self-respect, then said. I guessed it would not be wrong. Our company, water purifier is only 70 or 80 sometimes buy more barrels of water. People directly free to send us. Dilettanti. You simply don't understand the definition. That is called a water dispenser. Usually is a white shell, barrels of water upside down on it. It has two kinds of valves. The red valve represents hot water, the blue valve represents cold water, but there is no filtration and disinfection function. And the water purifier is a water purification function. Can filter water impurities and harmful substances. That is certainly not the same. Yes, those white water dispensers, they're usually a couple $dozen, while water purifiers start at over $1,000, and the slightly better ones sell for $2,000 or $3,000, and more expensive ones too. Netizens countered Sherfu's statement of asking for self-respect by telling people like him, who can't even get the definition right, to stop adding to the confusion. We all had our own opinions, some guessing 99, some guessing 189, 199, whatever the price. People even opened handicaps to bet on gold coins. This is certainly not a bet on 24K pure gold, but a kind of non-rechargeable virtual coins inside the community, which can only be obtained by signing in or speaking, doing tasks, etc. Gold coins can be used to change your name in the White Emperor website, by some good-looking forum skins, special fonts and so on, which are very useful. The reliance on gold coins has also spawned a lot of gameplay, which will allow netizens to experience the joy of collecting and upgrading right in the Byte online community. The handicap this time was betting on gold coins, and the net was well attended. Just when all the people are looking forward to buy DJK water purifier, Joe Yan lack of busy in the factory, because the newly arrived nano cartridge line is already being installed. It's not a very big machine, and it takes 4 workers to operate it. In addition, the universal electrical installation platform applied to the assembly of water purifiers has also arrived, with more than 20 outside workers to carry out the installation and commissioning. This mounting platform, which can produce a wide range of electronic equipment, is universal and consists of a conveyor belt, various welding torches, and an inspection table. When producing, you only need to set various parameters on the computer to assemble different electronic devices. Even if you don't produce water purifiers in the future, you can transform to produce other products at any time, which is the most suitable production line for Whitey. So Joe Yang threw more than $10 million on 5 of these large-scale production platforms, which can produce 5,000-6,000 water purifiers per day after running all day. With Joe Yang's funds given in full, it would only take a week to put up these 5 production lines. And in the nano cartridge production line gifted by the system, there was a matching operation tutorial, but no one had ever produced such an epic-making cartridge, and Joe Yang didn't understand it. So during the trial production in the first few days, Joe Yang, Song De, and the technicians in the ByD factory all gathered around to study together. At the beginning of the production of the cartridge, failure rate was very high. After 3 days of continuous experimentation, gradually mastered the trick, the yield rate is finally guaranteed. After that, it's all about training the operating staff and trying to bring up production. At the beginning, the workers were not familiar with the equipment. The machine was always on and off, and the nano cartridge was only produced a few hundred per day. And then the status was getting better and better day by day, because this cartridge production equipment is produced abroad, the whole English interface, so the operation is difficult. But after 7 days, the operator's proficiency gradually come up. A day will be able to produce 1,000 cartridges. Of course, because now the staff is not familiar with the production, so only arranged for the day shift technicians are in the case of trial production. Wait until this batch of employees can operate independently. They will let them respectively substitutes. To teach more workers, wait until the production can be all day 24 hours on the production of nano cartridges. A day a few thousand are not in the question, but that's the limit, because this production line is a gift from the system and not available elsewhere. So the number of cartridges produced limits the output of the water purifier. However, this day also has a few thousand units of production. It is not too tight. In addition to the South Glass County, this time more urgent, the rest of the users can wait and then buy. A few days later, there will always be a water purifier. After a few more days, the employees in charge of cartridge production, who were already able to operate independently, were broken up into 3 shifts and then turned on all-day production, so that the production speed was increased. And at this time, 5 assembly platforms were gradually installed, which will be the main production workshop of the water purifier. Now that the electric blanket production line is gradually reduced to 1/3 of its peak, the remaining workers come to assemble water purifiers. When the first water purifier was produced, Joe Yang tried it himself. He will be 3 different models of water purifiers, respectively, connected to the water pipe, but also directly with a bucket of water. The next is to witness the miracle of the moment. After connecting the power, you need to warm up for a while. Wait for the indicator light to turn green. Then you can supply water normally. Zhou Yang, together with Song De and the others, took a stopwatch and placed the beaker for the experiment underneath and started to test the speed of catching water. The water flow is large but steady, and the uniquely designed spout ensures that the water won't splash out. A 500 milliliters beaker was filled in just 8 or 9 seconds, which is basically enough for daily use. Continuously drain the water after the final confirmation. Can be about 4 L of water per minute. With the internal storage tank is empty, the water flow will become slow. This is a normal phenomenon, but the machine filtering faster. Wait a few minutes. The indicator light turns green, and can happily receive water. As for hot water, it's all good too, as the JK water purifier comes with a manual temperature control knob that allows you to adjust the temperature of the hot water to meet your daily needs. Uncle Sung Tak believes in his own product, and picking up the water coming out of the water purifier, he took a sip and then praised. Good. This water purifier is good. The water is clean and odorless. It did feel good to be surrounded by people who were also picking up water to drink. And for only $199, you can currently get the most basic model for 1 to 2 people. If you have a large family, you can buy the top-of-the-line $299 1600G version, which will meet the needs of 4 to 5 people. And here it is based on 2 liters of water usage per person per day. If you want to save money, you can also buy an under-kitchen cabinet without heating version of the water purifier, which will be cheaper and will satisfy both cooking and drinking water. Although there was no problem with the use, Zhou Yang needed to experiment with the cartridge. After all, according to the traditional water purifier, you need to replace a major cartridge in about 8 months. Even if the White Emperor does not make money, flat sale replacement nanofilter cartridge, but also to spend 40 yuan the cost of use is still very large. It is best to get to the point of achieving more than 1 year to replace so as to depress the cost of use. Next, Zhou Yang would have to experiment with the nano cartridge, hoping for a breakthrough. As for the other cartridges, which can be replaced for less than $10 a set, they are a no-brainer. Holding a water purifier, Zhou Yang then returned to his office. From now on, he would be using the homemade water purifier. But before you do that, make a test of the cartridge. However, when it was time to test it, Zhou Yang discovered something embarrassing because there was no professional testing equipment on hand. After all, it is not a professional water purifier manufacturer. The lack of equipment cannot wait a year and a half. Really use the data before releasing the product. Then the yellow flowers are cold. Ding! At this time, the system sent a prompt to solve Zhou Yang's troubles. Chapter 106 Turning on the finished product inspection function. System prompt. It is recommended to spend 200 points to permanently exchange the professional inspection function of electrical equipment. Zhou Yang was delighted and asked, "You can still test for me? But 200 points. That's too expensive." The system replies, "This system comes with basic functions such as raw material inspection and equipment inspection, but finished product inspection belongs to the paid unlocking function, which can be opened or not freely chosen." Open. Zhou Yang directly decided that the 200 points spent were definitely worth it, and he would save so much time and money on building the testing department in the future. 200 points paid successfully. Thanks for patronizing. Finished product inspection function is on. After the system prompts were completed, a detection icon was added to his virtual interface. Zhou Yang tapped on the icon and could see that the products that had been produced by White Emperor so far could be placed inside for testing. Finished product testing includes, but is not limited to, endurance testing, extreme environmental testing such as low and high temperatures. There are color tests for televisions, range tests for electric cars, and different tests for each commodity anyway. This was great, and Zhou Yang hurriedly targeted the test on the water purifier. Then the system is shown as a simulation in the detection. Virtual animation shows flying through the spring, summer, fall and winter. Then, a few minutes later, with a tick, the system was tested. Whitey JK water purifier finished product testing is complete. Through 1000 equipment simulation run normal use state. According to each person 2 liters of water per day. The main body of the equipment trouble-free use time in 6 to 10 years. Among them, no. 1 stainless steel filter. 4 to 5 years of service life. Need to be cleaned once a month. No. 2 CF composite cartridge. 9 to 10 months to replace once. No. 3 RO reverse osmosis cartridge. 24 months to replace once. No. 4 nano cartridge. 13 months to replace once. Equipment with cartridge alarm function. Once a cartridge is close to the service life, it will be yellow light warning. Change to red light. That is unavailable state. The equipment will no longer work. You need to replace the cartridge. in order to normal use. Joe Yang see this test result is satisfied, and nano filter cartridge service life more than his expectations, so that a year to replace a full set of filter material, probably costing less than 50 yuan, the average person can accept. Now with the systematic test results, the specific parameters of the product, and the warranty period are determined, which is very important for the product. Then Joe Yang notified the artisans and made the official merchandise publicity page pictures. The parameters of the Whitey JK water purifier with the top 1600 GR. Authorized voltage, 220V. Approved power, 2500 W. Power consumption, H/24H. Water flow, 4 liters per minute. Water tank volume, 5L. Rated water purification capacity, 6500 L. Ambient temperature, 3-45 C. Protection against electric shock, category I. Net weight, 5 kilograms. Product size, length 434 mm. The overall product warranty of 3 years, in addition to cartridges and filtering supplies, the main components of the equipment for the warranty of 5 years. But the new machine requires a certain degree of hands-on installation capabilities. That's basically it. Water purifiers are cheap enough and effective enough that even contaminated tap water is up to the level of use after passing through a water purifier. Only this water purifier still has a flaw, and that is the lack of an offline service team at Whittier. This is the gap between Whitey and other large electrical companies. Due to the rise of Too Fast, there is no heritage. Many supporting service sites have not been established. Like this water purifier, which requires some installation skills, is relatively simple for the average adult male. Wiring, connecting plumbing, or taking a measurement for a kitchen cabinet. But for some people with no installation experience, it could be a disaster. This is really a hard hit for Baidi, because when Dad gave the factory to Zhou Yang, Baidi was just an OEM factory without its own products, making OEM products for other people, and there was no after-sales site at all. Now Zhou Yang is busy with the expansion of new products. For the time being, he does not have too much energy to set up service stations in all major cities across the country, which requires a lot of money and management personnel. This point has given Zhou Yang a wake-up call. He needs to start preparing the after-sales service system, otherwise selling electronic products, no installation services, many products will not do well. Once the experiments were thoroughly successful, the Whittier factory began producing 3 models of water purifiers at full capacity. On the first day, the workshop produced 800 water purifiers. This is mainly due to the unskilled assembly process. It is normal that workers with no experience in water purifier assembly will not be able to do it fast, and will need at least 10 days and a half months to become a skilled worker. Now Zhou Yang demanded just to ensure the quality of production, and then he announced the preview of the new product launch on Baidi's website. This was followed by numerous journalists from the tech media, who came to apply to come and participate. After all, Whitey is also known in the industry, relying on the good experience of the previous cell phone launch. The last time to participate in the reporter have come over, but also more than a few new peers. After all, there are news hotspots and prizes to be won here in Whitey. And why wouldn't a reporter be happy to come over and not lose money? And more reporters are free publicity opportunities. Zhou Yang certainly will not let go, and so came to agree to all. The launch was then scheduled for 3 days later. These 3 days, Zhou Yang asked the office of the Big Sisters to help set up the launch of the auditorium venue, but also let the newly recruited large factory optimize down a few 35-year-old older staff for him to write a speech. And there are also people to do PowerPoint. These people were good at doing this work before, and the things they made Zhou Yang was satisfied after reading them, much better than if he had written them himself. Subsequently is to set up the auditorium site, put flowers, pull on the banner. There are a variety of decorative embellishments. The office Big Sister out of the way. This work is done very quickly, except that their aesthetics are in the 90s. There is a kind of school auditorium of the kind of heavy, full of retro atmosphere. But Zhou Yang wasn't picky, and he was satisfied with the way it was set up without spending a lot of money. Previously, there was no condition. The launch was very simple. Now Whitey is also gradually building the brand image, so the launch should be done properly. Ma, the office director, specially organized the few young male and female workers in the factory to pour water and welcome the guests on the day of the launch. Everything is organized and ready to go. Soon, on the day of the launch, Baidi Industrial Park, came more than 20 media. All came to pay attention to this new water purifier. Water purifiers are not popular appliances, but still so many journalists came, which is enough to prove the heat of Whitey now. By the time it was 9:30 a.m., Zhou Yang walked to the front of the stage, while at the same time the employees of the White Emperor on the stage applauded from below, welcoming their own leader to the stage. Other journalists applauded along with them. The last time Zhou Yang gave everyone cell phones, He won people over and they were willing to cooperate. Hello friends, thank you for coming to the show. Today we are releasing another new product from Whitey. This time the main character is Whitey JK Water Purifier. Joe Young came up and thanked the media and the audience. This time it was still live. Only this time the live broadcast was different from the past, as it was on the White Emperor's own website, synchronized globally. As long as you download their White Emperor app, or register an account in the online community, you can watch the live broadcast for free, and the effect of other live broadcast platforms is the same, relying on the server bandwidth, the highest support 4K Blu-ray resolution. Joe Yang began to formally explain the functions of ByDJK Water Purifier. Chapter 107 Testing of Water Purifiers. We have this water purifier with large capacity, high water output and quietness. Joe Yang said these features, belonging to the standard equipment of the water purifier, watching the live broadcast of the audience, are saying this is it? Obviously not satisfied. Since this is the case, then Joe Yang will say something about the unique advantages of the ByDJK Water Purifier. That is, 4 layers of ultra-strong filtration. The first layer of filtration, a stainless steel filter. When Joe Yang introduced, he was using the controller in his hand to control the projection on the background wall, which was a PowerPoint made by the office clerk, and the graphic was beautifully done. These had been fired by the big factory of middle-aged White Emperor staff. PPT. Report these abilities, has been tempered to perfection. The level than fresh graduates to know where to go. The effect of this launch is so refined, it cannot be separated from their efforts. Joe Yang is also considered to pick up the treasure. At this moment, on the projection, the first layer of filters Joe Young had mentioned was displayed. The first layer of stainless steel filters for large impurities. Joe Young pressed his finger, then changed to the next filtered screen. The second layer CF composite cartridge contains PP cotton, which filters visible impurities such as sediment and suspended matter. The additional CTO activated carbon absorbs foreign colors and removes odors from the water. Then the screen turns again and transitions to the third filter layer introduction. The third layer of RO reverse osmosis membrane removes heavy metals, bacteria, viruses, etc. The last filtration layer is the core technology this time, the nano cartridge. This nano cartridge of ours is a super enhanced version of the first 3 filtration technologies, using the new nano sponge from the city's nanobiotechnology company, which exceeds the filtration level of our peers by 3 times, and can completely guarantee the safety of water use, as long as it's not sewage freshly discharged from a chemical plant, and normal river water, groundwater, and all can be filtered. When Joe Yang finished his introduction, the netizens who were good nitpickers were unconvinced and asked in the pop-ups if the water of the Yellow River could be filtered. The smart VR glasses that Joe Yang was wearing that he had just purchased online had a pop-up from the live broadcast typed on it, and when he saw it, he said, "This is a good question. It's hard for me to suspect that you're not a trustee of our White Emperor." Then a staff member handed over a bottle of very cloudy water. The bottle was yellow with sediment visible to the naked eye, and the label on it noted that it was Yellow River water. As soon as Joe Young pressed the controller, the PPT flipped to the next page, which was a screenshot of an online purchase, which was the Yellow River water that Joe Young had bought from the internet. Nowadays there are people selling everything on the internet, as well as selling air, selling the soil of a certain place, and it's not uncommon to see people selling Yellow River water like this one naturally. Look at this, everyone, but I paid for it, $5 a bottle, even more than some mineral water. Next, I'm going to use this bottle of Yellow River water and try filtering it. When Joe Young finished, everyone laughed in unison. It turned out that this is what he meant by 2. Just now someone said filtering the Yellow River water, but it turned out that Joe Young had already prepared it. In fact, that netizen wasn't ATO. It was just that Joe Young thought of going in front of them, which was called anticipation. Then, Joe Young took this bottle of Yellow River water and poured it into the working JK water purifier. The netizens are posting pop-ups together, saying that Joe Yang is a cruel man who was even more cruel than Hoguafen. Soon, when the green light came on, it meant that the filtration was ready. So Joe Yang received a cup of water, which turned out to be very clear, and he tilted his neck and drank it. Holy shit, that's a lot of water purification? Many netizens let out a gasp. What the heck? It must be a technique used to steal the water source so he dares to drink it. It's actually tap water. A netizen called Cherry Old Biden posted his critical thoughts. As we all know, network spammers are the same as mosquitoes and cockroaches. Cannot be extinct creatures? They are everywhere. No great harm, but will make people unusually disgusting. This side of the release of new products. These jets are demolishing the stage. Joe Yang saw the words of these jets from his glasses, and in order to convince the other side, he said, "There's no need to doubt my sincerity. After all the tests are done, I will personally open this water purifier, so everyone can see if there's anything fishy about the construction inside or not. After that, Zhou Yang began to introduce the water storage tank, which has UV ultraviolet lamps, can be filtered water, ultraviolet light poisoning, which is a natural and harmless way to kill poison, much better than adding bleach in the water. The heart is weak. How to test a yellow river water? Do not dare to test something else, but that's spewing netizen. Cherry old Biden. Keep seizing on it, typically looking for something to do. Zhou Yang first finished introducing the basic parameters and functions of the water purifier. The following to meet this spray. This netizen named Cherry old Biden. I'll satisfy you. I'll conduct some extreme tests below to show you the water purification ability of this whitey water purifier of ours. Then Zhou Yang unloaded the previous pure water bucket, and continuously hold down the water button to empty all the water in the tank. This time the equipment lit up a red light, indicating that there is no water. Zhou Yang is going to come out with a hard job. He took an unopened bottle of pure water and poured half a bucket. Then he added the ingredients it prepared one by one. These materials are sand, 5 types of vinegar, soy sauce, white wine, and chemical heavy metal solutions. Even cephalosporin, ground into a powder and dissolved in hot water, was added to the bucket of water. Of course, other can add more, but those kinds of heavy metal solution add more a little bit of life. The main thing, this thing is difficult to filter, but also add 2 milliliters of each kind of it. F***ck me. Zhou Yang, are you an alchemist or a poisoning expert, creating a highly toxic solution here? Bull beep. This is a cephalosporin with wine. Once you drink it, you're gone. Don't tell me you're going to purify this bucket of water and drink it. That's not a joke. The netizens were shocked, not expecting Zhou Yang to start playing for real. We, Whitey, are real businesses, and since some people don't believe us, let's speak with real results. Zhou Yang disconnected the power before the experiment began, and then added 3 cell phones to each of the front and back of this water purifier, shooting live from 3 different viewpoints, lest it be said that he was playing a catfight. These cell phones spread the live feed so everyone could see the water purifier, which had nothing but a power cord. Then Zhou Yang in front of the camera. The water purifier open. Can be removed filter components to show everyone? Can clearly see the water purifier has been empty. There is no water inside. Take a good look. There's no more water in here. I'm going to put the bucket up. Then, Zhou Yang watched the scale. Poison water. A moment he also want to use a measuring cylinder. Connect out about 4 L of water, so that people will not doubt the ability of the water purifier. The poison bucket was placed on top of the water purifier and gulped and began to fill it. The indicator light of the water purifier turns into a yellow light working state, and then you can faintly hear the noise of the equipment inside, which is not obvious, and after a volume test, there are about 40 decibels, which is tolerable. Only in the working state, there will be noise, usually standby state. The water purifier is still very quiet. Soon the light on the water purifier changed to green and it was ready to use. Zhou Yang placed the measuring cylinder underneath the water purifier and was about to press the water catch button. The netizens in front of the screen were holding their breath to witness the miracle. And now the reporters. They all raised their cameras and kept shooting. They felt that they were going to have a breaking news this time. Zhou Yang, who was now in the limelight, then confidently pressed the button. Chapter 108 Poison water becomes fresh water. Wow! Soon a stream of clear water came down, infilling the measuring cylinder. Seeing that the water flow was clear, the netizens had opened their mouths wider and wider, and as the water flowed more and more, it showed that the water purifier had purified that bucket of strangely colored poisonous water into clear water, which was unbelievable. The rest of the water, after filtering, has been in hazardous substances are converged in the waste tank. So the explanation is that the bucket of poison water just now has been turned into fresh water. No way? Is that so amazing? Yes, just now that bucket of poisonous water, all the same color as slop. Looking at it is disgusting and fearful. So a moment to become clear water? I don't know if I can drink it, even though it's filtered and clear? Just as the netizens were discussing, Zhou Yang had already fetched a cup of water and directly drank it in one go. No way? How dare you drink this? There are heavy metals in there. The students in South Glass County were poisoned by this stuff. There is also cephalosporin with alcohol in it. This are drinking. This is trying to live to kill themselves? The netizens were blowing up, saying anything and everything, and the pop-ups were swiping all over the place. They had never seen such a ruthless man, and now they called Zhou Yang not ruthless man but wolf destroyer. Wow! The reporters on the stage were also clamoring. This is too amazing. They immediately called on the station to say that they would work overtime and quickly publish this news. This is the flow. This is even more amazing than when the old 88 Xiang. Well, at least the old 88 Xiang is just disgusting. but that thing is not fatal. While this bucket of water get it wrong is to drink into the box. Factory manager. The employees under the stage all nervously gathered over, fearing that something would go wrong with Zhou Yang. I'm fine. Zhou Yang made a gesture, signaling everyone to calm down and return to their posts. Have faith in the capabilities of your own product. The pop-ups were now posting shocked and thumbs-up emoticons, and the many difficult netizens were overwhelmed by Zhou Yang's actions. The spammer, Cherry Old Billboard, jumped in again and said he'd have another drink if he could, and then he'd stay on the air and not go to the hospital. No problem. I also happen to be a little thirsty. Zhou Yang then fetched another cup of water and drank it dry again in one gulp. Everyone looks on in awe. This is really a case of not wanting to die in order to introduce a new product. Some concerned netizens of Zhou Yang said, we believe you. Hurry up and go to the hospital. Fearful that something has gone wrong with their favorite whitey boss. However, Zhou Yang is not worried at all. Let the staff took a cup of water for sealing, and then to be sent to a professional testing organization. When the time will be the water sample test report published online, so that everyone can see their water purifier water purification indicators qualified or not. You must have switched the water. That's when Cherry Old Biden showed up again, not realizing at all how annoying he was. Get lost quickly. Admit that people's BD products are excellent can die. That's right. Are you in a bad mood because you can't find your birth mother and you're doubting everything on the internet? Netizens defending Zhou Yang stepped in and spoke rather damagingly, insinuating that this Cherry Old Biden has no mom. Netizens have a scale in their hearts. People Zhou Yang have done so. It is impossible to fake, and there is no need, even if he blew sky high, netizens to buy the product home, followed by a test is not what the results have come out. Whitey's products all promise to pay 10 for one fake, so it's not like they're going to openly do false advertising because they think it's too much money. Is it? Is this too hard not to get fined by the BIA? Zhou Yang thanked all the netizens who defended him, but in order to completely block the mouths of the jet-setters, Zhou Yang unplugged that water purifier, and then drew out the waste tank, and you could see that there was wastewater inside that emitted an unpleasant odor. It was also true that there was wine and vinegar and all sorts of strange substances in this water. It would be a hell if this wastewater could smell good, but this also proves that the water purifier is excellent. Can be a bucket of poisonous water are filtered clean? This water purification ability really break through the sky. Anyway, we have never seen such an awesome water purifier. Indeed, if it was any other water purifier on the market, Zhou Yang would certainly not play so, because those products are all limited in their ability to purify water, while his JK water purifier, which comes from the future of technology, also has the latest cutting-edge technology nano sponge, which is the bottom line that he dares to drink water straight from the water purifier. If you are afraid to even drink this kind of purified water, how can you recommend it to the South Glassboro County? Zhou Yang proceeded to dismantle the water purifier, soon put the water purifier, disassembled into a number of large parts. As you can see here, there is no structure to hide the water. That is to say, the poisonous water configured in that bucket just now has all been purified, and based on this water purification ability, it can be directly declared the first in the industry. JK. Netizens are shouting like crazy. They all feel their mouths dry and they are amazed at how in the world there can be such an awesome water purifier. People who didn't have a need for a water purifier have been popping in and out, asking to hurry up and get one on the shelves, and they're going to get one. When you buy it, you can rest assured that your water is safe to drink. Hold on. Wait until I announce the price before you put it on the shelf. Be aware that with our JK water purifiers, we require you to have some installation skills, or at least be able to read and understand the installation instructions to do so. Zhou Yang added the warranty regulations, and use matters at the end, then pressed the button in his hand, and the pricing of the JK water purifier was typed in the PPT, when he saw the lowest rated water purifier, which cost only $199. The broadcast room, again, erupted into a gasp of surprise. Can you get your money back on a water purifier with this much performance? Starting at only $199? Zhou Yang, please don't sell it so cheap. What if it closes down? Now some netizens had begun to feel sorry for Zhou Yang, begging him to raise the price and sell it for more money. Needless to say, this is definitely a moment in the history of business that deserves to be commemorated permanently. And just how good and inexpensive this merchandise is in order for everyone to look forward to it going up in price. It's okay, everyone, don't worry, Whitey won't lose money yet. When Zhou Yang saw the pop-ups sent by the netizens, his heart was hot. His efforts, after all, were not in vain. At this time the spray Cherry Old Biden, has silhouettes are gone, in Zhou Yang's so scenic moment, and then come out as to make a fool of themselves, live in the spray in small black, all automatically invisible. At the end of the conference, Joe Yang also announced an important piece of news. Although our BYD is not a large enterprise, but we also want to make a contribution to society. Our first batch of production of JK water purifiers will be given 30,000 units to the South Glass County, so that compatriots in the polluted areas can enjoy BYD in science and technology to bring the welfare of everyone. Bull. This time the netizens really have nothing to say. Joe Yang not only lowered the price of electrical appliances, but also the heart of compatriots. On this cultivation, can be called a model. Everyone's playing hard to get, so we're contributing to South Glassboro County. Suddenly someone in the live broadcast a call. Other netizens cloud response, all waiting for the opening of the pre-sale. They directly buy. However, Joe Yang also instructed a sentence. The shipments are not so fast, because the first batch of water purifiers produced, to prioritize the supply of South Glass County. No problem. We don't rob with the affected brothers. Netizens have expressed understanding. They just order to support Whitey. As for the shipment of any time can be, not in a hurry. So it was in the limelight that the Whitey JK water purifier opened its official purchase link. Chapter 109, 20 points for a device. This time, the link to pre-order the product is open in the online stores of the 3 major shopping platforms, in addition to the Whittier Mall, where it is also available. After several platforms opened the pre-sale, the water purifier broke through 70,000 orders at once. That's not a great result compared to other big brand appliances, but that's only open for pre-sale, and that's without advertising across the web. It's been kind of nice to rely solely on that traffic from the live stream. Through the live broadcast, Joe Yang contacted the charity account announced by the South Glass County on the spot and told the other party that he was going to donate 30,000 water purifiers. Yes, thank you. Our shipping address here is. The other party reported up an address. Then, Joe Yang brought his cell phone for live broadcasting and went to the window to watch. Through the window can be seen. The park compound has been a Liang logistics truck in loading. That above the loaded in a large cardboard box, is loaded with white JK water purifier. Now the netizens are convinced that Joe Yang is really donating. The netizens then spoke online, the official account of the South Glass County, telling them that their county became the first place in the world to receive the most gripping water purifier, and now, they don't have to worry about the safety of their water. This was the end of the new product launch, and the final step was to give out the prizes. Joe Yang let reporters come up to fill in the address, because the water purifier package is too big to carry, so they will be sent directly to the address they wrote, and you can choose your own model. Very humane. After the journalists finished writing the address, they all ran outside, because they wanted to send out the interview this time. The first time. The effect of this Whitey new product launch is so explosive that it won't be first-hand news if it's released late. They have to steal time. After a media scramble, news that Whitey had come out with a dangling water purifier flooded the internet. A bucket of strange-colored poisonous water. After purification, it was drunk by the boss. You can see how confident the boss is in his own products. The boss dares to drink. That use absolutely no problem. Hey, did you see the news? Whitey came out with a water purifier that purifies black, toxic water. Look, this is too much, but I feel like Whitey is reliable. I'm going to order one. Whitey merchandise has never flopped before. I'll buy one. In this way, netizens saw the exaggerated drinking poison water news. In 3 days, white JK water purifier bookings, there have been a staggering figure of 1.2 million units. This number is nothing compared to other big brand products, but the fact that Whitey has never advertised it is somewhat impressive. If it were to be advertised, the sales would be through the roof. But it would not be Whitey's style to spend money on advertising. Whitey is bringing down the marketing costs of the province, lowering the costs and thus making it profitable for the customers. It is for this reason that Whitey is loved by the common people, because Whitey is a company that is dedicated to the common people. It was on this day that Whitey began to ship one after another, relying on the ability to produce 5,000 water purifiers a day, and in an instant the inventory was gone. It would take a year for Whitey to fulfill his order. And that's on top of no one buying. To make a customer who was so enthusiastic about purchasing wait for a year's time to receive the goods, it would probably be sprayed alive. So Joe Yang immediately searched for a countermeasure. He then did it the old-fashioned way, expanding production and finding a foundry. The casing and other parts can be assembled in other manufacturers in the city, leaving the cartridge part installed by Whitey himself, which will result in an explosive increase in production. As long as there are enough assembly plants and enough materials, it is more than enough to assemble even 100,000 units a day. But at the same time, the production of nano cartridges has been seriously lagging behind, currently only 6,000 or 7,000 a day. The upper limit is these. Zhou Yang think not. He looked at the water purifier pre-sale orders. The number of tens of thousands of units per day surge, and then do not expand production, then really want to drop the reputation. That's why he needs to acquire several more cartridge production machines. System, this nano cartridge production line equipment. Is there any more? I want to buy a few more. The super factory system replied. This kind of production line is a specific product that is not available for sale outside, and can only be purchased with points. That's fine. How many points a unit? Zhou Yang asked. 20 points a unit. The system replied. Zhou Yang looked at his current 252 points and could only buy 12 units, together with the original one. Then 13 cartridge production equipment, can produce about 90,000 cartridges a day. That's basically all that's needed. Just come back and buy it after you've earned the points if you follow up with more orders. Good. I want to order 12 filter cartridge production equipment. Zhou Yang said. 240 points paid successfully. Thanks for your patronage. The equipment will arrive within 48 hours, and the installation will be completed within 96 hours. Please pay attention to receive. Wish you a happy life. Goodbye. A voice prompt from the system made Zhou Yang hear a hint of happiness. You shouldn't be happy about earning my points, right? Zhou Yang asked. No, points are meaningless to me. The system replied this time, and it turned into an emotionless mechanical wind. Zhou Yang felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. Never mind. Whatever. He's going to be running around trying to get production now. On the one hand, he let the office sister continue to recruit people, and he also continued to add equipment. But there is a limit to recruiting people. It is impossible to do all the production of water purifiers themselves, because the water purifier is a stock business. Basically the user to buy back 5 years is not bad. So how many families in the country within 5 years need a water purifier? Counting the company, the country's population of 1.4 billion people, the family is only a few 100 million households, can buy water purifiers to use the family. It is estimated that at most only a few percent, that is tens of millions, at most 100 million units of demand. That is to say that there is a demand for tens of millions of water purifiers in 5 years at most, and this has to be diverted by other counterparts. So Whitey's water purifier, at best, will have a production capacity of tens of millions of units in 5 years, and then there is no need to invest too much in this one project. Expand some of the production in your own factory and then find peers to get through this period of explosive growth and new product launches before saying anything. Zhou Yang, in the expansion of production at the same time, went to the city to look for counterparts who can OEM. His requirement is that the foundry has a good reputation in the industry and the factory should be large enough not to be faked. In an industrially developed city like Deep Town, such factories are a dime a dozen, and not every one of them can grow from an OEM factory to a large factory with a well-known brand name, just like Whitey. Whitey is now willing to take a portion of his profits and subsidize these foundries so that the backlog of production can be completed as soon as possible. After several days, Zhou Yang only found a suitable one, but the other party produced up to 1,000 or 800 a day, far less than what was needed. Other manufacturers either charge too much or don't meet his quality requirements. This obviously won't work. Now that the pre-sales of Whitey's water purifiers have reached more than 2 million units, and if we don't hurry up and ship them out, we're really going to be blocked by netizens. To find a foundry, it is best to look for a peer because the production line is the most suitable and the workers are experienced. Zhou Yang then searched the city, searching for the same water purifier companies to see if there were any. That search really did it. The next step is to communicate with your peers. 110. Street interviews. Zhou Yang called a drinking water equipment manufacturing plant called Pure Heart. Do you take orders for the OEM of water purifiers? Zhou Yang asked. No answer. We have our own product. The other boss replied arrogantly. Alright, excuse me. If interested, feel free to contact by D. Zhou Yang said. No need. The owner on the other side of the line just hung up and seemed angry that it was an insult. However, he had yet to realize the seriousness of the situation, and Zhou Yang gave him the opportunity to actually give a refusal. Zhou Yang then contacted a few of his peers in the city, most of whom declined because they all had their own brands. Only one factory was interested and decided to OEM for Whitey. Although OEM had further reduced White Emperor's profits, basically selling at sticker price. But Zhou Yang intended to get through this initial rush of requests before saying that the later version of the device was more iterative. Perhaps the price of nanomaterials would be reduced, and then the profits could be significantly increased under the premise that the selling price remained unchanged. This is part of the practice of giving first and giving back later. Doing business is sometimes like this. The vision should be long-term, staring at the immediate minute. The final achievement is limited. Looking into the future is the king. Just as Zhou Yang kept searching for a foundry, The first batch of JK water purifiers had already been delivered to the polluted South Glass County. This drinking water contamination incident has received widespread attention from all sectors of the country. Officials from South Glass County formed a pollution control team to remediate the situation, in conjunction with sewage control experts sent from higher up. CCTV news reporters, too, followed the story. Zhang Bing is the female reporter for this interview. She is youthful and beautiful in appearance, experienced and therefore popular with the audience. Many viewers, nowadays, get to know the recent situation of South Glass County by watching Zhang Yang's news program. Viewers, welcome to the CC Kicks Micro News channel. I'm the host, Zhang Bing. Today we've come to the Pollution Control Group to find out how much work has been done on the recent controls. After an opening speech, Zhang Bing entered the office of the governance group. Director Shen, a hand of the governance team, warmly received Zhang Bing reporter. Director Shen faced the camera and used it as a reporting pie to summarize the current work. We have already distributed more than 400,000 barrels of drinking water to the residents of Nambu County to ensure that every household has water. In addition, water purifiers and water dispensers donated by various sectors have been distributed one after another to ensure the safety of water for residents. Currently the residents of this county are living in a stable state. Zhang Bing also asked what level of drinking water pollution in South Glass County is at, and how long it will take to reach a standard that can be used for normal drinking. Director Shen replied, the level of contamination is recovering, and after expert assessment, it is probably expected that the treatment can be completed within 4 to 6 months. Reach drinking standards. This means that for a few months, the only way residents will be able to secure drinking water is by buying water or a water purifier. And currently the county's tap water is not up to standard and can only be used as mid-water, which means it can only be used to flush toilets, take showers, and so on. So, how can we prevent such things from happening again? Zhang Bing asked. Director Shen said, we have formed an environmental protection blitz inspection team. The county's polluting enterprises to carry out a one-by-one investigation, found that substandard resolutely shut down, and will never be tolerated, to prevent the recurrence of such accidents. Okay. Thank you, Director Shen. When Zhang Bing came out of the governance group, he decided to visit the people's homes. After all, the official word is in the ear. As a reporter, you still need to see to believe. Zhang Bing wasn't booked in advance this time, but a truly random interview. When they arrived by car near an old residential area, they saw a lot of middle-aged and elderly people sitting in the sun. Hello, grandparents, can I interview you? Zhang Bing smiled as he came up to inquire. This girl is so handsome. Feel free to step on her, wherever you want. This simple strong local dialect made Zhang Bing unable to help himself. Thank you, Auntie. I would like to ask you, how are you solving the problem of drinking water now? After Zhang Bing inquired, he handed the microphone to the older woman. The older woman said, it's all about buying big buckets of water to eat. Zhang Bing then asked, didn't the governance team say that they had given you drinking water and drinking fountains? Auntie laughed. Who can eat with those few buckets of water? We have a large family of 8 people. Drinking water plus cooking, washing dishes, a day is gone. This buy water a month will be several $100s. A little too expensive. And then or the fire boys good, with a fire truck to give us water. Save a lot of money. Zhang Bing blinked her big eyes and asked in confusion, didn't the above send you water purifiers? Auntie smiled contemptuously. Sent, but that what is called the Pure Heart brand water purifier. Not at all useful. Used the water is still the same. There is a smell do not dare to drink. Also is to wash your feet to flush the toilet to use a little. Even wash the dishes we do not dare to use the water purifier water. Also, Zhang Bing office also has a water purifier. Neta tap water is okay. But like the local heavy metal pollution of the water source, it is estimated that it is not clean. It seems, or cannot just listen to the words of the official face. Come to the actual visit, in order to know the actual situation of the people. Thank you. Auntie. After Zhang Bing interviewed the aunt, he randomly interviewed a few Moncler jackets around him, and basically everyone answered pretty much the same thing. Now they rely on buying barrels of water for their drinking water. And even though it is said that the pollution has been reduced, the people can't be sure that they won't be poisoned by another pump. The water company has lost its credibility with the local people. The interview van then drove to another area, this one dominated by neighborhood buildings. When Zhang Bing got off the bus, she saw a baby mama pushing a stroller and she went over to interview her. Hey there, I'm a reporter from CC Kick Micro. Can I interview you? Just don't ask about feelings. The precious mom replied. It turns out that this baby mama is still in a relationship with her current husband. Was stopped by unscrupulous media interviews, asking each of them have talked about a few exes, whether the wages are turned over after marriage. who washes the dishes and other issues. So that the couple was still in love at that time. The two were on the spot quarrel, and almost broke up. That's why the baby mama is now having second thoughts about press interviews. Oh, don't worry, we're serious journalists. After Zhang Bing made his assurances, he began to ask questions. May I ask if it's still convenient for you to eat water now? Quite convenient, the precious mom said. Do you guys need to buy buckets of water? Zhang Bing asked. The mom said, no need. We adults use enough water from the water purifier. Only the kids use mineral water for their formula. Oh, Zhang Bing felt curious. How is this different from the Moncler outlet store answer? She then proceeded to ask if they actually dared to drink tap water that was overloaded with heavy metals. Bao Mao laughed when she heard. Of course you can't drink it directly. We all use a water purifier to purify it before drinking it. But I've heard people say that they don't dare to use the water purifier, saying that it's not clean. Zhang Bing said. Mom said, clean that is not clean with other brands of water purifiers. Right? Our family issued a White Emperor water purifier. Good use with Lu. My husband is the chemical industry. He got the water purifier. Has been tested. Purified water quality fully meets the standards. Our family will drink purified water. It's okay. Whitey water purifier? It was the first time Zhang Bing knew about this. Although Zhou Yang drank poisoned water last time a little hot. But most of the dissemination is on the internet. For Zhang Bing, such a busy career, not too much internet, really did not hear about it. If you don't mind, you can come home with me and take a look around, the baby mama invited. Okay, Zhang Bing then, along with the photographer, followed this baby mama to her house. Chapter 111, Can I Leave a Message? The baby mama's home, on the 6th floor of the neighborhood next door, is a 3-bedroom apartment. The room was very cozy with lots of children's toys and it was obvious that the family loved their baby. Have a drink. Bao Mao handed Zhang Bing and the photographer drinks such as mineral water and Coke, as they chose. We're not thirsty, thanks. After Zhang Bing declined, when she waited for the photographer to rack the equipment, she saw the white water purifier that the mom said. It looks quite an ordinary water purifier. Zhang Bing said. Bao Mao said. It's common, but it works well, and people's bosses just drink the purified, poisoned water directly. Then the baby mama got a glass of water and drank it. Zhang Bing stared wide-eyed, admiring the boldness of this precious mom in his heart, because they have previously sent the local tap water for testing, proving that it is still in a substandard state and cannot be used for drinking and cooking, while this mom actually drinks the purified tap water directly, which is courageous. In Zhang Bing's opinion, the water purifier is even more powerful, but also cannot completely eliminate those polluting heavy metals, which is a little to not take their health seriously. By this time, the photographer had set up his equipment and the two ladies returned to the living room, sat on the couch and began their interview. May I ask if this issued White Emperor water purifier is effective? Zhang Bing asked. The baby mama said. That's what I'm drinking and it's working great. My husband tested it and it's totally up to par. Then can I pick up a cup to take away later? Zhang Bing asked. She was trying to get it tested to see if it was really up to par. Sure, you can pick up as many as you want, the precious mom said graciously. Through interviews, Zhang Bing learned that every household in this neighborhood was issued a Bitey water purifier, so they were drinking purified tap water. Is the White Emperor water purifier really that effective? Zhang Bing still couldn't believe it. Yeah, the owners of their manufacturers are drinking purified water live. Bao Ma then used her cell phone, and put Zhou Yang's live video out. It looks good. Zhang Bing has decided that he must take away the water purified by this White Emperor water purifier to test it and see how it is. When the interview was over, Zhang Bing left Bao Mao's house and went downstairs to interview random people, learning that the people in this neighborhood were drinking purified tap water. The living conditions in this neighborhood are far better than the grandparents interviewed at the beginning. At the very least they rarely buy buckets of water. Everyone is convinced of the effectiveness of the Pakti water purifier after using it, and they have nothing but praise for Pakti. Zhang Bing then changed an area to continue the interview. Accidentally found that the popularity of White Emperor water purifiers in the local area is quite high. After all, the manufacturer donated 30,000 units at once. Most of the people of South Glass County, the home has been, the rest of the people's homes, the issuance of water purifiers of other brands. It is not popular. Zhang Bing interviewed the afternoon, was about to call it a day when he saw a middle-aged man on the side of the road on the phone arguing, and next to him there was a high-grade water purifier with a packing box. The men only ended the argument when they saw the interview van coming. Hello, can I interview you? Zhang Bing started interviewing the man after getting his permission. May I ask why you are fighting? Is it related to this water purifier? Zhang Bing asked. The man spat. No, it's this foreign imported water purifier. The old mess. He then talked about the reason. It turned out that because of the recent contamination of the county's water sources, the man drove to the city for the safety of the family's drinking water to buy a very expensive foreign imported water purifier, priced at up to more than 6,000 yuan. He thinks that every penny counts. The 6,000 foreign goods should be good. To say that this foreign water purifier looks really beautiful, the material is alloy. There are many functions, and even will distinguish the user based on facial recognition for voice conversation. The function is quite cool. Isn't this quite good? Zhang Bing said. Good what this foreign water purifier look is beautiful, but it is not good water purification effect net out of the water has an odor. Our family are afraid to drink. Watering a few days flowers are wilted. You say that this who still dare to use? I wanted to return it, but they said it was beyond 7 days and would not give me a refund. When they were not so committed, they promised that this water purification effect is absolutely first class. Net out of the water can drink. However, this is worse than the White Emperor far. The White Emperor only sold 299. It is more than 6,000 does not top the usefulness of the domestic. I can still keep it? The man is sputtering uncontrollably, hoping that a CCTV reporter can help him out by going to the city and returning this water purifier. However, Zhang Bing is not Shelly Help Program Team, can only help him on the spot to call the consumer service hotline. I hope they can help this man to solve the after-sales problem. I heard that there is a CCTV reporter concerned. The consumer hotline staff is very important. Registered down said. Will then be investigated? We'll give men a reply as soon as possible. Zhang Bing's appearance, so that the man's after-sales rights to turn things around. He is very grateful, and would like to invite Zhang Bing reporter dinner. Can't. Our station has a rule that we can't let others treat us to dinner. Zhang Bing politely declined. Then leave a WeChat, so I can thank you later, the man said. It seemed that this was the real purpose of the man, presumably because he had a crush on the beautiful Zhang Bing. That's not necessary. You're thanking me just by watching my show. Zhang Bing faced to this kind of behavior of asking for WeChat. Very familiar with the response, and then she asked the man. His home also has a White Emperor water purifier? Yes, the neighborhood committee issued. I originally did not take it seriously, and then I heard others say, the boss of the White Emperor dared to drink this water purifier purified poisonous water. That water than our tap water can be much more poisonous. People have dared to drink. We also dare to drink. When I used it, guess what? Hey, it's better than my 6,000 plus foreign water purifier. The man explained to Zhang Bing with a fluttering brow, while Zhang Bing became more and more interested in the Bai water purifier. Immediately after she finished the interview, she drove to the office of the pollution control experts and asked them to test the water purified by the Bai water purifier that they had brought with them. This kind of test is very fast under the professional equipment, and the results came out the next day, proving that the drinking water brought by Zhang Bing is in full compliance with the drinking standard. Zhang Bing felt amazing. Actually a 200 water purifier. There is such an effect. Then people more than 6,000 imports are powerful. This is how to do? Zhang Bing then began to check the information, and then found that Whitey used a new nanomaterial filter. The effect is beyond several times than other water purifiers. As the saying goes, the gold cup is not as good as the people's word of mouth. The people of South Glass County are on the White Emperor water purifier praise, can actually improve the local residents of the water health, should be worth promoting. So Zhang Bing organized the manuscript and sent it back to the main office. The head office staff reviewed it, found it okay, and posted it on the news that night. So Whitey's water purifier, unbeknownst to him, made it onto the CCTV channel. Ben, who doesn't read internet headlines, noticed this inexpensive water purifier and decided to buy it and try it out anyway. Once I tried it, the result is really great. Under $300, there is more than other 1 or 2,000 water purifiers. Those expensive water purifiers should be thrown away. Whitey JK water purifiers, which are becoming more and more popular among the common people, have become a popular product. The heat is on, and this water purifier, naturally, has caught the interest of some digital bloggers. Chapter 112, by White Emperor. It's the right thing to do. Hammer Technologies' Wang Sledgehammer got the news that Baidu had come out with another new product, and that Zhou Yang had become a little famous on the internet for drinking poison water in the first place. In order to rub Whitey's nose in the heat, he was ready to come up with a masterpiece, putting together a side-by-side comparison of a dozen or so hot-selling water purifiers on the market. And this has to be live for it to work. So they went about sourcing experimental products. It turned out that all the other water purifiers were easily available, but the Whittier water purifier, on the other hand, was quite in short supply, and you actually had to wait in line for days on the official website for it to be shipped. Wang Sledgehammer took a look at the sales. Several online stores together are estimated to have more than 2 million units. Water purifiers are really hot, but cannot buy the goods is very worrying. Then Wang Sledgehammer directly contacted the official hotline of the Bankrupt Company, saying that they were going to do a review and hoped that they would be shipped to them on a priority basis. And the staff of White Emperor directly and generously sent over 3 models, one of each. That's the bottom line for Whitey. Not at all afraid to compare himself to his peers. This is now fully equipped and ready to go live. One of the hosts of the live broadcast is still Wang Sledgehammer, and the eye-catching bearer, Leggy Beauty. Today's Leggy Beauty, wearing a garter black stockings, that lace, and a small garter, in the snow-white skin of the reflection. Let a person look at the hot blood. So see the live broadcast preview. LSP viewers have been eagerly awaited. I've been looking forward to this for a long time, but the live stream has finally begun. Hello viewers, today is the much anticipated water purifier side-by-side comparison live broadcast, and we've assembled a total of 18 brands of water purifiers today. Wang Sledgehammer made the opening statement, but no one cared. Everyone was looking at the Leggy Beauty. The eyes always moved to the legs. As a result, by the time the 18 water purifiers were lined up on the air, viewers hadn't even looked back. Hey, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, look at the water purifier. Legs knocked on the desktop before these LSP viewers wiped their licked and wet screens and sat upright to watch the broadcast properly. The evaluation began. The first level. Wang Sledgehammer came to a hard job. He poured a small half bottle of white vinegar essence into a bucket of pure water. Suddenly the live broadcast room. The air acid cannot be smelled. Wang Sledgehammer and legs are frowning. Put on a mask. The audience then got heartbroken. Wang Sledgehammer, take it easy, don't sour us Leggy Beauties. Wang Sledgehammer then teased. How come you only care about legs and not me? Get up. Who wants to see a pig in a poke like you? Many netizens are disgusted with Wang Sledgehammer, but there are those who don't mind, so they post pop-ups saying, Hammerbot, mommy cares about you, wash up and come under mommy's covers. Wang Sledgehammer refused outright, no male moms. After the banter, the test officially began with 18 water purifiers lined up, all connected to drinking water with acetic acid added. This kind of edible acetic acid, because it is transparent, so the water is not to see the difference, but the taste is really pungent. After a while, the purifiers were all ready to test the results. Now a staff member came up to the stage and each received a glass of water from one of the water purifiers. You can tell the quality of this water by the state of the dozen or so. Someone frowned and shifted their glass of water away from them, obviously getting a kick out of the sour smell. And there are those who look as if there is nothing wrong with the water. Wang Sledgehammer had someone do the sorting. Put the labeled water cups by category. Those with sour taste, put them together, and those without taste, put them together. In the end, there are 10 models of water purifiers did not meet the standards. Purified water with acidic flavor, directly ruled unqualified. The number actually accounted for more than half. The remaining water from these 8 water purifiers can't be completely concluded as qualified or not. Wang Sledgehammer took out the ultimate product, pH test paper, to test how the quality of this water was. Because acetic acid is acidic, the pH of the water will be acidic if it is not treated well. This is the most superficial and easy to see test there is. You can throw the pH test paper inside 8 cups of water, and the result is that 5 cups of water on the spot. The test paper changed color to orange or red. After comparison, the pH value of these cups of water is between 4 and 6 respectively. In other words, a small half bottle of vinegar extract knocked 15 water purifiers back to their original form, with questionable water purification capabilities. In the program of testing acetic acid, Wang Sledgehammer has ranked the rankings. Whitey water purifiers, unsurprisingly, are located in the first echelon, and those that do not have a noticeable acidic odor are located in the second echelon. The remaining 10 poorly purified units are located in the third tier. Next up is the color purification test. Wang Sledgehammer poured a bottle of blue pen water into a bucket and then had 18 water purifiers start purifying. After several minutes of preparation, the results began to be accepted. There are 7 water purifiers down here, and the water comes right out with a strong blue color and is completely substandard. There are 8 water purifiers left with a slight blue color that is considered moderate. There are only 3 water purifiers left, and the purified water is still the same. The same 3 units that were just superior. It seems that the good items are just strong in all aspects of the effect, and the poor ones are still the ones from the small, second-rate manufacturers. The viewers in the live broadcast room had been completely captivated by this testing process, and everyone urged Wang Sledgehammer to hurry up and carry out the next step so that they could know which water purifier was the best to use. The staff conducted a third round of testing after emptying the water purifier tank. Round 3 gets difficult with antibiotic filtration. The material used is the common penicillin. Antibiotic contamination is also one of the common contaminants in today's water sources, so a good water purifier must have the ability to purify antibiotics. It basically purifies the antibiotics and also, to a certain extent, filters out bacteria and viruses so that users can use it with confidence. The staff filled the sink with all the penicillin dissolved in water and began the test. Watching these water purifiers work, the audience's hearts are raised. Think antibiotics this thing, then acetic acid. Pen water are difficult to filter. This time those 3-seated water purifiers can hold up. Soon the water purifier was filled again and the staff all came to drain the water and then test it. The test for penicillin uses an antibiotic kit into which water is injected to quickly show the results. Soon, the water quality of a dozen water purifiers detected anomalies. The water they purified all contained penicillin. The challenge failed. This test is really difficult. And finally only 2 water purifiers left. The results are not out. One is the White Emperor JK water purifier. The other is called the King of the Water Purifier. This is a joint venture company produced water purifier. The price is more than 8,000 yuan. But also in this batch of water purifiers, the most expensive one. After a little while longer, trace amounts of penicillin were also detected in the water from the lemony water purifier. At the end of the day, only whitey water purifiers had the last laugh. Wang Sledgehammer excitedly announced, "The test is over. Out of the 3 tests, only the White Emperor water purifier passed all of them." It is hard to imagine that this is a water purifier with the highest selling price of 299 yuan, and the effect crushes the other 17 devices. Leg said in shock, "Then can all the other 17 water purifiers, which are expensive and useless, be thrown away?" Leg said this, "May have to eat a lawyer's letter." Wang Sledgehammer hastened to make up for it. "Hey, this is not a good thing to say. Our experimental results are very subjective, and only represent the experimental environment in our live broadcast. The effect is for reference only." Now that a disclaimer has been added, there's basically nothing wrong with it. In fact, viewers now know that the water purifier to buy the White Emperor on the line. The other is the dregs. Of course, the whitey water purifier is not without its drawbacks. Its only drawbacks are that it's hard to buy. The production hasn't quite picked up yet, and when you place an order, you have to wait at least a week for it to be shipped, so there's no way to use it in a hurry. When the live broadcast was over, other water purifiers, those that could be returned were returned, and those that couldn't were held home for the employees respectively, leaving only the bitey water purifiers to be used in the office, which is what the studio employees have been asking for. Soon, Wang Sledgehammer, the process of this live broadcast, spread on the internet, landed in the major home appliance forums and communities. Netizens now have a number of water purifiers to buy White Emperor on the line. Unless they need a smart home, or any other special features, they will go for other water purifiers. Anyway, as long as they are going in the spirit of water purification ability, then it's always right to buy a whitetail. Whitey water purifiers are supposed to be good. I'm from South Glass County, and now I drink water from a whitey water purifier every day, and it's nourishing. Whitey water purifiers who knows. People do not advertise, but it is to see the efficacy of the treatment. People play the life of the right to buy. In the comments sections of these communities, many people have been pushing for the Whitey JK water purifier, and the excellent results of Whitey's water purifiers have had a descending blow-like effect on their peers. All the other water purifier brands can't sell their goods anymore, and no one buys expensive and bad water purifiers anyway. At the moment, the domestic water purifier enterprises are in just half a month, by thriving, suddenly turned into a life and death crisis. These manufacturers were so alarmed that they immediately looked for a channel to buy a bitey water purifier, which they wanted to disassemble in reverse to see what this bitey was all about. As a result, they all collapsed en masse once they were dismantled. Chapter 113, Peer Response. The water purifier manufacturer bought a Whitey JK water purifier and immediately did a test, the results of which made all the technicians and owners despair. Whitey, this water purification effect, as good as the online legend, a 200+ water purifier, then their 1 or 2,000 are better. This is still how to play? They simply can't make a product with performance to match for the same price. Perhaps there is a way to do. That is to make the water purification equipment in car size, which is full of filters. The cost will also be engaged in 1 or 2 million. Relying on the quantity wins the quality, but too much filtration equipment will make the water flow slowly. That also add a high-power water pump, which noise and to break through the sky, become a high-compatibility low-energy monster products. But there's no point in getting a water purifier this way because no one will buy it. That's why the emergence of Whitey JK water purifiers has been so damaging to their peers that it's almost fatal. These water purifier manufacturers' personnel, looking at the warehouse full of returned merchandise, sad face, Whitey water purifier, which is to drive them to the rhythm of extinction. The bad-tempered bosses had already started cursing, scolding the White Emperor, which was cutting off their finances, and bankruptcy was on the table. Take all these water purifiers, let the employees take them back against their paychecks, discount the rest, and let's all get together. Some owners with poor mental capacity declared their factories bankrupt on the spot. Is there no other way? At this moment, many water purifier manufacturers are beginning to find a way out. Some water purifier manufacturers began to engage in scientific research. They found that the first 3 filtration processes, Whitey JK water purifier, are usually used in the industry program. Then his superb filtration performance, the source of the nanofilter cartridge. They found the manufacturer of the nanomaterials from Baidi's advertisement page, and the confirmed Baidi bought the nano sponge from there. So they only need to use the same type of nano sponge to develop a product close to the performance of Baidi's water purifier. While they certainly can't compete with Baidi water purifiers in terms of selling price, they can however add features that Baidi JK doesn't have, such as smart home, voice assistance, and plateau modes, aroma boosting, sweetening, and other rarities, all of which are on the more practical side of Baidi's water purifiers. It can be said that as long as the brain change the strategy, this line can still survive. Whitey cannot monopolize the entire water purifier market, because one is that they do not have the production, and the second is the user's needs are diverse. The function of simple Whitey JK cannot satisfy everyone, so that there is money to be made. Only this profit, compared to the previous hundreds of dollars cost to sell 1,000 or 2,000 of windfall profits, there is no longer. Whitey all of a sudden the price of water purifiers down. Whitey is such a spoiler. As long as the entry into a line can make the industry become inwardly rolled up, become cheap and quality are to be balanced, and the price cannot be high. The many profiteering products directly drive the price of cabbage. Whitey has also become a presence feared by a host of his peers. Some electrical manufacturers have now started to set up incense halls to worship Buddha, praying that Whitey will not produce the same staple products of their companies. Compared to the small and medium-sized water purifier manufacturers of fear and pressure, some large enterprises encountered this kind of thing as relatively calm, such as the United States Group. When their business departments know that the White Emperor out of the water purifier, the product is not selling, they bought the White Emperor JK. A study found that the effect of this group, their products simply cannot be compared to the person in charge of the announcement on the spot water purifier business sector disbandment. Simple and brutal. Anyway, this is not the first time, and White Emperor against the enterprise all end badly. Rather than investing huge sums of money to engage in R&D to compete to the involution, it is better to cut this as not profitable product line. The personnel merged into other departments is good. For big manufacturers, this is the best solution. This solution, however, is not suitable for small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, among which Netheart Water Purifier Company, which is also located in Shamsweepo Township, has borne the brunt of the impact. Their boss, everyday dealers return a large number of products. It just remembered. White Emperor seems half a month ago, and they asked if they want to OEM, then the boss is still higher than the sky to refuse. The result is now more than the life of the paper. The factory is facing a large number of returned products, difficult to sustain. Now the factory cash flow is very little. The backlog of products do not go out. There is only one way to go out of business. But the company was the owner's brainchild for many years, and he didn't want to ruin it. The owner of the Netheart Company did not abuse, only feel that the times have changed. No longer his hard work in business, serious about making products to make money in that era. At this time, his men suddenly gave him a suggestion. Why don't we also give White Emperor OEM labor? That factory in the West has already been OEM for White Emperor, and business is booming now. Pure heart. The 40-something-year-old son boss had his eyes glazed over and his men scrunched their necks, thinking they were going to be scolded. Yeah, OEM, keep the company alive first, then make a way out. The boss, surnamed Tsun, like an enlightenment, all of a sudden have an idea, can live on behalf of the work. It is better than the closure of the blood money. He then wanted to contact Whitey. This time also do not care about what the face of the problem. He did not leave a phone last time, in the JK water purifier to find out the official phone number of Whitey, and then called the past. At this time Joe Young has just contacted a water purifier OEM factory. This negotiation is very smooth. The other party before also to the United States, Millet and other water purifiers as OEM, but recently Whitey JK came out of nowhere. The orders of the big manufacturers are gone. They contacted Whitey in order to make a living. The two sides are in instantaneous agreement. Zhou Yang is also a lack of foundry. Go to the other side of this factory to visit a circle. Feel also meet the standards. Signed the foundry contract. It's just that Whitey's OEM fees are not as high as those of the big manufacturers, because the profits themselves are not as high. But this foundry said to accept. After all, now in addition to the White Emperor, there is no order, and the general big factory is also very stingy. Can give 10, will never give 11 processing fee. For the foundry, as long as there is profit and can take orders. After a few consecutive OEMs, the production of Whitey's water purifiers gradually came up, and the situation of not being able to buy the goods was greatly alleviated. Basically, the users waited for a few days, and then they could receive the goods. This Whitey JK water purifier, most of the customers are urban population. After all, people in the mountains usually drink groundwater, spring water. Even if you drink tap water, there is basically no pollution. So many years have been drinking over. There is no use of water purifiers habit. That's why Whitey water purifiers, which are sold in the mountains, are rare and basically bought by the urban population. On this day, Wang Tao of Hontu Foreign Trade, who had cooperated before, came to the door. Mr. Zhou, the last batch of electric blankets has been shipped out, and the payment will be transferred to you within 15 days. Wang Tao smiling, this time the EU electric blanket business, so that their company earned a large sum of money. This year's sales task, directly completed 1/3, the next only need to work normally. This year's KPI can definitely easily complete, so he was very happy. Zhou Yan looked at the financial statements of their mutual transactions and was satisfied. This electric blanket business, both sides harvested a lot, or foreigners' money is good, because the season had turned warm. The electric blanket business abroad had stopped, and Wang Tao had come over this time to negotiate new business. Mr. Zhou, your water purifier this time is very hot. The effect is also too out of the circle. Consider it, do a foreign trade type, and then earn the money of foreigners. Wang Tao had a proposal. Before the electric blanket, it made a few $100 million hard. Of course Zhou Yang was interested. However, when he designed this water purifier, he didn't consider the foreign trade thing, and some spare parts are domestic and don't meet the EU certification standards. If you want to get a foreign trade type of water purifier, you need to redesign one. You can't use the domestic version. Okay, I'll think about it then. Zhou Yang agreed. Compared to the domestic use of water purifiers is small, but foreign water purifiers are more common, with a vast market. When Wang Tao left, Zhou Yang opened the system editing interface to change the water purifier to a foreign trade version. Chapter 114 Cooperative Export Program. The frame of JK water purifier is there. It's not difficult to replace some foreign certified parts that meet foreign certification. Anyway, the cost is high up. It's also the gringo who pays for it. They developed countries' people's income is high. Don't have to worry about the problem of whether they can afford to buy it or not. But there is one thing. Foreigners' aesthetics and domestic are not the same. Nowadays, if the JK water purifier is to be exported, the shape must be changed. And there are some features that foreigners like. This needs research to know. But this was difficult. The shape of the original drawings were fixed. And Zhou Yang, who was not an art student and did not hire a designer in the BYD factory due to cost considerations, was stumped. It seems that it is not so easy to export water purifiers, although Whitey has become a little famous in the country, but the talent pool is still a big weakness, and can only be followed up slowly to make up for it. Just then, a customer service said that the owner of a water purifier company in the city called Pure Heart, called for him. Oh, Zhou Yang remembers this company. He contacted them before and asked them to do OEM, but was rejected. This time he called. There should be a chance. Zhou Yang was in his office and took the call from the Pure Heart boss. Oh, hello boss Pure Heart, may I ask your name? Zhou Yang asked. Exempt, your name is Sham. Boss Pure Heart said. Hello Mr. Sham. Zhou Yang greeted warmly. The two then chatted, and Boston voiced out whether Whitey still needed an OEM company now. It's needed, especially if it's such a powerful company like Pure Heart to OEM. Zhou Yang laughed. He also investigated before. The Net Heart water purifier quality is good, just a bit unable to keep up with the times, which is related to the boss's conservative decision-making, but undeniably, the Net Heart water purifier is a good product, and before there is a place in the market, only to run into the strong to unreasonable White Emperor water purifier, only to face a life and death crisis. You are welcome to take a look at our factory. Boston invited. Sure, I'll be there this afternoon then. Zhou Yang agreed. He is not looking for a foundry blindly. He must listen to the word of mouth and check on the spot. Only serious manufacturers can become the foundry of Whitey. In the afternoon, Zhou Yang drove his van to the Pure Heart Company. Upon arriving, Boss Sham himself came to greet him at the door. The two men smiled and shook hands. Although Pure Heart is now on the verge of closing down because of Whitey, but Boston admits that he is the one who is not as skilled as the others, and does not complain like other manufacturers who can't afford to lose. Zhou Yang visited the company in the Pure Heart, found that the factory here is clean. The staff also looks very good. Is he in all the visits to the water purifier counterparts? The most decent one of the enterprise. Only here the whole factory has been shut down, because even if they build water purifiers, they can't sell them. Zhou Yang instantly fell in love with the place and then went to the other party's office to negotiate in detail. The two sides exchanged views and basically reached an agreement on cooperation, and Pure Heart is going to OEM water purifiers for Bitey. However, hearing that the cost of OEM wasn't too high, Boston frowned a little. With the low price of OEM fees, the company can only ensure that it can barely stay alive and hardly make any money. Also, other factories were originally OEM, accustomed to this low processing fees, while the net heart before their own brand, compared to their own product profits, certainly much higher than OEM. It is difficult to accept such a shift for a moment. Zhou Yang then smiled politely. It was a fact that the processing fee was not high, but it did not mean that they could not cooperate. If you do export business, the profit will be high. Then the processing fee will be considerable. Zhou Yang then asked Boston if they could make export products. It can be done. I have products that are exported before, Boston said. Oh, Zhou Yang came to the interest, and then understand in detail. Before the NetHeart has an export model of water purifier. Sales are not bad, except that foreign orders are received after the order to produce. This year has not received foreign trade orders. Zhou Yang looked at the foreign trade product manual and pondered in his heart. Isn't this a ready-made foreign trade version of the water purifier? There are sales records before, proving that it can be recognized in foreign countries. Then it saves him from designing it. Boston, I have a cooperation proposal. Zhou Yang then proposed that the two companies work together to develop foreign trade-type water purifiers. Net heart of this water purifier model, change, is an export product, and even those difficult to get foreign certifications are saved, because the net heart of the company have applied before. Boston was interested because OEM, far better than working with Whitey, today's leading domestic water purifier company. Zhou Yang and Boston chatted for the whole afternoon and were very talkative. Until it was dark outside, Zhou Yang wanted to leave, but Boston pulled his arm and wouldn't let him go, saying that he would treat him in the evening and that he could continue to talk during dinner. This Boston, a sincere businessman, shared Zhou Yang's interests, and Zhou Yang was gracious. They didn't need a nice restaurant, either. So the two drove to a small restaurant near Pure Heart, ordered a few dishes, and sat down to talk. That conversation paid off. They discussed to use the product drawings of Pure Heart as the basis. After modification, install the nanofilter cartridge developed by Bitey, so as to get a foreign trade version of the water purifier whose appearance meets the European and American aesthetics, and whose function is similar to that of Bitey. Moreover, Pure Heart is responsible for taking care of foreign certifications and formalities, which Boston is more familiar with. When you export, you hang the trademark of Pak Thai. Because of the hot sale of electric blankets, Pak Thai has some fame abroad, which is much better than the Net Heart water purifier, which is not known abroad. Therefore, this new foreign trade version of the water purifier was named JK2 Type by Zhou Yang. In this way, the water purifier assembly is all done by the Pure Heart factory, and Whitey only comes out with the nanofilter cartridge. As for the pricing and sharing words, Zhou Yang offered to split it in half for one person to avoid quarrels. The price, according to foreign counterparts of the same price on the line, about 600 G of water purifier to more than 2,000 yuan a. More than 1,000 G will be sold to 3 or 4,000. Then their factory price, which is basically 60% of the retail price, is profitable. It was time to contact Wang Tao to discuss this together. So the next day, the three of them met in Baidi's office. After a day of talking, the partnership was basically finalized. For example, 600 G of water purifier models, foreign prices in 2,500 yuan, and Wang Tao acquisition price, in about 1,600 yuan. Macro foreign trade has 900 yuan of difference in price space, so that shave off the logistics and operating costs. I can also earn a few $100s, and it can be researched beforehand, so if the foreigner can accept a higher selling price, then the profit is all hondos. This way, although the Bitey JK2 water purifier is sold abroad at a similar price to other brands, but they expand the performance is not bad. The filtration function is even more counterintuitive. It should be able to crush the foreign counterparts of the product. Thus discussed, After signing the contract, Boston provided the water purifier drawings to Joe Yang, who was responsible for editing the drawings. Chapter 115, Human Tragedy. Super Factory System. Not only can you use points to directly exchange drawings, you can also import the ready-made drawings of other manufacturers, which is a small matter to the system. After importing it, Joe Yang did not touch the appearance and other functions, and mainly modified the filtration components of the JK2 water purifier. The first common filter material is retained. The last poor filter material is eliminated, coupled with the nanofilter cartridge produced by Bitey, so that a new water purifier has been successfully designed. Now that he had the drawings, Joe Yang handed him over to Boston. Boston got the drawings and was ready to start production. The whole company of NetCenter water purifier is full of energy. Because of cooperating with Pak Thai, not only the crisis of closure is avoided, but also the sales volume will be guaranteed and the profit is higher than before. They previously produced foreign trade-type water purifiers. The export price was pressed to about 100 yuan. They can only make less than $200 profit a unit. And now, after Joe Yang modified the drawings, also used some of the parts and shells produced by Bitey, which allowed the cost to drop dramatically. And now the cost of this JK2 type of water purifier is compressed to only about 500 yuan. Instead, their factory price went up to 600 yuan, so that each water purifier can make 100 yuan, and Whitey is split. Each unit can also make 550 yuan, which is much higher than the previous profit. Boston celebrated that it was really a good thing to lean on a big tree. Bitey was just a cow. Joe Yang also expressed satisfaction with this cooperation. He was in the country, each water purifier, and only a few dozen dollars of profit. But in export, one can earn a few $100s. And this cooperation is a win-win situation for all three parties. Boston is going through the relevant certification procedures, waiting for about 20 days. Can be exported abroad? The time is still very fast. During this period, it is already spring, the grass is growing, bacteria and microorganisms are active, and dietary hygiene is challenged. But Whitey water purifier, for the domestic people to add a gateway to drink water at least can ensure clean and hygienic, which solves a lot of problems. In the buyer's show section of the official Bitey website, there is a baby mama, who gave the Bitey water purifier a 5-star review. She posted videos of her children playing happily, along with a message saying that her family lives in an urban and rural section of the city, surrounded by lots of farmland and puddles, where flies and mosquitoes are more prevalent and often contaminate what they eat and drink. The child had frequent fevers before, a few times every other month, and frequent trips to the hospital were followed by heartbreak for the adults. However, since the use of the Pak Thai water purifier, the drinking water is guaranteed, plus the high-temperature disinfection of all the dishes for the children. This child has never had a fever again. This mama gives Whitey's water purifier a big shout-out. There is also a middle-aged male user to send a picture feedback. His site is located in the mountains. Are drinking underground well water, but the well water has an astringent flavor. Even after boiling water also exists, and the scale is super. Not too long, the kettle on a layer of thick scale. Take a small cup of water in the sun to dry. Water cups on a lot of gray powder crystals. This mineral content is simply bursting. The male user, before often gastrointestinal discomfort, go to the hospital to check, is to drink water caused by. However, the mountainous areas are not easily accessible and with limited income, you can't afford to drink mineral water, so you have to put up with it. I've used other water purification devices before, and they have worked, but in a limited way. But since the use of Whitey JK water purifier, there is no limescale seen. That astringent taste in the water has disappeared, and now drinking water, invariably feel that the water has become sweeter. After the comparison, this male user realized the preciousness of clean water source. He would love to drink the water now. A video left in the buyer's show. This male user gave everyone a whole life. This middle-aged slightly chubby man, holding a bottle of cool water from the Bitey water purifier, about 500 milliliters. He used only 3 seconds in the video to give a drink dry, as if by magic. Triggered a burst of positive comments from netizens, who all gave him kudos, but also pushed the buyer's show hot review ranks. Rave reviews like this one are as far as the eye can see in Whitey's buyer's review section. With the release of the White Emperor water purifier, it has made it impossible for White Emperor's hacks to find a spraying point, because the effect of this water purification is immediate. And White Emperor also donated a batch of water purifiers to the polluted South Glass County, which has made it impossible for the spammers to find a spraying point. So recently the voice of criticizing Bitey is much less. Even if there is, it is all around the previous products of Bitey spray. Joe Yang did not care at all that some people sprayed. White Emperor is not a R&B and cannot be liked by everyone. but as long as the majority of users support him and White Emperor products can bring real benefits to the users, that is enough. After the production of the factory stabilized, Zhou Yang left Deep Town and went to South Glass County, where he was going to do first-hand product research. Zhou Yang came to the South Glass County, along the street to ask some users who have used the White Emperor water purifier, what are the advantages and disadvantages on the product? Hundreds of people have given a thumbs up, the appearance of Whitey, so that they have a guarantee of water, and now scold the water company and polluting enterprises less people. People's lives have returned to the calm, the original Whitey water purifier, and the role of stabilizing the people's hearts. Now some milk tea store on the street, or food stalls, also with a White Emperor water purifier, to show that their water is purified, if only with a bucket. The local people do not dare to buy, for fear that the water is directly from the tap out of the water. There's just one thing, the exterior is so ugly, it's just a plastic shell that feels cheap. A lady talks about the Whitey water purifier and is spitting on it with Zhou Yang. This point Zhou Yang vainly accepts. The appearance of the drawings come with. He himself is not good at design. Usually drawings give what kind is what kind. It seems that he has the opportunity to recruit a professional designer. Also the cheapness of the materials. This is a last resort, as it is not possible to go for expensive materials to keep costs under control. But it's not impossible to improve. Wait until the cost of nanomaterials down. Water purifiers have profit margins. You can improve the quality of the material up to an increase in quantity, not price. There was also a suggestion made by a little kid that made Zhou Yang chuckle. The kids say that the Whitey water purifiers are too monotonous now, with only cold and hot water. Zhou Yang then asked the 8 or 9-year-old boy what features he needed. The little boy then said, I want the feature that can make ice cubes at the push of a button. Chao Yang was amused, stating that is there a possibility that freezing ice cubes is the ability of the refrigerator and not supposed to be of the water purifier? It's not that water purifiers can't integrate refrigeration, but it's not necessary. It increases the cost, and the application is very small. After all, water purifiers are defined as home appliances, and as long as it's in the home then, there is usually a refrigerator, so there is no need to worry about ice making, so there's no need to add the extra cost. Zhou Yang was in South Glass County, and when he saw that the people here had basically resumed their normal lives, he was very relieved, and there was a part of him in this. Just as Zhou Yang was researching in South Glass County, the news headlines aired a heartbreaking message. In a small neighborhood somewhere in the south, a family of 5 all died in one night. The reason for this is that the poisoning is caused by the insufficient combustion of the gas water heater while taking a bath, which produces carbon monoxide. In this tragic case, there is a young girl will be entering the marriage next month. The girl's relatives, and her fiancé, are devastated, should enjoy life at a young age, but because of the improper use of electrical appliances and left the world. I have to say that it is heartbreaking regret. Once this matter was reported, it aroused extensive discussion in the media, and netizens are also hotly debating the safety of gas water heaters. How to ensure the personal safety of users? After all, the use of gas water heaters and carbon monoxide poisoning is not an individual case. The media inventory, just in the local last year, within 2 months, there were 532 people carbon monoxide poisoning accidents, of which 21 people died due to failure to rescue, which could have been avoided tragedy. Some netizens are just calling for the elimination of gas water heaters, which are appliances that kill people. When Zhou Yang saw it, he felt that it was time for him to do something for the people. For the people. Chapter 116, This Is It. The Air Heater. Zhou Yang had been following the development of the water heater incident after he returned to Deep Town by airplane. Netizens are also concerned about this. Many people do not understand why gas water heaters should be installed. Electric water heaters cannot be used? None take their lives to joke. You guys look like you've never used a gas water heater. Okay, gas is so much better than electric. Some die-hard fans of gas water heaters have taken to standing up for their favorite appliance. Because the gas water heater hot water can be used uninterruptedly. Even if the family has a large number of people do not have to worry about running out of hot water, and will not be affected by the weather. And then the power outage can also be used. Is indeed more convenient than the electric water heater to use. Not to mention other things, my family of 7, with an electric water heater, a bath have to be staggered by day. Otherwise it is too late to boil the water. Run out of hot water. You have to wait for a new one to boil before you can continue to use it, and all day long to maintain a temperature. Most of the time it is consuming energy. How much money is spent on electricity? Gas water heater users, rebuttal. They focus on enjoyment, and they have a point of view. That is, the accident of the family. It is their own safety awareness is weak, will lead to tragedy. Like their home, the ventilation is done. and equipped with carbon monoxide alarms. This is foolproof. And these people also slam that electric water heaters are just as likely to leak and cause accidents that injure people, and that both types of equipment have hidden dangers. So Big Brother doesn't talk about Second Brother. And electric water heater users scoffed at this. Wash a little slower. Wash a little slower. Better than losing a life. Although the alarm, but not afraid of 10,000, is afraid of the unlikely eventuality. In case of a person at home, and so people fainted, alarm only have a role to play. That is not the end of the ball. How can you trust a tool with one human life? A portion of the population would rather take fewer showers than get unlucky one day and explain their lives on top of a hot water heater. Most people are stubborn anyway, so no one can convince anyone. Debating back and forth on the internet, and then it evolves into regional attacks, gender oppositions, and other name-calling, making a mess. And even White Emperor's official website also appeared this voice, and the two groups quarreled, noisy to later even not the event itself. But what sweet dumplings, salty dumplings, sweet and salty tofu brain dispute, so that the administrator of the White Emperor website also had big, can only temporarily limit the speech. Don't argue, I'll make a move. At this time, the only webmaster's account, Joe Yang, spoke up. Whittier users took a look and snapped out of it. Their beloved Whittier was a fantastic electrical company, and if only he had taken the lead in producing water heaters, then it might have ended the dispute. Joe Yang, are you producing water heaters? Is it to produce gas water heaters or electric water heaters? The netizens were very much looking forward to his speech, and they all wanted Joe Yang to agree with them. Users of gas water heaters want Joe Yang to produce a product that is safe so they can use it without worry. And electric water heater users want Joe Yang to produce electric water heaters, which can be proved. Even by D are in favor of electric water heaters, to make gas water heaters such as life-threatening killers to hurry up to withdraw from the market. So many people were now waiting for Joe Yang to speak, treating him as an authority. But such a sentence is not good. It will give Joe Yang inviting black, and will even offend a group of users, because the crowd is difficult to adjust. Electrical appliances hobbies are also difficult to adjust. Build a piece of electrical appliances at the same time may offend another group of fans. Joe Yang also knew this, so he didn't answer immediately, but was looking up information on various water heaters. Joe Yang's family uses an electric water heater, a product from years ago, a Sakura brand, which is still working today. It does have the disadvantages of consuming electricity, not enough water, and unstable temperature. These disadvantages are to be overcome if electric water heaters are to be manufactured. Gas water heater Joe Yang did not use. He looked up the information, but also personally went to the mall to check, to understand the market of similar products, and ultimately also came to the same opinion as other users. Gas water heater in use. It is true that it is more comfortable than electric water heaters, but safety hazards is the biggest drawback. To choose this water heater, you need to take certain safety precautions. However, not all people have all the time have a sense of crisis, which is the reason for the endless poisoning incidents. Joe Yang then pondered, what kind of water heater would he produce well? Whitey water heaters, at the same time, have to address the pain points of both types of water heaters and eliminate the shortcomings of both types of electric water heaters. When Joe Yang visited the mall, the salesman recommended the air water heater, which immediately caught his eye. Air water heaters, which work very similarly to air conditioners, use a small amount of electricity to drive a compressor to run, absorbing a large amount of heat energy from the air, which is used to heat the bath water, which can easily be heated to 50-65 C. And the air water heater is also very energy saving. Burn the same water, air energy than electric water heaters, saving nearly 3/4 of the electricity, which is very amazing. The perfect solution to the shortcomings of the electric water heater energy consumption. And because the compressor is used to heat, will not produce carbon monoxide and exhaust gas, there is no risk of poisoning. In addition to energized electrical components, will not be in direct contact with the water, but also to eliminate the problem of electric water heater leakage. Electrician. Once again, the safety concerns of both water heaters are perfectly addressed. So the question is, with such a great water heater, why hasn't it caught on? The reason is that air heaters are too expensive. Even the cheapest ones start at over $4,000, and slightly better ones, at $6,000, or $8,000, a pop, are nothing new. And Gree also has a 300-liter model for tens of thousands of dollars a pop, compared to the other two types of water heaters that cost around $1,000. This air water heater would be too expensive for many people to choose. In addition, air water heaters have the disadvantage of large size, because to ensure the efficiency and energy consumption, air water heaters usually have to be equipped with a large tank, commonly 150 liters to 200 liters. And then the normal home to the water heater reserved for the location is simply not enough to install. So the air water heater is usually installed in the balcony or outdoor and other places, but also affects the aesthetic. And some properties are not allowed to install. It is a headache. When Zhou Yang saw the price, he smiled slightly. What was his buy the best at? That would undoubtedly be to bring down the price of appliances. And this air water heater, that's his next target. After driving back to the factory, Zhou Yang locked himself in his office and then clicked on the interface of the system drawing exchange. Type in air water heater and the next thing that pops up is hundreds of various models of air energy products. It's a mixed bag of all sorts of features in there. However, Zhou Yang looked around and was surprised that he was not satisfied. Because the tanks of these air heaters are too big and have the disadvantage of not being easy to install, they are doomed to be unacceptable to the general public, which will lose a lot of potential customers. What about this? Zhou Yang frowned and looked at the drawings in the system as he continued to flip through the pages to find them, expecting that there would be an air water heater that would meet his requirements. Chapter 117 XY Air Water Heaters. After searching, Zhou Yang really did find drawings that met his requirements. It's just that these drawings are all gray, and redeeming them requires at least 4 figures of points, as they are all future tech products. For example, a requirement of points 3333 to redeem the air water heater, the water tank and computer chassis that size, constant temperature, super power saving, but this points demand cannot be suffered, and this water heater actually support 8G communication, virtual projection, can be in the bath and the object to open the video to show the body. Zhou Yang knew that this is not a product of the current era, so he needed a product that would be within his points acceptance range and would eliminate the disadvantages of air heaters. Zhou Yang thought about it, then relaxed the search criteria. Only enter the 3 words water heater. That's many times more product drawings that can be redeemed for various water heater models. Suddenly, Zhou Yang found a special drawing of a water heater. Xiaoya Air Electric Water Heater. The name does come with an exclamation mark logo in front of it, indicating that there is a problem with this drawing. The structure looks like an air energy structure, except that it has a flawed design that results in high electrical consumption, and the energy consumption is actually a 4-stage one. Its tank, on the contrary, there are 50 liters, 60 liters and 80 liters of 3 styles. Its electric structure, but also overcome the air water heater in the 0 degrees below the low temperature environment of low efficiency drawbacks, but it is a less mature product. First of all, it consumes more electricity than an electric water heater, but the price is the price of air energy. Such a chicken ribs products certainly cannot compete with the authentic air water heater, so this product has not been introduced to the market. Zhou Yan used his cell phone to search for Xiaoya electrical appliances, but found that this factory, 2 years ago, closed down. Is not the funds are invested in research and development. In the absence of a good product, the capital chain broke? The specifics were unknown to Zhou Yang, but he had his eye on this Xiaoya water heater, which had shortcomings that he, with his system, should be able to overcome. System, can I improve this Xiaoya water heater? Zhou Yang asked. The system replied, of course, improvement is the most basic function. It's just that you've been using only the deletion function. This is proper. This failed product exchange price is only 30 points, because the product is not mature so low. By Zhou Yang picked up a leak, and redeeming it had exhausted the points Zhou Yang had recently accumulated. The hundreds of system points from before had also been squandered by him recently. However, now that White Emperor has a steady stream of products for sale, some old products such as televisions and tablet computers are contributing a small amount of consistent points, but in order to gain a large number of points quickly, it needs to consistently develop new products in order to be able to do so. System, 30 points redeemed successfully. Thank you for your patronage. Get the drawing of Xiaoya Air Electric Thermal Energy Water Heater. Payment points within this system exceed 666, hereby rewarding the optimization function. Limited to once per product drawing. The system sent 2 prompts one after another, of which the optimization function made Zhou Yang particularly concerned. He checked it out. This optimization function, which could only work in the drawing modification stage, could improve and optimize a certain function of the electrical product in a small way, which was a very useful skill. However, there is a note here that the skills are not valid for products that have been modified and finalized, which means that they can't be used for products that have been produced before. But it doesn't matter. It's not too late from now. Zhou Yang began to edit the Xiaoya water heater drawings. The first thing to do is to make modifications to the heating function. One of the air energy and electric heating combination of ideas is good. Improve the air energy low temperature environment does not work to be retained, but it is a bit primitive air energy exchange, resulting in energy consumption is too high, and the heating time is a bit longer than the traditional air energy, which is also the biggest drawback of this immature water heater. Then Zhou Yang on the heating function. The use of optimization optimize function. System, optimization function is on. Optimizing heating function in. Optimization is complete. The thermal efficiency is increased by 30, power saving 30, and the heating speed is increased by 30. Optimization is complete. So that Zhou Yang was very surprised. Because of the improvement of thermal efficiency, the original from the 4 level of energy consumption became 3 level. This is much better. Saving 30, so that it is more energy efficient than ordinary electric water heaters, and the heating speed is improved, a little faster than the average electric water heater, which modifies the biggest drawback of the Xiaoyao water heater. From being essentially unusable, it is now competitive. Maybe if Little Ma had worked hard on scientific improvements back then, they could have produced a groundbreaking water heater. Shame about some of that. However, Zhou Yang was also considered to fulfill this long-cherished wish for Xiaoya. Modified the heating section. Other sections need to be downsized to lower the price. This Zhou Yang is the most pure, replaced with cheap parts and shell materials, scaled down unnecessary functions, and soon modified. The selling price is lower than the original thousands of dollars. However, when he was about to click the confirm button, Zhou Yang suddenly felt that this was not enough. The current virtual drawing editing interface shows that this water heater energy consumption is still on the high side, compared to today's air water heaters. Far from it, is really a shame of the air water heater, surely to be laughed at by peers. Zhou Yang didn't like this feeling and had to find a way to improve it. After the study found that this water heater has been technically difficult to have a breakthrough. Unless the tank is also increased to about 200 liters, then there is no difference with the ordinary air water heater. So this road does not work. If the technology doesn't work, then think about the software. For example, designing a feature to save energy. Zhou Yang recalled some of the disadvantages in the use of his own electric water heater. Basically, he would only go back once in a few days, and sometimes he was too lazy to unplug the power supply. Then these days the electric water heater would work all the time, and this electricity bill would be consumed for nothing. Therefore, Zhou Yang wanted to design a control interface with some intelligence. For example, this software should be able to record the user's work and rest habits. If they are working people, then the water heater will be on standby during the day, and wait until the user is almost off work. Then it will start working, which will save a lot of electricity. Also, it automatically selects days off and works 24/7 on days off. Also, if a person leaves the house for more than 24 hours, the device will automatically stand by until someone comes back to use it. The design should be as foolproof and simple as possible, and the default mode needs to be in line with everyone's habits, so that some elderly people who do not know how to use electrical appliances can easily use the water heater of Whitey. This coupled with a software system, Zhou Yang said the system will automatically complete the required circuit, so that only Zhou Yang need to buy electronic components, can realize the required function. This is going to cost more, starting with an LCD screen, and a graphical setup interface, which will probably add about $100 to the cost. But with water heaters on the market, the common warranty is 5 to 8 years, so long that energy efficiency is necessary, and over the course of 5 to 8 years, electricity bills can definitely be saved. The cost $100, then the energy savings give back. Although the $100 more expensive would affect the sales, Zhou Yang felt that it would benefit the customers and that would be enough. So, Zhou Yang added this set of energy-saving control software, and the energy consumption was immediately reduced to a level 2 energy consumption appliance, which is a huge improvement. Keep in mind that it's common for appliances on the general market to have a level 2 energy consumption, which meets the standard of being usable and won't be held back by energy ratios. After modifying some flaws, the entire water heater completed its final compilation, and the system prompted Zhou Yang to come up with a name. This water heater, from the already collapsed Xiaoya company, then their unfinished product. Now Zhou Yang modified to carry it forward. Then this water heater, named after Xiaoya. So Zhou Yang named it, XY Air Water Heater. Chapter 118, Re-Exploration and Re-Reporting. The reason why this water heater is still called air energy, because it has the basic structure of air energy, which is not false propaganda. And after the system optimization, this water heater has been less power consuming, eliminating the original product in the word electricity. Then call it Whitey XY Air Energy Water Heater. It is not wrong to call it Whitey XY Air Water Heater. System, Whitey XY Air Water Heater design successful. Then a brand new drawing appeared in front of Zhou Yang. The drawing has now changed so much from the original that even if the original Xiaoya designers came over, they wouldn't recognize them as similar products anymore. Zhou Yang next, to account for the cost. After a series of calculations, the cost of this air product, whose tank can be installed indoors, is $532. This price In addition to the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone, White Emperor cost the highest product. The reason why it will be so high, one is because the air can each component cost is relatively high, and there is also an additional and air conditioning similar to the external machine, which is equivalent to 2 parts. The cost is invariably another layer higher. This makes the base model 50L Tank XY air water heater, priced at $599 as appropriate, and the 60L and 80L versions, $649 and $699 respectively. This would sell for no more than $700. Looking at the somewhat high price, it's a little less of a Whitey product, but that depends on who you're comparing it to. This is a water heater against the Air Energy, other Air Energy water heater. The average price is almost 6 or 7,000. And this, only they are close to 1/10 of the price. It is simply fragrant. Even when comparing electric water heaters and gas water heaters, then Whitey's price is still very beatable, cheaper than the vast majority of water heaters, and also removes many of the drawbacks of those two common water heaters, so it can be said to be a full-fledged crusher. With a water heater that is cheap and fully optimized for performance, everyone knows who to choose. So this Whitey XY air water heater was born. Once the drawings were available, the first step was to hand them over to Son to take care of manufacturing the housing and other small parts. And Joe Young wrote a list of some of the accessories he needed that he couldn't produce himself on WeChat and sent it to Uncle Lou. After 2 minutes, Uncle Lou wrote back, basically all of them. How many sets do you want? The old rules, 200. 000 sets or more can be cheaper. Uncle Lou's reply was still succinct. Joe Young replied, first come some samples, qualified. The initial amount of at least 1 million sets or more. Cash settlement. Now Joe Yang is rich and powerful. There are several hundred million above the account. The payment of goods are all directly a settlement. Do not need to pressure money. Perhaps the word cash has content. Uncle Lou's side replied immediately sent. In the end, the hands of the purchaser has a card. Uncle Lou sent his son Lu Chi drove over. The samples are for Joe Yang to bring over for testing. Joe Yang in his office met Lu Chi. He politely greeted Joe Yang, then held out a box, lined up all kinds of accessories for Joe Yang to check for himself. Joe Yang then picked up these materials and pretended to inspect them. It's actually the system that's filtering it for him. Seal rubber ring, pass. Expansion valve, component life is substandard, averaging only 3 to 4 years. Recommend replacement. Filter dryer, pass. The system went through the parts and screened out 2 non-conforming products. These 2 parts won't work. Bring over a few more from other manufacturers, Joe Yang said. Uncle Lou's son stood in awe, thinking that no wonder the White Emperor has recently been on fire all over the country. On this hand of Joe Yang's ability to distinguish between good and bad parts with the naked eye, no one else can learn. Okay, I'll go back and get you a couple more. At least Joe Yang was one of the few big customers here at Uncle Lou's place, and now the service was on point. Lu Chi then brought several similar parts, and Joe Yang finally chose. Although the price is a little more expensive than the previous kind of parts, but he is going to produce a water heater with a warranty of 8 years. The quality of the bad maintenance cost is too high, so it is better to choose a qualified product at the beginning. When this side of the screening is completed, Joe Young first gave a deposit, until Uncle Lou's side of the arrival of parts. He will pay a sum of money, never default. The current Baidi was no longer the same Baidi who had defaulted on his payments when Joe Yang's dad was around. Now everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. Joe Young immediately spoke in the community of his official website, saying that he has the means to end the dispute between gas water heaters and electric water heaters. Then, Joe Young released a promotional picture of a thinly coated water heater, whetting everyone's appetite. This conceptual diagram is directly copied from the system. In order to maintain the mystery, he will not go ahead and expose too much, including the price, all confidential. Next, Joe Yang went to find the artisan Xiaojiang and asked her to start designing the promotional pictures of the goods. Joe Yang's side was more relaxed, but the fans of Baidi, they were agitated. This coated product is undoubtedly Baidi's new water heater, and everyone is now concerned about whether Joe Yang is an electric water heater party or a gas water heater party, which is important to them, because everyone is starting to take sides. Some people are handicapping the community all over the place, voting on what kind of water heater they want Whitey to come out with. The largest number of voters is the electric water heater. Support accounted for 58. This part of the people also gave the expected price. According to the urine of the White Emperor, the probability is either 99 yuan or 199 yuan. Accounting for the second most is the gas water heater, with 37 of the total, and the estimated selling price is also between $99 to $199. And the third one is the air water heater, which accounts for only 5 of the total. and they predict the selling price, which is around $799 to $999. Other air energy is 5, 000, 6, 000, even 7, 000 or 8, 000. Whitey's usual style is to knock the selling price down to about a tenth of that, then that's a more reliable price. The reason why there are fewer people opting for air water heaters is because a lot of people just don't know that they are available. Because of the high selling price and limited installation, the market has not been promoted at all. Now the three sides of the netizens are arguing, and they're just waiting for a few days, when Whitey releases the details. When Whitey first announced the new product teaser, the news spread not only among the fanbase, but also to many of the major appliance manufacturers. Now White Emperor is not unknown small factory, out of a few hands, so that a number of industry reshuffle, and now some of the big factories also pay attention to the White Emperor. Usually in the White Emperor's community, inserted scouts, White Emperor, if there is any blowing in the wind, and immediately come back to report. So this time, the news of the new water heater was reported to the top management of the company. The appliance division of the U.S. is one of them. What? Whitey's next product is a water heater? This head of the U.S. frowned. Although water heaters were not their key product, if they were always eaten up by White Emperor like this, they would sooner or later be woefully finished with this business. They have to catch up with the response. The entire line of water heaters is now on sale at a full discount. Fast. In order to prevent Whitey's water heaters from fracturing in price, they discounted them first and sold a little bit of them, lest their products would be stagnant when Whitey's new products came out. But this is not the way to go. There must be a reasonable response. Does Whitey make electric water heaters, gas water heaters, or air? The man in charge was in a tangle. This news was important to him and now he had to make a decision. A moment to think about, not understand. The United States responsible person decided to stop production of electric water heaters throughout the factory, so that the scout again to explore and then report. They have to wait and see what happens. Not only Medea did so, other major electrical appliances manufacturers also made basically the same response. Now not only netizens, but also the eyes of peers, are gathered on the official website of the White Emperor. The kind of eagerness to expect to hurry up to announce the answer, like waiting for the lottery draw. But this draw, too, is destined to be like the lottery, with a few happy and a few sad. Chapter 119, Spies Stirring Up Trouble. After much anticipation, Whitey's new water heater was finally unveiled. The link to the product was released at 9 a.m. that morning, priced from $599 for a Whitey XY water heater. Not an electric water heater or a gas water heater, but an air heater, which is relatively unknown to most people. Holy shit, that's really airborne. $599, that's way over the top. A lot of people who understand the market, see this price, on the spot decided to order. Compared to other air energy, this is simply cheap to burst. The price of cabbage cannot be counted, which belongs to the price of scrap. However, this price is really a cut above compared to the other items of Pak Thai. And soon, there were multiple postings questioning it in the online community on Pak Thai's official website. A $599 water heater? I can get it normally. Is this Whitey starting to float? Yeah, a water heater, comparing to other brands, isn't that much cheaper. Dragon slayers become evil dragons eventually. A part of the people began to criticize that the White Emperor began to use low prices to collect people, to now open the dagger, began to harvest users. Whitey's customer service saw it and patiently posted back below. Not oh, this is the air energy water heater. Like the publicity page said, remove the shortcomings of electric water heaters, gas water heaters, but also significantly reduce the shortcomings of the air energy water heater. Selling price is high, inconvenient to install. It is an epic-making water heater. Welcome to buy and sell. Customer service means very obvious. That is, you at least look at the product page before spraying it. How to see a price to spray. Now the internet users so impatient? There are also some knowledgeable users who just leave a post below explaining. Air energy, you think of it as an air conditioner that can heat the water is good. The use of indoor and outdoor temperature difference to work. The higher the outdoor temperature, the less energy consumption. White Emperor this. I see only half of the energy consumption of the electric water heater, and there will be no leakage of electricity and the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. This is the three mainstream water heater shortcomings on the market, are given to the neutralization. The price is still the other air energy. The price is still about 1/10 of other air energy products. What's not to be satisfied with? That's right, Whitey is still the same Whitey. Go a little bit to understand the air energy, then you will know how conscientious Whitey is. I can't believe this, and such a great water heater, then I'm going to buy one. A lot of netizens are persuaded to see the promotional page. So many advantages, and save electricity, and also cheaper than most of the ordinary water heaters. This is simply earn a fortune. They have to buy. Let's take note. People, live within your means and buy with caution. Suddenly, Joe Yang made a top post in the forum, telling everyone about the shortcomings of a Bitey water heater. Because Whitey does not have a matching service site, this water heater will need to be installed by the user upon arrival, or by a professional installer. Installation is pretty easy, but there are some places where you need to use a drill, as well as going outdoors to hook up the outboard, which is more dangerous, so it's best to get a professional to do the installation, which comes with some extra expenses. I can't believe this. Doesn't everyone else get their water heaters installed for free? You're the only one who's special. Some netizens have voiced their discontent. Hidden in the community of the official website of the White Emperor, a certain brand of scouts saw this, immediately shady smile, immediately logged in with a small number, came to follow the wind and light a fire. Hiring an installer is at least $100 to $200, so that's part of the money that should come out of Whitey's pocket. So for that one water heater, let's make it $150 cheaper for us. Yes, a little cheaper. $599 is not reasonable. Another $200 down is okay. There was more than one scout for these brands. They lurked in the BD community all day long. Their role was not just to spy on intelligence. They were also responsible for causing trouble. These scouts, then, ambushed the netizen community and kept posting provocative remarks. If you don't buy it, I won't buy it, and I'll drop $200 tomorrow. People look. It seems that so many people demanded a price reduction. Many melon people also followed the clamor open. Anyway, if the price really reduced, they are also the beneficiaries. Boss, the atmosphere in the forum is not right. Should we temporarily ban them first? At this time, the administrator of the White Emperor's backstage, who had also discovered the anomaly, came to report to Joe Yang. Joe Yang is also paying attention to this matter. He often played in the forum when he was a student. This situation looks like someone is deliberately leading the rhythm. In this case, if they were banned, it would instead give the other side a chance to fall into line, and all the black pots would be put on their heads. Might as well be upfront and honest with your comebacks. So Joe Yang didn't need to ban him. He just replied. Joe Yang next posted a top post. I'm sorry, because White Emperor has been doing online business, and did not form a service site, resulting in people needing to find their own people to install the products. In view of this, White Emperor will gradually in the country's first-tier cities, the formation of after-sales sites to meet the subsequent product installation and maintenance services. Afterward, when the time is ripe, more service sites will be opened. It's sincere enough to say that, and most people understand, but the scouts are still picking at it. Don't put out a product in the first place if you can't do it right. Affect the mood. How come we only form sites in first-tier cities? We don't deserve Whitey appliances in our small 18th-tier county? These people, then, are deliberately provocative and have greatly bad intentions. Not really, Joe Yang replied. This water heater, only when I saw the previous tragedy of that family of 5, I hurriedly put it online, in order to give some users of water heaters who just need it one more option. After all, this is a durable product that can be used for many years. If there is already a water heater in the house, if you already have a water heater at home, there is no need to force a replacement. If you don't like the fact that Pak Tai can't provide installation service, you can hold off for a while and wait until Pak Tai has set up a service site before you come back to buy. Although Whitey is good, it is not suitable for everyone, so please consume rationally. Joe Yang said more sincerely. Some of Baidi's iron fans came to spray those who provoked the spammers. You guys don't have to buy it if you don't want to. Whitey took an air heater that sells for $6,000 or $7,000 and fucked it up to $599. What's not to like? I don't need to do the math to know that this is basically selling at sticker cost. If you think it's too expensive and you don't want to give the installation, then just go and buy another brand of water heater. It's not like the owner of the house is forcing you to buy it. That's right. Don't you guys know that the wool comes from the sheep? If we provide installation services, then White Emperor needs to hire personnel and rent a site, which all require funds. Then the selling price must be higher. We can't ask him to subsidize the installation for us, right? Yes. If it's too expensive, don't buy it. You people are really pretentious. Why don't you just? I'll suggest that factory director Zhou Yang raise the price of the water heater by a flat 200 yuan. That way you can hire someone to install it for them locally for free. And I guess there'll be no more jets. Now those scouts had been collectively spammed by the netizens because the tempo had been carried too obviously, and they all went invisible when they saw that things were not going well. Now, in the Whittier community, it finally died down. By the time it was 10 o'clock sharp, the Whitey XY Air water heater was officially on sale in the country. Chapter 120 Organization of Service Stations. 1, 2, 10, 100. Whitey XY air heaters that are continuing to sell. After an hour, over 1,000 units were sold. That's a pace that doesn't compare to previous sales figures for cell phones, electric blankets and water purifiers. But that's normal. Water heaters are durable appliances. Cell phones may last a year or two and then have to be replaced for various reasons. But the water heater is not the same. Including Whitey, many water heater manufacturers' warranty is 8 years. With more than 10 years is not uncommon. Many people spend more than $1,000 to buy a water heater. May not be used for a long time. It is unlikely that the original water heater thrown away, and then spend several $100s to buy a new one. So the water heater sales is certainly not as good as the majority of appliances in Whitey today. This was completely within Joe Yang's expectations. He expects that because of the inability to install free of charge, it is estimated that the water heater will sell less than 100,000 units a month, followed by an increase in the frequency of bathing as the temperature rises. He had acquired 1 million units of parts for this batch, which he estimated would last just through the summer, and then, depending on the situation, he would produce them at his discretion. This time around, just be able to provide a safe and harmless water heater to some of the homes that have hidden problems. Joe Yang and the water heater. After the opening of the sale, the focus of the work, put the formation of service stations above. Indeed, not having a service site is a fatal flaw for appliance companies. If there are service stations, like TVs, washing machines, water heaters, water purifiers, etc., they can quickly get customers up and running straight away. Whereas nowadays, it is necessary for customers to have a certain level of installation ability themselves, or just pay someone else to do it. So as long as Whitey wants to grow into a large electrical company, then forming service sites is a job that must be done. Now there are two models of service stations in the electrical industry. One is the manufacturers themselves in major cities, renting rooms and hiring staff. The second way is to find a local third-party appliance repair service company and work together. Now many home appliance companies that are not large enough are taking the second service mode. Only need to give some third-party home appliance repair service company a certain commission. The other side will help manufacturers to carry out installation and maintenance services. Generally this method is suitable for small cities and remote areas, because product sales are generally low in small cities. It is too costly and uneconomical to build a separate service site, rather than spending some of the money and hiring a third-party company to help them maintain it. This is the reason why in some towns and cities and in small 18th line cities, some people buy different brands of appliances but come to the same people for installation and repair. These third-party repair service companies, taking orders from many businesses at the same time, are also more mature partnership models now. But then, manufacturers and third-party companies are just partners, so don't expect good service from them. And it's disgusting that some brands pay more money and they persuade users to buy exclusively from that company in the future. The first method, you can avoid the above drawbacks. The North, Guangzhou and Shenzhen, or huge sales volume of the second and third tier cities. The general factory is the formation of their own service stations. So the advantage is that the service is in place, easy to manage. The disadvantage of this method is that the investment is higher. Those big cities, a maintenance master's salary, basically over 10,000, hire a few, or even a dozen people, plus rent, a month maybe tens of thousands, or even more than 100,000 or 200,000 after sales service expenditures. Then the cost of the service alone would be between several $100,000 and $1 or $2 million a year. This is why the big brands, good after-sales products, the selling price is higher than others. In fact, is the extra cost of forming service stations? This is only one city. According to the country's 663 cities, even if the service station in half of the city, that year's investment is also an astronomical figure. That's why direct after-sales points are only affordable for large corporations, and small businesses are choosing to work with third-party companies. Although Joe Young had recently made a few $100 million, but if he were to set up sites in large quantities, the financial pressure would be too great, and he didn't have a suitable management team. Once the management fails to keep up, those service stations which are high in the mountains and far away from the emperor may be touched by people with poor service attitude or even corruption, which will seriously affect the image of the enterprise. Joe Yang is also the first time to set up a service station. There is no relevant experience. Then he intends to set up the first service station in the deep town, used as an experience to grind, while recruiting relevant management personnel, in order to prepare for the establishment of service stations in other cities across the country. Joe Young then instructed the office clerk to count the cities with the highest sales of White Emperor products, and then follow the order of the sales list to set up service stations. Next, it's time to put out a job posting for an appliance repair professional who can fix most of the appliances on the market, as well as install and commission the equipment. Of course, The age is still above 35 years old, but the requirements will be appropriately relaxed. And sometimes 30 years old is not out of the question when the conditions are right, because there are companies that lay off employees past the age of 30. It's very inhumane, and in the spirit of humanistic concern, anyone who is unemployed in middle age is welcome to come to work at Whittier anyway with a certificate of separation or proof that they're collecting unemployment benefits. Baidi's reputation in the deep town had spread to the labor circle, and it was a factory that the workers aspired to. So when Baidi relaxed the conditions to recruit workers this time, it attracted a lot of people to apply for the job. Some people apply for drivers, others apply for maintenance masters, and as long as they have worked in the aftermarket departments of electronics factories, many of them have this skill. In fact, as long as you know the knowledge of electronic circuits, even if you have not repaired some kind of electrical appliances, take a look at the manual and circuit diagrams, basically will be repaired. Moreover, nowadays, repairs also rarely use welding and flying wires, etc. Usually the parts are damaged. Directly replace the new one, which saves time and cost. This recruitment was expected to recruit 10 people, but it far exceeded Zhou Yang's expectations. There are more than 2,000 people to apply. The admission ratio, catching up with the public examination. The people who came to the White Emperor Company for on-site interviews, in the office building, blocked the corridors, even to the point of having to get a number plate to call a number to line up, in order to maintain the order. Zhou Yang was a bit surprised. He didn't think that Baidi was actually so popular with the workers. He looked at these applicants. Many of them met the requirements. It was hard to choose, so he would simply admit some more places. About 10 of them are local teams, and the rest, who can take on outplacement work, are sent to several other cities in the province to set up service stations. So Whitey quickly over-recruited service personnel, and after the necessary training, they were officially on the job and began providing installation and repair services to customers in Shamtown. This resulted in a sudden and substantial increase in sales of Whitey appliances, including water heaters. The effect of the formation of the service station was immediate. However, the maintenance master is only one aspect. In the deep town staff, can be in the factory office, except the unified management, but for the outer city service site, that will need a management professional to be responsible for. So Whitey released a service division of the manager and deputy manager of the senior talent recruitment notice, looking forward to the insightful people to join. Just as Whitey was in full swing setting up service stations, the first customers who purchased XY Air water heaters had already received their shipments. Chapter 121. Sometimes it's better to spend money than to save it. Fu Xiaoxiu is the first batch of Baidi water heater buyers. He previously bought the Baidi 1 Pro cell phone. The experience is very good. Then became a fan of Baidi, also willing to try Baidi other products. This time, he was thinking of getting a new electric water heater in his house because it was in disrepair and not only had bad water quality, but also consumed huge amounts of electricity. It just so happened that Whitey had come out with a new water heater, or an air product that he had always wanted, and with the inexpensive price tag, he didn't hesitate to place his order. This time the logistics delivered a very large package with two parts, the tank and the external unit, and then he paid for a master to come over and help him install the water heater. These masters who were called in had never seen a Whittier water heater before, but after reading the instructions, they knew how to install it, much like any other water heater. Then the master installed the water heater in 3 tries. Fu Xiaoxiu looked at this brand new water heater. It is very satisfied. Whitey, this product's appearance can be seen. White color match. There are a few gold lines, adding the noble spirit. Not how colorful anyway, but at least it won't be a drag. Fu Xiaoxiu turned the product switch on. The water heater began to work. The noise is acceptable, and only when heating, it will be a little sound. At this time it was dark. Fu Xiaoxiu put the old hot water heater outside the door, intending to find the collection of scrap to pull away. Just at this time, Fu Xiaoxiu's mom came back. Mom replaced the electric water heater as soon as she saw one that worked properly, and the thrifty one freaked out on the spot. What are you doing taking down a perfectly good water heater? Fu Xiaoxiu mom changed her face at that time. She's all about a roll that can go back in the pot 16 times. And this water heater replacement is the equivalent of taking half her life. Fu Xiaoxiu's family is not spending money, but as a child poor old man, that poor to the bone seams of suffering, is carved in the depths of memory. For Fu Xiaoxiu mom, do what you can, just can not have a waste. In this case, for example, the electric water heater, it's pure treason to replace it when it's not broken. Fu Xiaoxiu said in his heart that it was bad. He had just dragged it out for too long and forgot to throw it away in advance. At this time, he can only reason with his mom. I bought this new water heater. Is the air energy cheaper than other air energy thousands? Besides, our electric water heater is always a problem. How many times have been repaired? Inside the scale are paste dead, but also power consumption. Change a good. What air or not? It's not like the original one doesn't work. You quickly return the new one and press the old one back on. Mom said. Fu xiaoxiu for it, but this installation fee are paid. Now return the goods. Shipping costs, not to mention, that also want the master to take things down. Have to spend 2 cents. What? It costs money to install this new water heater. You're getting screwed. You loser. Mom was so furious that she wanted to whip out her chicken duster to enforce the family law. But when she thought of her son, he was already 27. And he was also a small leader in the company, with an annual salary of 200,000 or so. And he was no longer the same Sonny that she had been beaten up by since he was a child. Anyway, Mom went off to make dinner in a fit of pique, not bothering with the rebellious son. Fu xiaoxiu is very difficult. Now no matter whether to return or not, Mom will not be satisfied. This can be done. So he rushed to his dad for help when he returned. Dad, after all, had spent most of his life with his partner and knew his wife well, so with a slight smile, he said to his son, "That's not so bad. You make Mom realize how good the new water heater is, and she won't get mad." Yeah. Fu xiaoxiu was greatly inspired. And then he prepared toiletries for his mom to go and use the new water heater at night. After waiting a while, it was time for dinner, which turned out to be white rice with yesterday's leftovers. Not quite enough leftovers, so I substituted squash. Mom, why is this all you're eating? No fried vegetables? Fu xiaoxiu asked. Mom gave him a blank look. What kind of food? Don't even eat meat this month. Save the money you spent on the electric water heater. Fu xiaoxiu face tangled. Do not know their own mother so thrifty is for what? He was more than 20,000 a month of monthly salary, are given to the mother to keep. The account has been several 100,000. As for so thrifty? Dad made a wink. Mom, this is in the anger. Do not be serious. Wait until tomorrow, maybe she is angry. There will be braised meat to eat. Fu xiaoxiu sighed. Can only eat white rice plus fulling squash. When the evening came, Fu xiaoxiu turned on the bath heater in advance, because the temperature was still a little cool, and he wanted his mom to have a comfortable hot bath. Mom, let me teach you. This is hot water. Set it to 42 degrees for you. Don't you like it hotter? Fu xiaoxiu was patting his mom's ass from the side. So low enough for what? Used to boil water at 60 degrees. Mom did not have the good sense to say, it's not the boiling temperature. It's the temperature at which the water comes out. And this 42 degrees is just right for you. Fu xiaoxiu field explanation. Mom did not believe, net bragging, our home that water heater. You have to put a minute before the water temperature is hot. Move the hot and cold will change. Have to readjust. Where there is such a convenient water heater? You'll see when you use it. Fu xiaoxiu hemmed and hawed, then closed the bathroom door for his mom. Then Mom washed up inside, waiting for half an hour. Mom came out. The whole bathroom is fairy, and the heavenly palace almost. Mostly, women take long showers, regardless of age. Once out, Mom is excited and son said, this new water heater really good ah. The water temperature are constant, and I put the water so long. If the old water heater would have become cold water, the water is still warm. In fact, the product is good. Are to look at and who is better than. Before my mom felt that this water heater is too expensive. Change is not necessary. The results of the use of down after. And before the experience is a world of difference. Incomparable. How about it? I said the water heater works well. Fu xiaoxiu buelled on. How much did you pay for this? It must have been expensive, right? Mom was still concerned about the price. It's only 599. I bought a 50L. It's enough for our family of 3. Fu xiaoxiu said. That cheap? Mom was surprised. She didn't realize such a nice water heater was so cheap. She froze for a moment. The frugal attributes of her heart, and the attributes of enjoying life, warred in her mind. Fu xiaoxiu then took the opportunity to explain. Mom, don't say that this White Emperor water heater works well and is also energy efficient, saving the price of this water heater in 1 year. Fu xiaoxiu then explained, before the old water heater with more than 10 years, equipment aging, and inside the scale is too thick, heating requires more energy, coupled with the age of the insulation layer is also limited, resulting in hot water heat dissipation fast, power consumption is high, so that most of the time throughout the day is in the heating state, which more than a month to spend dozens of electricity bills. Mom came to a realization. I said, how come we went out on a trip and the electric bill at home was only a dozen or so dollars? So it's because the water heater was turned off. Yes, a month big dozens of electric bill. Winter can even be more than 100. This year's electric bill adds up, but cannot be replaced by a new water heater? Fu xiaoxiu to the mom to instill. Save money cannot blindly save the idea. To science to save money. Mom's eyes glared at me. You're still gasping for compliments. You just bought a water heater. And now you're criticizing me for it. Fu Xiaoxiu hurriedly replied. Dare not dare not dare. I just according to your childhood teachings. There are any words to tell the truth is not. Cannot let me hypocritical perfunctory you it. Well, count on you doing the right thing this time. Mom then went to use blow dry her hair. As for her hair dryer, it is Fu Xiaoxiu bought the Hongtu just out of the improved products, priced at 499. The wind is very strong. Quiet. Much better than the original 40 yuan of the ground goods. Of course, this is inevitably familiar with Emil by his mom, saying that he spends money indiscriminately. But mom can't help but have a happy smile on her lips when she uses these great appliances bought by her son. She then went to the kitchen and made her son a bowl of his favorite braised pork so that he could satisfy his craving. In this way, Whitey XY air water heater. So that a young customer, less than the old mom accounting, but also with the strength to change the views of elders. Sometimes it's better to spend, rather than save. Chapter 122, from Beaver's Review. Fu Xiaoxiu's experience with the water heater is representative of the feelings of the first group of customers who received a Whitey XY water heater. Users buy. Experience first class. Exploded to kill the existing $1,000 electric water heaters and gas water heaters. Air can be knocked down. Crawling cannot climb the kind. White Emperor water heater. Very perfect elimination of electric, gas, air energy, the shortcomings of the three kinds of water heaters, and inherit and carry forward the advantages of the three kinds of water heaters. This water heater in the end how good to use, which is the same as the little blue pill, who use who knows. So the first users were quick to post their experiences. In after-sales reviews, these users didn't mince words, and for those who hadn't used a high-end air water heater before, the first time they used a Whitey XY water heater, the results were absolutely stunning. Whether it's constant temperature hot water, power savings, safety and price, it's top-notch and basically the best water heater on the market. This is a step up in experience from the previous Whittier products. Previous Whittier products, limited to their selling price, would compromise on features and materials and had shortcomings. Take, for example, the Whitey TV, which doesn't support HD or high refresh rates, and doesn't have the best color or audio video, or the electric blanket, or the flat screen, and so on. But Whitey XY this product, then the water heater on the market are better, and even the first users, but also boast, Whitey XY water heater, is the best water heater on the market under $10,000. But with any item there are good reviews and naturally there are bad reviews. Some customers hit the middle and bad reviews. Said XY water heater appearance is too ugly. Shell material garbage. Tank volume is too small and other shortcomings. But we all know, that is to find bones in the egg. The big brand air, but the good material, but the tank is big. But those who prefer not to go to buy, they were still won over by Whitey's conscientious pricing. Sure enough at a low enough price, all drawbacks are tolerated, including the drawback of needing to find someone to install it yourself. At first, XY water heaters didn't sell well, but after being put on the market with almost clear positive reviews, sales gradually took off. In its second week, it boosted sales by 50 more than its debut, so much so that it caught the attention of some digital bloggers. There is a beautiful uploader called Beaver Sherry. In reality is a little rich woman. She is from a good family background. After graduating from college, she worked full-time at home as a digital review uploader. Other people's digital reviews are looking for brands to ask for samples for white plagiarism, or use the 7-day no-excuse loophole, do the review and then return the review item, or buy it back to experience it out of the second-hand back to blood. After all, digital products are too expensive, are thousands of tens of thousands of dollars, each one of them at their own expense to buy. If the family does not have a mind really can not suffer. However, Sherry the Beaver, affectionately known as Beaver by her fans, is the girl whose family owns a mine. Because of her sweet and lovely looks and playful voice, she attracted countless fans, and all of Beaver's review products, which she buys back at her own expense and never returns, are readily available in her workroom, or storage room, just so there is a point of view of the female upmaster. A debut, was widely praised, now the whole network fans have more than 3 million. In the industry is also considered a well-known figure. The most critical is the Beaver face value is high. The person is also simple, not polluted by the world. The other female netroots are trying to find ways to show meat, eyeballs, short skirts, black silk-made dresses, what rubbing edge to wear, as if they are not a netroots, but in the clubs to work. However, the Beaver never show legs. Every time the video of the clothes are covered with a special cover, never rubbing the edge, just so pure girl, and so rich. Today's society is basically extinct. It is especially able to impress the hearts of the people, especially the hearts of male fans. That's why her fans basically refer to her as their boyfriend. But it is said that none of them got it and Beaver Chicory is still single. Today Beaver has published a new installment of review videos and the product under review is the infamous Whitey XY water heater. Beaver this video. Wearing a pink and white two-tone home dress. Tied a pill head. Especially pure and lovely. Typical girl next door dress. Fans fell in love at first sight. A stingy heart was thumping. And even some spirited male fans began to lick the screen. No one paid attention to what Beaver said. When the video started almost a minute later, they came back to the fact that the review was for a water heater. Fans can't help but wonder why Beaver, who used to review either 4090 graphics cards or the latest Mac computers, is suddenly reviewing such a cheap water heater. Fans' curiosity was piqued, and they went from admiring Beaver's face to watching the video seriously. Now we use the water heater. Basically is electric and gas two kinds of, such as my studio, with the electric water heater, but once the bath time is longer, the water in the tank after running out of water, it will be forced to take a cold shower. We all know, girls, not to wash a half hour cannot come out, so I need a fast heating, stable and safe water heaters. Gas water heaters can be, but the exhaust gas cannot get into the hospital, which is not in line with my requirements for safety. So there is no water heater on the market that meets my requirements? You don't say. There really is. That is, air water heater. Beaver first asks the question and then derives the answer to the problem. The ultimate in water heaters is air. She began detailing the benefits of air heaters. But, the Beaver tone, air can also have shortcomings, and very fatal. That is, the price is expensive. Casually search the internet. Good guy. R to be 5, 6, 7, 8,000. Let me spend so much rice to buy a water heater, the Beaver good heartache said. Waiting for the video to be seen, fans are sending pop-ups. Aborted. Rich women cry poor too. Beaver stop. Sell your ROG family computer. Enough to buy several air heaters. Anyway, netizens can't believe that little rich girl Beaver can't afford to buy a district air water heater. Of course, the Beaver is not unable to afford. Just she and other rich second-generation girls are not the same. She is thrifty and frugal. Seldom buy any brand name bags and so on. Lipstick are not more than $200. Belong to the more pragmatic rich second generation. That's why Beaver wouldn't have considered an air heater before. Simply because it wasn't cost effective. She then gets to the point of this video, which is the Whitey XY air water heater. I was looking for video material one day. A small friend recommended me White Emperor this air energy water heater. I saw the price of $599 at that time. I thought it was some kind of scam that hangs sheep's head and sells dog's meat. As a result of understanding White Emperor I realized that it is a serious enterprise. 99 tablet computer, 99 washing machine, 299 electric car. Basically the price of every product of White Emperor can shock everyone's eyeballs. Beaver's video then switched to some of White Emperor's news promos, and her quirky elfin voice continued. Such a company, if it's involved in false propaganda, the fines can be tough enough. So I'm just going to hold on to stepping on mines for everyone, and get this world's first triple-digit amount of air energy water heater back. Dang it, as if offering a treasure. Beaver shows the box of Whitey's water heater she bought. She stood in front of the two cardboard boxes as if she had two mountains behind her because of her small stature. She went on to describe, the reason this water heater is so cheap is that installation is at your own expense. So I had to spend $249, almost $250, to get an installer to come over and help me put the water heater on. I'm going to spend the evening, personally experiencing this 599 yuan air energy. In the end is not as good as it is advertised. As soon as they heard Beaver say that, the LSBs and the pop-ups started thinking about it, kneeling for a live stream of the shower. I want to see the test live, and I hope Up is rich and generous. You're thinking of peaches. Beaver won't show it to you smelly men. She'll sneak it to me alone. Whoever pees yellow, narration wake up upstairs. Get out of the way diabetic. Don't let upstairs get a taste of it. These Beaver's husband fans then started attacking each other in the pop-ups to show their love for Beaver. But this is a video, not a live stream. So the camera pans out and Beaver is in the bathroom with her cell phone in hand, filming the Whitey XY water heater in action. The video didn't reveal herself throughout, much to the disappointment of many LSP users. Of course, this is Beaver's usual style. She doesn't give a shit about rubbing it in to attract traffic. Beaver isn't as simple a test as other digital upstarts. She's rigorous. First, to test the power consumption of XY water heater, Beaver plugged the water heater into a smart outlet, which can record how many degrees of electricity the water heater consumes. The other is the temperature test. The Beaver likes to take a hot bath, slightly hot kind of the best, so adjusted to 43°C, because it is still spring, the room temperature is not too hot, so more than 40 degrees hot water poured out with water mist. Through the screen can feel the heat of the water temperature. Beaver tested the water with her hand. It was just the right temperature. Her favorite temperature. And then she had to take her temperature. She took out her thermometer and measured it with a drop of water, aimed at the stream. The temperature control aspect is up to par considering that the water flow has heat dissipation in the air. Okay, so the hot water is boiling. I'm going to take a shower. I'll see you later. Now those LSB's eyes glazed over on the spot, all wanting to see a picture of a beautiful woman in the bath. As a result, the scene shifted again, and Beaver had already taken a shower, and with her hair wrapped in a white towel on her head, she came out to record a video. The LSP audience was greatly disappointed. Beaver took out a stopwatch, commented, "My bath time is 35 minutes and 47 seconds. First of all, the conclusion. This XY water heater completely exceeded my expectations. Then my girlfriend's home air water heater. The performance is not weak in the slightest, and energy consumption and White Emperor official propaganda is almost the same. I check my home water meter. The current water heater, a total of 71 liters of water into the water heater, has been heated all the way up to 55 C. The energy consumption is half of my original electric water heater. Is half of my original electric water heater. Long-term use. The electricity bill is saved. If the bath washed diligently, a year can save a few $100s in electricity. An air water heater to save out, rounded up equal to save 100 million. Ah, there is wood?" Beaver's comment was so funny that the pop-ups exploded, with people saying she was redefining small goals. Beaver then White XY water heater is highly respected, praised it as a cross-generation products, but also solves the air water heater. Tank size, installation is not convenient and the price of the drawbacks of the high price, can put the air energy tank, control in such a small, but also and other similar products. There is almost the same experience. It is too rare and precious. The audience was just amazed that Beaver rarely complimented a product like that, and it seemed like she really liked the water heater. But to say that the shortcomings, there are, that is, the shell material, a knock bang bang ring, the hole to plastic based, a little cheap feeling, but taking into account the price of it, well, it is very apt. After all, people would have been cheap. There is, it consumes twice as much energy as other air energy products, not as energy efficient as similar products. There is, when the tank hot water is empty, can only insist on the output of a few liters of hot water. The water temperature began to fall, not as good as the real air. After all, people's tank volume, a family bath are enough. If I chose the 80-liter version of the top of the line, maybe it will be better. In short, this is a flawed water heater. As long as it is not a heavy energy-saving user, or a large family size, then choose XY water heater quasi-right. This should be my purchase this year, the most value for money. At the end of the video, Beaver's video appeared left and right comparison picture. The left is the 4-digit price of the traditional air water heater, while the right is the 3-digit price of the Whitey XY water heater. The function and experience is similar, but the price is only 1/10 of the other people. Although there is no further recommendation here, but we all know what Beaver means, that is, to buy the explosion. The effect of fans is infinite. Many Beaver's hard fans, the first time also ordered Whitey water heater. They want to use the same water heater with the goddess. When the gang finished their purchases and wrote positive reviews, they all noted that they were Beaver sightseeing tours, highlighting the anchor's promotional efforts. Users and upmasters, scrambling to publicize, White Emperor water heater actually realized a low start, began to sell a few thousand units a day. Half a month later, began to sell a day on 10,000, or even 2 or 3 million units in the sale. This is because people find that even if they need to spend their own installation fees, then the installation is really saving on electricity, and the hot water is quite comfortable to use, crushing the vast majority of water heaters on the market. This is the hot tub freedom that Whitey XY brings to the table. Another reason for the increase in XY water heater sales is that Joe Young has set up his first service station in Shamtown, where Whitey sales are the highest. Free installation has begun for all Whitey customers in Deep Town. Not only water heaters, but other things such as Whitey 41 TVs, 3X washing machines, JK water purifiers, etc. All can be installed for free now. This eliminates the biggest shortcoming of Whitey's water heaters. So water heater sales in the town of Light Shamrock are climbing. Deep Town users have even declared that the Whitey XY water heater is the one water heater that you can get into without a brain. Now the network is highly praised, but Joe Young feels that this is not enough. He is still continuing to work to improve the quality of service of Whitey Electric. Chapter 123 Recruitment Boards Open. The first thing Joe Young did to enhance its product service was to open a service station in Deep Town. Joe Young happily took to the official website and notified the news. Whitey now realizes free installation around Deep Town, as well as in-home replacement and repair. Iron Fans users in other cities are not happy. Is this discriminating against them? Why not in their city? Set up a service station? Joe Young then explained in the community that at present, the White Emperor is in the ascendant, and service stations will be established one after another, and everyone is a witness to the rise of the White Emperor, so please be at ease. The current service station in Deep Town, due to the number of overstaffing, surprisingly, there are more than 100 people, so every time you go to the service, it would have been enough for one installer, but it turned out that once you go down to several people, the service is certainly in place. It's not a waste of resources either. These extra recruits are for service stations in other cities. These people can drive over at any time and open a second home service site in Whittier. But now Joe Yang is in a difficult situation. With more service stations, he needs management talent. Although Whitey was also hiring, he failed to find a head of after-sales service who could oversee the whole process. This is a part of the job that definitely requires a dedicated person to do it. So Joe Yang posted a job announcement in his circle of friends. Let everyone recommend it. The salary can be negotiated. However, Joe Yang's circle of friends, mostly suppliers and partners, very few peers, and no one can recommend after-sales service supervisor such executive talent. Ding dong. Just as Joe Yang was struggling to find talents, the system sent a prompt. Need to recruit management talents? The recruitment board of this system is open for trial operation. You can use points to recruit various types of elites. The first time will be free recruitment. Please utilize it well. The system suddenly gave such a recruitment function that made Joe Young delighted, and he immediately opened it to check. Joe Young felt a bit familiar when he clicked on the interface of the recruitment board. The interface, which was similar to the formation games he had played, was in front of a virtual display, where one could enter the talent one wanted to find, and several alternative candidates would appear on it. Since the first time was free, Joe Young entered the position of head of the after-sales service department. As for gender, age, expected salary, years of working experience, place of origin, whether you are married or not, etc., all can be set. Joe Yang is now thirsty for talent. If you set too many screening conditions, certainly less people selected. Then he did not make any requirements. Directly clicked on the search, searching for. Due to a free trial, only 2 people are currently up for selection. To open up more candidates, please use payment credits. Then, a list of the attributes of the 2 alternatives popped up in front of Joe Young. Alternate 1. Position, head of after-sales service. Name Shu Hangyi. Sex, female. Age, 47. Education, junior high school. Working capacity, B. Specialty, known as the pan thrower. First-class ability to dump the pan. Like to dump the pan on the customer. The user do not want to easily get the product warranty from her. To reduce the cost for the enterprise. Option 2. Position, head of after-sales service. Name, Fan Shuasian. Sex, male. Age, 46. Education, high school. Working capacity, A. Specialties, serious and straightforward, stubborn. Not good at talking. Will not please the leadership. Serious and responsible work. No complaints about overtime. After looking at the 2 alternative candidates, Joe Young fell for the second Fan Shuasian. For one thing, he's a better competence than the first female supervisor, who's a really bad specialty, and liking to dump is not a good competence to have. The cost savings that companies make actually damage their reputation and hurt the patience of their customers. It's not a good thing for business to have someone like the head girl. In comparison, Fan Shuasian was much better, with ability A-, which was also sufficient. This attribute panel of the system, the character ability item, is expressed in English letters, from low to high bars. In addition there are plus and minus signs, representing the detailed division of the ability under the same letter. Anyway, Joe Yang is really satisfied with Fan Shuasian, so he clicked on recruitment. System, recruitment information has been sent. This person will soon come to submit his resume. Whether or not he can be recruited depends on your sincerity. It turns out that this recruitment system is only equivalent to a headhunting intermediary, introducing both sides to meet, and does not guarantee that the success of the job, but also depends on the results of the interview. However, Joe Yang is satisfied with this recruitment function. The realization of personnel attribute visualization, the person's ability to know at a glance, can save a lot of trial and error costs. Previously, the executives of certain large enterprises, a general is incompetent to exhaust the 3 armies. With the help of the system, Whitey will be unique in the world in terms of employing people. Next, Joe Young was interested in the recruitment function and realized that recruiting different levels of personnel required different points. Recruiting at the foreman level requires 10 points. 15 points are required to hire production line supervisors. Recruitment of skilled professionals requires 20 points. To recruit senior technicians, 25 points are required. Recruitment of section head talent requires 30 points. 35 points are required to hire shop steward level talent. Hiring a department head, 45 points required. Recruitment of deputy plant manager level talent requires 60 points. Recruitment of plant manager level talent, 70 to 200 points required. Depends on the size of the factory. Recruitment of general manager level talents, need 300 to 500 points. Depends on the size of the plant. Recruitment of public company CEO and other talents, need 500-1000 points. Depends on the size of the plant. Recruitment of the boss's wife, need more than 5,000 points. And after the recruitment of all the points 0, require themselves to be single status. Joe Young saw this recruitment terms, is a burst of speechless, the other he understands. This boss's wife how to recruit the difficulty than CEO is still difficult to find. Now Joe Yang understands. No wonder the marriage rate is so low now. Finding a good wife is harder than finding a qualified CEO. Only, now that Joe Yang's points were depleted, he couldn't afford to recruit more talents at the moment, and one fan Shuasian would suffice for the time being. That afternoon, White Emperor's HR department of the sister reported to Joe Yang, said a called fan Shuasian submitted a resume, hoping to apply for the post of after-sales service department supervisor. Sure enough, it's here. Joe Yang was delighted in his heart, so he had someone invite him to the factory. He wanted to interview him personally. The next day, Fan Shuasian came, and Joe Yang met him inside by D's office. This Fan Shuasian, the face is a little old. Its appearance, wearing a black frame glasses, after seeing Joe Yang, just addressed, there is nothing to say, waiting for Joe Yang to ask. It's a bore, as the system says. Hello Master Fan, I would like to ask about your previous work experience. Joe Yang asked. Fan Shuasian then spoke up. I was in the Shinhwa Electric Company before, and I also worked as a supervisor of after-sales service, and then I offended the leader, so he transferred me to the workshop, and I was so angry that I resigned. Fan Shuasian spoke a little low, a little slow, really not very good at communication, and he did not avoid, directly told the previous things. It seems that people are still very honest. Joe Yang felt that the content of the attribute box displayed by the system was still accurate and trustworthy. Since he verified that the system recruitment is reliable, Joe Yang does not need to test the other party's ability to work, and can directly talk about the salary. Joe Yang asked, I'll take the liberty of asking, how much was your salary in your original company? How much is the expected annual salary for our company? Fan Shuasian said, I was over there, the annual salary plus bonuses, there are about 200,000 to come here. I say not good, depending on how much you give. Joe Yang nodded. He thought for a moment and then asked, then do you have any other requirements? Fan Shuasian said, I want to provide a dormitory. My wife and children also want to move over to live together. The rental house in Deep Town is too expensive. Renting an apartment in Shamrock Township can be a real burden with rents running into tens of thousands of dollars a year. The other party is the head of a department and can mention the rental benefits. Then Joe Yang said after consideration, I can agree to your rental requirements. In addition, the annual salary is temporarily set at about 150,000. The end of the year depends on the performance and assessment. The year-end award will be issued. The probationary period of 1 month. So can it be done? Yes. When do you work? Fan Shuasian asked. The sooner the better. You can report tomorrow if it's convenient for you, and then I'll arrange for someone to do the formalities for you. As for the house, as far as possible it will be arranged near the company. Good. Fan Shuasian stood up and shook hands with Joe Yang, and this interview between the two was only 10 minutes, and it went very smoothly. Now Joe Yang had an after-sales supervisor, solving his problem and removing a piece of his heart. The next day, Fan Shuasian came to work. He has a special office, recruited those service station personnel, more than 100 people, temporarily under his command. He could also recruit more people, and in the future, the affairs of opening service stations in Pak Tai would be unified under his responsibility. As soon as Fan Shuasian went to work, he plunged into his work. He even took the White Emperor product directory to read when he ate, in order to familiarize himself with the company as soon as possible. And on the first day, he worked overtime until 9 o'clock or so, and that night he even temporarily stayed in the factory dormitory, so that he could move out again when the rent was realized. And he worked overtime, didn't even talk to Joe Yang, a person silently doing his own thing. His dormitory, the light is on until 12 o'clock. In writing a work plan for the after-sales service department, Joe Yang observed, Fan Shuasian is really reliable. Then he is relieved. The future after sales and service this piece, give him peace of mind. Then, Joe Young has received good news. The net heart of the water purifiers and boss told him, their joint efforts to develop the JK2 foreign trade version of the water purifier has got the formalities, can be boxed for export. Joe Young was so happy that he went to the Pure Heart Company and saw that they had already produced quite a few products in the warehouse, and Wang Tao's side also acted very quickly. Immediately contacted the customs clearance loading ship, will be within a week, shipped to foreign countries for sale. Only this time the sale of water purifiers may not be as hot as electric blankets, because there is no natural or man-made disasters abroad. Water purifiers in general demand need to compete with a kind of similar water purifiers abroad. However, both Wang Tao and Boston have confidence in their own products. Those water purifiers in foreign countries, in addition to the price is higher than them, one cannot beat. With the containers being shipped out to sea, there's a new change on Whitey's side, and that's to open a second service station in the city of Canton. Chapter 124, The Six Great Factions Besiege the Top of the Light. Boss, here's the report from my designated service station in Hiroshima. Inside the office, Fan Shuejian, the head of the after-sales service department, submitted his report to Joe Young. On this report, the address of the rented premises, rent, staffing and salaries, costs of vehicles, office equipment, etc., as well as projected monthly fixed expenses, are written. Rent, workers' salaries, employee logistics, etc., will probably require about $560,000 a year in fixed expenses. 2 additional used vans purchased, plus various maintenance and installation tools, office equipment, etc., required an additional expenditure of about $100,000. This is only a small service station in a city. The annual expenditure will be hundreds of thousands of dollars. If the whole country to establish the site, this part of the cost is not bad. However, this is also the work that the appliance company must do. The city with more users of the White Emperor products must establish service points. As for 2 remote towns and villages, currently looking for third-party maintenance service companies as well. All these jobs are now handled by Fan Shuejian. Joe Yang is now rich and powerful, with several $100 million of liquidity in his account. He happily signed, so that Fan Shuejian can go and implement it. Joe Yang said, you go ahead and do it. I will not limit you in terms of funding, but personnel training and management must keep up. To the customer first concept cannot change. Good. Fan Shuejian does not like to talk, but he is very serious. What he said will be done. He nodded his head to respond. It means he will try to do a good job of pioneering service station. He expects to open at least 2 directly operated service locations and work with 4 or more third-party companies in the coming month. Therefore, Fan Shuejian will be very busy during this period of time, not only to recruit and train people, but also to travel to the field to visit. Fan Shuejian's system recruited personnel. The bottom is clean. Joe Young trust him. Let him let go. In that case, Whitey expects to spend this year to establish service points in all major first-tier cities, some second-tier cities and towns across the country. In the future, users will not have to always complain that there is no service when they buy Whitey's goods again. A few days later, the service station in Guangqing was completed. Joe Young published this news on the official website. In the future, customers in Guangqing, something can be resolved by contacting the service station, currently providing free installation of electrical services. This time, Quang City and deep town of Whitey users got high. Before many people hate XY water heater also have to install their own, so they did not buy. This time there is free installation, at least can save 200 yuan. Many people choose to replace their own home has not very good use of the water heater. By Pak Thai water heater users, at least 20 of the people, is to replace their own gas water heater. Each brand said that their own gas water heater is safe, but there is no guarantee that the eventuality of the previous tragedy of a family of 5, so that a lot of people have palpitation of the heart. This time the Pak Thai has a cheap air water heater. Then of course, to choose to replace. One of the reasons is also the climate. Now that the temperature is gradually warming up, people are starting to bathe more often, and there is just a strong demand to replace the water heater. After all, anyone with an insider's view knows how great a value Whitey's XY air heater is, and Whitey water heater sales fire had polarized. Other brands of water heaters, online sales have declined sharply, and even some water heater brands, the most has been reduced by 80. There are also air. The majority of the month, a single has not been sold, because when people go online and search for an air water heater, they basically know which one to buy when faced with something similar that sells for 6 or 7,000 elsewhere, while Whitey sells it starting at 599. That's not to say, however, that none of the other water heaters sold. In fact, the water heaters sold offline. which is still very good, because offline electrical cities, 2, are a huge sales channel. A lot of people who don't follow the internet don't know that Whitey has come out with such a great water heater, which is the downside of Whitey never advertising. Those who like to shop offline at malls, or when they are inaugurating a new home or choosing home appliances for a wedding, people usually go to offline malls and buy all their appliances at one stop, with a discount. So these businesses are not out of business for the time being, but these water heater counterparts of the day no longer can be as carefree as before. Build the equipment to lie down and make money, because the White Emperor into the game. The times have changed. Certain large appliance groups, the most sensible, several of their product lines have already been downsized and culled because of Whitey's presence. And this water heater is no exception. There are air energy companies. All stop production. The product is also sold at a reduced price. Otherwise it will be more and more difficult to sell in the future, because they can't take an air energy product and make it as low priced and high quality as Whitey's. Certain large companies even keep only water heater models that are specifically suited for offline sales. Large enterprises, numerous industries, and offline sales channels are open, so it is still topsy-turvy, not hurt. But for some medium-sized electrical enterprises, they have a hard time. On the one hand, there is no big business so mature offline channels, in addition to the lack of ability to research and development, but also the ability to fight the price war. They must quickly think of a way to turn the situation around, or wait for the closure of the business. One of the ways to survive the strong pressure of Pactai's products is to conduct scientific research and make advanced products that can counteract Pactai. But all of these water heater manufacturers, after buying the Whitey XY air water heater back and doing their research, have discovered the breathless fact that there is no way for them to make a copy. The core building blocks of Whitey's water heaters are patented, and imitation would be an infringement. However, if they were to engage in R&D and circumvent the patent to make a similar product, it would require a huge investment. But with higher R&D costs, the selling price naturally goes up, and you still can't match the price of Whitey, so it's still a dead end. Owners of certain medium-sized electrical companies were lamenting how it was so difficult for them to do business once Whitey rose to prominence. At present there are still only a few kinds of electrical appliances. It forces them to be in such a difficult situation. If the production line of White Emperor expands in the future, will it not be fully suppressed until it closes down? This is definitely not going to work. And the heads of these medium-sized electrical companies, although they usually have a lot of infighting, are starting to reach out to each other at this time when they are facing the same enemy. One of the industry's well-known Eagle electrical boss, that Eagle, led the organization of a dinner party. Participating business owners are familiar with the brand legal person. Usually, they attended various award ceremonies with great vigor. However, at this moment in the dinner party, they were all sad, because their businesses, all more or less affected by the White Emperor, profit decline is obvious, no longer want to do something. Maybe the market are eaten up by the White Emperor. So many bigwigs in the industry had gathered just to deal with the raging White Emperor, rather like in a martial arts novel where the 6 major factions besieged the bright top. Tell me, what's your response? The big boss, that Eagle, has precious little time and decides to get right to the point. One of the owners then said, "We've switched offline. Whitey doesn't have physical stores. This is our advantage. By opening more stores, we can increase our sales and be fearless of Whitey's threat." Another owner said, "It's not like water heaters are profitable anyway, so we'll just sell out our inventory and quit." That Eagle said, "Do not do as simple. Your core product is air conditioning, right? Not afraid of White Emperor out of a few $100s of air conditioning. You then can still give up the air conditioning production line?" This boss couldn't say anything at once, so he depressively drained the wine in front of him, in one gulp. In fact, the White Emperor isn't that scary. The key is just 2 words. Na-ing raised his cup and signaled for a toast. These bosses, who usually have a grudge against each other, are willing to clink glasses and drink at this moment, and it is the pressure that allows them to sit together in peace. They clinked glasses with the Eagle and drained them in one gulp. Then all looked at the Eagle with bated breath to see what he would come up with. Chapter 125, The Plan to Destroy White. Against the White Emperor. There are 2 words, and they are wisdom. The hawk pointed to his brain and said, "Oh, people thought he would say the word unity, but they didn't realize it was wisdom. That's a bit rude. Is it saying that the reason they were made to feel bad by the White Emperor before is that they don't have any intelligence? Was this calling them fools?" That Eagle of course is not this meaning. He took out a tape recorder, said, "My plan to deal with the White Emperor this time need to be strictly confidential, otherwise there will be trouble. So do not want to listen or do not want to participate in the, now you can leave. If you want to listen to it, then you need to say that you agree to participate in the, I hear recordings as evidence. We all hereafter is a grasshopper on the vine. Whoever lets a secret out, it won't do him any good. It's like an alliance. That eagle has to hold everyone's hand. Otherwise this ploy against the White Emperor can't be implemented. I agree to participate. I agree. The owners of the 9 medium-sized electrical companies present, who did not leave the meeting, all agreed to enter the game. The recorder recorded all their words, and that eagle smiled sinisterly, then told his assistant to go watch the door, so that no one would overhear. After that he spelled out his plan. Dealing with the White Emperor is actually quite simple. You're all going in the wrong direction. That eagle said. What to reduce production, turn offline, advertising and so on, are the middle strategy. The real top strategy is to dry down the White Emperor. As long as the White Emperor bankruptcy and closure, then they can restore the previous, lying in the good times of making money. Let White Emperor close down? How can that be? They're in a great position right now. I hear they're constantly recruiting people to buy equipment. How can they close down? Some people are just questioning. In fact, we all think similarly, and if we want to go out of business, it will definitely be their group that goes out of business first. That eagle clapped, and his assistant turned off the lights in the room, and another assistant turned on the projector in this box to show the PowerPoint their boss had made. The eagle put down his glass of wine, came to the side of the projection, began to explain his plan to eliminate White. The elimination of the White Emperor is collectively divided into 3 steps. Is it step 1 to open the refrigerator? Step 2 to put the elephant in? And step 3 to close the door? One of the owners asked. You think you're funny? That hawk got angry and looked grimly at that boss. That boss had wanted to liven up the atmosphere, but now that he had made a fool of himself, he had no choice but to shut up. That eagle blankly glanced at the other party, then said, the first step is, before the troops move, information comes first. We need to send people to penetrate inside the White Emperor and get first-hand information about their enterprises. For example, if they are going to develop any new products, we will be able to deal with them in advance. The other bosses blinked their eyes as they listened, thinking that this was spoken like the profound art of war of Sun Tzu. But wasn't it really just infernalism? Sending undercover agents to snoop around. Another boss said, this should be simple. I heard that White Emperor is now recruiting workers on a large scale. Let's find a few trusted henchmen and just have them blend in. That eagle said, operators alone are not enough. Ask those operators under you if they know what the next appliance their business is going to develop is. In this way, it is also true that this is the truth. The General Research and Development Department is a confidential unit. Basically, in addition to the production and publicity after the workers do not know what direction of their own enterprises to do products. Then Eagle said, so, we're going to send a couple of techs over there so we can get a first-hand look at Whitey. The other big bosses all nodded slowly, feeling justified. Then Eagle proposed that in order for everyone to see it, so each family send at least one technician to apply for the job and try to get inside the enemy. Of course, the tech has to be reliable, so the insider doesn't get turned again. Then that Eagle continued to speak his way. The second step is to stink up ID. Find more people, give their products bad reviews, pull the plug on him, splash paint on the door, or else start rumors about their boss Zhou Yang, saying that he kicks in widows' doors, digs up the graves of the terminally ill, eats moon nai, and swears at the mute people. After that Eagle finished the second one, the rest of them frowned. Isn't this just underhanded? Not really. It's bad for the yin and yang. Then the Eagle said, what inda is not inda. I only know that our income is reduced when the factory closes down to go to the begging. More than anything else, if you do not want to, the villain will be done by me. You will find some water army. Go to the bad reviews. Bring the tempo. This is always okay, right? The other bosses thought about it and, having gotten on board anyway, could only reluctantly agree. These bosses, now, are coming to a realization. Business wars in the movies are all about various stock funds, high-tech research and development, and engaging in grueling price wars. Whereas a real commercial war involves sending in commercial spies to pull the plug on people, create rumors and smears, and even go out at night and puncture people's car tires. Sure enough, real business battles are this plain and simple, and a lot of people have done these things as kids. Everyone also took precautions against that Eagle. This kid is too dark. Today can so screw Whitey. Maybe next time so come to screw themselves. Sure enough, people do lack of virtue is to damage the yin virtue. That Eagle has defeated his character. At least in the eyes of this group of bosses, he is not trustworthy. The third step is to get a head start on the basis of the first two implementations. When we know the next product developed by BYD, we can lay out in advance, reduce the price significantly in advance to promote, so that customers are buying our new products. Until BYD launches a new product, even if he's cheap and good, there are not many people who are willing to throw away the new electrical appliances in their homes for a new one. right? So Whitey's stuff won't sell. Because of the rumor of the second article, Baidu's credibility is affected. The capital chain will definitely have problems. And if the new products are cold again, then it's not far from closing down. After that Eagle's method was finished, everyone felt that it was very unreliable. However, they didn't have a better way. So let's listen to that Eagle first and try to see. The lights in the restaurant came back on, and Na Ing returned to the wine table, raised a glass of wine, and said, "Today we take a blood oath to fight against the White Emperor together. And I hope that all of you will work together in good faith to eradicate the industry's tumor, and return the green sky to the electrical industry." They totaled 10 medium-sized electrical business owners stood up, clinked a glass of wine, and drank it all down, which was considered a partnership. The next day, their plan to eliminate the whites began to be implemented. The first step is the first step of the infernal path. 10 companies, each sent a trusted crony to apply for a technician or production supervisor at Whitey. First to get the information advantage. Soon the group was sending their resumes through various recruitment channels. Factory Zhou. There are so many high-level talents applying for the job. Inside the Baidu factory, the office elder sister, who was a part-time HR, reported to Zhou Yang with delight. She brought over a pile of resumes, on which are all graduates of famous universities, or have more than 10 years of experience in large enterprises. Scientific research achievements, a bucketful of such talents, recruited to certainly add to the White Emperor. The White Emperor's scientific research now depended entirely on Zhou Yang alone. And although there was a system that saved on research and development costs, researchers were still necessary. Zhou Yang, after all, is only one person, cannot do everything. In the future, White Emperor will certainly have to establish many branches, become a large group, and in the future, each branch will have its own scientific research talent, which is also in the rainy day, to establish White Emperor's own scientific research power. Zhou Yang looked up the resumes of these people, then the eyes light up. These famous university graduates of electrical talent is exactly what he needs. It seems that God has also helped Whitey to be able to attract so many highly sophisticated people at the same time. Okay, why don't you arrange for them to come over, and I'll interview them myself. Zhou Yang ordered it down. So on the afternoon of that day, this group of infernal elites came to Whitey for an interview. Chapter 126, Undercover Agents are going to work as janitors. Hello, I'm Baidu's factory manager Zhou Yang. Nice to meet you. In the office, Zhou Yang met the first elite talent, Lu Xin. Hello factory director Zhou. I like the products of Baidu very much, and I think that Baidu benefits the people, and such an enterprise is a model for us electricians. So I put in my resume, hoping that I can contribute to the splendor of Baidu, and contribute to it. I have to say, this Lu Xin is very eloquent and worships Baidu, which makes him too good to be a technician. Zhou Yang was also very happy to have this Baidu fan as a technician. It would surely become a good story. Then, both sides took their seats and began to communicate. Lu Xion's answers to Zhou Yang's questions showed a very high level of knowledge and work experience, and his mind was flexible, a good material. It was only that the other party seemed to express his love for Baidu all the time, practically calling it fanaticism, a bit too much, making Zhou Yang perceive a hint of something wrong. Zhou Yang has seen a lot of people, even if the examination of the public bank did not say that 100% love this job, just to beg for a meal. Actually there are hit workers love a factory so much, which is contrary to human nature. A strange feeling suddenly arose in Zhou Yang's heart. At this time, there was a ding-dong sound in his ear, and the system sent a prompt. The version of the job board has been updated and now includes a new interview screening feature, which allows you to view the attribute panel of the interviewed candidate. Zhou Yang was overjoyed at his words. This update was too timely so that he could see the value of this Lu Xion's attributes. He wanted to see if there was anything fishy. Zhou Yang chose to view it, and then a semi-transparent attribute box that only he could see appeared on his retina. On Lu Xion's side, position, R&D technician. Name, Lu Xion. Sex, male. Age, 32. Education, master's degree. Working capacity AA. Specialty, undercover. After joining the organization, he will report real-time intelligence on Pak Tai to his original unit, taking the paycheck and eating the money. Need to be careful. Zhou Yang was stunned after seeing this panel. It was really as he perceived. This Lu Xion had problems. No wonder he was so enthusiastic about Baidu. So he was faking it. He was an undercover agent. Very good. Zhou Yang's city was deep enough that after knowing the other party's bottom line, he didn't break it down, but instead smiled and expressed his appreciation for him. Do you have requirements for your salary package? Zhou Yang asked. Just do what I used to do. 200,000 or so a year. That's about right. Lu Xion said. Zhou Yang coldly laughed in his heart. This would be a stick in the mud if he was hired. He spent a lot of money to raise an insider. Zhou Yang was thinking of finding a random reason to reject him with his left foot first stepping out of the door. However, when Zhou Yang saw the other party's face with a fake smile, he suddenly thought of a better idea and might be able to make use of this insider. Then Zhou Yang let Lu Xian wait a moment. He went out to ask HR big sister. Recently the company still have any hard work? No one to do the position? The elder sister then said that the work of cleaning the empty factory buildings is quite hard now, with dusting and climbing ladders to wipe the glass, which is very hard, and the employees are unwilling to do it. Zhou Yang had a number, came back and said to Lu Xian, your conditions, fully in line with our White Emperor's recruitment requirements. I can hire you, but what? There is a thing, to talk to you first. Lu Xian had no doubts and asked, what is it? Please speak, Zhou Yang said. That is, our research and development personnel here, all have to carry out a 1-month probationary period. Only during the probationary period, the wages are all base salary, only 2,000 yuan, and need to accept the militarized management, need to sharpen the will to clean up our empty plant, including cleaning up the sanitation and so on. What? Putting me, a 985 graduate with a master's degree, in a janitorial job with a $2,000 paycheck? Lu Xian couldn't believe his ears. If the previous company's boss had dared to speak to him like this, he could have thrown a glass of water in the other's face, looking down on him too much as an elite. However, Lu Xian himself had come to work as an undercover agent. His purpose was to infiltrate within the White Emperor, and it seemed that if he was going to stay, he would have to accept this arrangement. Can you change the job? I'm not in good health. I can't do the more tiring jobs. Lu Xian was looking for a reason to shrug it off. He wanted to get into a research position as soon as possible, to be informed of White Emperor's research and development, not to clean the plant. Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows and showed hesitation. Oh, you are not in good health. That might not be very suitable for the intense work of our factory. Isn't it true that you should get well before coming back? Zhou Yang's sentence left Lu Xian speechless, and he realized that he had said the wrong thing, and there was a possibility that he would be brushed off and not be able to enter the job because of his body. Oh, it's fine. I've gotten well now, but I'm really not used to cleaning the plant. Can we change the content of the work? Lu Xian discussed. Cleaning toilets is fine. Zhou Yang was kind enough to give him another position. I'd better think about it then. Lu Xian blushed, still momentarily unable to accept the fact of being a janitor, decided to go back to the big boss behind him to discuss. So Ruxin left and another person was replaced below for the interview. This person's resume is equally dazzling. With 10 years of R&D experience in a large factory, participation in the development of several star products, and outstanding personal capabilities. With his previous experience, Zhou Yang performed a direct identity verification on the man. Position, R&D technician. Name, Mrs. Watson Mong. Sex, male. Age, 37. Education, master's degree. PhD in progress. Working capacity A. Specialties, undercover. Underhandedness. Seeing that this person was also an undercover agent, Zhou Yang knew that he was being targeted. Otherwise there wouldn't be this many undercover agents with excellent resumes applying for the job. But he also saw the trick, and prevaricated Lu Xian the same pretext. To come to apply for a technician, you have to go to the grassroots cleaning for a month first, letting a high-level technical person to clean up. Montoya Tai was huffing and puffing at that time, unable to accept such an insult. Zhou Yang, however, does not matter. If you cannot accept it, do not come. If you want to go undercover in the White Emperor, then you have to give me a month to sweep the plant. Next, of the 13 people Zhou Yang interviewed, 12 of them were undercover agents, and those who didn't know, thought he was here on the set of Infernal Affairs 4. In here, only one person was a technician who normally applied for the job, but Zhou Yang didn't take him because he saw that his ability was only B, a worrying ability, and he has an attitude towards all undercover agents. All of them, that is to work at the grassroots level for a month, and the salary is $2,000. They're all undercover anyway, so it's a waste to give them a penny more. If it wasn't for the law that required a minimum guaranteed wage, Zhou Yang would even want to let them, the undercover agents, work for free as day laborers for himself. These undercover agents also had mixed reactions. Some said on the spot he'd do it, some brushed it off, but many more said they'd go back and think about it. These undercover agents went back and asked their bosses for instructions. They would have wasted a month if they were inducted. They couldn't get any information, so they were asking their bosses what to do, and the salary is only $2,000. They are in the organization. They can get $20,000 to $30,000 a month. Who is going to make up this difference? What? Letting our undercover agent who was in such a good condition to work as a janitor? Is this Joe Yang out of his mind? One by one, those bosses were very dissatisfied, complaining that Joe Yang had neglected the undercover elites he had sent. However, this is their white ally, that Eagle plan, under the coordination of the Eagle. Finally, the 10 companies, each of them to stay a person to go to the White Emperor cleaning, to be fair and just. As a result, 10 people agreed to the terms the next day and were willing to work out for 1 month at the bitey grassroots level. Okay, welcome aboard. Joe Yang welcomed them, and then let the cleaning ants distribute working clothes and tools such as brooms, mops, steel wire balls, cleaners, etc. to them, so that they could start working. So these elite talents from various major electrical factories, all with constipated faces, went to clean up the plant in a depressed manner. Regardless, they are taking the one step of going undercover and have served their purpose. These elites are looking forward to a month later, into the R&D department, and will definitely report all the news to avenge today's insult of sweeping the floor. Chapter 127 Export JX Water Purifier. Joe Yang saw these undercover agents cleaning the plant from the upstairs window, but it was a bit of a grind. This cannot be. White Dilly not allow the situation of touching the fish. So he notified the workshop director, sent a few inspectors, specializing in supervising the undercover work, and the provisions of the daily cleaning tasks, do not finish, to be criticized by the whole factory. White Emperor's treatment of ordinary employees, of course, would not be so harsh, but these undercover agents were not ordinary employees, so of course, they had to be prodded more. These undercover agents were out of luck. Doing the cleaning, far from being as easy as in the lab, and one was tired and sore. They went back from work and complained to their bosses that they didn't want to do it, but their bosses gave them a boost, saying that they would double their monthly salary and let them stay patiently for a month, and wait for their induction into the R&D department. These undercover agents will just have to grit their teeth and hang in there, and the sanitation in Whittier is sort of meaty and better. Once the backyard was settled, Joe Young focused on his work. The XY water heater has been accepted by the market, and now the market share is slowly increasing. Sales of other Whittier products, too, are progressing steadily, and Joe Yang had recently added a production line and recruited some workers after a while. There are now as many as 200 workers at Whittier, which is considered a medium to large manufacturing company, although a lot of profit, but also spend a lot of money. Service station investment are tens of millions of dollars in expenditure, on the whole, is now spending more than profit. A little eat old money suspicion. Joe Young analyzed that his current liquidity of several hundred million, most of which is earned in foreign markets, is still more in line with the interests of the people of developed countries to earn money. So he decided to do well with the JX model water purifier he had just launched overseas. Because this water purifier in cooperation with Pure Heart uses the other company's export certification. After discussion, the name of this overseas version of the water purifier was changed to the JX brand, using the pinyin abbreviation of Pure Heart, before going on sale. In fact, the internal structure of this water purifier and JK water purifier are basically the same, and the water purification effect is not similar. Wang Tao, how are the sales of JX water purifiers abroad? Joe Young was calling Wang Tao to inquire. The JX water purifier has been available overseas for a couple days now and should be coming out with results. No, sales are cold and I can't sell more than a few units a day. Wang Tao was a bit depressed. The JX water purifier, which doesn't carry the Whittier name, sold cold and didn't replicate the sales miracle of the electric blanket. He's still talking about how he should have named it BD brand and rubbed off on the electric blanket. They have no publicity. It is normal that they cannot sell goods. After all, foreign countries are not domestic. They have not yet hit the popularity of this brand. Since sales are not good, it is necessary to publicize, and the best way to publicize is to advertise. This is a big deal. Joe Yang, Wang Tao, Sin Boss, then get together for a meeting to discuss how to turn around JX water purifier lagging sales, or just advertise. Boss Sham said. Wang Tao is very difficult. Their previous dividend agreement is written. So who pays for this advertising? Advertising abroad can cost more than it does at home, and it's not something that can be fixed with a few tens of thousands of dollars. If they advertise on a large scale, then their revenue will also be drastically reduced, and it will be meaningless to do this business. Joe Yang then thought for a moment and suddenly came up with a tawdry idea. Referring to the formula of a domestic e-commerce platform, he suggested adding a $10 cashback coupon for favorable reviews to the water purifier. You can get a $10 rebate just for typing a positive review, and at the same time also give some peripheral products, such as shopping bags printed with the trademark of the water purifier, mugs, wet wipes paper, etc. And, as long as it is to invite friends and relatives or to buy a water purifier, the opportunity to take $100 in cash red packets, or a few $100 in the iPhone, the more friends you invite, the greater the opportunity to get the rewards. This is not concubinage cut a knife? Both Boston and Wang Tao were stunned. None of them, who are serious businessmen, have ever done this. Zhou Yang then took out the ready-made example of concubine duo to convince them. When concubinage just appeared, no one cared, but people are relying on cut a knife, positive feedback cashback, etc. Stood firm, and now has an Amoy system, Beijing system of online stores 3 worlds. There are successful examples, so why not learn from them? Water purifiers are not like electric blankets that have immediate demand, this time without an advertising campaign and competition from numerous similar products from abroad. Online without advertising, basically the store will be unattended. And foreign retail stores, even if they let JX water purifiers into the shelves, that placement is very corner location, so sales are not good. Instead of sitting on the sidelines, let's have a reform. After Zhou Yang persuaded the 2 partners, they also decided to try out the method according to the cottage concubine duo. So Wang Tao went back to set up and started to implement their concubine duo's same marketing plan. A few days later, the marketing plan began to show its power, and the foreign people, who had never seen such a mesmerizing way of selling, soon fell in love. The $10 rebate isn't much, but compared to other water purifiers that don't give anything away, they're as happy as if they'd picked up the money. There's also the chop-a-chop solicitation method, the opportunity to claim a $100 cash bonus. So come greet your neighbor, Uncle Bob, and chop-a-chop, you may be able to take home the bonus. It's not a big deal to invite others. Anyway, so foreign users like to pull friends and family for a chop. Soon, this chain of publicity, for JX water purifier, pulled in the first customers. Zhou Yang's promotional plan. There is more than that. All those who buy JX water purifier, they will send them some cultural shirts and other gifts. This cultural shirts, mugs, ashtrays and other items, which are printed with the logo of JX water purifier, including cultural shirts, and make them feel mysterious Chinese characters. Many foreign guys wear cultural shirts just to be fashionable, as if they can feel the magic from the East. However, Chinese people who know Chinese characters can't help but laugh when they see this culture shirt worn by foreigners, because it is printed on it. Water purifier, really wonderful, wonderful croak and other earthy advertisements. After laughing, they also memorized the JX logo passively. When they choose a water purifier, they may think it is a big brand. After all, they can see its advertisement on the street. With this brainwashing marketing, sales of JX water purifiers began to increase, from a few units a day, to dozens or even hundreds of units a day. The results are impressive. After surgery, Wang Tao also let them home to foreign trade overseas offices, also learned Zhou Yang's routine, outside the store, with a water purifier on-site purification of those who look black sewage. In fact, all this water is a chocolatey liquid mix, and there is no harm in eating it. This chocolate water, once purified, is drunk on the spot by the staff. This kind of live demonstration is very impressive, and this kind of bandwagon has been recognized. So the overseas daily sales of this water purifier, which has already exceeded 500 units of daily sales, is moving towards the goal of selling 1,000 units per day. Originally, JX water purifier sales in foreign countries are steadily rising. From the fire, there is still a great distance, but something out of the blue made JX water purifiers suddenly explode in popularity. Chapter 128, Shepherd's dog dies in shame. The incident started when a foreign college student on Facebook ran out of purified water while doing an experiment at his university, and now it's too late to go buy it to catch up with the experiment. He posted the anxious and angry look on Facebook. At this point, someone reminded, look at his lab. Isn't there a water purifier? The purified water is clean and should be able to be used for experiments. Oh, how is that possible? That's one of our teachers. A random water purifier bought on the street, and the water in a water purifier can have impurities? Can't be experimented on. My good man. The foreign university student said it was impossible. To prove his words, the foreign college student then connected the water from the water purifier and went to test the level of impurities in the water. And something shocking happened to him. The water was surprisingly very pure and met the requirements of his experiment. Oh God, how is this possible? The foreign college student held his head in his hands, surprised. He could never imagine that there would be a water purifier that could achieve this kind of purification effect. In his surprise, he finished the experiment. This process, however, turned out to be an unexpected fire on Facebook. where the magical expressions of the college students and the superb water purification effect of the water purifier accelerated the spread of the video. People who see this video are curious about this water purifier. What kind of water purifier is it that can take tap water and purify it into pure water that can satisfy the experiment? The college student quickly posted his latest video where he introduces this new water purifier for their lab called the JX brand water purifier. The foreign college student added that in this water purifier, a $10 rebate was offered for people to try it out as well. So under the propaganda of foreign university students, JX-type water purifier began to be popular in foreign countries. Daily sales are in the thousands of units straight away. How can you go wrong with a super effective water purifier like this that gives something away and cuts a swath? Sales naturally multiplied, and soon the first batch of water purifiers shipped abroad were sold out one after another. Wang Tao also did not expect this marketing to be so effective. That college student's video, it is simply divine. It is time for them to get rich, so he rushed to ship a second batch of water purifiers abroad so that there was no delay in sales. Model JX water purifier, a hot seller in North America. Did you grab it? Europe is snapping up this water purifier. Purified water can be experimented with. Are you impressed? The foreign media also found this interesting news and therefore followed up on it. This news, too, has been relayed back to the country by some media numbers and reported as interesting news. Domestic netizens are scoffing. This foreign JX water purifier, the price is as high as more than $300 US. However, they also have a domestic JK water purifier, are surnamed J, but their price is cheaper than this. The currency unit is still the yuan. The cost-effective crushing. What a rare sight. Our whitey water purifier. Doesn't it work better than this? There are a lot of sheepdogs who are not convinced when posts like this appear on the forum. The so-called sheepdogs, in fact, is the group of people who worship foreigners. At first it is to think that the foreign moon is fuller than the domestic. Foreign anything better than foreign countries, including water purifiers. Sheepdog said, domestic how can be compared with foreign brands? People JX water purifier purified water, can be used directly to do experiments? Your domestic water purifier line? What's the use of just cheap? And you say, this electrical appliance is or foreign good. There is technological content. These sheepdogs basically have not investigated, and many of them have never even left the country. But just by virtue of some reports in the news media, they have begun to blabber on the internet and brag on behalf of the foreigners. They don't even know that the JX water purifier, in fact, is also made in China. Then the domestic netizens are not convinced. They said that the White Emperor water purifier, the same price hangs everything. If the White Emperor can also make more than $300 of water purifier, this configuration is absolutely crushed. JX water purifier. Whitey water purifiers are good. JX water purifier world's #1. No rebuttals accepted. Then put the two types of water purifiers together and compare them. Let's compare. If JX water purifier loses, I'll wash my hair upside down. What's the point of washing your hair upside down? It's not even rare anymore. People handgung have invented the upside-down hair washing machine. It's not a big deal. Then I lose by showing off 2 more beers at the same time while washing my hair upside down. Fuck me. This is tough. That bet. Now that the domestic enthusiasts and the sheepdogs are on the line, some are begging their friends abroad to bring back a JX water purifier so they can make comparisons. However, at this time, a sheepdog representative, Tall Tight, returned to the country. Tall Tight is a foreign student graduated from a third-rate pheasant university abroad. Because of his family, he grew up with his ear to the ground and became a foreign admirer, and he had his heart set on studying abroad, wanting to work for the foreign lord and live a life of a human being, but he has no education, not to mention the ability, after graduation in foreign countries can only brush dishes, and he is not willing, so he can only do some overseas shopping jobs to make ends meet. He returned to China this time, purchased several popular abroad JX water purifier, brought back to the country, to let the domestic gang of country bumpkin, well see the world. When he returned to the country, suddenly found a lot of online debate about which of the Chinese and foreign water purifiers is strong. High and Tight cannot sit still, and immediately proved for the foreign master. I've got several JX water purifiers here that just look cool and crush those crude domestic creations. The netizens were not convinced on the spot and disliked him by leaving messages in Tall Tight's personal account. Tall Tight is even more angry. He happens to be in the limelight and wants fame. So he decides to open a live broadcast to show the power of the JX water purifier live. What age is this? And there are still these sheepdogs who can't keep their knees straight? Publicists can't even hang around. How much do you guys get paid to come and blow for your foreign masters? Let him go live and we'll all go watch the monkey. As soon as the domestic netizens incited, they all went to Tall Tight's live broadcast. because this is about by D water purifier, so also someone has Joe Yang, let him also come to see. Actually someone defamed his equipment. But in the meantime, there are netizens in foreign countries found that this JX water purifier actually is also a domestic production, and posted a post to inform everyone. Netizens look at this and see if it's not fun. They didn't make a sound, though, and prepared to punch Tall Tight in the face in a solid way on the air. Tall Tight is on and he comes up and calls out the domestic netizens, saying JX water purifier, strong and invincible. The netizens all stifled their laughter and asked him, so where is this strong and unbeatable JX water purifier of yours from? Such a strong water purifier must be produced in Europe and America. Tall Tight's words were stuck in his throat in the middle of his sentence, because he saw that on the nameplate. It was clearly printed made in China. Ha ha, the netizens on the air went crazy with laughter as they watched the sheepdog Tall Tight stop talking. Gao Dasheng changed his tone, domestic production and so on. There are multinational enterprises. Is in the domestic OEM. This is not something unusual. Foxconn is not the most famous OEM factory. Water purifier. The key to look at the effect of water purification. Okay, then let's let the two water purifiers compete. Netflix demanded. Just compare. Tall Tight was well prepared for this live broadcast, and immediately took out a Whitey JK water purifier. He put the two water purifiers together and compared them, and Tall Tight blew it right away. You see, this domestic water purifier, all plastic, and JX water purifier. The lines are very beautiful, gray frosted shell, very technological. This side there are a few ambient lights. Look at night is particularly comfortable. Drinking water do not have to turn on the lights. Tall Tight was right about that. At the beginning of the JX design, because it does not have to be extremely compressed cost, so the shell material, better than the White Emperor water purifier. The appearance of the JX water purifier to win. Domestic netizens are also unconvinced, said the water purifier is water purification is set with diamonds and what can be done. The key to not look at the ads to see the efficacy, then watch the healing. Tall Tight took the water from the bucket and added blackberry juice so it looked obvious. Then he turned on both water purifiers together to see how well they purified the water. After waiting a while, he began to confidently catch water. He thought to himself, JX water purifier, net of water can be experimented. Surely the effect of crushing domestic products. Wow! The moment the water flowed out, the 2 cups of water were almost identical, all pure and transparent, which made Tall Tight change his face. That's not possible, is it? Tall Tight, who had been abroad all these years, hadn't known the wonders of Whitey, and was baffled. Domestic netizens said, this is all small. People Whitey bosses can cephalospore into wine, purified the same drink. This is where to ah. As a result, Gao Dasheng tried a few more times, and the 2 water purifiers did not have the same effect, making him feel a little hot in the face, mainly because the JX water purifier that he had bragged about before was not a clear winner. Tall Tight said, humph, even if the effect is almost the same, but I will later take the water of these 2 machines, go to the relevant departments for testing. When you see the results, you will know which water purifier is strong. People JX net water can do experiments. At this time, a heavyweight suddenly arrived in the live broadcast room, and he was Zhou Yang. When netizens saw him coming, they greeted him and asked him to come and spray Tall Tight together. Zhou Yang took a closer look. Good guy, how the 2 products of the home water purifier is still compared to these 2 products, although different in appearance, but the internal structure of the same, water purification effect is the same. Only one is a domestic version. A foreign version is just. Zhou Yang then said, no need to compare. Both data should be about the same. That JX water purifier is the White Emperor and the domestic Netheart company developed in cooperation with the export type water purifier. Only the selling price and sales area has a difference. So the domestic users try to use the White Emperor JK water purifier well. As for foreign users, JX water purifier is more convenient to buy. When Zhou Yang said this, there was a moment of total silence in the pop-up area for about 5 seconds as everyone was shocked by this amazing news. Whitey JK water purifiers, surprisingly, and the hot JX water purifiers abroad, are products in which Whitey is involved? No wonder they're both J. It's a left-handed fight. It's hilarious. Ha ha, the pop-up section then erupted. A sea of laughing emojis. This Tall and Tight blew half a day of foreign OEM water purifier, but it turned out to be all produced by Whitey. The face of this slap in the face. Gao Dakian's face reddened, glutinous speechless, then directly closed the live broadcast. He was not ashamed to live on. Ha ha, go to your foreign masters and collect your reward money. The netizens laughed. Although the live screen is black, but the netizens are not yet gone. People are asking Zhou Yang, recently prepared any new products? Zhou Yang then laughed. What? Did White Emperor buy all the products? Just hyping the new products. I bought it all. I can't use anything else. I just got a cell phone. Out of some digital stuff I might be able to use. Netflix has a lot to say about it. I've been setting up service stations recently, and the new product is just ready to be made. Zhou Yang said. Oh, so how far did it go? Can you reveal it? Netizen asked curiously. Just created new folder. When Zhou Yang said this, the netizens realized that they were being shagged, and one by one, they said that Zhou Yang was too bad to be pulled out and have his little ding-dong bounced 100 times. Zhou Yang joked with the netizens for a while before exiting the live broadcast. As for his comment about new products, it is true that a new folder has just been created. As there are too many things on hand at the moment to think about new products, he didn't think about new products and didn't realize that the opportunity to develop new products came to him. After a few more days, the big sister of the accountant took the financial expenditure statement of the past year and brought it to Zhou Yang for a glance, and he was shocked by one of the large expenditures of more than $100,000. Chapter 129, Redeeming Two Types of Drawings. Printers, copiers. Looking at the details of this expenditure, Zhou Yang is a little difficult to strain. How to buy a few printers and copiers, to be so much money? It's not that he can't afford the money, but he thinks it's a bit outrageous. Zhou Yang remembers that when he was in the old factory, the whole factory had one old copier from how many years ago, and two inkjet printers, which were always working, and never spent a lot of money for printing equipment. The financial elder sister then said, nowadays, copiers and printers are too expensive, and the consumables are not cheap. A commercial copier is more than 10,000 yuan. Those laser printers, more than 1,000 yuan each. A department needs one. The inkjet printers are cheap, but the ink cartridges will be used in a few days, and each ink cartridge is $70 to $80. Each of the items here has a record of purchases and reimbursements. Do you need to verify it? No need. This thing Zhou Yang has an impression. Before the procurement, it was him to sign the word. He has not been taken seriously. The result is put together. I did not expect there are so many. This is an unnecessary expense. If you can save it, and purchase some rice, flour, food and oil for the staff to send it out is also good. However, Zhou Yang looked at these expensive procurement amount, suddenly had an idea. So expensive photocopying equipment, is not it a very familiar rhythm? Can they produce it? Ding! The system suddenly came to the party and sent 2 tips. Tian Xing Jian. Gentlemen to self-improvement. Printing equipment cannot be subject to others, must be self-sufficient. And this industry has been profiteering for a long time. There is an urgent need for knowledgeable people to rectify. Activate the rectification mission to rectify the domestic office equipment market, mainly focusing on printers and copiers, to improve the current profiteering situation and reduce the burden on businesses. If the mission is successful, a mysterious item will be rewarded. The system finally came to the task. It just so happens that Zhou Yang is also interested in making his own printing and copying machine. So let's take advantage of the grass and beat the rabbit, and do it together. First of all, has not done 2 products before? Zhou Yang to know himself and know the enemy. First go to investigate the market situation of printers and copiers, and various advantages and disadvantages. After Baidu and consultation, Zhou Yang quickly understood. There are currently 3 types of printers, which are pin, inkjet and laser. Needle printers are financial invoices, bank passbooks, special printers, belonging to special printers. This Zhou Yang does not take into account. That leaves inkjet versus laser printers. Inkjet printers are cheaply built, as cheap as 200 or 300 for a brand new machine, but the downside is that they print slowly and poorly. Laser printers improve the shortcomings of inkjet printers. Printing effect is good, fast, but the disadvantage is that the cost is expensive. Generally need more than $1,000 a piece. The common problem with both types of printers is that supplies are expensive, and if you print a lot, you're likely to be able to afford the machine and not pay for the cartridges. Zhou Yang has a number in his heart. He wants to do the White Emperor printer. Must solve the problem of expensive ink cartridges and other consumables. As for copiers, there are many categories. According to the application scenarios are portable copiers, engineering drawing copiers, and business office copiers. According to color, they are further divided into black and white copiers and color copiers. And according to the copying speed, it is divided into low speed, medium speed, and high speed. Zhou Yang thought about it. He is going to use a business office copier. The speed in the middle and high speed is good. The color black and white is more economical. Some is the most commonly used type on the market, but these copiers, with an average price of over $10,000, are outrageous. So what Zhou Yang wants to knock down is the price of this business copier, and at least the medium speed. After determining the types of printers and copiers he needed, Zhou Yang opened the system drawing exchange interface and started searching for drawings. He relied on the recent positive reviews of the product and accumulated another 100 or so points to make purchases. Zhou Yang found that printers, copiers drawings are super cheap. A lot of 30 or 40 points will be enough. This is mainly because this kind of electrical appliances are not much technological content, and the demand is limited. Most of them are in the school, and the company, the household are not too much, so the points are on the cheap side. Of course, hundreds of points of printer drawings also have. It is a little too high-tech. What face recognition, voice-activated printing, color-changing ink and so on. So high-tech to build it would be too costly and counterproductive. Zhou Yang prefers laser printers that deliver high-quality printing at an affordable price. While checking it out, Zhou Yang also found a special kind of drawing, which was the all-in-one machine for typing and copying. A small device. You can print and copy, but the copying speed is oddly slow. Poor application. Only suitable for some infrequent use. Otherwise you have to type and copy a lot of documents. Then the cost of time cannot stand. Imagine the leadership waiting for you to print a bunch of documents. The results of the printer whimpering and puffing to be completed in half an hour. The boss is expected to collapse. Moreover, Zhou Yang was already planning to make copiers, so there was no need for an all-in-one device for typing and copying. After some consideration, he exchanged two kinds of drawings. One is a laser printer and the other is a commercial medium-speed copier. Both drawings were chosen to be unbranded so as to avoid legal disputes. System, redeem unknown laser printer drawing. Pay points 35. Redeem commercial medium-speed copier drawing. Pay points 50. This cost Zhou Yang 85 points. Spending almost all the points he had accumulated. Great value for money though. Both of these drawings are very distinctive. First, there are laser printers, which have all the advantages of laser printers. Fast printing, good results and long life. There is a downside, though, and that's the high price. This laser printer, with a somewhat outrageous suggested retail price of $2,500, is more expensive than a number of similar products on sale. It's naturally very versatile, so let's change it first. Zhou Yang replaced some unimportant parts, and the selling price of this $2,500 came down. Moreover, Zhou Yang found that the $2,500 selling price was inflated, and the cost was just over $1,000. Then, the shell uses products from our own injection molding line, so that the cost drops by more than $200. One special feature of this printer is that it can be operated remotely. Even when there is no internet, you can use your cell phone signal to connect to the internet. The drawings are also equipped with an LCD screen. Do not need to connect to the computer. Touch with a cell phone. You can pass information to print. Very convenient. But this function, there is not much need. Zhou Yang does not consider the portable attributes. Printer use environment, generally home or office, will not lack of network and computer, so this interconnection of the function of the interconnection of files can also be deleted, so that the big hundreds of dollars and save. The internal construction of this drawing, the procurement of foreign parts, it can be seen, is from the hands of some foreign company design, just do not know what reason, not listed. After changing all the other parts to domestic, the cost has dropped to under $300. It was only then that I saw that at least half of the previous suggested retail price of $2,500 was the cost of R&D or marketing, and there wasn't much in the way of real materials. Now there is still one of the most important drawbacks left to modify, and that is the consumables like ink cartridges. A printer is a printer that prints ink or toner through an ink cartridge or toner cartridge on paper. But expensive consumables are a common problem with all printers and copiers. Let's take Hewlett-Packard, a famous company in the printer industry, as an example. Their ink cartridges or toner cartridges, which can cost tens of dollars or hundreds of dollars, are used at high intensity for a while, costing an amount that would buy a new printer. So Zhou Yang took the newly obtained optimization function and used it on the toner cartridge, hoping to give it a bit of optimization. Chapter 130 Laser Printers and Photocopiers. Please choose the direction in which the toner cartridge should be optimized for fast printing, good results, or low cost. After using the skill, the system actually split into three directions for Zhou Yang to choose from. The cost is low. Zhou Yang said, optimization of in optimized toner cartridges is complete, with the addition of a modular design to the cartridges, and the toner category used is optimized to work with most of the toners on the market. System optimization is complete. This optimization directly changed the structure of the internal toner cartridge. This is the original designer in person. I'm afraid that they cannot recognize their own products. Zhou Yang found that the toner cartridge to change the complete, just need a conveniently removed toner cartridge to add in. This toner cartridge can be reused, which greatly reduces the cost of use. And the toner does not have to be the best ordinary toner. The same can print. This reduces the cost of the toner cartridge by more than a fifth. Please name the new printer. A prompt came from the system. Joe Young considered that this printer, a product to rectify the industry, then simply called the White Emperor ZD type printer. ZD, which is the phonetic abbreviation for rectify. Naming successful. Whitey ZD model laser printer drawing produced successfully. Joe Yang then got the drawings so that he could follow them and make purchases for production. Next, Joe Yang began to modify the copier drawings. The copier is a lot bigger, but the parts inside, however, are very simple. In addition to the toner cartridge part, it is some drive motors, and an LCD button panel, which do not cost much money. Previously, it was a monopoly because of patents, and that's what caused the copiers, which weren't very high-tech, to sell for over $10,000. But Joe Yang, the nameless copier, comes with its own patent, so he doesn't have to pay royalties. This accessory inside are also foreign products. Joe Young all replaced with domestic, especially the LCD panel. Foreign actually want a few $100s a set. It is estimated that on Uncle Lou's side, no more than 60 yuan can be taken. This thing is basically nothing technical, and the display screen of the calculator is almost the same principle. Joe Yang gave the modification in 3 times, and the cost was reduced by $10,000 at once, with amazing results. He ended up using the optimization feature, which is only available once per product, on the toner cartridge as well, which was the last shortcoming of this copier. Toner cartridge optimization is complete, with the addition of a modular design to the toner cartridge, and the toner category used is optimized to work with most toners on the market. The system optimizes the toner cartridge and uses the same structure as the printer. Please name the copier. System prompt. Whitey's upside-down copier. Joe Yang's naming was complete, and for the first time, he used the Chinese character model naming. This subversion is to subvert the market, so that users will not be a little technical content of the copier. Harvested nearly $10,000. The White Emperor subversion copier was successfully crafted, triggering a lucky strike and rewarding 1 set of shell molds. The system gave drawings plus molds this time, and it was very nice to save another molding fee. Next, Joe Yang went to procure components. The first person I looked for was Uncle Lou, Lu Shu. Joe Yang directly sent the list by WeChat, and Uncle Lou sent over an offer. It doesn't even have to say how many parts are cheaper than that. All of them are given to him at the lowest price. Joe Young thought it was a good price, so he ordered 800,000 sets of each first, because he doesn't know how the demand for printers is going to be. Any more 800,000 sets should be able to be sold, and it's not too late to stock up if there's still demand for them later. But Uncle Lou, there is not everything. Like toner, this kind of consumables they have no. Must be Joe Young to find manufacturers to talk about. With his 2 toner cartridges, the casing can be manufactured by himself. The chips are available at Uncle Lou's place, and it is the toner that is lacking. There are a lot of such factories in Deep Town, and Joe Young found 2 toner manufacturers after asking people in the industry. These are manufacturers that specialize in toner and ink, producing the finished product and also supplying the raw materials. Joe Young then contacted their salesman and asked to send a sample to take a look. Whitey's reputation in the city, that is also quite loud. 2 salesmen immediately sent their samples. This toner comes in a clear bag and is available in black or colored, all of which are about the same shade. These are special for printers. There are advanced, like the big manufacturers are using. An ordinary toner, 1/3 cheaper. This toner existing toner cartridges with may have all kinds of problems, so the salesmen are recommending the best models. Canon and other printer manufacturers use this kind. Boss Joe, this toner of ours is of superior quality and has received National Technical Quality Certification, and there are discounts for large quantities. Mr. Joe, there's absolutely nothing wrong with this toner, although it may not be the cheapest, but if you need quality, you're right to pick us. The salesmen from both manufacturers, when they came to the door, were extremely pushy. However, Joe Young has always been not to look at the advertisement to see the efficacy. He does not want too expensive, because the system has improved the toner cartridge. The use of cheap toner is not delayed. He touched it with his hand and the system gave a test report. Manufacturer no. 17/9/10/11 samples are slightly weaker in heat-resistant properties and otherwise more expensive. Manufacturer number 2's samples #3-6 are slightly more heat-resistant in nature and are recommended for print quality. The system, after identification, selected the right toner for Joe Yang, saving him the trouble of trying. He scored tons of toner on the spot and had the manufacturer send it over. Subsequently, some of the more specialized spare parts, such as toner cartridges and copier chips, are also purchased, and the entire cost is accounted for. A ZD laser printer, costing $153, is logically priced at $199. After the toner is used up, you can buy a 10 to 20 yuan box of replacement toner cartridges directly into the toner bin, so that the printer will automatically refill the cup. You can continue to print without having to buy dozens or hundreds of dollars of original cartridges or toner cartridges. In fact, many manufacturers of printers or copiers do not make money selling machines and consumables, the bulk of their income, now relying on the optimization function of the superfactory system. The toner cartridge is changed to a modular design that can be easily replaced, which breaks the problem of expensive consumables and is an epic advancement. And this toner cartridge, the cost plus postage, I'll also earn a few dollars. Anyway, he wants to rectify the office equipment market. We have to press a little harder, lest those foreign-funded printer companies, to harvest the domestic users. As for the subverted model copier, it's even more exaggerated, costing $507 and selling for $599, which is the equivalent of giving it away for nothing compared to the original $12,000 copier. It would have shrunk the price by $100 or so, but this copier requires a couple of chips that are more expensive, since most of them are made overseas, like cell phone chips, computer chips, etc. Whether it is design or manufacturing, most of the foreign manufacturers are mostly forming a monopoly, so they can arbitrarily pricing. Previously, when Zhou Yang produced other products, he had purchased chips and knew the profiteering in it, and this time the feeling was also obvious. Obviously just two very small chips, but still have to sell dozens of dollars, resulting in the cost of copiers raised to the beginning of the 5 words. This made Zhou Yang a little upset, and he was thinking that if the chip could also be produced by himself, then he wouldn't have to be controlled by others. Even more, it can supply companies all over the country and knock the chips all the way down to cabbage prices. But this is still a distant dream, because the chip manufacturing industry, but a huge project, production equipment lithography, is very expensive. Not only a few $100 million of the White Emperor can afford. The other thing was the chip drawings, which basically cost thousands of points, which was far from enough for him at the moment. Even if it is from the photolithography to start to attack the first photolithography into the cabbage price, that also involves a very large number of patented technology. Basically every part have to buy drawings from the system, the points needed to go to the sea. So at the moment, whether it's points or money, White Emperor is not in a position to produce chips. However, Zhou Yang is confident that in the future, when he develops, he will break the foreign chip monopoly. What foreign countries say sanctions, the most advanced photolithography machine is still banned, so that Huawei cannot produce Kirin chips. This is the so-called scientific and technological hegemony. Zhou Yang vowed that when one day the White Emperor could manufacture chips, he would also restrict the export of chips to foreign countries, so that those foreigners could also taste this flavor. Now that both types of office equipment are ready, it will be possible for the factory to work overtime to produce them, because repeatedly White Emperor new product release will encounter capacity bottlenecks. Netizens cannot buy goods, come to spray Zhou Yang. So Zhou Yang decided that this time, printers and copiers should be stocked up first, and when a few 100,000 units of production are saved up, then the new product will be launched, and the industry will be properly shocked. However, if they were to stock up now, it would be easy for those undercover agents in the factory to leak the information. So Zhou Yang proceeded to start dealing with the undercover agents. Chapter 131. Whitey wants to build pencils? Whitey's factory purchased many office equipment production lines, and also imported many raw materials. This definitely couldn't be hidden from the undercover agents in the factory. So Zhou Yang was thinking about how to solve it. Zhou Yang was upstairs and saw the many undercover agents in the compound who had been converted into florists and gardeners, listlessly pruning flowers and plants. They had all been scientific researchers in the electrical industry before, all with the title of engineer, but here at Whitey's, they were being used as livestock. Undercover. That's definitely no one pitchfork. At that moment, Uncle San came into the office and also saw a bunch of undercover agents working downstairs. He then laughed. What are you going to do with these people? Counting that they've been here for more than half a month. If we keep them any longer, they might leak the news of our new products. Zhou Yang turned around and smiled mysteriously. Uncle Song, have you ever watched a spy drama? Seen it. After Song De finished speaking, he reacted violently. Is it necessary to follow the plot of the spy drama? Using these undercover agents to pass on false information? Yeah, I'm keeping them around for today. In addition to letting them do the dirty work, Zhou Yang made a phone call. The warehouse manager on the other end of the phone replied everything is going according to plan. Just see the warehouse manager. Rong Navy, directing several large trucks, several small equipment, plus a truckload of wood, to the warehouse to unload. The undercover agent's eyes lit up at the sight. They've been doing odd jobs, people have been working silly, and now they suddenly realize that Whitey has purchased some equipment and wood that he never had before, which is obviously for the new product. Sensing that the time was right, the undercover agents consulted with each other and sent a couple of them to pretend to go to the bathroom, then slipped around the warehouse to poke around. The undercover agent Liu Xian is the one who was sent as a spy. He hides in the corner and observes secretly, and realizes that the goods are really being unloaded over there, and he walked over. Rong Navy, the warehouse manager, is an old and loyal employee who has been working in the factory since Zhou Yang's father's time, so he is sent over by Zhou Yang to carry out the task of confusing the enemy. Brother Rong, busy. Rushin smiled playfully and came over to get close, casually handing over a rootwazi. Thanks, because you can't smoke in the factory. Rong Navy put the cigarette in his ear and continued to direct the unloading. You guys stack these logs better so they don't fall apart. And also all that pencil production equipment. Pull it into the shop later. Pencils? Liu Xian's spirit was revitalized. He now learned the key information, but he was even more strange. White Emperor is an electrical factory. Why suddenly buy the pencil production equipment? But what he saw in front of him seemed to be the raw materials for pencils. And Liu Xian now understood that this was definitely going to be the production of pencils. But Whitey used to do all electrical appliances. So how come he suddenly switched to stationery? Associated with the White Emperor has always been unusual. Before the electrical appliances made, but also all the East and West, never next to each other. Now Liu Xian was thrilled in his heart because he had accomplished the task his boss had given him. He confirmed his suspicion that Whitey was all about the pencils after a little spinning. So after work that day, he took the news and told his boss. Nah Hawk, are you mistaken? What's Whitey doing making pencils? Is there a profit in this stuff? That eagle still felt that Rushin had made a mistake. His first feeling was that it was impossible. His second feeling was that it was still impossible. Whitey wouldn't have been able to make pencils. Liu Xian argued with reason. Really, I saw it with my own eyes. If not, the company does not allow to bring a cell phone. I'm sure I can give a shot down. Pencil production equipment. And so a large car of wood, graphite powder, clay. These are all raw materials for pencils. Who is fine not to produce pencils, but also get such a pile of raw materials? Seeing that the henchman was so sure of what he said, that eagle was also a bit unsure. So he said, then go and check it out again. And if it's confirmed, I'll give you first credit and reward you with an additional 100,000 yuan. Yeah boss. Liu Xian was very happy. The next day, he went to the neighborhood on his ass to explore the area. Both the materials in the warehouse and the workers coming out of that mysterious workshop were holding a few half-finished pencils in their hands, all of which indicated that Whitey was indeed producing pencils. After Liu Xian reported again, Na Eagle believed it. He put all his previous worries back into his stomach. Whitey transformed to make pencils. Then at least in a month or two, there will be no new products launched in the electrical appliances category. He was comfortable. Whitey, who had suddenly entered the stationery industry, was no longer a threat to them. The electrical companies. This is a heavyweight news, that the eagle is a thief. Suddenly obtained inside information. He decided to use this information to make a fortune. Whitey makes pencils, and with Whitey's urbane nature, that surely puts the pencils at a cabbage price. And it is estimated that you can buy 10 for $1. So the brunt of this is the stationery industry taking a hit. The two larger domestic stationery industry giants, that is, Delhi and Changwon, and make pencils more famous in China. Basically the exam with 2B pencils. Most of them are China brand. So that eagle, through a friend, found the owner of Chinese stationery and got on the phone with him. Hello, then boss. The Chinese boss was a man in his 40s, and he was polite when he heard that it was the owner of Flying Eagle Electric who was looking for him. He thought that the other party was here to talk to him about cooperation, but that eagle came up and said, I have a heavy news here, which is likely to have a significant impact on your company in the future. Oh, what's the news? Tell me, Boss China said. This information, but I spent a lot of money to get the inside information. So, that hawk is just asking for favors. This is not saying anything, just come to ask for money. The Chinese boss's anti-fraud app is going to call the police. Then you'll have to say what the news is in terms of. The Chinese boss isn't a mallet, so if you don't reveal some awesome intel, he definitely won't give the benefit of the doubt. That eagle said, it's that there's a formidable rival that's going to enter the stationery industry, and if you don't deal with it ahead of time, it's going to be too late. What opponent? Derek, Morning Glory, or Mitsubishi? Boss China is talking about old rivals in the market who are competing with him. Neither. It's a cross-industry rivalry. That hawk said. He flip-flopped. Just want to ask for some favors. That eagle's bottom line is 500,000. Spend 500,000 or more. He will be the White Emperor to do the secret of the pencil. Tell each other. However, the Chinese boss laughed. Cross-industry to do pencils? I'm afraid that there is no place to burn more money. The pencil industry is a stock market. The market demand is so big. So many years. The major companies are also balanced in the inside of the cake. And the production and marketing model is mature. The major brands have their own self-retention. An amateur to come to make pencils. That pay a very large price. The key to spend a large price to make pencils market. But found that the profit is fixed. There will be no big improvement. And with this energy and money, to invest in other industries, to get more profits. So the Chinese boss is sure that this is a fake news. He does not believe that the rich man will not be able to think. To come to rob the pencil industry such a little bit of small profits. I'm busy, we'll talk some other time. Boss China grunted and hung up the phone, putting that hawk on the spotlighter. That eagle heard the phone on the other side of the beep sound, touched a nail, could not help but curse. Sooner or later let the White Emperor into the line to clean up your. By then you cannot even cry. Even though that eagle hated Whitey, he had to admit that Whitey's entry into that industry, the companies in that industry, were going to be in bad luck. He then went to the people in charge of Morning Glory and Delight, and they both had the same reaction, treating that eagle as a liar. For Changwang and Delhi, pencils are just a small business. They do as long as the stationery. Even if there is a capital predator to come to rob the pencil business, that rob is, they do not lose much money, so they are not afraid. When that eagle touched his nose, he cursed all the bosses in the stationery business, and he would wait to see what they had in store for him. At the same time, the eagle was also working on the second step of the plan against Baidu, which was to create rumors and false accusations. Chapter 132. Recently, Zhou Yang realized that there were more bad reviews in the store. The intuitive feeling is that the rate at which he is gaining points has decreased. System points are tied to positive reviews, so bad reviews have a bit of an impact. Zhou Yang let the customer service to understand, to see the product is there and which aspects of the work is not good enough. They can also make timely remedies and rectification. These bad reviewers, however, either have odd reasons for their bad reviews or can't be reached. Oddly enough, the reason for bad reviews has couples fighting and getting their heads smashed in by a water purifier, so they give bad reviews. And that the price of the phone is so cheap that it's being shamed by family or classmates. And it's far worse than Apple. Of course there are reasons for quality issues. Say an electric blanket that catches fire and burns, a tablet screen that shatters when you bump it, etc. Customer service has actively tried to resolve the issue, even some agreeing to their return or compensation, with little success. These poorly rated customers either accept the favor and go down the line, or don't communicate at all, just to give a bad review. Customer service is also baffled that normal customers aren't this hard to get. When the matter was reported to Zhou Yang, he quickly realized that this was someone deliberately screwing him. As for who it is, it's probably the same people behind the scenes who instructed the undercover agent to come over. In fact, he had already investigated the identities of those undercover agents, and knew the black hand behind the scenes, which was Flying Eagle Electric and several other peer companies. Originally, we are all fair competition is good. But the result of these grandchildren actually play undercover and deliberately bad reviews of this underhanded, really the scum of the business. It's this group of scum that has caused the recent favorable ratings to drop a few percentage points. Zhou Yang was already thinking about retaliating back. There is currently an upper, middle and lower policy. The next best thing is to beat the crap out of these undercover agents and then call and cuss out the finger pointers for good measure. The middle strategy is to also get a mercenary to give the other party's merchandise a bad review, and do the same thing to the other party. The best policy is to find an opportunity to expose the other side of the conspiracy, so that the people of the country are aware of the virtues of those few enterprises, and then their enterprises will always live under the pillar of shame. The system suddenly prompted, automatically receive the test task, encounter poor reviews, please resolve this matter reasonably, and there will be a mysterious reward if you succeed. Oh, Zhou Yang was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect the super factory system to send him a task that had to be completed. As for how it was going to be accomplished, that was of course with the top strategy. Zhou Yang gradually concocted a plan after thinking about it. This can't be rushed, and the time to strike back is set for the new product launch. Zhou Yang then urged the workshop to hurry up production and stocking, and he also started to prepare for the new product launch. Whitey will be launching a brand new product next week, so stay tuned. Zhou Yang published the announcement at the top of his own website, which immediately caused a widespread reaction. The water heaters are still in the middle of the wait and see, but it turns out that Whitey has a new product, and sure enough almost a month or so later, a new product is published. These new products, which will undoubtedly benefit the people again, are eagerly awaited. There is also speculation as to what exactly is new this time around. Isn't it just a pencil? I've known that for a long time. Inside the Flying Eagle Electric Company, that eagle grunted coldly, as if he were an unforeseen divine calculation. He then ordered Liu Xin, who had been undercover within White Emperor for a month, to hurry up and enter the technical department to be informed of White Emperor's next research and development plans, and then he could return. Liu Xin and other undercover agents then began to frequently go to ask Zhou Yang when they can be transferred into the technical department. Zhou Yang is ready to liquidate with them at the new product launch. This will not be able to let them go, so we have to try to retain them, but cannot let these undercover agents live too comfortable, so came up with a good idea. Zhou Yang replied, the technical department is temporarily experiencing financial difficulties, so I'm going to entrust you guys for a bit. As long as you go to work at the new venue for another week, you'll be able to join the technical department. Where are the new grounds? It's not going to be mowing flowers again, is it? First things first, I'm determined not to be a florist. Liu Xin categorically refused to be a florist. He is now pruning flowers and plants all day long, and has PTSD on grass and trees, and does not want to see anything that sees flowers and plants related to it. And even if he eats in the cafeteria, he also refuses to eat cauliflower, golden needle mushrooms, and such vegetables that look like flowers and plants. Zhou Yang then smiled mysteriously and said, don't worry, this time it's definitely not as a florist. Liu Xin was relieved, and then a few of their undercover agents were brought to the new venue by the office elder's sister. This new venue is the staff toilets, one for each of them senior engineers, and they have to clean the place as clean as a window and as clean as if it had been licked by a dog before they can do it. Liu Xin was enraged. No way. You're asking us masters and doctors to sweep the toilets? You guys are treating us too little like human beings, the office elder's sister then advised. Oops, not really, our employees here are all treated equally. If you don't want to go to the toilet is fine, then go to the workshop production line internship. It's not good that the engineer has not even been down to the workshop. In Ruxin's defense, I had an internship right out of school, and I don't need one now. Office Ma Daisy suddenly transformed into a philosophical giant, and told them the classic philosophical principles. The German philosopher Leibniz said that there are no two leaves in the world that are exactly the same. So the factory where you are practicing is definitely not the same as the White Emperor, and without having practiced in the workshop of the White Emperor, how can you be qualified for the scientific research work of the White Emperor? Our factory, the origin and operation of the equipment, these do not go to the workshop. We'll never know. A scientific researcher cannot be detached from the actual production. You guys say, isn't it this rationale? Don't look at Sister Ma, who is no longer young, but she likes to read books with depth, and with a few words, she fooled these science elites. Although Liu Xin felt that there was something wrong somewhere, they were employees and had to listen to their leaders. Thinking to myself, it's only a week anyway, so I'll just hold out a little longer. Go to the workshop. It's a little better than cleaning the toilets. He chose to do an internship in a workshop. But yeah, the workshop is all about covering shifts. It's too late today. You're all here, so clean the toilets, and I'll let you go to the workshop tomorrow. Big Sister Ma made the arrangement. So these 6 research gurus had to wear masks, endure discomfort, and clean toilets all day. As for why there are 6 left, it's because the rest couldn't stand the muckraking life and ran away early. The ones that didn't run were all loyal to the boss behind them. The following 6 days, Liu Xin really went to the workshop to practice on the production line. However, they are not the same as other workers. Shop supervisors or team leaders are watching them, cannot just go to the toilet, cannot touch the fish slips, found that they do bad products, sneer at the high school students on this level. It makes all these engineers lose face, and they just all hold their breath to get the job done. Not to mention, this engineer is smart, and a simple teaching will catch up to a week's worth of handwork for the average employee. I have to say, paying $2,000 a month to find masters and PhD level workers is really blood money. Liu Xin and other people's workshop assembly line career, finally on the 6th day to end, because Zhou Yang has promised them, in the new product conference, to arrange a very special transfer ceremony. This time 6 undercover agents, excited to old tears, finally finished this kind of dark days. On April 30th, on the eve of Labor Day, Whitey held a new product launch in the company auditorium. Chapter 133. It's so much cheaper than Friends printing cost. This time, Whitey's new product launch was still packed with media below, because Whitey's reputation was getting bigger and bigger. The media that came this time were not those small media from before, but also many famous media. For example, Penguin News and 163 Financial News are considered heavyweight internet media in China. Although Whitey's launches are humble, usually announcing just one or two products, no one dares to ignore its presence, relying on good word of mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the White Emperor new product launch. Zhou Yang made his opening remarks, and the applause from below rang out, and the employees of the White Emperor's spectators, as well as some familiar media reporters, all applauded warmly. Those reporters from big factories who came for the first time just felt incredible. How come the White Emperor boss is so popular? The launch started with 2 new products covered in red cloth on the stands. At this point, the 6 undercover engineers, all of whom had been asked to wait on stage, were to come on stage in a moment as well. Lu Xian and the others, neatly dressed, thought that they must be entrusted with important tasks and become the backbone of scientific research, which is why they were specially here, making their appearance in a grand manner. An inside soaring eagle. That eagle was also watching the White Emperor's launch through his cell phone. When he saw the shrouded new product, he sneered, "Isn't it just a few boxes of pencils?" I'd like to see the surprised look on the faces of the media reporters when they find out that BYD suddenly built such a small thing. Zhou Yang, on the screen, continued. All of you have had the experience of using office supplies to make words jump off the page in your studies or work, right? As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, that eagle said, "Isn't that nonsense? Of course pencils are for writing." However, Zhou Yang's words changed tone. Printers and photocopiers are the 2 most commonly used office equipment, but you may find that to use is really costly. Inkjet printers, an ink cartridge several tens of dollars. The original toner cartridge of the copier, to hundreds of dollars. To the business and home use added a huge cost. We, at Whittier, spend over $100,000 a year on office equipment. For this reason, we at Whitey have developed laser printers and business copiers to solve this challenge. Then, Zhou Yang pulled down both red cloths, revealing the ZD laser printer, and the White Emperor upside-down copier. What? Not pencils? Why those 2 things? That eagle in front of the screen stood up from his boss chair in a flash. This was not at all what he expected. Could it be that pencils are just one of a new breed? That was all the eagle could comfort himself with. At this moment, Zhou Yang in the live broadcast continued to introduce 2 new types of office equipment. ZD laser printer, meaning rectify. The printer market in the past, only think about profit, but do not care about the user's cost of use. I think this is not right. Like this certain brand of inkjet printer cartridges, Zhou Yang took out an ink cartridge with the logo scraped off. But anyone who has used it can tell that it is the standard ink cartridge for HP home inkjet printers. Zhou Yang said, so the cost of more than $10 or $20, the market will be sold to $50 or $60, or even $70 or $80, resulting in users can afford to buy printers, but cannot afford to use the cartridges. A few cartridges of money on top of the printer. This kind of behavior of the end of the inverted, from today onwards will become history, because the White Emperor ZD printer it is here. Then Zhou Yang began to demonstrate. ZD laser printer printing real. Functionality is no more intuitive than on-site printing. The first thing printed was an A4 sheet of paper with a poem on it. When printed off, the font was clear and fast, which definitely meets the requirements of most users. The next step was to print the color content, and Zhou Yang chose a copyright-free multicolor image. Once you plug in the cable, you can print pictures directly from your phone. Soon the pictures were printed. Zhou Yang touched the picture with his hand, and the color on it was clean and not smudged. Then there is a comparison with the original color, and it actually managed to be split, which is very strong, and the print is already the same as a mid to high-end laser printer. Then people are concerned about how much this printer costs. Zhou Yang said in an impassioned voice, "We ZD printer inherited the usual style of the White Emperor. Printer surprise price, 199 yuan. The audience in front of the screen was surprised to hear this price. I went to laser printers selling 199. Isn't that cheaper than inkjet? Whitey really didn't let me down. Originally I had no need for a printer, but it's so cheap, buy one for your home, and then you don't have to go to the photo studio when you casually print your own photos in the future. Everyone feels that a laser printer at this price is so practical that they are already thinking about getting one. However, the printer is also constrained by the toner cartridge. Depending on the toner cartridge replacement is not cheap. Zhou Yang also knew that everyone was most concerned about this. So he then announced the price of the replacement toner cartridge and the toner cartridge. ZD laser printer toner cartridge. After a special design, no ink, do not have to change the toner cartridge, but to add the toner cartridge on the line. Small capacity from 10 yuan, large capacity of 15 yuan, but because the toner cartridge is posted cost in the sale, so the deep town near the area is free shipping, but remote areas may be appropriate to have postage to make up for the difference in price. but also please bear with you. Zhou Yang went on to demonstrate. In the laser printer prompted no ink. You can open the ink exchange port. The replacement toner cartridge stuffed. Close the cover. Wait about 15 seconds. You can continue to print. Friends, each $156 of toner cartridges. Print only about 500 pages, while we White Emperor each low-capacity toner cartridges can print about 2,000 pages of documents. High-capacity toner cartridges can print 3,000 pages, but the price is only 1/10 of the price of the Friends. Let the printing cost in an avalanche way to reduce. Once Zhou Yang finished his introduction, the audience got excited. Holy shit, is it that cheap to change ink? It's so easy to change the toner cartridge. A handicapped person like me learned it. Users who care about economy feel that this is so much cheaper than the original toner cartridges of other brands, even if it is the kind of pirated toner cartridges produced by third parties, which are cheap but extremely easy to damage the chips and have no after-sales service. In contrast, Whitey's toner cartridges are cheap and easy to replace without getting ink all over your hands. It really solves their pain point for printers. Right now there are hundreds of people in the pop-up section of the live stream, stating that they want to buy it. Zhou Yang has finished introducing printers and is now starting to introduce copiers. Photocopiers people use more. Basically in the company copy documents. Go outside to do business. All need to copy the account book ID card and so on. In many places, copying a document costs $1 to $2, which is very expensive. And these users want to see what this copier, named Subversive by Whitey, can subvert the copier into. Swish, swish. Zhou Yang had already had the copier working continuously, at a medium speed that could fulfill most application scenarios. He then took out the documents just copied out to show everyone. After touching it with his hand, the text is not haloed. The quality of copying is okay. This is followed by the usual feature, copying documents. There is a special ID copy button in the Whitey copier. After pressing it, the device will automatically copy one side of the ID card by placing it on the scanning panel, and then it will voice prompt the user to turn the ID card over. When both sides have been scanned, a paper with front and back IDs will be printed out. The same goes for the account book, which is put on and then voice prompted to turn the pages, and the copies are clearly visible. The viewers watching the live stream are talking again and think this is a great feature. They just couldn't figure out the office copier. It's complicated to mess around with. And this one from Whitey, they can look at it and use it. It's really convenient. With this disruptive copier, they won't have to beg to have their documents copied. After demonstrating the document copying function, Zhou Yang also demonstrates double-sided copying, which is commonly used in office desks. After copying multiple pages of a document, a simple setup and the copier starts working. When the A4 paper comes out again, it's a double-sided print. And this copier supports not only A4 paper but also other sizes of paper for the convenience of office users. Works well, depending on how much it costs. The reporters on stage nodded frequently. I feel that this copier from Whitey's is better than any of their companies. Whitey's upset copier. Flat rate across the board. $599. Zhou Yang then announced the price. But the audience had two very different reactions. Chapter 134, Disclosure of Undercover Identity. No way. Why is this copier so expensive? $599. Isn't that about the same as any water heater that advanced? You can't use it at home. Many viewers who don't know about copiers feel that $599 is so expensive. They're also spoiled by Whitey, who basically can't get a better bit of tablet for $599 elsewhere. And they still think a copier at that price is expensive. However, in the office building to work and the typing workers heard this price is excited. They know, because the copier can easily be thousands of tens of thousands of dollars. Even if the company's copier has been broken and difficult to use, repair again and again, the company's leadership will never consider a new one, is because it is too expensive. $10,000 is enough to pay 2 or 3 more people. Whitey actually managed to take a tens of thousands of dollars copier and make it available for $599, really turning the market upside down. No wonder it's called that. Whitey Bull Beef subverted the copier market. I want to see those copier manufacturers. How can they still sell their dead expensive but hard to use copiers? Our unit's copier is getting old, so I'm going to suggest to the leaders that they get it replaced. Whitey's copier is cheaper than any other printer, so there's no excuse for not replacing it. Office workers are happy, and some entrepreneurs whose careers are just starting out are rejoicing. They were going to open a store. Investment plus renovation has spent a lot of W. The result is to be because of the purchase of photocopiers, printers, and to spend more than $10,000. Their heart is very painful. Now that Whitey has finally come out with a copier, they are blessed. It's only $599, the price they pay for a hot pot, and for that amount, the copier is a no-brainer purchase. Even many company owners decided to give every section a Whitey copier, without the need for a whole bunch of employees in the company, where they fight every day to grab a copier to use. Whitey is so good at solving the needs of users, working people and the bosses and leaders of enterprises and institutions. They like these two products very much. In the past, Joe Yang's products addressed mostly the needs of users in remote mountainous areas and rural villages, while this time the office equipment was prepared for urban hitmen and bosses, enabling them to significantly reduce office costs. Costs are saved, the company is more efficient, and naturally the employees are comfortable. It actually essentially benefits business owners and employees. As for reversing the toner cartridge replacement for copiers, it's also easy. Similar to printers, just shove the replacement cartridge into the replacement port. With $50 worth of replacement toner cartridges, you can copy 10,000 documents. The cost of toner is even cheaper than paper, so users who need it can't wait to place their orders, especially in medium and large enterprises. If the popularization of the White Emperor printer and copier, the cost of this office equipment, absolutely can reduce more than 1/3. When Joe Yang finished announcing the prices, the next step was for the media people to receive their prizes. Because both of the new products this time are relatively large in size, Whitey still packages them, but there is a requirement that they be mailed to their own workplace. That's one printer and one copier per media outlet, and that's definitely cheaper and better than the machines they already have, as long as they're used. It's kind of an advertisement. It had to be said that Joe Yang's mind was so flexible that even giving gifts was publicizing himself. The new product launch then ended, and Joe Yang bowed, thanking everyone for their support. Many of the viewers in front of the screen were interested and applauded that Whitey had again solved a pain point for the people. But there were also expressions of indignation. That man is Na Eagle, the owner of Flying Eagle Electric. He spent so much to send his inside man to the White Emperor to visit his relatives for information. But he got a false information. And in the end, there was no news of the pencil. It was obvious that he had been tricked by Joe Yang. In fact, he can only be blamed for having a bad heart. Since ancient times, there has been the saying that evil cannot prevail over good, and he is destined to be unsuccessful in this kind of crooked way. Joe Yang was targeting undercover agents at the time, using the tactic of confusing the enemy. The equipment they prepared for the production of pencils, as well as raw materials such as wood and clay, are in fact just blindfolds. The equipment is brand new. Joe Yang has already discussed with the boss of the equipment manufacturer, borrowed a few days for show. The packaging will not even be removed, and then send it back to the people when it is over. And by the way, wrapped a big red packet to the other party, counting it as a rental fee. Those would, on the contrary, stayed. Joe Yang to find a carpenter, to make some wooden furniture for the factory. The staff dormitory and office building can be used, which saves a lot of money to buy tables, chairs, benches and filing cabinets. Whitey, a model of cost saving, carries savings to the extreme and will never buy expensive finished products when he can make his own wood furniture. In short, Joe Yang spent a very small price, the black hand behind the scene that the eagle to fool, so that he lost his wife and soldiers, white undercover agent to send White Emperor to do a month of hard labor, that the eagle paid a high salary, but to get a false intelligence, simply lost to the grandmother's home. That eagle was so angry that he called Liu Xian directly to ask for his pardon. However, the call could not be made because Liu Xian was currently in the stands of the Baidi Auditorium, being reviewed by the crowd. The new live broadcast is over, but the good show is not over yet. Joe Yang stayed with the reporters and asked them to witness something together. That is, they have 6 new engineers from Whittier and give them a press conference. These reporters couldn't help but wonder how recruiting new people was going to be shown to them as well. That's not newsworthy either. Joe Yang told the reporters to take it easy. The hot news is coming soon. He'd already had his camera phone set up to record the scene and later post it online. But of course, the reporters would post it faster than he could. Then Joe Yang acted as the host and started to introduce these new engineers. The first one to introduce to you is Liu Xian. He has a master's degree. He joined Flying Eagle Electric right after graduation, married the female executive of the other company and left the company last month, and then came to apply for a job at Baidi. He hid this work history at Flying Eagle and changed it to another electrical company. As soon as Joe Yang finished speaking, Liu Xian, who had been waving his hand to the stage, suddenly froze, then turned pale as his old ways were revealed. Then comes the second one, Mrs. Manhwa, master's degree, PhD in progress. His most recent employer is the White Mouse Electric Company. He has worked there for 5 years, and he is also the niece-in-law of the owner of the company. However, he also left from White Mouse Electric last month, and suddenly came to us, White Emperor, to apply for a job. Joe Yang introduced the resumes of 6 researchers in a row. All of them without exception, had concealed their last employment unit, and all of them came to join White Emperor a month before at the same time. It is intriguing to note that all of them are closely related to their former unit owners. The reporters on the stage are all smart people. As soon as they heard this statement, they immediately knew what was going on. It must be the other 6 companies teamed up to fix BD, playing Infernal, and as a result, they were recognized by Zhou Yang, and purposely came to debunk it in front of the reporters. This was Zhou Yang's purpose. Anyway, this group of undercover agents had already finished utilizing them. There was no value in keeping them, so why not simply expose the enemy's ugly face, which was equivalent to slapping back at the mastermind behind the scenes. Now these 6 people don't know what to do. If they are good at town, they will calmly retort, at least in front of the reporter, will not be so down. Of course the 6 had panicked. One of them left the scene, and the remaining few just all ran away with their faces covered in gray. It turns out that they are also afraid of being humiliated. Yet they are afraid of being humiliated, and yet they do nasty things that no one else can do. Zhou Yang followed him out, using his cell phone to film, and watched as the 6 undercover agents all drove their cars away from the White Emperor Company, leaving their personal belongings behind. Also, being outed in front of the press, basically the whole country would know, and they wouldn't have the face to stay any longer. Reporters can be happy. I did not expect to participate in a new product conference. There is actually a windfall, which can be much better than the conference. They immediately organized the information they had captured and hurriedly left Whitey to go back and send out the news. When the news was sent out, it immediately shocked a group of people's jaws, and netizens realized that the modern business war is really any kind of damage. Chapter 135, The Mountain Village Teacher. This new product launch of BD, which released industry-shaking printers and photocopiers, was sought after as soon as it was released, but the heat wasn't as high as the news media's final issue. The interesting news attention of the modern business warfare chronicle, arranging undercover agents in BD, stealing information, and even the recent incident of playing bad reviews, all of which were the work of business rivals. And Zhou Yang also exposed evidence that 6 electrical manufacturers were currently involved. Netizens teased that this is really the shame of Chinese business. Netizens are not scolded flirting. Their 6 companies sell products dead expensive. Do not think about how to improve product quality, reduce the selling price, but specialize in these underhanded things. Simply disgusting. Netizens have sided with Whitey, who works for the good of the people, and have verbally attacked the 6 manufacturers while boycotting them. Although those 6 electrical companies will not be held criminally liable for their actions, netizens can refrain from buying their products. If you don't buy it and I don't buy it, then those 6 companies can go out of business sooner rather than later, before 1,000 years of disaster. This resulted in those 6 manufacturers' sales being hampered. Not so much that they collapsed all at once, but they were still effectively affected, with sales dropping by at least a quarter. This is a very painful lesson. There are 5 owners, so they call together to question that eagle. It is all his bad idea, causing them to now have a big drop in sales, and also take the blame. It doesn't matter. I have a second plan. You guys wait and watch. That eagle also hated BD with a passion and plotted a further plan. Anyway, the other bosses, no one trusts that eagle. Let that eagle toss himself. Their energy now is how to deal with this credibility crisis. That eagle hung up the phone and in his annoyance called a man and told him to start going through with the plan. A plot against Zhou Yang himself was already brewing. On Whitey's side, 2 new products went live at 10 a.m., the day after the new product launch. As soon as the sale started, the background ding dong 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 never stop. All are the sound effects of the order. Both printers and photocopiers are among the most commonly used office appliances, where printers for home use are also available for sale. Whether you're printing your kids' homework or buying some photo paper and printing photos at home, it's very convenient. Combined with the buzz from the modern warfare news, the ZD printer sold out right from the start. In 24 hours, 120,000 units were sold, for a total of 250,000 units in 2 days. That's still ad-free sales. Scary as hell. To know, according to the Jingdong website sales data survey, they last year, printer sales of only 16 million pieces, counting the whole network and brick-and-mortar sales, the country's annual printer sales, to be in the 50 million units or so, and White Emperor Company, 2 days on the network sales of 250,000 units, which is already not to be underestimated. Upside down copier, sales were a little less, 50,000 units sold in 2 days, and that's due to a narrower applicability, but that's pretty scary. Copiers of the whole network sales would have been less, 2 days on 50,000 units. A month may have hundreds of thousands of units, basically a year's sales, may have to account for more than half of the country. Even though Whitey doesn't make $100 a machine, that can be a huge haul depending on the horrible sales. Disruption copiers and ZD printers really are what their name implies, and are beginning to disrupt the market and overhaul the office equipment industry. After just 8 days of sales, ZD printers surpassed 1 million units sold, which is definitely an eye-opening achievement. 8 days to catch up with the Jingdong last year, 1/7 of the year's sales. It seems that there is indeed the potential to sweep the domestic printer market. With such horrific sales, as long as a domestic user wants to buy a printer, the first choice is definitely White Emperor, with a cheaper selling price than inkjet printers, and the cost of replacing the ink is ridiculously low, allowing all users to realize the freedom of printing. Pang Xinghai is one of the users who have benefited. He is a mountain village paraprofessional in the Chiman Mountains and has been working in a rural elementary school for 5 years. His monthly salary is only $850. He still did not leave, because he could not let go of the children who are thirsty for knowledge. The reason why teachers' salaries are so low is because the area is so poor that the treasury has no money to pay teachers in mountain villages. Obviously, an elementary school. The school in the ravine has only 3 large classrooms. Because of the limited area and the scarcity of students, the 1st and 2nd grades share a classroom, the 3rd and 4th grades a classroom, and the 5th and 6th grades a classroom. When classes are taught this way, the teacher teaches the 1st grade and then the 2nd grade text. The 2 school years are taught differently, and the students' classes are affected. But there is no way. The whole school, including the principal and his partner, there are only 3 teachers, and then can only support 3 classes at the same time. Each teacher is responsible for teaching all the subjects. They can teach astronomy and geography at the top, and art and music at the bottom, even if the English phonetic symbols are heavily accented. But there is no way out. It is better to have a school than to have children at a young age who are herding sheep and becoming illiterate. Their school's brick bungalow, which has been built for 30 years, leaks in the summer, leaks in the winter, and even has a broken window glass. There is no money to replace it, and they directly take the plastic sheeting they found and paste it to death. It was under such difficult conditions that they insisted on taking in 57 students, 57 future flowers of the motherland. Other things they teachers and students can tolerate, but the children's families are poor, and some students can't even afford textbooks, and 2 children have to read one in class. As for extracurricular tutorial papers, naturally it is even more unaffordable. Even the workbook, students are written in extremely small characters, so that they can write as many topics as possible, and it is the front side of the writing, and then write the reverse side, and even the essence of the previous year's pencil writing, the 2nd year, and then switch to the blue pen in the top, to make full use of it. So only in this ravine elementary school can you see the spectacle of a workbook lasting 2 years. When it's finally time to write nothing, this workbook is going to be taken home and used as toilet paper. As for the draft paper are saved, need to check the calculation, the students directly out of a sand basin, in which the finger scratch sand check, all to save money. There's no way around it. It's the poorest area of enlightenment in the province. Many families just have children but don't care about their children going to school. And there are still many children in the school that teachers and principals have fought hard to get them to go to school. Like Pang Xinghai himself, 850 yuan salary, every month. In addition to food, the rest of the help of a few children from poor families, voluntary advance tuition, just because these children are smart. Door homework exam first. Pang Xinghai together with the old principal and wife, including 3 teachers, all hope that the children they teach can get out of the ravine, become the pillars of the country. Recently, Pang Xinghai encountered a problem. He found that there were many students in his class that couldn't keep up with the instruction and didn't have a good grasp of the content. That's because the practice problems are done too little. A certain knowledge point cannot keep up. All rely on the classroom to listen to the lecture. A lot of knowledge is difficult to understand. In the long run, the knowledge behind even more will not. So the only way to solve this is to do more questions. However, with only so much time for classes and the responsibility of teaching 2 grades at the same time, there is no time to give a separate topic for a particular school year, which requires the kids to go home and work on the topic on their own. But the problem goes back to the original point. They cannot afford to buy extracurricular exercise books of. Pang Xinghai would like to pay for the children to buy exercise books, but his financial strength does not allow, and it wouldn't do to buy 1 grade. It would have to be bought for the whole school, and he and the old principal, husband and wife, and 3 teachers, couldn't afford such a heavy outlay. So Pang Xinghai thought of asking for help from his superiors. Chapter 136, Spending more than one's salary on instant noodles. Pang Xinghai and the principal gave feedback and wanted to give the students papers. The old principal, who was already 56 years old, took a day off and went to the county specifically to find the higher education section, wanting to grant some money to buy rolls for the students. Or just give them some roles as well. The education section indicated that there were no funds, but there was no shortage of roles, so a clerk, in the section's utility room, found some old rolls, slightly cleaned the dust on them, and gave them all to the old principal. The old principal was happy to see the heavy rolls weighing dozens of pounds, but was so happy that he just asked for a rope, put it on his back and headed back to the village. But the bus could only go to the foot of the mountain, and their school was at the edge of the mountain, and they had to walk more than 10 miles up the mountain. So the old principal had to walk hard for a good 2 hours with his heavy rolls on his back. He was old and chronically ill, and ended up walking until he was blinded by both eyes, before being rescued by his partner, who had come out to look for him because she was worried, and saw him. The old principal went back and fell ill, but he had a smile on his face and told Pang Xinghai to hurry up and organize the papers and send them to the students. As a result, Pang Xinghai collation found that some of the above are elementary school roles, the following are middle school and high school exercises. The more annoying is that these exercises are only 3 or 4 grades. The textbook version is different. The content of the exercises is not good to use. The equivalent of the old principal back to most of the useless waste paper. But Pang Xinghai did not dare to talk to the old principal for fear that his condition would worsen. So he had to be alone, with 4 school years of classes, waiting for the old principal to recover. Pang Xinghai, heart of the fire, more and more heavy. He wanted to wait for the old principal go to the education section to ask for a statement. Really do not care about their village school teachers and students of the death of the chant? And the students are delayed. It's halfway through the school year and the exercise books are still not available, which makes him feel bad. One day, the old principal finally recuperated. Pang Xinghai took a leave of absence and went to the county on a weekday, and he had to go to ask for a statement. Waiting for the car ride, Pang Xinghai inadvertently brushed the phone. He saw the phone's Xian female system update. Appeared a White Emperor Mall icon. He clicked on it. Inside the top of the goods is the White Emperor's printers and photocopiers. Wait, Whitey's printers and copiers? That cheap? Pang Xinghai shouted excitedly in the car. Others do not know. Thought he won the lottery. However, he was worried about his children's exercise books, and with such a cheap printer, he would be able to make copies of them. He just needs to buy a set of papers so that all the kids in the grade have papers to do. Only at $599. It was still expensive and would take most of his month's paycheck. But thinking that the education section could not be relied on, he decided to bite the bullet and buy this one as well, so that he would not have to beg the officials. He then proceeded to place an order for a copier, with the school as the address. In the past, the courier are to be mailed to the town. He has to go to pick up such a big copier. He resisted up can be laborious, then call a child's parents to help good. After buying the copier, Pang Xinghai's anger is not so heavy, but he does not go to the Xinghai. But to point something is definitely necessary. Pang Xinghai first went to the Xinhua bookstore, to the 6 grades of children, to buy the exercise books of various subjects. As a result, inconspicuous some exercise books actually want to $170-$80. Really do not know. Buy a shock. He's shy in his pocket, and if he keeps spending like this, he might not even be able to eat his buns next month. Seeing so much money, Pang Xinghai hard across, then ordered another Bitey ZD laser printer. This printer is also so cheap, it is better to download the test paper questions, print out their own, and then use the copier to copy, and then the child will not be short of exercises in the future. He felt that he was really smart. Still, it was Whitey who had given him this opportunity. If it had been a normal printer or copier, he would not have been able to afford it. The following is to get the electronic version of the exercises. Pang Xinghai called his old classmates teaching in the city. Let him do himself a favor and pass on some of the electronic version of the exercise book of the elementary school subjects. The old classmate and he graduated from the same school. Only one chose to stay in the city after graduation, and is now a teacher in a key elementary school. And Pang Xinghai chose the dream to come to the mountainous region of Qiming to teach. No problem. I have several versions of workbooks here. In addition, there are booklets written by our school's teaching team itself. As long as you don't take them out and sell them, no one will care about you. I'll email them all to you in a moment. Old classmates are very enthusiastic and help Pang Xinghai solve the problem. Thanks. When I return to the city, let's get together. Pang Xinghai laughed. After hanging up the phone, he went to the education section. The personnel of the education section know the old principal and Pang Xinghai now. The key, they often come to the section to ask for money. They weren't rich anyway, and asking for money was never going to happen. Our section has also been difficult lately. Comrade section members of the education section. Or the same old story about funding. I don't want grants this time, just what you have. Pang Xinghai said bluntly. What is it? The other asked in wonder. A 4 paper and a computer. Pang Xinghai intends to be good. He now has a copier and printer. Do not need to be appropriated. But a 4-paper purchase is also a big burden, so it needs to be solved by the section. In addition, computers can be connected to printers, and you can teach your children about computers and start computer classes, which are still necessary for their cognition. A 4-paper is no problem. Take as much as you can. Computers, we only have obsolete used computers. You can take one if you want. Hearing that Pang Xinghai didn't want any money, the section chief agreed. So Pang Xinghai followed the section to the miscellaneous room. He took 8 large stacks of A4 paper, but also quite heavy. The other computer is a Lenovo laptop. Boot up and look at it. Can open, although it is the XP system. Boot up oddly slow, but it is better than nothing. Then Pang Xinghai asked for cardboard boxes and packed all these things away, which is considered to be a full load. But when he was going back, he went to the supermarket to buy 2 boxes of instant noodles. This month's salary was spent over. He could only rely on cheap white elephant instant noodles to fill his hunger. When it was time to go into the mountains, Pang Xinghai logged into his cell phone email address and downloaded the electronic version of the exercise book that his old classmate had passed on to him, so that he could use it when Baidi's products arrived. When he came back this time, the old principal noticed that he had brought back a computer and A4 paper and wondered, was this going to be hand-copying papers? What a lot of work that would be. Pang Xinghai smiled mysteriously. It's not hand-copying. Wait a few days and you'll know. In the future our students won't lack exercise books. The old principal just wondered if having a computer was enough to have a role. He still wasn't quite convinced. 4 days later, someone outside the school was shouting, "Is Pang Xinghai here? Pang Xinghai, I'm here. Who's there?" Pang Xinghai walked out of the school dormitory and was surprised to see the scene in front of him. Chapter 137, The White Emperor Gets His Share of the Credit. In front of Pang Xinghai, there are 2 postal couriers pushing a rickshaw for delivery, and on their crate were, quite literally, the 2 units of Whitey's office equipment he'd ordered earlier. You all sent it up the mountain. Thank you so much, Pang Xinghai said in surprise. The postal officer wiped the sweat from his head and said with a gasp, "Oops, you're in a really bad place, and the stuff is heavy, so I looked for my co-workers to send it over. Thank you so much. Come on, have a drink inside." Pang Xinghai thanked him politely, since he had previously received regular couriers, which were brought back by other parents or picked up by himself down the mountain in a few days. He had not yet used a postal courier. This time it was when he was purchasing appliances. The customer service of Whitey, knowing that he was supporting the mountainous areas of the country and that it was inconvenient to collect the courier, he took the initiative to change to the postal service, so that he could support the delivery in remote areas. Whitey still solved a small problem for Pang Xinghai. Pang Xinghai did not expect the postal service can also send the courier to the mountain, so far away. Other courier companies cannot be bothered. While unloading, the courier said, "Our postal courier is mission critical, not to mention a ravine. Even if it's a space station or a frontier post, we'll deliver it all the same. As long as it is domestic territory, it must be delivered." It's still the motherland's enterprises that make people feel at ease, Pang Xinghai lamented. His heart warmed. When the signing was finished, the 2 postal couriers didn't even drink the water and left in a hurry. They had a few more deliveries to make in the village. When Pang Xinghai carried the courier to the house, he greeted the old principal and unpacked it together. Once you open the outside box, inside is a copier, and a laser printer. Oh, I see. You're printing your own rolls. Now the old principal finally understood Pang Xinghai's thoughts. Yes, are these 2 items good? Pang Xinghai read the instructions, put the A4 paper on it, and then the printer was connected to the phone, so he could see those electronic exercise books. Clicked on print all and this printer started working. 1, 2, 3, White Emperor ZD printer. Quickly printed out a brand new practice problems. Happy old principal cannot close his mouth. He had only seen printers and photocopiers before in other schools and in the education section, and he had applied for one many years ago, but had been turned down by the section's lack of funds. I didn't realize that it was so difficult for them to use such advanced office equipment under such difficult circumstances. The old principal suddenly woke up and asked Pang Xinghai, "Did you buy this yourself? How expensive it must be." "Whitey's stuff. Cheap. These 2 together. Less than $800. Just about as cheap as this cell phone of mine." Pang Xinghai shook his Baidi 1 cell phone, and the old principal noticed that the 2 machines were also Baidi brand, so no wonder they were so cheap. Many villagers in the village now also use Whitey's products. In remote areas, Whitey is the people's favorite brand of electrical appliances. Not only cheap and good, some people, and even home 5 or 6 Whitey things, but only spend a little money. Whitey's stuff is so good. The old principal stroked the working printer and sighed. When the exercise book was printed, Pang Xinghai made the required number of copies and bound them. That afternoon, all the students in the elementary school were given exercise books with clear results. The teacher told them to go back and do a few pages a day, and to come in tomorrow and ask any questions they didn't know, in an effort to make up for all the knowledge they had fallen behind. Thank you, teacher. The children drew out long notes of thanks. Elementary school students are happy to see such great exercise books, which is a stark contrast to the city students who crumble and recoil at the sight of an exercise book. In the mountainous region of Qiming, the people were so poor and lacking in any supplies that the children usually had little entertainment or extracurricular books, and the children's daily routine back home consisted of running madly all over the mountains and fretting. So much so that, to be able to do the exercise book, is a kind of fun for them, then the days can be much more fun. So one is happy. That's how people are. They can't appreciate what they can't get easily. Exercise books that city kids want to throw away when they see them are treasures to mountain kids. In this way, relying on two kinds of cheap office equipment from Baidi, this mountainous elementary school has been transformed into a new one. And there has been a real change. And such things happen not only in the mountains, but also in the cities. Yutron, located in a second-tier city, their company rents office buildings with dozens of people in size. Because of work needs, employees often have to print stacks of paper documents and reports, which makes their staff the highest usage rate of electrical appliances in addition to computers, is the printer and copier. Printers are okay. Inkjet printers can be bought for $200 or $300, basically 4 or 5 staff members to share one. But the copier, the whole company just one. But the copying of things and a lot of copying. The copier often queue, because the line was so long, an average of 1 to 20 minutes. Basically this copier has not had much downtime since it went to work. Employees are constantly fighting and getting into fights over extra copies, and queuing issues. It's even slightly odd that the company has a specific code of practice for copier use, which specifies time periods for use by each department. Someone then suggested that the manager buy another copier and everything would be solved. But the manager can't help it. He is also hired by the big boss to do the job. There is an assessment of the task. The annual procurement expenditure exceeded. That is to deduct his bonus. And at $10,000 for a copier, that's too much of a cost increase, and he can only afford to have one copier lined up for use. However, this dilemma changed completely when Whitey published a new office appliance. A laser printer is $199, and a business copier, surprisingly, is only $599, which is a bargain for them who have to spend thousands of dollars on office supplies every month. The manager is not stupid. He accounted for, this White Emperor's machine is too cheap, the future with the cost of saving. So the same day on the order of 10 printers, and 2 photocopiers, the sale of the Crown Manpower a printer. Photocopiers are also important sections are equipped with one. This way people don't fight over grabbing the copier, and office efficiency is improved like never before. And after accounting, the printing cost is also significantly reduced, so that if you calculate it can save at least 1,500 yuan a month of office losses. The manager was very satisfied. Employees do not have to grab the copier. The mood is good. The work is smooth. So half a month down the road, the company's performance has improved significantly, which is also happy the big boss. The big boss specially invited the backbone of the company to a star hotel for dinner to celebrate. During the meeting, the big fat boss praised everyone and encouraged them to do a good job and follow him in the future to eat and drink. Other staff, however, feel very funny. The boss of this table meal money less than a few $1,000s. There is this money, just refused to give them additional equipment. If it is not the White Emperor electrical power, they are now still the original working condition. Their feats this time. In fact, it is clear to everyone that Whitey's office appliances played a role. In fact, for this celebration, the Whitey copier and printer should have been brought to the site, as it was one of the contributors. There are many more such examples. So after 20 days of sales of the 2 office appliances in Whitey, with its cheap price, and good results, as well as the low cost of printing, quickly occupied the market, becoming the entire office equipment market, the must-have appliances. No one. In the face of this situation, Whitey is both happy and sad. Joy is the good sales. Now the profit is guaranteed. Worry is that the inventory has been sold out, and now because of the rapid demand, and encountered the problem of difficult to ship. Shipping is difficult. It's just a matter of time. Just add more production lines and workers. But for other office equipment manufacturers, they don't even have the qualifications to worry. They can just open up and cry. Chapter 138, Negotiating with the White Emperor. That's your explanation? Inside a luxurious office building in the capital city of Beijing, inside the headquarters of Huipu Huaxia, General Manager Liu Hongfeng was fuming at the executives. The reason he was angry is that this half of the month, their Huipu revenue accounted for a very important printer and consumables business. Actually, revenue cuts, or no sign of cuts. It favors these executives who are paid an annual salary and can't do anything about it. That's because there's a Whittier printer and copier that sells so cheaply, at 1/5, if not a teeny tiny fraction of the asking price of our equivalents, that it's taken us by surprise. Another executive said, "We've taken steps and are working hard to win back the market." Humph. Win back the market? You guys win with your heads? Lu Hongfeng was angry because they had previously worked together on these two industry-shaking products from ID. After disassembling, I found that there is nothing too much technical content, and what they can slightly praise is the design of replaceable toner cartridges, which can be easily replaced and save costs. The copier is the same. Not too much technical content. The material is also very general, but it is such two products. They focus on doing the business of hitting the copier Huipu to the route. The reason is that Whitey's products are so cheap like a myth, that it just doesn't make sense. They sell laser printers for over $1,000. Whitey sells them for $199 and they're not that far behind in performance. They sell $5,000 or $6,000 hit and copy all-in-one machines. Whitey is still a commercial copier and only sells them for $599, a tenth of the price. So how does that even play? In the domestic, low price is the king. White Emperor's two products on them is simply a downward spiral blow. Huipu's products do even better, that are high and low. No one asked for it. Very simple reason. The vast majority of users do not need too deep technology. The printer can print clearly. The copier can be clear and fast copying on the good. As for whether it will be connected to the internet, whether the appearance is not good looking, they are in the absolute preferential price in front of. Will not ask. It's obvious from what's going on in the market right now. A very large number of our regular customers have stopped buying photocopiers and consumables from Huipu, because Whitey's is cheaper. There are also a lot of returns because users have a cheaper option. Cheap, but also cheap. These two words are like sharp edges, inserted into the hearts of many Huipu executives. They surprisingly do not have any good countermeasures. Huipu's technicians, the first time to buy the White Emperor printer and copier, disassembled and studied. The internal structure is nothing unusual, even if the toner cartridge part of the construction of some clever, but they Huipu, as long as they are willing to pay attention to a short period of time, you can imitate a similar structure, and can circumvent the patent. Yet even if they all save the materials to the extreme, their cost price is so much more expensive than what people sell them for. Huipu engineers last week made in Whitey basically the same printer and copier. The results of the costing out. Laser printer-like material costs need 387 yuan. If you add the cost of research and development, marketing, a cost of about 500 yuan, as well as the distributor's dividends, the cost of wear and tear and so on, sell more than 1,000 a unit. They can make a net profit of $450 a unit, which has been the bottom line of the shareholders can accept. But the Whitey's ED laser printer is actually priced at $199. They don't even know how this Whitey is made. Are they selling at a loss? Do they have a gold mine at home? Are they the owner of a non-profit, purely charitable organization? Lu Hongfeng is how can not figure out how they Huipu cannot do the cost. Whitey is how to sex can use the laser printer, made into a cabbage price. There are also photocopiers. Huipu sells 5,000 or 6,000 a unit. The net profit can be $1,000, even if they just do not make money, but also less than a fraction of the other people's White Emperor photocopiers. Lu Hongfeng was furious. Cursing the White Emperor is not martial arts. In the past, the printer industry came in new forces. We are tacitly abide by the rules of the trade. To maintain a relatively uniform selling price, all have to earn. But suddenly out of a smashed field, White Emperor himself does not make money. More even dragged down peers also do not make money. I really do not know what White Emperor in the figure. Now Huipu hit copier sales direct waste. If not before the offline stores are open to the county, temporarily can rely on information occlusion, and the need for convenient after-sales service customers claim. Estimated Huipu printer business has long been Whitey hit the ground running. Currently the sales of Huipu printers are declining every day, and if changes are not made, then the business of hitting the copier can just collapse. At present, the price reduction cannot be reduced, it cannot be sold at a loss, so that the shareholders are not afraid of Lu Hongfeng, the general manager of the birth of a tear. Maybe it can be a big price to maintain the public procurement channels, but the public purchasers are not fools. As long as the top notice that there is a White Emperor of this product, cheap so much, no one will be the wrongdoer. The only viable way left is to completely abandon low-end and mid-range products and develop high-end, specialized printers, so that customers with high demand can only choose their Huipu products. But high-end photocopiers, sales are destined to be bad. Bad sales also means that the financial statements do not look good. The end of the year cannot make money for the company. Lu Hongfeng will still be fired by shareholders. Lu Hongfeng felt like he had a headache. He had been forced by BYD to run out of options. He had no choice but to pick up the phone and call the general manager of the country region of Canon Corporation, who was never supposed to cross paths in his life. Canon is a small island-based company and a large group of companies with several product lines. Among them are printers and copiers, in which Huipu is a strong competitor. However, Canon is now experiencing the same problem as Huipu. They can't sell all their photocopiers. They are piling up and producing so many that they are about to become scrap. That's all because of Whitey's stirring. The general managers of these two companies now understand the meaning of the rectification and subversion of the BYD model. That is, to rectify and subvert the entire photocopier industry. Obviously, Whitey had succeeded. All so that the two old, dead rivals were talking about working together. Lu Hongfeng and the other side of the general manager discussed, have come to a conclusion. That is, the price of the White Emperor products has been low to the extent that any strategy is useless. Hit the fracture or not, others selling price is low. Engage in high-end is also a chronic death. This also means that the leading multinational printers represented by Huipu, Canon, lying in the country to make money on the leaks can be harvested in the good old days came to an end. To say that before the White Emperor mostly hit the domestic counterparts, then this time, is to put these two foreign enterprises, to be disabled. Man, I don't need to say more about the grim situation now. Why don't we go and talk to BYD? All three lose. Why don't we work together as a trio? All of us will make money. Lu Hongfeng said. He is trying to let to the White Emperor part of the benefit. Continue to all maintain the present price. That can cut leaks, which is in line with the logic of business. Good. Then together, we'll send a representative to negotiate with Whitey. Manager Canon agreed. So the two companies immediately organized a negotiating team headed by a deputy manager. And together they rushed to Shamptown to have the all-important negotiation with Whitey. This negotiation is about to decide the fate of the office equipment industry nationwide, if not globally. Chapter 139 Extended Rolls-Royce. Then, Zhou Yang received a contact call from representatives of Huipu and Canon, wanting to ask him to have a meeting at the Shamshuipo Bay Hotel. As for what they were going to do at this meeting, Zhou Yang knew exactly. It was nothing more than the fact that White Emperor's two recent new products had touched the other party's interests and wanted to negotiate. If they are domestic enterprises, negotiation is also negotiation. Like Zhou Yang in the water purifier, but also did not cut off the pier, can help OEM, can cooperate, like the pure heart of the company, on the joint launch of the product, we make money together, because Zhou Yang knows that these enterprises are all the children of the Yellow Emperor, brothers and sisters, and the global market is too large. A White Emperor cannot eat all, must be divided out a little cake. There is a meal we eat together, but for foreign companies like Huipu and Canon, it's a different story. As the saying goes, not my kind. Their hearts must be different. These foreigners, thinking of cutting the domestic leak, conscience greatly bad, before a not much technical content of the photocopying machine, on the sale of so expensive, you can know their minds. Zhou Yang didn't want to be in the same boat as this kind of business that only focused on revenue and financial reports, and these two of them, is the domestic typing copier business market share of the highest two manufacturers? It can be said that the system issued by the rectification of the office equipment market task, rectification of the two of them, is to these multinational to harvest the enterprise to dry down. So for this meeting, Zhou Yang had nothing to talk to them about. Zhou Yang are considering refusing to come. Anyway, go is just hooking and bargaining. Not much fun. Ding. When faced with an enemy in need of rectification, strike bravely and despair them to their face. If the momentum overwhelms the opponent, a random patented technology is rewarded. The system actually encouraged Zhou Yang to go to the negotiation. And there were benefits. So this negotiation was a must. However, the system requirement was that one's own aura overwhelmed the opponent. Then one would have to look for help. Relying on him alone, he should not be able to say that there were so many people on the other side. But Zhou Yang hadn't even had an official assistant before to save costs, let alone any negotiators. So who would be good to bring this time? Zhou Yang was still thinking about the takeout candidate when he went to the restroom. Yesterday on the bus, I ran into a lewd old man peeping at a little girl. I was on the bus. I scolded him for 5 stops, and he ran away in disgrace. And everyone on the bus applauded me. Other people's Wang Maisie isn't bad. She can shop with the vegetable vendor for 10 minutes for 20 cents. Zhou Yang then heard in the women's restroom, came the sound of chattering discussion. This eloquence is really great. It turned out to be some big sisters in their office. These big sisters work quite neatly. But inevitably there are some common problems of middle-aged women. That is, they like to chat, and their mouths are unforgiving. Their group of women came out of the restroom together in a cheeky manner, and they encountered Zhou Yang in the corridor. They were scared to silence. The office director, Ma Big Sister, hurried to admit fault. Sorry factory director. We pay attention next time. Do not chat during working hours. It doesn't matter. Just don't interfere with your work, and watch the volume so you don't disturb others. Zhou Yang did not criticize them too harshly, because employees are also people. If the leader is too high pressure, then the employees are also under pressure and prone to mental fatigue and leave the mood. Since staff chatting can make them happy, consider it a way for them to relieve their stress without affecting their work, and there is no need to be too harsh. It's better to be a small weekly factory manager. Big Sister Ma smiled with her eyebrows, and the other big sisters also praised Zhou Yang for his good character, really a talented person, and wanted to introduce him to a date later. It is also one of the hobbies of middle-aged women to introduce their friends, relatives and colleagues to each other. No. Zhou Yang quickly waved his hand in respect. The group of women snickered and left. Zhou Yang suddenly paused. He snapped out of it. It seemed like he could get these big sisters to go along to the meeting and back him up. 3 big sisters, I have something for you. Zhou Yang called out to them. What's the matter? You figured out that you're looking for a date? No problem. Wrapped in my body. You do not know. My distant niece. Looks can be beautiful. In the school are rated as the school flower. Ma Big Sister, this mouth is really not cover. A few seconds to say a large series of information. Zhou Yang have not yet had time to interrupt. For that eloquence and speed of speech, it's sharper than most comedians. Hey, no. I want you guys to go outside with me to negotiate. Zhou Yang said. Big Sister Ma then said. Negotiations? Shouldn't we let the big leaders go? Why don't we let the artisan Xiaojiang go? She's young and pretty. We're all old maids. No, you're the only ones fit for this. You 4 go back and pack up and come with me to negotiate tomorrow morning. Zhou Yang decided just like that, making a few elder sisters very suspicious. They looked at each other, not understanding what kind of negotiation. Let them a few uneducated women to go. But the factory director speaks, they listen is. Tomorrow must primping a little more beautiful before going. Cannot give the factory director shame. As soon as he turned the day around and went to work, Zhou Yang appeared in the office building wearing the suit he bought last time. He went to the comprehensive office to see. Good guy. He is going to bring out the 3 big sisters, all put on flowery makeup, permed, dyed hair, and did a manicure, all of a sudden a dozen years younger. Those who knew were that they were going out to negotiate. Those who didn't, thought they were going back to their old partners. Plant Director Cho, do we look good dressed up here? Sister Ma and the others came up and asked hopefully. Zhou Yang nodded. Good looking. If we walk down the street, then people will definitely think we are 4 siblings? The big sisters immediately laughed chirpily. Oh, little factory director Zhou's mouth is really good at talking. I don't know how many little girls I'm going to charm in the future. Oh, after tugging at the sky, they were ready to go. Originally, Zhou Yang was planning to go in his van, but the system suddenly expressed its opposition. This time, when we go to meet the foreign multinational giant companies, we can't lose the face of my Chinese enterprise. The car must be licensed. Zhou Yang heard the difficult scratch his head, although he is very lucrative, but the money are spent on the knife edge. Has not been to buy a luxury car. To say that the most expensive car in the company, no more than the new Dongfeng heavy truck, but cannot drive a truck to go to the appointment, that is also too nonsensical. The system continued to send a prompt. This system has taken all of this into consideration, this time to provide you with free car rental services, and has been equipped with a driver. Please go to the entrance of the factory. You can get on the car. Zhou Yang sighed that the system was really sweet, and also took into account his face, and took the initiative to send the car. If only the system was female, he would not have to think about the object. Of course, this is just a joke. Zhou Yang's view of marriage is very traditional. He wants to find a gentle and virtuous, hard-working and thrifty, beautiful and lovely wife, rather than to fall in love with the system such as a digital life that is not as good as seeing and touching. When the 4 of them came to the entrance of the factory, Zhou Yang's eyes were wide open at that time, because there was a silver-colored stretch version of the sedan parked outside the door. The whole car was 9 meters long, especially low-key luxury in connotation. At first glance, it was the car that successful business people sat in, not like a Lamborghini sports car that was as flamboyant as it was. OMG. Little gold man. It's a stretched Rolls-Royce. Sister Ma exclaimed. Rolls-Royce is supposed to be a luxury car, and it's still a rare extended version. The car must be 8 figures less. So elaborate. Factory Director Zhou, is this your new car? It's really nice looking. The 3 elder sisters were really surprised. In the past, They felt that luxury cars like Rolls-Royce were the patent of the rich, but they didn't expect that their boss could also buy one. But think about it, now the company earns so much money. I enjoy enjoyment is also should be. Joe Young can afford. It's my friends. Joe Young thought for a moment and decided to address the system as friend. Then your friend is too rich. After sighing, the three big sisters sat up, and they chose, at the same time, the rearmost area, because it's a spacious place for thieves. Chapter 140, bringing the third sister to the appointment. This stretch Rolls-Royce with a bar area behind it. Leather seats notwithstanding, the car is equipped with a wine cooler, wine set in a small refrigerator that can accommodate 6 people sitting opposite each other, drinking and chatting together. What a great car! The big sister was baffled. The level of luxury in this car is comparable to the first class of an airplane. At that moment, the well-dressed, white-gloved driver respectfully asked Joe Young if he was ready to drive. It's okay. Joe Young sat in the second row and felt that this car was really good, and he was in a Wuling Honda, and it was too much of a contrast to come straight in and experience this $10 million luxury car. No wonder rich people want to buy luxury cars. It really isn't the same experience as a low-end car. Joe Young then decided that when he made a lot of money in the future, he would also buy a luxury car to drive. As for what level is considered rich, Joe Young thought about it. Let's take earning a small goal every day as the standard. The car is quite stable when turned on and it's just a pleasure to ride in this car. Soon, the three big sisters who had finished studying the interior couldn't be bothered, and when they heard that there was still more than 20 minutes to go, they touched out a pair of poker and greeted Joe Young to come along and play poker. It's good to play a couple of games if you're idle anyway. No, you guys play. Joe Yang, after all, has to maintain the majesty of the factory director, and he will not participate in this kind of entertainment. So the three older sisters played fight the landlord in the back of the Rolls-Royce, with airplanes, jokers, and king bombs. Soon after arriving at the place, the driver parked the car and got out to help Joe Young open the door. Then the other big sisters also got out. They were now all straightening their backs, following their own plant manager, into the Deep Town Bay Hotel. At the entrance of the store, there were 2 multinational company employees waiting, and both were shocked to see a stretch Rolls-Royce that they had never seen before driving over, wondering which big boss's car this was. It turned out that the one who came down was Joe Young, whom they had seen pictures of, causing these two to be shocked. In the case they learned, White Emperor is a private cottage enterprise, specializing in doing some cheap to the home, no technical content, and their boss, Joe Yang, usually do not cultivate, live in deep, usually drive a broken van, which is alive and well as a turd. As a result, they didn't expect Baidi's boss Joe Young to be so stylish and ride in such a nice car, which was completely different from what they had imagined. So it seemed that the news was wrong. So one of them came over to greet them, while the other rushed inside to report. Their 2 companies prepared a number of sets of negotiation plans. It is about to be based on the opponent, can be adjusted at any time. Originally thought that Joe Yang is an unseen turtle. The result is not at all so. They are going to be taken seriously, and those who send the caller's terms to change the change. When Joe Yang arrived with the 3 big sisters, the negotiators from Huipu and Cannon, all got up to greet each other and came to the door, shaking hands in a false manner. You're Mr. Joe from Baidi, aren't you? I'm Xiao Zhang from Huipu, and this is Xiao Li from Jianeng. Those 2 came up and introduced themselves. Hello guys. Joe Yang shook their hands. May I ask who they are? These 2 people looked suspiciously at the overly demurely dressed middle-aged woman behind Joe Young and wondered what was going on. Joe Yang then introduced. They are our negotiators. This is Big Sister Ma. This is Big Sister Lu. And this is Big Sister Gao. Oh, hello 3 big sisters. These 2 people were blossoming with joy in their hearts, not knowing where Joe Yang had found these 3 old bangers. It was really funny. When other people come to negotiate, they bring either elite white-collar workers or PR beauties who look like a disaster. What's the point of bringing a half-aged woman here? Anyway, these 2 men stifled their laughter, greeted everyone on either side of the conference table, and began to negotiate. Huipu Xiaozhang first said, this time, our 2 companies want to establish a printer alliance with Whitey, so that we can exchange news in the future, advance and retreat together, and make money together. Oh, alliance, tell us your thoughts. Joe Young leaned back in his chair and said slowly. Xiao Zhang continued. Both of us have their own terminal offline sales network. By then your White Emperor products can also be sold through our network. We slightly charge a little fee on the line, but also help you promote, but also on behalf of the after-sales piece. We'll save a lot of money for the White Emperor. Cannonsley added, we can also realize technology interoperability, use each other's patents, provide parts and components at cost, and jointly develop new products. Stagger the track to avoid internal conflict. the other side is making a pretty good offer, and as long as the fees are reasonable, it's practically a sitting duck. But Joe Yang knows that there is no pie in the sky in this world. The other party gives such favorable conditions, surely to recover the cost. Joe Yang asked, "Then what are your demands?" "Brilliant," Huipu Xiaozhang praised. Then said, "Your White Emperor's product is good, but this selling price is a little unreasonable. We suggest, and our selling price to keep in line. For example, laser printer. Everyone sells more than $1,000. You guys so that the profit of each machine can be directly more than $800. This is how good Lee added, everyone sells at about the same price, so that users can only buy equipment from our three. Sales will not change, but Whitey's profits have increased. Isn't it much better than if you sold 199, 599? It does sound like this is the case. As long as Whitey raises his prices, then he can continue to harvest money from domestic users with them. What a great deal. It looked like Joe Yang didn't even have a reason to refuse, as long as he agreed. Being able to enjoy the benefits offered by two large corporations and making more money per unit was simply a good thing that couldn't be found in a lantern. An alliance is not impossible, Joe Yang said. So you agree? The representatives of the two families were overjoyed, not realizing that this was a done deal, so that their companies, again, could continue to happily sell printers. I have one more request about the uniform selling price, Joe Yang said. Lee said, "Oh, you are thinking, this selling price is too low? A printer sells more than 1,000. Is our experts have argued, do not recommend too high, otherwise it will reduce the customer's desire to buy. Reduce the price can be, by the time we three, are slightly reduced by 50 yuan, is also regarded as a return to the customer." No, no, no. Joe Yang shook his right index finger and said, "The unified selling price is right. It's the two of you, who want to keep the same selling price with us. White Emperor, laser printers sold together for 199 yuan, and photocopiers, sold together for 599 yuan, so that it's reasonable." Joe Yang finished, "The two representatives are stupid. How the uniform selling price is not too high uniform, but also deliberately run low, that is not a loss of money? Mr. Joe, you're too good at joking," Xiao Li snorted. "You guys were the ones who joked about it first." Joe Yang's face turned serious on the spot, stood up, and angrily reprimanded the two on the spot. "Deliberately setting the price of the equipment and consumables so high, how much more the people will have to spend to use the photocopying machine, do you know? Isn't that what our business is all about? Making money?" Chang retorted. Joe Yang threw his voice and said, "That's your foreign capitalized enterprises. We White Emperor are different. We are here to work for the welfare of the domestic people." Factory Director Zhou, "Don't be so rigid. Money is a good thing. You don't know that, do you? That's right. It's better to have money that we can all make together than to lose all three." The two men tried to exhort again. Joe Yang coldly grunted, "No need to bullshit. I come here, is to tell you, you these foreign enterprises, come to the country wantonly harvesting the days of the country's people is over. In the future in the country, typing copier this piece, is my White Emperor say, do not serve, on the price drop lower than I am, then I'll give you this piece of the market. I'll do as I say. What a deadbeat. I advise you to reconsider. It won't do you any good to go against us. Cannon, you don't think that a multinational giant like us is afraid of you, by D, do you?" Now that the two sides were torn apart, the representatives of the two companies, too, tore off their disguises and began to show cold expressions. In addition to these two representatives on the other side, there were two other assistants, and the four of them stood together glaring intently at Joe Yang, just as arrogant and rude as their foreign masters. Just when Joe Yang could not defeat four mouths with one mouth, behind him then a furious rebuke. "Enough, what are you playing in front of the old lady?" Whoosh! Behind Joe Yang, those three big sisters leapt out and stood in front of the factory manager. The number was now 4 against 4. A battle of the century was about to be staged. Chapter 141, Scolding Away on the Spot. Business negotiations in movies and TV dramas are all about a group of elites in suits, talking business together in a conciliatory manner, with tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars in big projects on their lips. In reality, business negotiations are much rougher, are slamming the table and glaring, in-your-face anger, and even arguing to the point that after the red face, there may be in-your-face cursing. This time, Joe Yang and the two multinational giant corporate personnel. This is the state of affairs. The two sides talk about the collapse of the two sides, then began to saber-rattling confrontation. The people from Huipu then said that Whitey was dumping and destroying the market and they would complain to the authorities. This time no need to Joe Yang sent word. Office Ma big sister said, "We have profit, not dumping, is normal business, but instead you guys together to sell so expensive. This is a monopoly. I want to report to the Anti-Monopoly Bureau. Good lord. One wants to report dumping and illegal business while the other wants to report them for monopolizing. It's half a caddy to 8. This one is a tie. Cannon's people began to threaten, don't push them. Cannon, how big the company? Really, if you spend millions and millions of dollars. Discount promotions in the country. White Emperor also don't want to sell the goods. And in the end, White Emperor is sure to be defeated by their Cannon Group's strong financial strength. Big Sister Gao then said, then you hurry to discount. Hurry to sell. Now the printer sales are particularly good. As long as your price is cheaper than our White Emperor. Our factory director said. Surely give the market. Hurry to reduce the price. If you do not reduce the price as my grandson. This one disliked Cannon's people as well. After all, the people they were present with were just deputy managers and assistants of a country district. Not qualified to decide on such a big business strategy. So they're just mouthing off and can't even refute when they're disliked. The two of them, which is a bit of a talking point, joined forces and started cursing, saying that the people of the White Emperor are all out of their minds, letting go of their money and instead going for the low price. Sister Lu couldn't stand to hear it anymore, and immediately pinched her hands on her waist and refuted them. Your foreign masters cut leaks to make money against their conscience. But you don't allow others to benefit the people? Why do we sell so cheaply at Baidi? Isn't it because there are a lot of users who need to use the equipment and don't have a lot of money? Families and businesses are not easy to earn some money. Electrical appliances can save a little to save a little. The results of your good. Based on monopoly, the price of equipment and consumables to increase. People's money are wasted on this, but also how to spend money on other projects? Now the country is advocating the expansion of domestic demand, but the people's money have been sucked away by you vampires. How can the country still have money to expand domestic demand? You are the culprit of the economic downturn. Sister Lu was worthy of being engaged in propaganda. This state affairs at your fingertips. All become a weapon to counter the other side. The people at Huipu are still arguing. It's only natural for a business to make money. Often read the philosophy of the Ma sister. Then to make up a sharp knife, you say good. But you should also have heard the saying. A man has to do something. Something not to do. People are foreigners or pirates started. The family style is to raid and pillage. Those pirates' descendants to cut leaks in the country. Also counted them as the industry. But you people, helping foreigners to count money, to our White Emperor flaunted. Is not a traitor behavior? Now so anxious to defend your foreign masters. If you rewind a few decades, people like you would have been pulled out. According to the crime of traitor, shot 10 back and forth. Ma big sister, this speed of speech and eloquence, really is not cover. These words spit clear and fast, without a wrong tone, and reasonable. These multinational enterprises in the country area staff, scolded a rash. No power to return. Subsequently, the three office sisters made further efforts to use their 3-inch tongue to spray the employees of the 4 multinational giants, so that they backed up and blocked the corners of the walls. Like frightened little quails, they couldn't even open their mouths, completely crushed by the fast-talking and sharp words of their big sisters. To use a phrase about seniority, it would be to scold them as if they were grandchildren. You White Emperor, wait. These 4 men were unable to hold out, put down a harsh word, and left the scene in disgrace. At this time Ma Daisy shouted, "Hey! You guys dropped your money." Those 4 people together turned back to look, only to find that the ground was clean. It turned out to be fooling them, could not help but be angry and red, resentful and left. Ha 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 ha, the big sisters are laughing. These silly boys are really good at teasing, saying that they drop money and then look back. Typical of the wealth fan, no wonder they work for those foreigners. In fact, they are not discriminating against workers working in foreign capitals. We all need to dress and feed ourselves for a living. And there is nothing wrong with going there to work where the wages are high. However, the behavior of these 4 people, who take their foreign masters as their fathers to belittle and threaten the domestic enterprises, is no different from that of the traitorous 2 sons of bitches. Nowadays, there are quite a lot of such spiritual dilettantes who openly say that the air in foreign countries is sweeter than that at home, and they are simply forgetting their ancestors and are incorrigible. Ding! The aura completely overpowers the opponent, rewarding 1 patent. The system sent a quest reward. I have to say that it was entirely due to the 3 big sisters that they were able to scold each other away this time. They can be more than a bunch of strong men. When Zhou Yang was happy, he decided to treat his big sisters to a nice meal. For lunch they went to a nice seafood restaurant to fill up their big sisters. Everyone ate with their mouths full of oil, and said that it was all a small amount of money, and that if they were given time, they could block the door and curse each other for 3 days and 3 nights. If there is such a thing next time, just call them. They are not highly educated. Their working ability is limited, but if it is a quarrel and scolding, they have not served anyone. Zhou Yang couldn't help but nod in agreement. When he returned to the company in the afternoon, Zhou Yang opened the reward issued by the system to see what aspect of the patent it was. An advanced refrigeration equipment. This is a set of patents for the invention of refrigeration equipment. According to the patent, this set of equipment can be applied to refrigerators, air conditioners, ice machines and other home appliances that require refrigeration, and low energy consumption, lower than the unusual refrigeration equipment energy consumption of more than 20. Good refrigeration effect. Fast, low cost, refrigeration type equipment. Zhou Yang felt that this patent is very good. This is the production of air conditioners and refrigerators are used in the components. In addition to the White Emperor of the air water heater, can also be applied. If this refrigeration unit is truly energy efficient, then again, costs can be reduced. To make this set, you need to use specialized production equipment. This patent set, however, is more specific and the production line needs to be customized. Zhou Yang then contacted the equipment manufacturer and asked them to customize it, which would take a while before it could be produced, but the price was not low. This is not bad money for Zhou Yang. Not a matter of fact, he placed an order on the spot, and all of a sudden to order 5 sets of the highest level of equipment. Each device, you can produce 100,000 sets of this refrigeration equipment every day. 5 is 500,000 sets. If the capacity to keep up with the future, do not rule out the possibility of buying another 5 sets of equipment. Buying all this equipment, more than $20 million was spent, but Zhou Yang was not distressed at all. Instead, he was calculating that after more of this kind of refrigeration equipment, he would be able to produce and make exclusive summer appliances. These 5 machines cover a huge area, and anyway, there are enough plants in the park to pack them up and put them into operation in the near future. This patented refrigeration equipment will be produced first and retrofitted to the air water heater to see the results first. Now Whitey's side of the new equipment. Other old products are also selling. A thriving scene. However, at this time, Zhou Yang himself encountered a disgusting thing. Chapter 142, Encountering Rumors. Zhou Yang has been a bit backed up lately because he's been experiencing cyber violence. Rumors suddenly spread on the internet that he had been immoral during his school years and had caused several female students to become pregnant. Those who broke the news anonymously, claiming to be Zhou Yang's classmates at the same school, said something. When Zhou Yang saw it, he was furious. He hadn't even held a girl's hand so far. How could he still cause a girl to get pregnant? Could he still transmit germ cells through his mind? What a mess. Zhou Yang refuted the rumor online and said that the clearer the better. He would not explain more. But such rumor mongering is not over. And it's getting worse. Some people post that why Zhou Yang wants to recruit employees over 35 years old? Because he has an Oedipus complex, like old women, usually in the company to open the silver party, and a group of 40 to 50-year-old women to engage in wine and meat forests. The situation is unbearable. And even there is a White Emperor resigned from the former female employees came out to break the news. Zhou Yang is trying to let her, the mother of the 2 children, to go to bed, and also want to her original pants and socks, so that she cannot stand it. The only thing that made her quit her job was her indignation. In addition, this former employee also broke the news, saying that Bitey is a sweatshop, all kinds of wage deduction, let employees work overtime, squeezing labor, which is why Bitey products are so cheap, because behind every cheap product, are coated with the blood and tears of the workers. It sounds sordid and spooky, and those who know the ins and outs know at a glance that it's not true, but there's always some trippy little number circulating these things in major communities online, which is clearly a premeditated smear campaign. Zhou Yang then guessed that this was still the same behavior, just like the previous bad review incident. This time it was upgraded to attack Zhou Yang himself in disguise. Zhou Yang is also considered to be a character who has been surfing on the internet for several years, and knows the punching nature of internet rumors. The more angry you are, the more pleased the other party is, so he just sent a letter of complaint to those platforms to let them manage the community well, and not to send out any untrue content. In the meantime, he's gathering evidence and getting ready to file a police report. And this kind of rumor, clearly aimed at him personally, won't stop until he retires from the network. His peers just want to stink him up so they can sell their products with no worries, but Zhou Yang won't let them have their way. Not only will he not be affected, but he will continue to insist that those companies that do not do a good job with their products are weeded out, and the black sheep are resolutely slaughtered. Zhou Yang does not care about these net storms, but I did not expect that a female employee in the company was hospitalized because of it. It was the previous rumor that Zhou Yang and the female employee were indiscreet, instructing the female employee to be outside the factory, being made fun of by the surrounding neighbors, and even making up dirty jokes in a colorful manner. Female employees are more than 40 years old, usually honest, encountered this kind of thing. The mouth is stupid to say, then fainted in a fit of anger. and was finally sent to the emergency room. This was considered the first person to be injured in the rumors against Bai Di and Zhou Yang. When Zhou Yang heard about it, he immediately went to the hospital for a visit and advanced the medical expenses. The female employee had woken up, but she was lying on the hospital bed wiping her tears. So pitiful. Don't cry. Bai Di is backing you up in this matter. I will hire a lawyer for you to sue the other party and help you get justice. Zhou Yang said seriously. If someone bullied his employee, it was a slap in his face, and Zhou Yang was in charge of this matter. Thank you, factory manager, the female employee said, wiping her tears. Zhou Yang comforted and left $1,000 for her family to take good care of. Then he paid a large sum of money to hire a reputable local attorney to help the female employee sue the neighbors who were gaslighting her. After reading the information, the lawyer promised that the case would be won, and the difference would be how much or how little the other party would be allowed to pay. Female employees were angry sick. Many days cannot work, but also fell into the heart palpitations. This is not a compensation of tens of thousands of things can be resolved. At least let those few trash neighbors pay the price of a lifetime, so that they remember. Trouble comes out of the mouth of the reasoning. With the female employee's previous experience, Zhou Yang felt that he could not drag on. So take the evidence collected. Go to the police station to report the case. Internet rumor mongering is a typical defamation crime, and there has been a successful case of a woman in Hangzhou defending her rights before. So Zhou Yang firmly believes that this time, the mastermind behind the scene will be uncovered and brought to justice. Just when Zhou Yang was depressed, he suddenly received a phone call that surprised him. It was from the Grand Lady of Hongtu, Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao said, Zhou Yang, are you free these days? I've made another new product on my side, and I want to personally take it to you, and visit your company on the way. Free, any time. Zhou Yang welcomed. Though he's been plagued by rumors lately, the business is still running normally though, and he personally tries not to bring his emotions to work. That afternoon, Lu Xiao drove over. She changed to a white Cayenne this time, and when she got out of the car from the parking lot, Zhou Yang, who greeted her, saw the fashionably dressed Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's outfit looked like she had just come from the Haiku Fashion Week, not like an entrepreneur. She pulled a cardboard package out of her car that said Macro Air Fryer. This is my new product. Send you to taste it. Be sure to give me the most authentic user experience. Oh, Lu Xiao offered it with both hands and smiled. Okay. Zhou Yang nodded his head and then handed it over to an employee on the side to help him send it to the office. Then he took Lu Xiao and toured around the factory. Seeing the workshop, rows and rows of neat and advanced equipment, Lu Xiao secretly nodded her head. By D, this management is quite good. The staff's essence is different. It's worth her learning. When strolling to the workshop of the latest product printer and copier, Lu Xiao said with interest, these two products you made this time are really subverting the market. I've heard about it more than once. I'll let the enterprises under my command to replace all the photocopiers with Baidi's products in the near future so that a large portion of the office expenses can be saved in the future. Thanks for the support of the White Emperor. I'll send you a bunch of machines then. Recently, Zhou Yang and the Hongtu foreign trade under her command have been in close contact, and the overseas market has already earned almost $1 billion. So providing a batch of photocopiers to the partner's big bosses is naturally not a big deal. Lu Xiao slightly shook her hand. No need. We are all businessmen. I don't want to owe you a favor because of this. It's just that the next time you want to produce any new products, try to talk to me in advance, so that we don't have to make the same goods. That's fine. I'll let you know before I have to put it on sale. I'll give you the first intel below, and for the next batch of new products, I'll probably do the hot summer appliances. Zhou Yang also saw that Lu Xiao, this woman's character was not bad and could be a friend, so he reminded implicitly. She just has to be smart enough to guess what kind of appliance she's going to make. But this seems not to worry too much. Hongtu Electronic Do or small tide brand. Go to the middle and high end of the route. The two, even if they do the same product, will not have a big impact. It's like the hairdryer products made by Lu Xiao before. A few $100s a piece. And if Whitey made hairdryers, it would definitely be under $50. And the people who need to buy Whitey's hairdryers basically won't go to buy Hondo's hairdryers. And people who like macro hairdryers basically won't consider a Whitey's hairdryer. The two companies in terms of business philosophy, the target population is different, will not produce intense competition, and therefore there will be no red-hot hatred. On the contrary, the two are working closely together, counted as partners. After visiting the huge factory, Lu Xiao has already seen sweat on her forehead and started to rub her legs, obviously tired of walking, wearing a half-high heel out to stroll around the factory. It is also difficult for her. Seeing this, Zhou Yang took her to his office to take a break. Chapter 143, Acquisition if you can't beat them. It was the first time for Lu Xiao to come to Zhou Yang's place, so she looked around and found that the office of the old president of Baidi, who was rumored to be the light of domestic production on the internet, was actually so plainly decorated. There were big white walls all around, and the tables and chairs were even of the cheap variety built by carpenters. Not even a leather sofa, which was standard for parlors. For this, Zhou Yang, adhering to the good steel on the knife edge, leather sofa cost effective, he let the carpenter do the wood sofa, and then buy 2 sponge cushions. Sitting up is also very comfortable. The price but can save a lot. Zhou Yang, tens of millions of dollars to buy equipment. Eyes do not blink, and add a little and production has nothing to do with things. It is stingy. This is riding a bicycle to the bar. The province, the flower. After the two were seated, Big Sister Ma came in, served 2 cups of tea, and glanced at Lu Xiao. Surprisingly, she felt that it was quite a match with her own little factory director. This big girl would not be the one who took the initiative to find the door, right? However, Ma Big Sister knows in and out, but did not say this heart gossip, after delivering the tea to exit the office. In the office, the 2 young entrepreneurs were left and they began to chat. I've seen a lot of boring people making rumors about you lately. I've already scolded them online for you. Lu Xiao also knew about the annoyance that Zhou Yang had encountered, and she took out her cell phone and showed Zhou Yang the post that she had made in her Weibo account angrily denouncing the rumor mongers. In her tweets, she supports Zhou Yang, convinced that all that nonsense is rumor. Relying on her popularity, there were also a lot of likes and retweets. Zhou Yang was grateful for her approach. It seemed that this batch of printers was a must delivery, and he didn't want to owe others a favor. Only Lu Xiao is not a person who likes to take advantage of the people, so find an opportunity to be sent secretly. That's sent to Wang Tao. He certainly will not refuse, and when Lu Xiao knows, it is also too late. Zhou Yang made up his mind in his heart, so he chatted cozily with Lu Xiao. The two talked about the idea of running a business and both felt greatly inspired. Lu Xiao studied business administration abroad, and her concepts are absolutely advanced and in line with international standards. Zhou Yang felt that this woman was very insightful. It was the actual experience that was lacking. If she had experience in the future, her future would definitely be unlimited. The two of them talked for more than an hour. Lu Xiao felt that she had benefited a lot. She saw that it was getting late, so she got up to say goodbye. Zhou Yang walked her to the parking lot as a courtesy. Then factory director Zhou, don't forget to give me the experience of using the air fryer. Can't forget. Lu Xiao took the initiative to shake hands before leaving, and then Zhou Yang watched her drive away from the factory. When Zhou Yang turned around to go back, he felt that Lu Xiao's fragrance scent was still there, and he felt strange, and later realized that it was the other party's scent that was carried in his hand and stuck to him when he shook hands. Zhou Yang went to wash his hands when he sighed. No wonder they say that women's body fragrance is cosmetics marinated in flavor. There is indeed this reason. Zhou Yang then started working in an organized manner. Refrigeration equipment production line. Equipment manufacturers have been in production, and the female employees sued the case. Has been accepted. The next waiting for the first session of the court. Also the case he reported is being investigated and there is no news yet. The products of Pak Tai are still selling like hotcakes, with the strongest shipments being the latest copiers and printers. Sales of both types of office equipment are increasing as their popularity grows. Copiers, more than 10,000 units of sales every day, and printers are higher, and even has exceeded the daily sales of 50,000 units. And there is a trend of more and more sales. Basically, the whole country in the piece of photocopier. Whitey has become the absolute cost-effective butcher. Unless it is not aware of the Whitey products, there is absolutely no reason to go to other companies. And expensive, high cost of use of the product. This has exacerbated the demise of the traditional office equipment business. Companies such as Huipu, sales are dropping every day. And on the sales statement, the sales curve looks like an airplane that has lost power, diving infinitely toward the x-axis without the slightest sign of upward movement. As well, the price difference is many times greater, and as long as you don't have a special need, everyone will go with the Whitey's product. With more and more demand, Whitey's production capacity can't keep up, so it's a good idea to find a foundry. Zhou Yang had already set his strategy. He ate meat, and his domestic counterparts could follow and drink soup. He would take the assembly orders, and send them to the right companies around, so that they wouldn't go out of business due to the impact of their products from White Emperor. One side is getting orders and income, can live and accumulate strength to transform, and White Emperor can also expand production. This is a win-win situation. The multinational printer giants, by contrast, are having a less wonderful time. After their talk with Zhou Yang fell apart, they began to gather think tank experts to conduct research on how to break the situation. Domestic market value of printers and copiers, about 3 or 4 billion per year. And they Huipu 1, which occupies 1/3 of the domestic can have 10 billion in sales per year, netting billions. It would be a real pain in the ass to give it up, but if we don't give up, then things will be difficult. First of all, Huipu rely on the scale of the advantage of the fight price is not working. Their costs cannot come down. The cost of losing money to grab the market is too large, put forward in white cooperation and was rejected. Then they can only use their usual tricks of large enterprises. With the money to hit, that is, the acquisition. Basically no one can resist the lure of vast amounts of money. After expert estimation, the value of Whitey's products now, in the scale of 3 billion, this is still on the high side. After all, they have limited equipment and produce a product at a price so low that it seriously affects the valuation. The HP expert group thought that 5 billion would be enough to buy Whitey over, and then the printer fiasco would disappear, and the market would be theirs again. So Huipu sent an acquisition team to Deep Town to make their offer to Joe Yang. This acquisition is secret, mainly because of the fear of peers coming to steal it. After all, Whitey also has its own advantages. That is, how to print and copy. To the scale of a few $100s, they are also very curious. As long as the purchase, we will know, maybe the application of Whitey's technology, and may also be able to knock down the peers. Huipu's senior management think this is a good plan, just waiting for the acquisition of the White Emperor. They can unify the printer market. The future fist cannon, Kick Epson, it will be invincible in the world. Yet their rosy imaginations were stopped by security guards outside the Whittier factory. Joe Yang had nothing to talk about with Huipu and directly refused to meet. He was still encountering rumors every day and was not in the mood to argue with Huipu. The other party had no choice but to pass the message through someone else. The intermediary contact they had found was Lin Shuai, who had a good relationship with Joe Yang. When Lin Shuai arrived, Joe Yang of course met with him, and Lin Shuai brought the offer of Huipu. They're willing to pay $4.5 billion for a full buyout of Whitey Electric. Huipu experts expected the acquisition price is $5 billion. The first offer of $4.5 billion is to give Joe Yang to leave room for bargaining. However, Joe Yang directly gave a refusal. What a joke! What cats and dogs also want to come to buy his industry? And at such a low price. Who is this looking down on? Joe Yang's White Emperor, but backed by the super factory system, the world's unique existence. The market value of the future is bound to exceed 100 billion. This $4.5 billion want to collect. That is purely in the thought of the peach. When Huipu received the news, they thought their offer was low, so they opened it up to $5 billion, and still refused. So they opened it up to $5 billion, and still refused. In the end, the Huipu acquisition team could only offer the price to the highest acceptable price limit for them, $6.2 billion. This price is already a very high offer to acquire a newly emerged private enterprise. Any more and Huipu would consider itself to have lost money. Lin Shuai, dial the phone now. I'll talk to them. Joe Yang did not have the patience to let Lin Shuai go back and forth as a sounding board anymore, and he immediately spoke directly with the Huipu negotiators on the phone. I'll offer a price, and if you, Huipu, can agree to it, then Whitey can be sold to you. When Joe Yang finished speaking, the corner of his mouth turned upwards, revealing a sly hint. He certainly doesn't mean to sell. You name your price. As long as it's not outrageous, we can negotiate. The hearts of the Huipu personnel began to thrill. Finally the dawn had come and they could go back to their work. However, after Joe Yang quoted a purchase price, the Huipu personnel were directly dumbfounded and stayed dumbfounded. Chapter 144 $29. 238 million. You pay this money and you sell Whitey to you. And by the way, let me remind you that the units are dollars. Joe Yang gave what he thought was a reasonable price. The reason why there are zeros and zeros is because that is the total global market capitalization of Huipu. In Joe Yang's mind, the potential of the White Emperor Company is by no means weaker than Huipu. And if Huipu was willing to take their company, they can still consider the request for a change of home. It didn't seem unacceptable for Huipu to inherit his industrial park when the time came, and for him to go and take charge of Huipu, whose business was spread all over the world. Joe Yang, don't go too far. This took the people of Huipu and turned their noses up in anger. No amount of acquisitions could have gotten rid of their company. The negotiators knew they were screwed and hung up the phone on the spot in anger, and so the offer to buy it died. Who knows that the next day, the network was exposed, said that the White Emperor refused the high price of Huipu acquisition, secretly saying that Joe Yang big appetite, several billions of dollars are not willing to sell, is the lion's mouth, waiting to slaughter the wrongdoer. That group of internet hacks jumped out again to follow the wind and blacken him, making Baidu's reputation a bit bad on certain websites, and many passers-by were affected by this windy comment and had a bad first impression of Baidu. But people who have really used Baidu products naturally know what kind of enterprise Baidu is. At least half of the loyal users of Baidu are in the mountainous areas or rural areas. These people, will not daily visit microblogging, brush the short video, they only choose cheap and good products. To them, the nation's Wyoming appliance, which is Whitey's best, accepts no rebuttals. Anyway, there is no brand that allows them to have TVs, electric cars, washing machines, water heaters, and other appliances for only a few $100s, except for Whitey. Whitey is incredibly caring about this low-income segment of the population. At the moment when Whitey was being blackballed the most, there was a news story from CCTV that did Whitey justice. CCTV reporter Zhang Bing, in the distance from the South Glass County water pollution incident after the interview, once again out of the field, she this time came, known as the central region of the poorest Chemung mountainous area. When I interviewed the county before, I felt that the infrastructure there was outdated and the standard of living of the residents was low. The cars on the streets are mostly cabs, and in private cars, they are all domestic cars under $100,000. Few name-brand cars such as BMWs and Audis appear on the road, and there are few local businesses that can hold their own. The dropout rate is also notoriously high in the country. There is a compulsory education law, but when faced with families in the ravines, families that don't even make $10,000 a year, families whose houses are leaking, the people who visit the education section sigh when they see them. Such families cannot afford to pay for their children's tuition, and unless they are fully exempted from school fees and miscellaneous expenses, children aged 11 or 12 will have to go home to work in the farm or herd cattle and goats. This makes the law enforcement agencies want to do according to the law cannot be done, cannot be such a family and then go to punish them. So here in the education sector, but also are turning a blind eye to the children drop out of school to turn a blind eye. Also the lack of finances in poor counties and the lack of excessive subsidies will have to do. Now the CCTV reporter came to interview. The locals still have to take care of the face. Take Zhang Bing, they go to the county's best middle school to interview. Here it is very formal. Students wear uniforms, equipped with a variety of state-of-the-art teaching facilities. The children's spirit is also very good. But CCTV reporter Zhang Bing wasn't that easy to fool, and the next day she went to the town to interview the town high school. This now shows the real state of education in the Enlightenment Mountains. The students here, even the school uniforms are not neat. Many children are wearing whitewashed clothes, and even some students, wearing the kind of obsolete style of clothing that was obviously popular 1 or 2 decades ago. On the day Zhang Bing came, the temperature happened to be on the high side, and when he interviewed the students in the classroom, he noticed that the students' hot brains were sweating and their clothes were wet. The only thing that kept the room cool was the ceiling fan, which was old and made a squeaky noise as it spun around, which was distracting. Even then, the wind power was limited, and most of the children were soaking wet from the heat. When Zhang Bing saw it, he entered the class to interview the students. She has a knack for interviews, and instead of going straight to asking a girl why she wears old clothes, she starts by talking about her studies in life. This little girl, from being nervous in the beginning, gradually removed her guard and was able to communicate fluently. It was clear from her somewhat hesitant reply that she had some low self-esteem. 2. She was one of the few in her class who didn't wear a school uniform, i.e., a child from a poor family. Afterwards, Zhang Bing through the questioning skills, know the reason why the female students wear old clothes is because the family is poor. The small children grow body and fast, so the family is all for her to find friends and relatives to replace the clothes to wear. The girl also knew that it was not easy for her to go to school, so she did not complain, but rewarded her parents by studying hard. And every time she took a test, she was in the top 10 of her class. And in the interview with other ordinary students, the children complained about the electric fan in this room. Not cool at all. This is not yet summer. If it comes to summer, one by one in the stuffy cans like classroom, drink 2 or 3 bottles of water every day. Clothes are soaked, a sweaty odor, hard to die. We asked the school to put in air conditioning, but they just won't do it, said there was no money. The children complained. Is air conditioning really that good? A student asked right next to him. Because there are students who have grown up without ever experiencing the coolness of air conditioning. Sadly, Zhang Bing then went to interview the teacher and also learned that basically in every class, there are individual students with difficulties. The school has already reduced their tuition fees, but there is no way to pay for living expenses. Teachers sometimes collect donations, but teachers also have families and can't donate every time, so it's not easy for these kids. As for the installation of air conditioning, the principal also expressed helplessness. Schools also have to allocate funds from the top every year. There is no funds to install air conditioning in large numbers. They have such a large area of the classroom. The need for vertical air conditioning, each air conditioner will be a large few thousand, which dozens of rooms, at least more than 200,000, and in the future, the cost of electricity they are also a great burden. Therefore, the school cannot install air conditioning until there is sponsorship. Zhang Bing ended up filming the entire school in its entirety. Ceiling fans were on in the classes, but that breeze had little effect on the sudden surge in temperature over the past 2 days, and most of the students were still sweating and soaked through their clothes. Here she is. Without expressing herself in too many words, much has been said before, and the audience will get it. Zhang Bing only hopes that through her interview video, she can make the higher authorities pay attention to the students here, so that those poor students can have new clothes to wear, can make the ordinary students here have air conditioning to blow. In this way, children can learn without fear and produce better results. After filming in the town, Zhang Bing was about to go to the elementary school in Shanwo village for an interview after being introduced by a local guide. It is a village that is not marked on many maps, yet there is an elementary school where children from the surrounding villages go to school. I heard that the conditions there were many times tougher than in the town, so naturally, Zhang Bing wanted to go there to have a look. She wanted to contact the school, but learned that there was no cell phone signal, so she had to go to the interview first, so that she could see the most authentic rural elementary school instead. They took an urban-rural bus, and when they arrived at the stop and got down, they saw a winding dirt road up the hill, which was the only way in and out of the village elementary school. Zhang Bing starts recording here, climbing the mountain for a few steps and becoming out of breath. She then introduces the audience to how difficult the journey is. This is the kind of road that is dangerous and difficult for adults to climb, but many children have to climb over the mountains to come to school. It is really a difficult way to go to school. By the time Zhang Bing reached the top of the mountain, her legs were already a bit sore and numb, and when she looked out, she saw a village and cooking smoke vaguely in the forest in the distance, and on the other side, more than 1,000 meters away, was the elementary school of Shanwo village, where they were going this time. That flag waving in the wind is the best signpost. Chapter 145 Interviews with Elementary School in Poor Mountainous Areas. Pang Xinghai, who is a teacher at Shanwo Village Primary School, solved the problem of extracurricular books for the children after he bought a printer and photocopier from Baidi last time. After many days of reinforcement with practice problems, the children's grades really improved. The results were excellent, and it made him grateful to Whitey. It was only that communication was inconvenient on his side. His order had been automatically received long ago, and he was not in much of a habit of writing reviews, so it was not yet known to outsiders. On this day, he was taking the 5th and 6th grades in gym class. In fact, there is a lack of sports equipment here, and there is only one worn-out soccer ball in the whole school, so kicking is still the children's treasure. As Pang Xinghai led the kids in laps, they were looking forward to kicking the ball early. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Watch the rhythm and frequency of your breathing. Pang Xinghai is really all-round. He can even teach sports. Just then, 2 people were seen coming to the door. A nice-looking lady who looked like a city dweller, and another manly strong man carrying a video camera. A combination that looked like a news reporter. Pang Xinghai was shocked at the time, then stopped running laps and let the children kick the ball to play by themselves. The 5th and 6th graders cheered and swarmed to grab the soccer ball. They do not pay attention to what the number of people, automatically according to grade, divided into 2 teams. The bricks set up as a goal, and began a multiplayer soccer game. Laughter suddenly spread all over this humble campus. Hello, we are CCTV reporters. Can we come to the school for an interview? Zhang Bing faced Pang Xinghai and asked politely. Of course, principal, old principal. Come on, there's a reporter from the center. Pang Xinghai exclaimed in excitement. Although the principal was in class, but this was definitely an opportunity not to be missed. When the old principal and his wife heard this, they both ended their respective lectures and put the children on study hall, and they rushed over. Hello, Gu, Xiao Pang, quickly take the reporters to the house. All thirsty, go and drink some water. The old principal was also excited and a bit overwhelmed. In his life, he has never been to a faraway place. This CCTV reporter, in his opinion, is equivalent to a big official in the capital, to be treated as an honored guest. The 2 journalists hadn't really brought any water with them in order to travel light, and they would have been thirsty by now. So they thanked the 3 rural teachers for their hospitality, and they went inside the office. The walls in this office were gray and bare, with lots of mold and mildew, and there was basically nothing to decorate. It was all pristine, and the tables and chairs are so dated that directors who are going to shoot period dramas don't have to set up their scenes when they come here. But this one has 3 particular modern appliances that stand out. The old principal then went over and caught cold water in a disposable paper cup and quenched the thirst of the 2 far-flung journalists, and the old principal himself to drink water. with enamel cups that have fallen off the porcelain cups above the 1996 county-level Excellent Educators logo. The enameled mug had obviously been used for many years. The disposable paper cups for the reporters were shunned from the county's education section, which they couldn't afford on their own. Zhang Bing was surprised to see that the water dispenser was actually the bitey water purifier she had interviewed. So she asked curiously if this water purifier was also being used here. The old principal smiled and said, "Yes, this is a gift from the county, saying that it is to protect the children's drinking water health. And the printers and photocopiers we have here are all of the same brand, and it is good to use. Oh, Whitey puts out office supplies too." It was the first time Zhang Bing knew about this. The main reason is that their CCTV is rich and powerful. Office equipment are equipped with all the big name products. There are also cooperation for many years with the consumable supplier for technical services. So she did not pay attention to these two new products of the White Emperor. The old principal then praised Whitey's products and talked about the reason why Pang bought them in the first place, so that the children could have exercises to do. This made Zhang Bing stand in awe, feeling that this was a good news break, so he inquired in detail. The cameraman also recorded the interview faithfully. After understanding the current situation of this mountain village elementary school, Zhang Bing's heart has rippled. She really did not know before. In our country, in all aspects of the world's forefront, up to the sky and into the sea, to create all kinds of miracles, there is still such a difficult elementary school. Photographers shooting the group of children playing soccer. See them although poorly dressed, do not repair, but the spirit is extraordinarily good. A smile is overflowing on the face. Feel the significance of the existence of this mountain village elementary school. Why these three rural teachers, each receiving a salary of less than $1,000, have remained steadfast for years is probably for the sake of these children. Without this elementary school, it is estimated that most of the children here would have dropped out of school and become illiterate goat herders, which is such a sad thing. After a while, it was noon and time for the students to eat. The principal's wife had already warmed up the lunchboxes and staples they'd brought themselves in the pot for the students, and the children in each class got their lunchboxes and went back to their classes to eat. A lot of aluminum lunchboxes that were only commonly used in the 90s and are still used here. You know, it's 30 or 40 years behind the city. The children's diet is also very simple. Bun with pickles, green vegetables, and in good condition, a little bacon. Some of the children were even eating raw onions rolled in a bun, which made the conditions tough. Zhang Bing and the cameraman did not speak, but quietly shot here, where the purity of the suffering already need not be said. The principal's wife had specially fried a bacon and green vegetables, plus a packet of peanut rice with 2 steamed buns, which was already a good meal. This was the meal for entertaining the honored guests. Usually they couldn't afford to eat it. Pickles and scallions were the most commonly eaten dishes. Zhang Bing didn't push back. They had brought some rations over, and at this time, they also took them out and savored them with the 3 rural teachers. At the dinner table, there was another conversation about the scenes Zhang Bing had seen in the town's middle school. The kids there need air conditioning, and she's asking if it's needed here. Pang Xinghai said, "We don't need air conditioning here, and with all the leaky windows, it's too power hungry to use air conditioning." The old principal added, "Our mountainous area is supposed to be cooler than the city. We don't even use electric fans here, and we've been here for so many years. To say what we need is a refrigerator. There are cows, sheep, and pigs here, and sometimes the cows and sheep have accidents or are harmed by the wolves, and the villagers kill the meat themselves, but there is no refrigerator here, and the meat can't be retained, so it can only be made into preserved meat or dried meat. But the children also crave elbows, ribs, lamb kebabs, but the fresh meat cannot store. Usually only New Year's Day, can be more than a few meals of meat. Refrigerator it is." Zhang Bing made a note of it, and when he went back, he would appeal to these schools to donate some electrical appliances. In the afternoon, the principal also made special arrangements for the entire school to come to the playground so that the reporter's sister could speak to them. Zhang Bing encourages these children to study hard and become pillars of the country in the future. The children applauded as they listened. At the end of the day, Bing Zhang came to interview these kids and asked them to say something about their wishes and their hearts. The kids were just all talking about how they were thankful for their teachers and principals, and how they were thankful for Whitey's printers and copiers because it was the 2 devices that allowed them to have papers to do, and they had a lot of extracurricular books as well, because he couldn't afford some of the books. Pang Xinghai bought some of the atlases, made copies himself, and showed them to the children. This has enriched the children's spare time and cultural life, so that they, the little children, have become fans of Pad Thai, and they all love Pad Thai, including the water purifier, which allows them to drink clean water. At the end of the interview, the children clustered around Zhang Bing and cheered together for the camera. They may be materially poor, but they are rich in spirit and have a different kind of innocence. Zheng Bing was so touched that she wrote the copy on her way back to Beijing after finishing the interview, and the voiceover was to be added later. She wants to get this interview out as soon as possible, to draw the community's attention to the issue of schooling for students in poor areas. A few days later, this news of Zheng Bing's interview was on the CCTV channel, and with its wide influence, it was soon reproduced by other media. The audience was blown away by the experience. Chapter 146 Support from the Central Media. We all usually spend a lot of time on the internet and see a lot of videos showing off our wealth and the consumer traps promoted by businesses. Those bright and shiny netroots wearing gold and silver, traveling everywhere at home and abroad, not moving to buy a house and a car, as if a year does not enter a large hundreds of thousands of dollars. The end of the year do not mention a paramera, do not deserve to live like. However, we have stayed in the information cocoon for a long time, have forgotten the real shape of this society. The country is still more than half of the nationals in a low-income state, not to mention paramera. Even if the brakes cannot be Tesla, there are a lot of people cannot afford to buy, and the rest of the netizens who are fairly well off, who usually buy thousands of dollars of cosmetics and tens of thousands of dollars of video cards, think that's the way life should be, but they were suddenly touched by the steepness of seeing the hardships of these poor children. It was then that many people left comments below the video wanting the school's address and bank account number, and they wanted to donate money and goods to the children. However, by virtue of netizen donations, not to solve the actual poverty problem in the area, coupled with fund management and other issues, the local department has not given a channel to accept donations for the time being. Some enthusiastic people who live nearby took some costumes and books and drove themselves to the giveaway, but this is after all a drop in the bucket, and still does not solve the problems of no air conditioning for the children in the town, lack of refrigerators for the elementary school children in the village of Shanwo, lack of access to fresh meat, and difficulty in preserving the meals they bring with them. That's when the netizens noticed that the children in the village of Shanwo were praising Whitey's products. It's Whitey's printers and copiers that give children rolls to work with, and water purifiers that give children clean water to drink. It turns out that Whitey's products have been helping poor mountainous areas when no one was paying attention to their education. Some people have begun to call out that since children have a need for air conditioners and refrigerators, which they cannot afford at the moment, isn't it time for Whitey to step up to the plate and develop these two appliances? Straight up air conditioners and refrigerators that cost thousands of dollars. Dry them out to triple digits. That way poor people can afford to install them. That's a good idea. But the internet is a hodgepodge of people singing the praises of everything. And many netizens brought up all those things that were rumored about Whitey before. Meaning that this morally corrupt business doesn't deserve to be making appliances for students. And that they think the appliances are dirty. Many sensible netizens couldn't stand to watch and retorted that Whitey was a conscientious enterprise. That everything he sold was cheap and good. And that it must be easy to offend his peers, and that these were obviously rumors. Subsequently, the central media also published a short video comment with the title, "When will the network rumors stop? Don't let the rumors hurt the domestic conscientious enterprises." This sentence, conscientious enterprise, is equivalent to the White Emperor set the nature, mainly because the CCTV leadership saw Zheng Bing's interview video. In addition to the previous understanding of the White Emperor, they recognize that this is a good enterprise. So they are willing to speak out for the White Emperor stand. White Emperor is also considered to be a blessing in disguise. This time, although the network rumor, but to obtain the central media first, which the credibility of the force, and then on a new level. Some of the internet spammers can't stand to look at Whitey, but the eyes of the masses are bright. And what kind of business Whitey is known from the passing of the majority of the year. A 99 washing machine, a $148 TV, a 199 printer. Ask any other company in the world. Who would produce such unprofitable appliances? To be honest, Whitey could definitely sell these products even if they multiplied their selling price by 2. But they would rather not make those profits and lower the selling price just to give the benefits to the general public. It's a rare conscience enterprise in 100 years. The netizens flirted with the idea that Whitey is a philanthropist, and there is indeed some truth in that. Netizens who no longer believe the rumors have gone to the official website of Pak Thai to petition for Pak Thai to step in and produce air conditioners and refrigerators that poor mountainous areas can also afford. In just one day, the petition posting on the website had more than 500,000 netizens co-liking it, and things got pretty heated. Zhou Yang of course noticed, and gave an assurance that he would make these two appliances, and, when the first batch of air conditioners and refrigerators were produced, he would directly arrange for the vehicles to be delivered to the town middle school and the village elementary school, and would be responsible for the installation and debugging, so that the students and teachers would be able to use the newest White Emperor appliances. By D. Cow Beep, Zhou Yang righteousness, netizens have praised. In the end, is the White Emperor? This understanding is advanced. Ding dong. At this time, The system also sent a quest, refreshing summer mission, to deliver coolness and refreshment to children in the mountains and people across the country. Note that this task is still judged by the customer's good as the standard. The positive feedback rate needs to reach 97 or more, including the evaluation after the purchase, and the user's actual experience. The task is successful, rewarded with a random gift bag. The task fails, points -80. This mission of the system was a bit risky, but Joe Young wasn't worried at all. He was confident in completing this mission. That random gift pack, he was looking at it. If he could give an awesome gift pack, he would probably be developed, such as hand-rubbing along March 5th, Mars exploration rover or something like that. That would be awesome. Joe Young ended his enjoyment and started in the system, browsing through the drawings of the cool appliances. Soon after, he fell in love with his 3 favorite appliances, namely air conditioner, refrigerator and freezer. With all 3 appliances, the main component is the refrigeration module. The air conditioner was at the top of the list of appliances that website users had voted on before and wanted by D to make, and Joe Young had never done it. Just waiting for the production line for the cooler to run. That set of production line, which was customized by Joe Young at a cost of more than 20 million, has now been installed and debugged, and the new workers have been put in place, and are in trial production these days, just that the output is a bit slow. With new equipment and new workers, it is impossible for the production line not to encounter problems, and it will probably take at least 1 more week to ensure normal production operation. Also utilizing this period of time, Joe Young was waiting for the points to accumulate enough for him to be able to afford to purchase these 3 types of drawings. 3 kinds of electrical appliances, all have to use this set of refrigeration module, so first save up the refrigeration module. When the other 3 kinds of electrical appliances drawings exchange out, directly assembled on the line. Only the 3 appliances have different refrigeration module needs and sizes to differentiate between the models, and the first refrigeration modules made, also to experiment with performance, were used in XY air heaters. Joe Young now had the function of testing finished goods, and directly let the system do it for him, and let the system test the air water heater, which had been installed with a new type of refrigeration equipment. A few minutes later, the system responded. Through the test, the new XY air water heater, energy consumption is reduced by 21, and the cost of the whole machine is reduced by 18. The system replied with the results, and sure enough, the application of this set of refrigeration equipment with advanced patented technology improved the performance a lot. To say why a water heater uses a refrigeration unit, that would involve appliance physics. In fact, the principle is very simple. Air conditioning and other refrigeration equipment is the heat of the house to the outdoors, and the water heater is only the process is reversed. The outside unit and the compressor switch a position on the line. In this way, XY water heater, a product upgrade was ushered in. Because of the lower cost, Joe Young let the old version of the device 50 yuan discount promotion, but also can promote a wave of sales. Moreover, this improves XY air water heater criticized energy saving problems. This time because of the refrigeration module upgrades, energy consumption is further reduced. This time the distance from the traditional air water heater, the gap is not too big. It's only a short time since the air heater went on sale, and with such a big performance increase, this upgrade is not a big deal. This also tested the performance of this refrigeration patent equipment, and Joe Young can't wait to use it on new products. While waiting to accumulate points to buy drawings, the office equipment product line, 2, came with good news. Chapter 147, Spreading Rumors Will Get You Caught. Whitey Printers daily sales, currently exceeding 60,000 units after the Huipu, Epson, Canon and other companies have announced that they will withdraw from the domestic printer market in the second half of the year, cutting a variety of printers directly operated stores and franchises, followed by domestic-only part of the after-sales service points. It's the equivalent of admitting that you can't compete with Whitey at home. They, the multinationals, were driven out of the printer business by Whitey with a single factory. In fact, they don't go out can't. Also just a month's time, their market share has shrunk by half. Now announced to leave can still retain the decency. If hold on for a year and a half, then the face of the face are gone. After all, Whitey's equipment and consumables cost several times less than theirs, and performance isn't that far behind. So those big manufacturers don't stand a chance. And many domestic printer manufacturers, but also successively cut production lines. After all, they are under the suppression of large foreign brands. Sales were not high, so the cutbacks are not heartbreaking. In the end, there are only a few megafactories that want to be a super all-industry chain that have retained the printer and copier business, but they are all going to the high end, making it smarter, more convenient, and more aesthetically pleasing, so that they can differentiate themselves from Whitey's products. And although they will sell fewer copies, they will also have regular customers and be able to survive. This time, the domestic hit copier business. Those who cut the leak of the manufacturers are removed from the game. Joe Young completed his mission requirements, rectified the domestic hit copier market. Everyone as long as the choice of the White Emperor, you can realize the typing, copying freedom. BYD also in the near future will enjoy most of the domestic market for photocopiers, although the size of the market will shrink after that. But BYD also have at least 2 to 3 billion net profit revenue a year, which is very good. The system finally sent him a prompt. Complete the task of rectifying the photocopying market and obtain the rare card. Bounce card. Bounce card bounces damage, both mental and physical, to self or business. Disposable item. Bounce card? Joe Yang's eyes lit up when he took a look. Wasn't this exactly what he needed right now? Those who had rumored about BYD were still at large, and Joe Yang had endured it for quite some time. As the saying goes, if you can't bear it, you don't have to bear it anymore. So Joe Yang took the rebound card, which hadn't been warmed up yet, and used it. He probably knew that the people who had set him up for the rumor this time were the same counterparts who had come undercover, and he didn't know exactly who it was yet, so he might just be able to get a glimpse of it through the rebound card system. The rebound card was used successfully and will take effect in 24 hours. Since the system had feedback, Joe Yang waited patiently, waiting for the next day. He just came to work early in the morning. The office ma big sister is excited to take the phone to let Joe Yang see. Factory Joe. Look, evil has its rewards. This boss of Flying Eagle Electrical Appliances is the one who sent the undercover agent. The internet exposed his scandalous story. It's really disgusting. Joe Yang took a look at his cell phone, and good lord, it really refreshed his perception. It turns out that the owner of Flying Eagle Electric, not Eagle, was denounced by his own son for pickpocketing. That Eagle has been in a long-term illicit relationship with his daughter-in-law. If this is just moral turpitude, what follows shatters one's sense of perspective. That Eagle and his daughter-in-law actually secretly gave birth to a child, and this child, but also by that Eagle's son as the Pearl. That Eagle's son thought he had a big fat son, but in reality, it was his brother. Later, after DNA comparison, that Eagle's son confirmed that his 1-year-old fat son is his father. That Eagle and his wife born? He was on the spot on the gas explosion. Do not even think about it on the internet to expose. I have to say, this plot can only say that the rich electrical bosses really know how to play. The general public cannot really do it. It has to be how much of an animal to do this kind of thing. Joe Yang looked straight and frowned, and after returning the phone to Big Sister Ma, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. You know, his rebound card is also effective today, and that hawk just happened to break this kind of scandal, so it can't be that he was rebounded, can it? It's quite possible, or there's no way things could have been so coincidental. As for whether or not the rebound card is working, that's something to watch for a few days. The next thing you know, this shocking melon became the talk of the nation, followed by countless journalists, flocking to interview the parties involved. The event's female lead daughter-in-law and that Eagle, naturally avoided, and that Eagle's son also opened out the cheek, in front of the reporter's face, denouncing his own dad's indiscretions, declared that will be cut off from him father and son. However, that wasn't all. The next thing the reporter realized was that the Eagle was taken away by the police. That's not quite right. That hawk divorced his ex-wife a long time ago. This is an ethical and moral issue at best, not enough to be taken away by the police. Is he guilty of some other case? Reporters got even more excited about this and followed up on the story. But before the news reported the results, the case of the female workers under Joe Yang's command who were sickened by gas because of rumors had already begun, and Joe Yang went forward to observe the trial. In court, the well-known lawyer hired by Joe Yang for the female workers argued generously and passionately, while the two neighbors of the accused pleaded guilty but asked for leniency. The female worker said she refused to forgive, and just the fact that they offered $2,000 to settle privately in an out-of-court settlement made the female worker angry enough. The gas almost did not slow down. Just to pay $2,000? She does not have to ask for this money, just want to give each other up. If she wasn't a little harsher this time, maybe they'd use it to attack next time. After more than 2 hours of trial, the facts were basically clear, and the sentence was pronounced in court. The court sentenced the defendants to 1 year's imprisonment and 2 years probation for the crime of defamation, and had to pay the plaintiffs treatment costs, nutritional costs, moral damages, etc. The sentencing was over, and the two defendants were remorseful and obscure. Although they don't have to go to jail, they have to pay out more than $70,000, which is more than $30,000 each, and they are in a lot of pain. However, this is something that the defendant's defense attorney did not recommend appealing, and an appeal would not reduce the amount of compensation by much. and might result in a heavier sentence. The two defendants had to hold their noses and decided not to appeal and pay the full amount. It kind of puts them on the up and up. At the end of the trial, the women workers cried, but this time it was the feeling of having been wronged, and finally having been able to get out of the way. Jo Young also went up to offer comfort to the female worker and said that she could come back to work when she was well rested. "I'm going back to work tomorrow," the female laborer cut in. She had recovered in the meantime and was now grateful for Jo Yang's help to her, and she only wanted to repay with her own labor. Jo Yang smiled and agreed. There was good news over here, and to my surprise, there was another good news coming. The local police wrote him back, and after many days, the case of rumor mongering against Whitey and individuals that he had reported was solved today. In fact, it was Flying Eagle, who found a network water army company and paid people to make up rumors about Emperor Black and White and Jo Yang, and Flying Eagle was arrested. It is their deep town police hand. At present he himself has on the crime, confessed. Jo Yang now understands. Flying Eagle's sudden exposure to scandals and arrest is the reason for the rebound card. I did not expect the card to be so powerful. Even the other side of the real black information is exposed. Now that's what you really deserve. This in the case of the female workers. In fact, is in nature. Our libel, which is a private prosecution case, the public security organs, although found out, but also Jo Young to prosecute themselves. Jo Yang found that lawyer again, and filed a lawsuit against that eagle, and the owner of his water army company. This time Jo Young wanted everyone to know the truth, so he publicized the prosecution case online. When everyone saw the ins and outs, they all sighed in amazement. So it turned out that the rumors of the White Emperor a while ago came from the hand of that eagle. People don't get it. Instead of making good merchandise and competing normally, do you have to do all this underhanded stuff? Send in undercover agents. Spread rumors and slander. And if it's not debunked, is the next step setting fires and pulling the plug at Whitey's? Now that that eagle has been caught, the evidence is overwhelming and the charges will not go away. Jo Young consulted a lawyer. This case is not the same as the female workers case. The female workers that is for personal aggression, and the number of people around is small. The circumstances are minor. If the person concerned is not angry hospitalized, in the end, maybe just an apology on the good. But the eagle case is different. It's been widely circulated on the internet, and it already constitutes a particularly egregious rating, and it's a surefire way to get a prison sentence. The lawyer estimates that there will be no probation in this case, and that the sentence should be 1 to 3 years, with appropriate mitigation for accomplices. But financial compensation, probably not much. It's okay, I don't want compensation. The other side just pays. Jo Young didn't care about compensating that small amount of money. What he needed was this incident to give him and the company proof. They're a regular company. None of that nasty stuff. Now the netizens know that it's all about that eagle, and they're so angry that they're taking it upon themselves to boycott Flying Eagle Appliances, originally Flying Eagle Electrical Company. Before the benefit is not good. This time the boss was arrested because of negative news, and was boycotted by the netizens. The factory has been caught in the shutdown. The employees began to block the financial door to claim wages, which is already a precursor to bankruptcy. Flying Eagle wasn't a large corporation to begin with, and now with all the scandals, it's basically a non-starter, and closure is imminent. The storm clouds of rumors that had shrouded the sky over the White Emperor now dispersed completely, and those individuals who liked to spread rumors had all tightened up. People who like to spread rumors online aren't frothing at the seams, and after finding out that there's a possibility of a defendant being held liable, they stop spreading rumors. So on the internet, Whitey's popularity has suddenly gotten better and the bad reviews have suddenly decreased, which is good news. With the rumor fiasco taken care of, Jo Yang could let go of the development of the new appliances before the trial. These days, his points had also exceeded 100, so Jo Yang spent a total of 95 points to buy drawings for 3 types of refrigeration equipment, namely air conditioners, refrigerators and freezers. Pay credit 35 for inverter air conditioner drawings. Paid 35 points for a drawing of an energy-efficient 3-door refrigerator. Pay credit 25 for the energy-efficient freezer drawing. After the system prompts, the 3 drawings are in, and the first step is, of course, to edit the drawings. Chapter 148, Modifying 3 Drawings at Once. Jo Young started by making drawings of air conditioners, which are most commonly used in summer. Now with global warming and more weather over 40 degrees in the summer, air conditioning is a lifesaver for some furnace cities. But the biggest factor limiting the use of air conditioning is the problem of power consumption. Some high energy consumption of air conditioning. Open an hour to 1 or 2 degrees of electricity. Open the whole day will be $20 or $30 in electricity. A month plus other consumption. Maybe an air conditioning all day open. The electricity bill will be thousands of dollars. Not to mention the air conditioning in the home of the more people. the average person really can not afford to open. This gave rise to the development of inverter air conditioners, which are much more energy efficient than regular air conditioners. With this in mind, Zhou Yang exchanged drawings for an inverter air conditioner, which would save electricity substantially. Add to this the patented cooling equipment that the system rewards, allowing for further reductions in energy consumption and cost, and you have a solution to the drawbacks of air conditioning. Then, in order to make the idea of air conditioning affordable for most of the country, Zhou Yang made drastic deletions to the drawings. Some useless smart home networking functions are cancelled. For people who buy D air conditioning, networking this kind is not an important demand. Can cool, energy saving is, so buy D's air conditioning, only to retain these two kinds of basic functions, and even the heating function, have to be put on the back. Then came the materials, replacing all the previous premium plastics with skinny cheap ones. This plastic just doesn't have a good texture. It's all plastic to the touch, but the sturdiness is real and there are no issues with performance. There is also the air conditioning unit. There are a lot of metal products. This part of the accessories White Emperor cannot be manufactured at present, can only rely on foreign aid. You need to find a metal parts manufacturer that specializes in customizing your own model, but it's critical that it's inexpensive and durable. This part of the accessory was put aside for now, and Zhou Yang first modified the other two appliances. Then, Zhou Yang opened the drawings of the energy-saving 3-door refrigerator. This kind of drawing was brought over, and Zhou Yang came up with 3 axes. The first step was to replace it with its own refrigeration unit and then replace it with an all-plastic housing. The last thing is to take the expensive parts, and to replace them with cheaper parts. This is still missing some unconventional spare parts, when the time comes a piece in air conditioning parts to purchase. But there is a problem encountered here as well. This 3-door refrigerator has a freezer layer on top, a variable temperature layer in the center, and a freezer layer underneath, so that the variable temperature layer can be adjusted to make the temperature of this layer controllable according to the user's situation, so that it can be refrigerated as well as turned into a freezer, which is convenient and quick. But then, the cost is going to increase dramatically. First of all, the piping design should be more delicate, more materials consumed, and secondly, the number of parts should be increased. One more door, the cost will be increased by another $30 or $40. There is also the need for a temperature control device, which costs another $100 or so. This will seriously affect the final selling price of the White Emperor refrigerator. So Zhou Yang thought about it. So he turned the 3-door door into a 2-door door, deleting the middle of the variable temperature layer, so that all of a sudden, the cost of the refrigerator fell close to 200 yuan. In addition, reduced the size, to make the size of the universal style, so that the material procurement can also save some. The refrigerator design is almost done. Then it's time for the freezer. The freezer is actually a refrigerator that deletes the freezer. The cost is further reduced. Zhou Yang 3 axes go down, and the modification is soon completed. So now with the 3 appliances, Zhou Yang submitted the completion button in turn. System, completed air conditioner design. Please name the new product. System, completed the design of energy-saving double-door refrigerator. Please name the new product. System, completed the design of energy-saving freezer. Please name the new product. Now the product design is good. Zhou Yang thought, simply, give them the name Cool Series. System, Bitey Cool Series inverter air conditioner named successfully. System, White Emperor Cool Series double-door energy-saving refrigerator named successfully. System, White Emperor Cool Series freezer named successfully. In this way Zhou Yang got the brand new drawings of the 3 products. Zhou Yang first took the shell drawings and gave them to the injection molding workshop to build the shell first. He's going to go ahead and find parts for all 3 devices. Some of these generic parts, find Uncle Lou will be fine. Do not need to Zhou Yang nationwide to screen suppliers. There are also some metal parts, such as fan blades and metal grills for the air conditioner's external unit, aluminum tubes for the refrigerator, and some metal parts for the freezer. So it's time to go to the manufacturer and order them. Whitey, who is now also a big factory in the city, sent order lists to some manufacturers of electrical accessories around the province, asking them to provide samples and quotes, which he would screen. Send samples again to a period of time, compared to Uncle Lou's side is much faster. Zhou Yang reported the number. The other party reported the price. Deal. The next just wait for the shipment to come over, because both sides are too familiar. Some contracts are omitted. Directly on WeChat to explain the price and quantity. Zhou Yang will make the payment, and Uncle Lou's side will ship the goods, which is quite a tacit cooperation. In addition, the refrigeration equipment section, the staff has gradually become skilled, began to produce tens of thousands of units or more per day, and in a few days, may have to produce more than 100,000 refrigeration equipment a day. This process alone now employs more than 300 people and has become a large process on its own. The Whitey factory now has more than 1,500 employees, and is on its way to becoming a manufacturing powerhouse. Next, Zhou Yang began to receive the various samples sent to him by the electrical fittings factory, which he held in his hand and let the system evaluate. Eligible, failed, qualified with a slightly higher asking price. The system gave various evaluations. Most of the quality was reliable, but none of them could satisfy Zhou Yang with this price. These factories, which had previously worked with big manufacturers such as Gree, Midea and Oxy, were used to the offers they gave. But Whitey cannot have the profits of those large factories. If you use their parts, then the cost of his 3 appliances, born to a device to raise $50 to $100. Zhou Yang painstakingly cut out a good number of functions, sacrificed the appearance and texture, just to be able to drop it a few dozens of $100, and as a result, these metal accessories added to him. Then he certainly cannot endure. Zhou Yang would rather delay 2 more days, but also to find out the price of the accessories factory in his mind. He gave himself a week's time. If within a week, cannot find other suitable parts factory, this time will have to purchase high-priced parts, and so on the next time, he must set up their own parts company, so that the cost further down. Anyway, his industrial park also hooked big. By the time the White Emperor to form a whole industry chain self-production and self-marketing. Think about that, all beautiful, that can control the cost at a jaw-dropping low degree. Just as Zhou Yang was urgently searching for parts, a middle-aged man in his 30s, with a heavy black leather bag, took a taxi and arrived in front of Baidi's factory. Chapter 149 Honest Supplier. Master, can you notify your purchasing department here for me? I'm here to provide samples, the man said politely. The security guard said, Purchasing department? We are all in charge of purchasing here. Where are you from? Register and I'll inform up. Once the registration was over, the security guard telephoned Zhou Yang with the news. The man, it turns out, is the owner of a metal parts factory. Zhou Yang was looking for a supply manufacturer, so he decided to meet this hairy man. When the two met in the office, the man looked a bit winded. He was clutching a briefcase, and before extending his hand for a handshake, he made a point of wiping his sweaty hands on his shirt in a respectful manner. You're the director of the Warwick Metal Parts Processing Plant? Zhou Yang saw the business card called Shueshilai, was a little surprised. A factory director actually personally come out to sell. Really rare. Shueshilai said, Yes. I just took over the factory. I need orders urgently, so I came out to run more. I went to manager Lu Shui's, and he recommended that I come to you to try. And he said that you need metal fittings recently. It turned out to be recommended by Uncle Lu. So Zhou Yang asked, I do need it. Do you have a sample? Yes. Brought some. Shueshilai opened up that black bag of his, which was full of all sorts of the usual models of metal accessories they made. Zhou Yang took it in his hand. It was heavy. The material used was solid. The system also passed the judging. Only these were not the sizes Zhou Yang needed, so he took out the size specifications he needed for his 3 appliances and asked for a quote. The factory manager then took out his calculator and started to calculate the quote on the spot against the dimensions. He then wrote the accessory prices above each size part. There are a couple of prices, though, that he has additionally marked up, and discounted prices will be given for monthly orders over 200,000 pieces. Zhou Yang took over a look, then came to interest. Because Shueshilai's offer, than the price of other well-known accessories factory, are 10-20 lower, equivalent to 10% and 20% discount, large quantities, but also cheaper. This was the price Zhou Yang wanted. Are you sure you can give me a qualified product at that price? Zhou Yang asked. Okay, however, this order quantity must also be guaranteed. If it is a small order, this price will have to follow the market price. Shueshilai also knew what the market price was, so Zhou Yang asked him curiously why his price, much lower than those peers. Shueshilai's simple smile, said, I'm not also have no way to do it. Originally this factory is my father in the management. The results of my father suddenly died. I can only resign back to be forced to take over, because I am not familiar with the market. Ate a lot of losses. There are some partners want to pressure the price, also dragged the payment. Has been unable to cooperate with them. The factory stops working, loss is too big. I think. People say that the thin margins of the sale of many things, then I have to find a large factory to cooperate with as long as it can guarantee the amount of orders. The amount of orders per month. Then our factory will have money. Guarantee. Then our factory will have money to earn. Shueshilai spoke of the problems he encountered, which touched Zhou Yang deeply, because this person is the father suddenly died of illness, accidentally took over the business, and he is very similar to him, except that Zhou Yang's dad is to go abroad to dash. For a moment, Zhou Yan felt in the same boat as the other party. However, this Shueshilai is too real, come up to the actual situation of their own, easy to be exploited by the business, and he has a great limitation of this thinly veiled method, that is, to find a very large number of orders per month of the reliable business. Long-term cooperation is possible. It was difficult for unknown manufacturers like them to establish trust and cooperation with large enterprises very quickly, and just around the deep town, it was Bai Di who had the strength to provide the monthly demand of hundreds of thousands of sets of a single type of accessory. Since the two had some similar experiences, Zhou Yang decided to give the other a chance. Good. You go back to produce samples as soon as possible to send me. As long as the product is qualified I will order from you, and to ensure that there are enough orders every month. Great. I'll get the samples ready. Shueshilai happily picked up the bag and wanted to go, but the result of jogging to the door suddenly realized the problem, and rushed back to apologize. He wanted Zhou Yang's cell phone number, otherwise he made a sample, and could not contact Zhou Yang smoothly. Zhou Yang laughed and didn't make fun of the small newcomer, who didn't come from the newcomer stage. Then he and Shueshilai left a phone number in WeChat, and Shueshilai left in a hurry. The other side of the Huawei accessories factory, in Shiguan City, not far away. The day Shueshilai went back, began sampling production. The next day, he sent a series of messages via WeChat, all about sample manufacturing. After Zhou Yang communicated with him and waited for the third day, Shueshilai once again came to Bai Di Company and brought his samples. Zhou Yang was a bit surprised. He actually made all the samples. So many samples. It takes a lot of time to open the mold. How did he do it? How did he do it? He didn't stay up all night, did he? How did you get out of the samples so fast? Zhou Yang asked in surprise. Shueshilai's simple smile. Some of the size our factory has produced before. There are ready-made molds, directly on the sampling, some of the more out-of-the-way size. We'll do it overnight. After all, I know, now entering the summer season, you also want to catch up with the season of production well, are anxious. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded. This big brother was quite interesting. He next let the system judge it and came up with the result that the parts all passed. Perhaps only this kind of rookie is very concerned about reputation and product quality, which is currently a valuable thing that many companies have lost, using the strategy of pitting as many as they can, and spoiling the culture of business. This honest Shueshilai, to meet the conscientious entrepreneur Zhou Yang, can be said to be the luck of both sides, since the other side of the product qualified. Then Zhou Yang decided to use his family's products, immediately placed an order, and monthly single product purchases are more than 500,000 sets. When the summer passes, the purchasing volume may drop, but in the future, for other metal parts, Zhou Yang will also place orders at Shueshilai's factory. Anyway, as long as the price is low and quality and quantity are guaranteed, the two sides will be able to cooperate for a long time. Good. Then we'll start production here. Shueshilai is a moment cannot wait. Immediately call back to the factory. Let the workers start production. As for Zhou Yang's side, the deposit has not been called yet. He is not afraid of Zhou Yang reneging on the debt at all. Zhou Yang waited for Shueshilai to leave, then shook his head and laughed lightly. That is, he ran into him. If he ran into other manufacturers, maybe delayed payment, and even take the opportunity to blackmail the price cuts, without a deposit on the start of work, is the big taboo in the manufacturing industry. This Shueshilai is still inexperienced and too lacking in caution. But this is quite good. At least we don't have to worry about Shueshilai fooling people. After 3 days, the first batch of trucks delivering metal parts had arrived at the White Emperor, this time delivered by Shueshilai himself. After Zhou Yang paid their first deposit, he became the only big customer of Huawei, and Shueshilai paid special attention to it, personally responsible for escorting the car over. Zhou Yang then entertained him with a tour of the factory and invited him to lunch on the way to Bond. Well, at least he's one of Whitey's key raw material suppliers. Chapter 150, 1 release, 2 fulfillments. So Whitey is so big. It's great. Shueshilai was envious after the factory tour. Shueshilai, after taking over his own factory, found it hard to do business. Other manufacturers want to take advantage of him, and the single is difficult to sign. It was difficult enough for him to barely maintain the factory with orders now, and he was quite impressed that someone like Zhou Yang had been able to grow from a small to a large scale, and had made Bai Di the size it was today. But Shueshilai left in the afternoon. He had to rush back to direct the production. This young factory director was rushed, but still serious and responsible. Anyway, Zhou Yang is very optimistic about him. Such a serious person. It is easy to make achievements. After all the metal parts were delivered, the newly completed refrigeration equipment assembly plant also officially opened. Since we're now in June, it's starting to heat up in the south. because of the need to rush as soon as possible to make 3 kinds of electrical appliances on the market. So Zhou Yang this time, in addition to recruiting a new batch of new workers, but also the technical backbone of each process and skilled workers, to make 3 kinds of cool electrical appliances. A large portion of the dedicated workshop for this cool series of equipment is filled with veteran employees with work experience who are quick to get started and familiarize themselves with the assembly process in a day or two, allowing them to assemble quickly and well. This eliminates the break-in process and maximizes time savings. It was only after the start of construction that Zhou Yang first accounted for the true cost of the 3 appliances. The cost of one of the Whitey air conditioners, because of an extra heavy outside air conditioner unit, costs an extra $100 or so. So the 2 current models cost $389, and the vertical large 3 HP air conditioner costs $504. Then Zhou Yang set the price of the air conditioner. The big 3 horsepower sold 599 yuan, so that each air conditioner can also earn a few dozen dollars. Double-door energy-saving refrigerator. The cost of 343 yuan. Zhou Yang intends to sell 399 yuan. As for the freezer, it costs a bit less, only 219 yuan. So Zhou Yang half-sold it and priced it at 269 yuan. This is already selling at sticker cost, so if there are returns or repairs, you basically don't make any money on the order, or even have to lose money. However, Zhou Yang is confident in the quality of his products. The drawings confirmed by the system. The parts personally selected by the system, assembled, that is absolutely high quality, can minimize the cost of wear and maintenance. These 3 appliances, designed to run out, is to run out of volume, sell a few units alone, is the cost of maintenance and logistics and so on, that is basically to lose money. So want to make money, is to enshweshilai a way of thinking, that is to run the volume, as long as the monthly sales of 300,000 units or more. Relying on the number of units and reduce the cost of logistics, you can make money. Zhou Yang Air Conditioning set the first month of monthly sales of 500,000 units. Refrigerator monthly sales of 300,000 units. Freezer monthly sales of 120,000 units of the target. As long as more than this target, he will be able to make money. The pricing is out below as well, so you can start promoting it. Having already tasted the benefits of a new product launch, Zhou Yang announced on his official website that he was going to have a new product launch, and this time there would be 3 products at once. In addition, he also sent invitations to the media that he had worked with before, and to all major digital and financial news media in the country, asking them to come to the new product launch. Now every press conference of White Emperor, there will be a news breaking point. These media are also willing to come. Just 2 days, there are already more than 30 media feedback will be there. Zhou Yang also invited some of White Emperor's hardcore fans to come over as spectators to listen, including digital disassembly blogger Lei Shuhang, which is also considered to support the launch of the personal scene. This time the launch is more rushed. From preparation to opening, just 5 days, and the workshop of these 5 days of production. It is estimated that it cannot cope with the raging wave of purchases. Then Zhou Yang, in the following days, handed over the work of preparing for the launch to the office, Big Sister Ma and the others, while he, on the other hand, went to find the electrical appliance type foundry that he had worked with before, to help assemble the 3 types of refrigeration equipment. This is already Zhou Yang's regular operation. Usually when a new product is released, it is the most aggressive time to buy. During this time, it is best to have sufficient stock, otherwise it is bound to be sprayed by netizens as monkeying around. Around the city, there are already some factories that have established deep cooperation with Baidu. They were all small electrical factories that lacked competitiveness and were going out of business. But instead of watching them go out of business, Zhou Yang gave them OEM orders. This can at least make ends meet. Whether it is a transfer, or to change careers, it is a better choice. And these electrical appliances factory, actually from the cooperation with the White Emperor, tasted the sweetness. White Emperor because of the product positioning of the reason. The sales volume is huge. The OEM factory will have a stable OEM orders. This is even better than their own production of those who cannot sell the third-rate labeled electrical appliances to be much better. Pledged to the White Emperor, the equivalent of an iron rice bowl, the order does not worry, and even 2 OEM factories, and more recruited workers, is because they want to take more White Emperor's orders. Anyway, those of them who are OEMs by profession have already found out that the orders from those traditional big factories are not as many as those from Baidu, and they know that there is meat to eat by following Baidu. So Zhou Yang is not short of OEM factories at the moment. So he gave part of the assembly work of air conditioners, refrigerators and freezers to each of these factories according to their qualifications and capabilities. Foundry can have work to do, but also thanks to Zhou Yan planning for a rainy day. like the refrigeration equipment production line, from last month has begun to prepare, has also been running normally. The warehouse has been stacked a lot, just need to bring all the parts over. This side will be responsible for assembly. For a while, the foundries around the White Emperor were all working feverishly to produce, just waiting for the goods to be opened for sale to the outside world. 5 days later, on Sunday, the day of the new product launch finally arrived. Inside the auditorium of the White Emperor Company, the launch was held as promised. At this moment, under the auditorium, came more than 40 media. Cameras are set up, ready to shoot the whole process, and Joe Young himself was on the air. As the time came, Joe Young was seen walking up from the back of the stage, and everyone applauded. Unconsciously, Joe Yang had become an internet celebrity, and many people were waiting for Baidu to rectify the electrical appliances market, lest those appliances were so expensive and tugged. Hello viewers, I'm Joe Yang. Joe Yang waved and then thanked the media and fans for being there. After exchanging pleasantries, Joe Yang began to summarize the origins of this launch. On the one hand, there is a petition by netizens to produce air conditioners and refrigerators for students in poor mountainous areas. On the other hand, it was the beginning of the year when a fan vote was called for and the top appliance was also an air conditioner, so that there was one new product release and 2 satisfactions. However, this new product launch is different from the past. Although the new products have not yet been announced, but the crowd on the stage already know that they are air conditioners, refrigerators and freezers. Hearing the audience on stage shout out the names of the 3 appliances, Joe Yang smiled. That's right, I didn't realize that all of our White Emperor fans are so smart. And this time the new product is the air conditioner, refrigerator and freezer. Joe Yang pulled down the red cloth covering the new product, and it revealed 3 kinds of electrical appliances. Who? The fans on stage chanted. Joe Yang began to introduce the 3 new products. Among the air conditioners are 2 models, wall-mounted and vertical. The refrigerator is just a double door, and the freezer is a simple white model. Joe Yang, next, demonstrates the advantages of these appliances live. Among them is the Whitey Cool air conditioner, which is an inverter heating and cooling air conditioner with cooling and heating temperatures ranging from 18-30 C. It's nothing unusual. All air conditioners on the market basically have these features, and the advantage of Whitey's is that it saves electricity. At present, there is no need to repeat how much power consumption of fixed-frequency air conditioning. It is very painful to use. The kind of online summer a month more than 1,000 electricity bills. Basically with this high energy consumption of fixed-frequency air conditioning led to the inverter air conditioners on the market, claiming to be less than 1 degree of electricity an hour. But the White Emperor's inverter air conditioners, naturally, must be even better than them, in order to have confidence in the peers to gain a foothold. So how many kilowatts of electricity does Whitey consume in an hour? Someone on the stage asked. Good question. Joe Young laughed a little and said, now the excellent inverter air conditioner made by friends, claiming 0.6 degrees of electricity per hour. Our White Emperor's cool inverter air conditioner. Joe Yang said this, paused for a moment, and then looked around. The audience on stage and Whitey fans tuning into the livestream had their appetites whetted. Then Joe Young announced the answer. Chapter 151, it's not a flaw, it's a retro, our inverter air conditioner. Joe Yang announced the answer. This brought a gasp from the audience on stage. No way. Those who heard it had a surprised look on their faces. Because of the friendly inverter air conditioner, but at a great price, can Whitey really save more power than other brands? Joe Yang then explained, power consumption is a floating range, according to the area of the house, as well as the room temperature. The degree of insulation of the room is related to, we test is an average. In the case of refrigeration 26 C, the outdoor temperature of 33 C indicators. If the higher the room temperature, the bigger the area of the house, the worse the insulation of the house. The power required for refrigeration will increase accordingly, but the general use of the situation, and the larger 3 horsepower air conditioner, that can also be the audience calculated an account in mind, even if more than one case, all day open at 12 hours. According to the calculation of 60 cents per kilowatt hour, 12 hours a day power consumption is only $18, which is still taking into account the situation has been the need for refrigeration is a lot more than other air conditioning savings. If it can really be like Joe Yang said such power consumption, it is indeed the gospel. Open the air conditioning is not so entangled. After all, the small air conditioning is only a day a bottle and a half of Coke money, while the big air conditioning a cup of milk tea money. People may not usually want to keep the air conditioning on, but if, say, a cup of milk tea makes the house cool for 10 hours or so, then everyone should be willing. While everyone was still talking, Joe Yang was introducing the refrigerator. This refrigerator, which functions as a freezer and refrigerator, has basically the same values as other similar refrigerators. Then the advantage is still power saving. Relying on our exclusively patented refrigeration unit, the refrigerator is also very energy efficient, consuming no more than 1 degree a day, as long as the door is not opened very often. If not for the extreme summer conditions with large temperature differences, that's a big power saver. But the downside is that, without access to smart home features, this is a traditional refrigerator. As for the freezer as well, the power consumption is a little smaller still, because of the good seal. As you now understand, Whitey's refrigeration units, the advantage is the main power saving. The disadvantage is also obvious, a lot less networking features. The appearance is also average. The shell is plastic, lack of texture. Then everyone is concerned about the MSRP. If the asking price is sincere enough, those drawbacks aren't drawbacks, they're called retro. Seeing the live pop-up area, all asking for the price. Joe Yang did not sell out, and directly announced the price. Whitey Cool Series Inverter Air Conditioner, $599 for a large 3 HP. Whitey's Cool Series Refrigerator for $399. Whitey's Cool Series Freezer for $269. When Joe Yang announced this price, everyone is marveled. White Emperor, as always, conscience, so energy saving, the price is still so cheap. One less meal in the restaurant, enough to buy an air conditioner or refrigerator, so that's some of the family's small rooms, but also can be installed at wall air conditioning. To know the market, wall-mounted inverter air conditioners generally are $2,000 or $3,000, and vertical air conditioners in $5,000 or $6,000 or more. White Emperor's price is only a fraction of theirs. That is not to buy the explosion? Hurry up and open the links. A lot of people netizens have been hyping it up in the pop-up section. Alright, we'll officially open the shopping link at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Joe Yang fulfilled everyone's request. At the end of the new product launch, Joe Yang also announced his plan to aid the poor mountainous areas. He will truck a load of air conditioners and refrigerators to be donated to the poor schools respectively, and is also thoughtfully responsible for providing installers so that the 2 primary and secondary schools in the town, plus the village primary school in Shanwell Village, will be given the right number of air conditioners, refrigerators and freezers free of charge. Yes, this can be really positive energy. The majority of netizens, altogether applauded and praised. This time, Whitey can produce these 3 kinds of appliances, all because they want to help children in poor mountainous areas who are looking for schooling, and they are also given free of charge and come with installation, which is all heavy with love. Then Joe Yang went to the window to shoot, and through the lens he could see that below were 2 large trucks, already loaded with various appliances. In addition, the installer has taken the train to the area ahead of time and will approach the school about the installation. This is proof enough of Whitey's sincerity. It's positive energy, and reporters are documenting the scene and turning around to send it out. It is said that the media now like to engage in shocking body, eyeballs, but in fact that are some third-rate media will do, and the real big factory reporter. Always bear in mind the duties of the reporter, to promote positive energy, to promote the traditional virtues of China. Pak Tai, the conscience of Chinese manufacturing, is doing just that today, and they journalists have to get the story out. The new product conference is over. This time it is not as shocking as the last exposure of the undercover incident, but it makes people feel warm in their hearts. Although in some parts of the country, conditions are still tough, but with many knowledgeable people and caring companies, I believe that our country will get better and better, and the children who are studying will have a bright future. When the launch is over, Joe Yang still maintains the good tradition of on-site participants, each of whom will give electrical appliances as gifts. You can register if you want it. It will be mailed in place, and you can have all 3 appliances together at the same time. The journalists were happy to get 3 whiteout appliances for a small price, but it was nice to have the honor of being the first to experience the new whiteout products. Here is Lei Shuhang is the most happy, so that he does not have to buy a separate product for dismantling, and he has specially found a truck in order to be the first person in the whole network to try out the White Emperor, and he is going to pull it away by himself in a while. Joe Yang of course remembered this iron powder, so he satisfied his request. Let the warehouse personnel to a total of 4 appliances, all move to his car. By the time Whitey opened the sales link in the afternoon, it was generating a surge of orders. In 1 minute, 5,000 air conditioners were broken, and 4 hours later, by the end of the day, 20,000 air conditioners had been sold, more than 10,000 refrigerators, and more than 5,000 freezers, which is quite a sales volume. This is still the first day. If in accordance with the previous sales trend of the White Emperor products, then the air conditioner sales in a month to break 1 million units, easily. When Joe Yang saw such sales, he was both happy and sad. He was happy that the product had gained recognition, but he was sad that their production had been severely tested. Especially the most critical refrigeration equipment production line. A day is only more than 100,000 units. Once the 3 kinds of cooling equipment daily orders more than this number, then the production is doomed to not keep up with the sales, and will be scolded by the netizens to play the monkey again. I have to say, it's pretty much a blissful annoyance. Zhou Yang also made preparations, notify the various parts providers, increase the supply of parts, but also to major foundries, step up production. The most popular products air conditioning, at least to ensure that the daily output of more than 80,000 units to ensure that the demand, and this demand, at least until the end of August, will continue to end one after another. Ding dong. At this time, the system sent over a quest prompt. Chapter 152 The Wave of Hot Sales of Cool Series Electrical Appliances. Challenge task. Challenge the monthly sales of air conditioners to reach more than 2 million units. If the mission succeeds, rewards will be given depending on the specific sales volume. The higher the sales volume, the better the rewards. Failure is points -10. This task seems to be not bad, although it seems that the monthly sales of 2 million units is very difficult to achieve. But there is a challenge. There is motivation. And Zhou Yang would like to see, in the end, what is the reward for this task. That night, while Zhou Yang was planning for the mission, in another part of Deep Town, Lei Shuhang, a digital dismantling blogger, was already shooting a video of Baidi's new product. He pulled 4 units back today. 2 of the air conditioners got someone to install them, and he had an air conditioner in his house, but it was replaced by Lei Shuhang. Just to have the most honest review, one of the living room installations is a large 3 HP air conditioner. Once it was installed, he started trying out the 2 air conditioners. Lei Shuhang connected to the smart socket, turned on each of the 2 air conditioners and set them to 18°C, and soon there was a cool breeze blowing out of his living room and bedroom, which soon turned cold. He took a thermometer to measure the temperature and it was the same temperature as the air conditioner setting, proving that the air conditioner definitely worked. He had installed the smart socket and had a statistic after 2 hours of use. A look at the power consumption. 2 air conditioners, 2 hours of power consumption for a small air conditioner. That's a stunning amount of power consumption, even lower than advertised. Lei Shuhang then made an explanation in the video. Because the temperature in Shamchun today is not too high, it is only about 25°C. He adjusted the cooling 18°C. This power consumption is absolutely okay, and if it is on for a night, it is estimated that it will be even more power saving. In fact, the stage when the air conditioner costs electricity is the stage when the room temperature is changed to the set temperature. And when the temperature is maintained normally, it saves electricity relatively. Of course, since it's not warm enough to get down into the teens at night, I won't be testing the power consumption tonight. We'll have to wait until the summer really heats up. Specifically, this test was not rigorous, but it's good to know that Whitey's air conditioners are very energy efficient anyway. Then came the refrigerator and freezer, and after using them, the noise control was okay, and when the cooling temperature was reached, as soon as I lifted the lid, I felt a compelling chill. Lei Shuhang put in the thermometer and showed that the cooling temperature control was very accurate. For refrigerators and freezers, this meets the standard. Because it was too late, Lei Shuhang ended the shooting, and he set the air conditioner to the external circulation mode, so that after a night's sleep, he felt refreshed, and the effect was similar to that of opening the window. However, it is possible to catch a cold by opening a window, whereas air conditioning ventilation is temperature controlled, and below a temperature, the air conditioner will start to regulate the temperature, so you usually won't catch a cold. And noise-wise, Lei Shuhang tested it with a decibel meter, and it's just fine when it's less loud than other brands of air conditioners in his house. After a whole night's use, Lei Shuhang was still satisfied with these 3 appliances. On the second day, he began disassembling the 3 appliances, which was his old favorite. The first one to disassemble was the air conditioner, because the outside air conditioning unit hangs outside. He only removes the main sector. After removing the cover, Lei Shuhang found that the construction of the White Emperor air conditioner was much the same compared to ordinary air conditioners, because there was no Wi-Fi, Bluetooth module and so on, but instead it was simpler. Appliances in general are constructed to be simpler and less likely to break down, so the failure rate of the Whittier should be slightly lower than other air conditioners. Then disassemble the vertical air conditioner, which is similarly constructed, just a bit larger. The next step was to disassemble the refrigerator. Opening up the back panel and some easily removable housing reveals that inside are aluminum heat pipes, which are lighter and less costly than copper heat pipes. And although the heat transfer is not as good as copper, Whitey had to go with aluminum in order to keep the selling price in check. As for the body material, it's just plain plastic. so the texture is not as good as other refrigerators. Although Lei Shuhang is the iron powder of the White Emperor, but he also has professional ethics, is what is said. The texture of the White Emperor touches, like a plastic toy, so the user who has requirements for texture, maybe this is not a good choice. Of course Lei Shuhang also understands that this is a product of compromise for the sake of low cost. If all the good materials are used, then it is estimated that the price is about the same as other refrigerators. Finally he started to remove the freezer. The interior is also aluminum tubes, but the insulation is a little thicker. This freezer insulation is good, so a little more power saving, and it is frost-free, which is the basic configuration of the refrigerator and freezer. After disassembling these devices, Lei Shuhang made a final comment. Whitey's cool range of products, which focuses on value for money and power saving, can be affordable for everyone. The drawbacks are also obvious. The appearance is average. There is only one color scheme. The plastic feeling is serious. The lack of networking capabilities. And there are also many small and medium-sized cities do not have after-sales points. You need to install your own, which increases the cost. However, in cities where there are packed after-sales outlets, it is more convenient to get free installation. It's just that during peak times there may be a line for installation as well. But none of those drawbacks count for anything at this low selling price. Lei Shuhang spoke his suggestion. As long as there are no other smart home, appearance and other requirements, then Whitey's cool products can be bought as a no-brainer. And if there is a requirement for appearance, then that can be solved with stickers as well. After all, for a fraction of the price, you can enjoy a cool summer appliance that also saves electricity, making it much less of a financial strain for the average user. Take the whole house renovation. A new house with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room needs to be equipped with 3 small and 1 large, for air conditioners, and a refrigerator. And if you go by the market price, then this will cost more than $10,000. However, all of them will only cost you $2,345 if you choose a Whittier product. And even if you have to install the air conditioner yourself, then it won't cost you more than $3,000. This saves a small $10,000. And using it saves on the electricity bill, which is invariably economically efficient. Perhaps Whitey appliances are designed for this purpose, so that everyone can achieve air conditioner and refrigerator freedom and will not be in a situation where they cannot afford or use the cooling equipment. After Lei Shuhang finished editing, he posted the video, and relying on the excellence of his video production and the number of fans, the video quickly became popular. Many netizens have just realized that Whitey is back with a new product, and just what they need. Many families, because of the number of rooms and power-saving issues, do not have air conditioning installed in small rooms, which leads to the families living in small rooms, will suffer. Well, now there are cheap air conditioners like Whitey that are stress-free to install. Take some money out of your savings and buy it. Save electricity and keep it cozy at night. Spending a night in the heat and sweat is a far cry from sleeping comfortably in an air-conditioned room under a thin blanket. There are also refrigerators and freezers, especially suitable for young people living in rental housing. To buy only a few $100s, the summer will be able to ice cold drinks or storage of food. Even if you cannot move and transport, it does not hurt to throw away. Cheap is king these days anyway, and netizens are joining the buying bandwagon. This has allowed Whitey to exceed 120,000 units of air conditioning sales in 2 days, far exceeding the daily sales of the first-tier major brands. This huge news was quickly reported by scouts to their own companies, and for a time, the domestic home appliance industry produced a huge shock. This is because Whitey's 3 cool appliances have seriously threatened the viability of other appliance companies. Many companies are specializing in air conditioning, refrigerators. These and Whitey formed a positive competition. See Whitey sales so hot, that will inevitably affect their production. These home appliance companies, the first to buy 3 of Whitey's products, to study them and try to come up with a response as soon as possible. Meanwhile, after 2 days of transportation, the 2 trucks of White Emperor loaded with air-conditioned refrigerators drove to the mountainous region of Qiming, and Zhou Yan also came here by plane. He came to fulfill the promise. He wanted to see with his own eyes the home appliances installed into these primary and secondary schools. Chapter 153, Coming to the Enlightened Mountains. Pak Tai's installers, who had already arrived in the Qimen mountain area 2 days in advance, approached the school authorities of the 2 schools in the town, and both sides reached a cooperation, expressing their sincere gratitude to Pak Tai for their kind gesture of giving away the appliances. When Zhou Yang arrived at the school, he was warmly welcomed by the entire school. When Zhou Yang arrived at the school, the dozens of children who came to greet him were shouting, "Thank you Uncle Zhou, thank you Baidi Electric, you guys are too kind." Zhou Yang expressed his gratitude while some reporters followed behind him. This is not a reporter Zhou Yang found, but the local television reporters who heard the news. This is a good news of positive energy. They want to follow the whole story. After Zhou Yang expressed his gratitude, he quietly reflected with the principal and told the children to hurry back to class. If this was exposed, it would be thought that he, Zhou Yang, had come here to put on a show. Okay. The principal then told the children to go back to class. And then he took Zhou Yang on a tour of the school. This town currently has 4 elementary school and 2 secondary schools, including 1 elementary school and 1 secondary school that are in difficult conditions and receive many poor students. It is these 2 schools in need that Zhou Yang subsidizes. Families in this town who are financially well off send their children to the city and county for schooling, and parents of average families send their children to several other schools. The schools that accept poor students are not fully uniformed, and there are many children who are unable to complete their education for financial reasons, resulting in a low rate of advancement. So they are regarded as bad schools by the locals, who are generally reluctant to let their children study here. This leads to fewer quality students in schools because they cannot produce results, and the higher-ups do not attach importance to them, lacking funding and allocations. And then there are even fewer good students, which becomes a vicious cycle. That's why they can't afford electrical appliances. While other good schools, with a good student population and attention from the higher-ups, have installed air conditioners and audiovisual classrooms, etc. In their 2 schools, they only have old and dilapidated ceiling fans, which can't fight the heat at all. Students rely on willpower to beat the heat in the middle of summer, and patchouli water is standard in schools because basically every summer, many students suffer from heat stroke. But after Whitey produces the Cool Series appliances, the situation will be reversed. Whitey also found a number of local helpers at his own expense, and they worked together to install the air conditioners in the fastest possible time for the school, so that the students could enjoy the coolness that Whitey brought to them even before the onset of summer. By mid-afternoon, the 2 gifted schools were in full swing installing air conditioners. The additional refrigerator freezer, which plugs right in, can be used to freeze some iced drinks for the students to get rid of the heat in the summer. Zhou Yang visited the school until the end of the school day and stayed at the inn in town that night. Because of the local news exposure that day, a lot of local parents came outside the hotel where the Whittier staff was staying. They are all parents of children from those 2 subsidized schools. Although they might not be from wealthy families, they expressed their gratitude to Zhou Yang and the others. Some people sent homegrown produce, others brought fruit, and some children drew thank you drawings and delivered them. Even though Zhou Yang said that there was no need to break the bank, these people put down their gifts and left. This led to a whole bunch of various things that littered the front desk of the hostel. Zhou Yang was touched in his heart. In the end, he is a compatriot. This feeling is that blood is thicker than water. Since this is the case, then Zhou Yang will accept it. Some fresh vegetables that are easy to spoil were given to the surrounding restaurants. After all, food is not good to waste. The rest of the pictures and crafts and so on, Zhou Yang let people collect and mail back to the factory. In the future, this is the factory's souvenirs. This is how good people are rewarded. Zhou Yang is accumulating good karma and he is loved by the masses. The next day, Zhou Yang and another car drove to the foot of the village of Shanwu. The dozen or so people they hired carried a few pieces of equipment up the mountain. When they came to the mountain, the old principal also had the children line up to greet them. One by one, children and youths wearing red scarves. Under Pang Xinghai's call, together they saluted Zhou Yang and the others. Hello little students. Zhou Yang smiled and greeted the students before he waved his hand and the employees behind him handed out the supplies they had brought. These are some books and stationery, as well as some clothes and daily necessities. Gifts for teachers and students in these poor mountainous areas. These were also donated by the workers of the factory, and Zhou Yang had someone bring them over from a long distance. Thank you so much, Comrade Zhou Yang. The old principal excitedly shook Zhou Yang's hand. He felt the concern now, and they weren't the ones being ignored. You're welcome. I'm also doing it for the sake of our motherland's flowers, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. Then, the installers gave all the appliances to be carried to their designated locations. Some people have started installing air conditioners in classrooms, and in each classroom, there is a vertical air conditioner, and wall-mounted air conditioners have been installed in the teachers' cramped quarters. Of course, when their windows got old and leaked all over the place, a local mason was brought in to start fixing them, and by the way, replacing all the glass windows with new ones so they wouldn't have to worry about insulation. In short, it only takes a few days here to make this humble elementary school new. Of course, not only did they install air conditioners, but they also arrived with the refrigerators and freezers that the students and faculty were most looking forward to. Whitey's refrigerator and freezer, placed in the kitchen so that you can usually freeze ingredients and cold drinks, and keep them fresh, lest the kids bring a meal in the middle of the summer, which often also gets stale in the morning. Zhou Yang then played with the children. Here there are also reporters followed over to shoot. This is a very good teaching propaganda film, which in the future can be broadcast on CCTV. The children loved Zhou Yang, the handsome big brother, and as long as the class was over, they gathered around him and talked endlessly. Zhou Yang also liked these small children. He found that these small children in the countryside, although materially no better than the city children, but especially know how to do things. Perhaps it is the poor family's children early to be a family. There is not the kind of obnoxious bear children appeared. One by one are very polite. Zhou Yang then remembered when he was a child. A group of children in the compound playing together. And it's so isolated from the internet and signals that one is instantly quiet and feels like you're in a paradise. Zhou Yang purposely stayed in Shanwu village for 3 days, acting as a physical education teacher for 3 days, leading the children to play and run and jump. He also reaped the benefits of a good time. By the time 3 days later, it was the weekend. The kids were out of school. The air conditioner was installed, and it was time for Zhou Yang and the others to leave. Despite the fact that there were no classes, the children all ran over to see brother Zhou Yang off. The old principal in Pangshanghai, along with dozens of children in the school, sent Zhou Yang and the workers who repaired the school for them away. Before parting at the intersection, the children all wiped their tears one by one, although the time spent together was very short. However, Zhou Yang's optimism and enthusiasm left teachers and students with lifelong memories, and they were very reluctant to part with them. It's not good to cry, classmates. Study hard in the future. Get out of the mountains. Go to college and we'll see each other often. Zhou Yang was using the power of words to inspire this group of children to strive forward. Okay, brother Zhou Yang, we'll work hard. I'm going to get into college in Deep Town, the group of kids said in a chorus. Zhou Yang waved his hand and then drove off. He looked in the rearview mirror and saw some kids running after the car, just not letting him go. Zhou Yang was deeply touched inwardly, feeling that everything he had done before was worth it. In the future, even if there was no system mission, he would still help these people in need, because he wanted to pass on the true love on earth, all the time. Chapter 154, There's Going to Be Trouble. Zhou Yang went into intense work after returning to Deep Town from the Enlightenment Mountains. He was in the office this day, suddenly received a letter in the electronic mailbox. Open a look. Actually, as the Mountain Nest Village children wrote him a letter. These letters were photographed by Pang Xinghai and sent as a package. The letter also said that the children had made handmade gifts that would be mailed in the near future. Zhou Yang looked at these children and was very happy, so he decided on the spot that in the future, White Emperor would take out a portion of the funds every year and donate it to Project Hope, so that more children, too, could enjoy the right to education. A few days followed, and Zhou Yang was in his office, examining the financial statements. After the release of the cool 3-piece set, the daily sales of air conditioning is very rapid. The daily sales of 50,000 to 60,000 units, which are hopeful of impacting the task of monthly sales of 2 million units. Refrigerators and freezers, with half as many sales as air conditioners combined, have both reached their previously set sales targets. Now not only are many of White Emperor's old products in production, but overseas water purifiers are also steadily selling. White Emperor's sales now easily break hundreds of millions a month, and with a net profit in the tens of millions. It's already a thriving, large-scale electrical appliance company, although now there is no electric blanket period of high profits. But this turnover, Zhou Yang has been satisfied. After all, White Emperor is still in the development period. Later, when the foundation is built, the people's basic home appliances are done, he will have to free up his hands. The production of high-profit products. These products are not only to be sold at home, but also to break out of Asia and go to the world. Because from the electric blankets and water purifiers we can see that earning money from foreigners is the king's way. And Whitey will definitely be a Fortune 500 company in the future. Zhou Yang was thinking about the future of the enterprise when suddenly the phone rang and the caller was Lu Xiao. Hello Mr. Lu. Zhou Yang picked up and greeted him. Hello there, I want to congratulate you. You're famous now. Lu Xiao then said. Congratulations for what? Zhou Yang asked in wonder. Before you know it, you're all famous on CCTV. Lu Xiao laughed lightly. Am I on TV again? Zhou Yang thought that it was probably related to his last trip to the Enlightenment Mountains, but being on TV was always a good thing, so he thanked Lu Xiao for her congratulations. After the two of them chatted for a few moments, Lu Xiao suddenly asked, Did you forget something? Zhou Yang's brain was thinking rapidly, and he snapped to the air fryer in the corner of the office. That was the electrical appliance that Lu Xiao had come to give to him last time for him to critique, and he had forgotten it to the back of his mind. Zhou Yang stammered for a moment and said, Of course I haven't forgotten, but I didn't write down this usage tips, so when I organize it, I'll email it to you. Oh, your ability to lie leaves something to be desired. Lu Xiao broke down Zhou Yang's lie in one go, causing him to be embarrassed. but her tone was light and she didn't mind, instead saying, "Then send the review over when you have time." After a moment's pause, Lu Xiao suddenly said, "You should pay attention lately, you might be in a bit of trouble." With that she hung up. Zhou Yang revealed a suspicious look. What did Lu Xiao mean by this? What aspect of trouble did he have? Seeing that she was incoherent, it must have been hard to say. There are many enemies of the White Emperor today, but most of them are peers, and then the trouble is expected to come from peers as well. The products that are selling like hotcakes right now, the cool 3-piece set, and the photocopier, the white one cell phone. Those are the products that are disrupting the industry. Just like the air conditioner, he sells more in a day than many brands sell in a month, so naturally he will attract jealousy. It was estimated that the thing that Lu Xiao reminded him of was related to this. So what kind of thing could it be that she can't say explicitly? It can make Lu Xiao not good to say it explicitly. Surely this matter involves her. Zhou Yang wrote down the names of Lu Xiao and Hongtu on the book, circled and drew. Just thinking. Suddenly, a light flashed in his head and a possibility came to him. That's the Hongtu group of Lu Xiao's family, which also has air conditioning products. Lu Xiao, the second daughter of the oldest chairman of Hongtu. She is currently in charge of 2 companies, Hongtu Electronics and Hongtu Foreign Trade. One of them, Hongtu Electronics, which used to make cell phones and other communication tools, has now transformed into the production of medium and high-end small home appliances. The branch of Hongtu production of large appliances, called Huadu Air Conditioning, is a company specializing in air conditioning, before also belongs to the domestic second-line air conditioning brand, after Gree, Midea, Haier, etc. It is possible that Lu Xiao reminded of the air conditioning is related to the Huadu air conditioning. Zhou Yang immediately checked the information of Huadu air conditioning and found that it was managed by Lu Xiao's brother, Lu Xiyuan. Lu Xiao's father has a son and a daughter. The eldest son Lu Xiyuan is 37 years old this year, and has gradually taken over most of the Hongtu Group's industries. The old man of the Lu family belongs to the old man's daughter, and favors his youngest daughter, but the traditional domestic thinking is that the son takes over. So the successor of the Hongtu Group is definitely Lu Xiyuan, and Lu Xiao just takes over 2 unimportant branches and lets them develop. When Zhou Yang searched for the person Lu Xiyuan, he accidentally searched a few tabloid news articles, saying that the Lu family siblings were not getting along, and that Lu Xiao was being ostracized in other clouds. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's rare for relatives of wealthy families to be amicable, so I'm guessing this report isn't empty. Now that Zhou Yang had a hunch, he reckoned that Lu Xiao's hints might have something to do with the Huadu air conditioner under her brother's banner. Whitey air conditioners, obviously, affect the sales of other air conditioner brands, and this can be seen by opening other shopping programs. Before Whitey's air conditioners were available, they were selling at the same level as in previous years. As a result, as soon as the cool air conditioners hit the market, their sales dropped rapidly. For example, the Huadu air conditioners, a certain online platform has only sold a few hundred units this month. And it is estimated that with the hot sales of the Bitey air conditioners, their sales will be reduced again. After all, a $4.500 air conditioner that also saves electricity is certainly more tempting than a $2.000 or $3.000 air conditioner. Is it Flower Capital Air Conditioning that's going to take a shot at me? Zhou Yang wrote down the word Huadu on the paper and pondered. What tricks can the other side pull off? Anyway, Hongtu was such a big enterprise. It should not be able to do underhanded tricks like that eagle. I guess it will use the normal business battle routine. Either join up with other businesses and come at him, or sue for a lawsuit. Lu Xiao this news, or very useful. If the other side to use the patent rights and other reasons to sue, certainly want to fight the lawsuit, then you need a lawyer. A company as big as Whitey, which had been growing monstrously before, with many normal departments absent, was now going to be slowly built up as well. Like legal counsel, for example. One should definitely be hired. Zhou Yang thought of it, then immediately gave Ma said, let her on the website open recruitment of legal advisors, to help the company deal with a variety of legal issues. The salary is not lower than peers on the line. Then the job posting went out. Zhou Yang then waited for the good news, and he had time, too, to check his news on CCTV. When he opened his phone, he saw that he was on the hot search, and when he clicked on it, it was the video of him in the Enlightenment Mountain area. Chapter 155 Interviewing Lawyers. The CCTV video begins with the magnetic-voiced male host reading his lines about what happened. The children in the Chimeng mountainous area go to school in difficult conditions without air conditioners and refrigerators, while Whitey Electric sponsored them and the owner, Zhou Yang, accompanied the children in the mountainous area for 3 days. In the video, Zhou Yang's kind of pure smile shows that he genuinely loves these kids. Since ancient times, true feelings move people's hearts. On the one hand, The children's situation is heartbreaking. And on the other hand, it is caring people like Joe Young who warm people's hearts. It's a great publicity point. So local stations in the Enlightenment Mountains and CCTV are following it. This is certainly not Joe Young intentionally arranged. Belongs to the good people have good karma just. This wave belongs to the CCTV to the White Emperor to do a wave of publicity. This is awesome because Whitey is not advertised online in any way. So a lot of people don't know that he comes out with air conditioners and refrigerator freezers. Some of the more remote places, the residents have the habit of watching TV. And the more watched is also CCTV. And indirectly saw the video of Whitey. Now there are a lot of people in rural towns and villages who know that Whitey has come out with a cool series of appliances. Refrigeration equipment that previously cost a couple thousand or $2,000 or $3,000 can now be picked up for just a few $100s. And residents of these small places like to spend a little bit of money on a lot of things, too. They then started to subscribe to it, which made Whitey's users, not only limited to internet users who like to surf the internet, began to penetrate into the townships and rural areas. This has further boosted the sales of Whitey appliances, with air conditioner sales in the tens of thousands per day as much as play. Look at the daily logistics and courier vehicles. In the factory area, a steady stream, you know how much Whitey products are sold. Now the major courier companies, and even specialize in the White Emperor around the opening of the service station, is specifically for the White Emperor service, a company to feed the many courier companies. This is the role of large factories to promote the economy, can feed a whole industry chain. From the CCTV video broadcast, one after another, all kinds of social news media came to Whitey to interview and report out more of Whitey's deeds. This is different from the previous launch, only technology and business news reporters. These social news channels, the audience base is much larger. After a series of interviews aired, destined to make the popularity of the White Emperor Company a new rise. Joe Young foresaw this, so he has recently stepped up staff recruitment and training and purchased equipment in order to cope with the upcoming sales blowout. On this day, after Joe Young had dealt with the many reporters, it was already close to dusk. Big Sister Ma handed Joe Young a list of people and their resumes. Factory Joe. This is the list of people who have recently applied for the job of legal counselor. A total of more than 50 people have passed the online screening. Come and take a look. Joe Young agency list roughly looked at. These are basically law students. Have a series of a variety of glorious resume. Graduated from prestigious universities. Experienced to so and so famous business cases. Looks very cattle. However, the more bullish this kind of resume is, the less reliable Joe Young feels. Their career ambitions are too big. And they are probably just using Whitey as a springboard for their career. Joe Young's legal counselor. Do not need to be able to win certain difficult shocking cases, or protracted overseas acquisition cases. The company hired lawyers, mainly to avoid some legal risks, can cope with general commercial litigation on the line. So, Joe Young screened out more than a dozen people, and the rest of them, arranged that they could come for interviews tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Only the interview will allow you to view the candidate's attribute panel through the system. That night, Joe Young returned to his home to perform an important task, which was to try out the macro air fryer and fulfill Lu Xiao's mandate. He hadn't used this appliance before, read the instructions, knew how to use it, and then made barbecue and popcorn, which felt great. This opened the door to a new world for Joe Young. I didn't expect this thing to be so labor-saving, no need to go through the fumes, set the time, and then you can savor the food. Joe Young watched a movie on TV at home with popcorn and felt good. When Joe Young said good, he meant that this air fryer was good and could be used at home from now on. But the beauty is that this TV at home is a Conca 45-inch bought a long time ago, resulting in poor viewing, which is a size and configuration that is seriously behind the times. Joe Young felt like he needed a big screen TV. As the owner of a large electrical company, it was a bit humiliating to go and buy another family's electrical appliances, so he definitely had to make his own. Joe Young then wrote this demand into his cell phone memo, and after a while, he could make a large screen TV to enrich the product line. After watching the movie, Joe Young began to write about the use of the air fryer. If it's a 10 out of 10, it feels very good. Deductions. 1 is the look. He feels a bit on the feminine side. Not sure if there are any other slugger colorways, like slugging powder, which is slugging only. The other thing is that it's still a bit inconvenient when it comes to cleaning, which is a flaw in the design of the product, as it seems to be the case with other air fryers. Joe Young then wrote down his opinion, hoping that there would be iterative versions in the future to make cleaning easier for lazy people. In addition, Joe Young inquired about the price. This air fryer has not yet been listed, so there is no way to know the selling price, but I think it will not be too cheap. It is possible that the price of mid-range home appliances, a few $100s, if the publicity is good, there should be sales. Zhou Yang was generally praising, then edited the text message and sent it to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao quickly replied with a received and thanked him. Zhou Yang saw that it was getting late, so he used his own air water heater, took a comfortable shower, and rested. Turning the day around, he came to the office and began interviewing numerous lawyers. Most of these lawyers were dressed in formal attire and looked serious, presumably related to their profession. Zhou Yang talked to them first and had a few things in mind before opening the system to check their attribute panels. There are good and bad attributes here, and the average individual is somewhere between C and B+. Strength B is generally moderate, but ability C, it is pure straw. Zhou Yang definitely do not want. For those with bad attributes, Zhou Yang politely rejected them so that they could find another job before they were delayed. As for the good ones, they are put into the pending queue for now and told to go back and wait, and if they don't hear from them within 3 days, then they are not accepted. This interview lasted until the afternoon, and Zhou Yang felt a little tired after meeting all 30 or so people. Just got up from his boss chair and moved to somewhat sore joints. Zhou Yang had a sudden thought, so he asked the system if there was a function to soothe muscles and joints. The system replied, paying 5 points will arrange for you to have a superb female technician to do a dragon tendon grasping massage for you. Zhou Yang cried and laughed as he asked, this grasping dragon tendon you're talking about, it can't be what I think it is. The system replied, you can do what you want. You have to add 2 more points. Forget it. I'll go to the blind massage for $100 or so and get it over with. Zhou Yang laughed and politely declined the system's high-end service. These points were so valuable that they could not be wasted on enjoyment. Dang it. At this time, the door of his office was knocked, and Zhou Yang shouted, please come in. Then I saw a young, tall girl walk in and ask in a puzzled voice, when can I have my interview, please? Zhou Yang was stunned. He had obviously finished the interview. How could there be another one? What's your name? Zhou Yang asked. My name is Zhenling. The girl replied. Zhou Yang let the other person come in and sit down first. Then he went to rummage through the resumes and didn't find Zhenling's resume. Big sister Ma, there's a Zhenling here for an interview. Did you arrange it? Zhou Yang called over to inquire. I can't believe you notified her? Ma big sister then hurriedly apologized. This interview notification of too many people. She and a few people separate phone notification. Originally this Zhenling is a last year's graduation. Work experience less than a year. Do not meet the recruitment conditions. The first round to brush down. But by mistake, she was notified by mistake to come in for an interview, or I'll talk her out of it right away. Sister Ma apologized. No, consider this the last interview of the day. There weren't too many people alone anyway, so Zhou Yang decided to give Zhenling a chance and chatted with her. Chapter 156, Zhenling, with long legs. Zhenling is a native of the city and attended the city from kindergarten through college graduation. She is an undergraduate law graduate from Shamshuipo University and passed the judicial exams, though her work experience was only 3 months. An internship at a law firm, and after that it was a standby until today. Not too much work experience. It is reasonable to say that such a resume is not qualified because of the lack of experience, and perhaps the ability to work needs to be honed slowly, which is not conducive to the development of the company. It's certainly not as good to find a lawyer with a lot of experience who comes to the table as opposed to taking your time to develop a talent. Do you know anything about Baidu? Zhou Yang asked. Zhenling replied. I know. I've read about you guys online and have been around people who have used your appliances. Have you ever used White Emperor's appliances yourself? Zhou Yang asked. No, I'll use all our appliances if I have to. Zhenling said. She is eloquent, but this is said very bluntly. The average person to apply for a job. Surely I'll pick a good sound to say. Will say that very much like the White Emperor products? This little girl is honest. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded. He instead liked this straightforward character and scored her next. If 60 points is passing, this Zhenling is 58 points. From his requirements, there is still some gap, mainly because of the lack of work experience, afraid of not coping with the next possible lawsuit. In the spirit of using the system to take a look since he was here, Zhou Yang used the system to scan her attributes. Position, legal advisor, recruited. Name, Zhenling. Sex, female. Age, 23. Education, bachelor's degree. Working capacity A. Specialty, long legs. When Zhou Yang saw this attribute panel, he was surprised at the time because her ability was actually A. This was the only A within the dozens of people he had interviewed. The gap between workability A and B. There is a fundamental difference. B is middle of the road, but at ability of the employee, usually very intelligent, can be unique. The score that was originally failing was now rising to 80 points for her by Zhou Yang, and the future was promising. Only, isn't this specialty one element of the system slightly sketchy? She's here to apply for a legal counselor, not to recruit a young model. What do you care if she has long legs or not? Zhou Yang then asked the system about this. The system replied, longer legs always have an advantage over shorter legs, and if she wears a uniform hay silk, it will weaken the willpower of her male opponents by 25, which is extremely advantageous. Zhou Yang then looked Zhanling up and down. She was estimated to be more than 1.7 meters. Her figure was really tall, but she was wearing jeans, so she couldn't see much yet. Zhanling has a pretty face, long hair plus melon face, belongs to the durable type. With long legs, the advantage of appearance is really good. Since she was a rare A-class ability, Zhou Yang would keep her. Do you have any requirements in terms of salary? Zhou Yang asked. The monthly salary should be more than 10,000, I think, with 5 insurance and 1 gold. And there should be room for upward adjustment of the salary every year. Zhanling said. This is not a high request. That is, she has no work experience. The other interviewer's salary requirements, $20,000 to $30,000 a month is the least. And there are even lawyers who directly want equity dividends. There are also requirements for room and car allowances, etc. Hiring those accomplished lawyers will cost at least $300,000 or so a year. And hiring Zhanling, an A-ranked ability person, with a small salary and strong ability, it was a good deal. Zhou Yang then said, your requirements can be met. So do you have any other requirements for the White Emperor Company? Then, overtime is required to be voluntary, and I won't do any work other than legal work, especially chores such as accompanying drinks and serving tea and water. Zhanling's request was rather strange. It was not a lawyer's job in the first place, so of course Zhou Yang agreed. Later, I learned that the original Zhanling's previous internship, that is, the boss saw her young and beautiful, let her be responsible for the reception of customers, serving tea and water, and at night she had to accompany the customers to drink. And those old men look at her eyes are not serious, but also intends to pour wine. Everyone understands how much it means to try to get a girl drunk at a table full of men. Zhanling refused on the spot and left the reception straight away, and was later dismissed from the company on the grounds that she had stepped into the company with her left foot first. When Zhou Yang found out, he laughed and told her that Baidi was not that kind of business, and she would just take care of the legal work. That'll work. Zhanling agreed. By mutual consent, an agreement of intent was signed at that time, and she will be able to come to work tomorrow. When Zhanling left, it was also time to go off work. Zhou Yang felt that a piece of his heart had gone, and Baidi finally had his own legal counsel. The next day, Zhanling came to work. She first went to the workshop to understand the company's products, and then check the company's current involvement in the legal issues. To get started quickly, Zhou Yang sees that she has a good work ethic, just not too talkative, but the flaws don't hide the good, as long as they don't delay the work. Just 2 days after Zhanling was on board, Whitey received a court summons from 6 of his peers, including other electrical companies such as Huadu Air Conditioning, suing Whitey for unfair competition plus infringement of their air conditioning patents. Compared to previous reports of direct backstabbing by a fellow traveler, Huadu is kind of taking it head on this time. And, thanks to Lu Xiao's reminder, her own brother did come to sue him. This favor, Zhou Yang definitely had to return it, but it also confirmed that rumor that she and her brother Lu Xiyuan did not get along. Otherwise she would not have taken this news and informed him, an outsider. As for this lawsuit, it's obvious that it's because Whitey's air conditioner damaged them. White Emperor Cool series of appliances launched, gave all the peers a blow to the head. This half-month time, so the manufacturers of air conditioning sales fell sharply. Basically only some offline stores still have business. In addition to some of the loyal brand users will only buy. Anyway, as long as the online store to buy air conditioning customers, a search in the site, generally in accordance with the heat or price sorting, are Whitey air conditioning in the front, are almost the same thing. The customer of course, choose the cheap. This has resulted in other air conditioning companies losing most of their online market. In addition to the publicity effect of this CCTV video, so that many people do not watch the network news, but also know the White Emperor's products. Those who think that cheap is not good, but also willing to believe that the White Emperor's products, after all, the CCTV on behalf of the authority. This has brought the daily sales of Baidi's air conditioners to the level of 80,000 units, and is about to produce at a rate that cannot keep up with the speed of selling. With such raging sales, moving someone else's interests, that's a sure way to get sued. The parties suing in this case are all big, familiar brands on the market. These peers have had multiple products that have previously suffered sniping from Whitey, such as printers, water heaters, and washing machines. Those appliances, however, were not their core interest, and finding that they couldn't compete, or had more to lose than to lose if they went hard, they dropped that part of their product line. However, this time, when Whitey launched 3 cool series of appliances at once. It touched their core interests, which made it impossible to cut down the production line. This reminds them, these large electrical groups, of the 6 kingdoms theory. Today cut 5 cities, tomorrow cut 10 cities, and then get a night's rest. If Whitey keeps coming out with products, then these electrical companies, will never have any peace. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. These companies, which are usually regarded as competitors, were unprecedentedly united at this time, and after a meeting among themselves, they decided to file a joint lawsuit. After Zhou Yang received the court summons, he immediately summoned Zhang Ling and a few key personnel and held a discussion meeting. Chapter 157. At the meeting, Zhang Ling carefully examined a piece of mailed copies of the indictment, and she found that one indictment was for unfair competition, and another was for patent infringement. The so-called unfair competition refers to the behavior of an operator who violates the provisions of the anti-unfair competition law, disrupts the order of competition in the market and harms the legitimate rights and interests of other operators or consumers. Zhang Ling said, there are currently 7 provisions of this law that do not apply to our company's behavior, so the suit is invalid. Uncle Sung Tak then asked, didn't they say that we deliberately lowered our prices to dump them? And isn't that unfair competition? Zhang Ling explained, low price is not considered unfair competition. If it is intentionally low price, it is the crime of disturbing the market order, which is inside the criminal law. There is no need to prosecute, as long as it is reported to the police. Therefore, the other side of the first prosecution is not established. I will prepare the appropriate materials to explain. Just the charge of patent infringement. I want to know, our products, in the end, whether the use of the other side of the patent, or similar content, it's important to be truthful. This will determine the direction of my defense. In the end, it takes a legal expert to do that. And if it weren't for Zhang Ling, they probably wouldn't have anyone who understands such cumbersome legal terms. As for the patent piece, the drawings were provided solely by Zhou Yang, and everyone looked to him. I guarantee that the patents used in the Cool Series appliances are not infringed. Zhou Yang said this with a strong voice, because this drawing was given to him by the system, and when he purchased it, he purposely went ahead and picked out the ownerless drawing that did not have the patent rights restriction. If the first drawings of tablet computers and TVs, there is still the suspicion of infringement, after all, is a direct copy of other ready-made drawings, but the subsequent products, is completely independent property rights. I see, then we have a good chance of winning this time, Zhang Ling said. While the meeting was in progress, someone outside came to report that a public security comrade had come to look for Zhou Yang. Several people looked at each other and tensed. Don't be nervous, we're not breaking any laws. Zhou Yang consoled the men before adjourning the meeting, letting the comrades in production go to work while he and Zhang Ling went to meet the police. When these 2 policemen saw Zhou Yang coming over, they gave a serious salute, stating their identities. They are the Economic Investigation and Criminal Police of the Industrial Division of Shamshuipo Township. They received a report that Whitey was suspected of the crime of disrupting the market order, and they came to investigate. Sure enough, this was said by Zhang Ling, this time not only to prosecute. It turns out that there is also a one-stop measure to report the case. Whitey has been reported to the tax and business authorities before, and nothing was found then, and it's unlikely to be now. Zhou Yang then said that he would fully cooperate with the police in investigating the case, and that the criminal police comrades would provide them with whatever information they wanted. This time, the disruption of the market order actually refers to the underselling of Whitey's goods. However, Whitey can easily deal with this with financial reports and incoming documents, etc. They are not dumping at low prices, but they are all making a profit. It's never a crime to make a little less. Zhou Yang then said that it's not Whitey's stuff that sells cheaply. It's the other brands that sell expensively, and they all rely on their peers to set them off. The criminal police didn't expect this result, and they took the information back and examined it. Zhou Yang signaled, please feel free. He is very clear. White Emperor is not guilty. Just those peers do not want to give up their fixed money-making comfort zone. We'll have to bring down the White Emperor, so they can return to the original money-making track. However, Zhou Yang would like to say to them, his peers, that the times have changed, my lord, and as long as there is a day of the White Emperor, don't want to cut the leaks like before. After that, Zhang Ling became one of the busiest people in the whole factory, as she ran around the whole factory, gathering evidence. At the same time, she has learned some of the basics of electrical science, so that she doesn't know nothing about it and be led around by the nose during the trial. A few days later, Zhou Yang and Zhang Ling, as well as 2 colleagues, together rushed to the Hefei city. This time the trial will be held in Hefei City Court. They stayed at the hotel and then the out-of-court settlement stage. Zhou Yang then rushed over with Zhang Ling to meet the other parties' lawyers and representatives. After the meeting, the other party made a claim. As long as Whitey immediately stopped production of Cool Series products, and no longer produce new mainstream electrical products, they can withdraw the lawsuit. No need. Zhou Yang refused the other party's request. He hadn't broken any laws. He was bound to win the lawsuit. And there was no way he would agree to such an unreasonable request. Do you really think he's easy to bully? How can it be so good to sue him once and make him stop making appliances? So the parties negotiated an out-of-court settlement, and then it was time for the trial stage. In the trial, the other party hired a well-known lawyer in the industry, and Zhan Ling, although she had only graduated recently, but did not panic at all. She was well prepared, and the other side of the verbal sword debate. There were times when she would ask Zhou Yang for advice because she didn't understand the specialized concepts of electrical appliances. Zhou Yang then answered for her. After a brief debate, Zhan Ling proved that Whitey did not unfairly compete, because it does not meet the definition of the law. Then this item of the prosecution is terminated. The following two parties to address the infringement of patent rights, representatives of the plaintiffs, such as Huadu Electric Appliances, showed some of their patent drawings and compared them with the structure of Baidi Electric Appliances, which had a certain degree of similarity, thus proving that Baidi had plagiarized their company's patents, and had to compensate for their damages, which totaled $400 million, a very exaggerated amount. This was determined in accordance with the sales of the three types of cooling appliances sold by Baidi Appliances. According to the patent law, the amount of compensation for infringement of a patent right can be determined in accordance with the benefits obtained by the infringer as a result of the infringement. Whitey has sold hundreds of thousands of air conditioners, more than 300,000 refrigerators, and about 100,000 freezers in the last half of the month. So set this astronomical figure. If Whitey loses the case all at once, it's bound to be meta. After the plaintiff's attorney finished elaborating, Zhan Ling began his defense, just because it looks like it. It can't be ruled as patent infringement. Fuel cars and electric cars both have four wheels plus a shell, and they all look alike. So is that patent infringement? She then took out the evidence, holding up a thick pile of documents and said, "This is our patent certificate. We have a patent for our refrigeration unit, and we use the public version of the construction. That part of the patent has long since expired its protection period, and here are the corresponding documents." Zhenring presented the information to the presiding judge. A typical patent lasts 20 years, and the three appliances were invented long ago, so the initial patents have long since expired and can be used by anyone with no problem. The plaintiff's lawyer frowned a little. He didn't think that Zhan Ling, a trainee lawyer, would be so difficult to deal with. The plaintiff's attorneys were also prepared and went on to make their points, after which there was another round of debate. Of course, the courtroom is not a debating arena, and it is not a matter of being eloquent enough to win. It's all about evidence here. Litigation is all about who sues, who gives evidence, and the evidence given by these electrical companies does not prove that Whitey infringed. So after a long afternoon trial phase, the presiding judge finally made a judgment. Plaintiff Huadu Electric and other 6 electrical companies. A class action lawsuit against Baidi Electric unfair competition. Infringement of patent rights case. After checking, this court finds that the evidence is not sufficient, do not support their litigation claims. After the verdict was pronounced, Zhou Yang was very happy and applauded Zhan Ling's excellent performance, worthy of being a lawyer of A-level strength. Zhan Ling also showed a rare smile, and the other 2 White Emperor staff members were waving their fists in excitement. They proved their innocence, and now they don't have to be accused for nothing. The plaintiff's side looked so bad, and looked so unconvinced, that they wondered if they'd go back and refile the lawsuit. When Zhou Yang came back from Hefei City, the media reported on the case, and although they won the case, there were again voices of doubt on the internet. The storm is rising again. Chapter 158, The Turmoil Settles. Whitey is so over the top, suppressing domestic businesses. That's right, several electrical companies have gone out of business because of Whitey's low price dumping. That's right, low-priced electrical appliances have squeezed their peers out of business. Who will continue to invest in R&D in the future? The things you develop are no longer good. Whitey sells a $199 or $299. And maybe tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars of research funds will go down the drain. Whitey is the black sheep of the domestic manufacturing industry. In the long run, our manufacturing industry will be ruined. All due low end. No more technological progress. Boycott Whitey. It starts with you and me. There are again negative remarks against Pak Tai on the internet, and the black pot of destroying the domestic manufacturing industry has been put on Pak Tai's head. When Zhou Yang saw it, he felt speechless. What kind of brain circuits were these speakers? He seriously suspected that this was another water army hired by his peers. It's a shame he doesn't have rebound cards anymore, or else one of them would have bounced back. This time, the tide of public opinion is still a bit serious, and it's intensifying online. Netizens are divided into two factions, one of which believes that Whitey has upset the balance of the domestic manufacturing industry and made it go downhill. The other faction is those who support Pak Thai, saying that Pak Thai has made so many low-priced electrical appliances for the benefit of the general public. Is there anything wrong with that? Is it wrong to build airplanes and rockets that the people can't afford? The netizens who support Pak Thai then borrowed a line from Wandering Earth to illustrate their side of the argument. It is meaningless to have appliances that the people can't afford to buy or use. Now netizens on both sides seem to have a point, and no one can convince anyone to argue online. When Joe Yang saw it, he took to his official website and said what he thought. Whitey doesn't want to destroy domestic industry. Instead, Whitey is promoting the upgrading of domestic industry. Because of the White Emperor, each product, usually just one or two low-priced models, is to benefit the people with, so that the people can afford to use home appliances, and peers can take other routes to profit, such as high-end business products, or go out of the country to earn money from foreigners. After all, White Emperor's exports, but not cheap at all. There is no such thing as malicious low-price competition. Zhou Yang also said that the electrical industry is not destroyed by Whitey. Whitey is not so powerful. Whitey is just forcing those enterprises from the leak-cutting comfort zone to squeeze out, so that they come up with real money to engage in research and development, and come up with the attitude of excellence to do products, so that the domestic manufacturing industry will grow in a healthy way, instead of getting a gimmick and coming out with a new product that is hard to use, as is often the case nowadays, to reap the rewards. It's time for the spoiled domestic manufacturing industry to wake up. Zhou Yang's speech was met with a chorus of applause from netizens. The righteous netizens then spoke, saying that those who scolded Pak Thai on the internet were either stupid or bad, just like a certain host, who believed that low property prices would make young people lie flat and not think about progress, and that only when the property prices reached tens of thousands of square feet and young people couldn't afford to buy a house could they be inspired to struggle. What kind of bullshit talk is this? The righteous netizens then followed the tone of a certain host and said, "It can't be. It can't be? It can't be that a certain host and the netizens who scolded by D are all brain dead, right?" The opposing netizens then said, "Garbage water army, defending your by D father so much. How much does a favorable comment pay you?" In the middle of this controversy, the major domestic electrical companies have come out to implicitly accuse by D. They agree with the opposite side of the netizens, secretly satirize by D, saying that by D is the industry stirring a stick, make the industry in a mess. Most of the peers hold the media discourse, so all kinds of public opinion are criticizing Whitey, and the netizens who agree with Whitey. Only part of the netizens, more Whitey's loyal users, are in the mountain villages and remote areas that are not convenient to access the internet. They don't have access to the internet, so they can't help Whitey's voice. So when it comes to online opinion, Whitey has come under such heavy fire that product sales have suffered. Within a week or so, sales of Whitey's products were down at least 20 from what they were. Zhou Yang saw it, but even more disdain for these peers do not focus on properly polishing the product, but instead come to engage in a public opinion war to suppress him. Really rotten. Just as Zhou Yang was thinking about how to break the situation, the online climate changed. First, a top 500 centralized enterprise came out to stand up for BaiD. It is the National Grid. The Power Grid has posted a thread saying that they have passed tests that BaiD's cooling equipment, with its excellent energy-saving effect, will alleviate the power crunch during peak hours to a certain extent if air conditioners and refrigerators are replaced with BaiD's products in the future. Then several central media published commentators' articles, saying that BaiD filled the gap in the domestic electrical industry and popularized the convenience of modern electrical appliances among the common people, which is worth advocating. It is also hoped that BaiD and other appliance companies will continue to work hard to improve product quality and reduce selling prices, which is the proper responsibility of a qualified manufacturing company. Although these commentator articles are speaking from an unbiased point of view, they are nonetheless secretly praising Whitey and knocking other companies to not go too far. These pure electrical enterprises do not do a good job of making products, others do a good price products. The joint suppression. This is the black sheep. There is a suspicion of monopoly. This time the national team came down to support the White Emperor. Online that public opinion crooked wind gradually calmed down. Several central enterprises have not only supported it with their words, but also sent a large number of purchase orders to BaiD in real terms, ordering thousands, if not tens of thousands of air conditioners, printers, cell phones and other products at a time to install appliances for their new business will drastically reduce their hardware investment costs. On the procurement of this item, you can save more than 100,000, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Save the money of purchasing electrical appliances. That is quite a savings of the people's taxes. But but also a disguised support for the construction of the country. Because of the support from the centralized enterprises, Whitey's reputation has become louder, and shipments have resumed, and more than before. Being able to get the support of a centralized enterprise is a guarantee of credibility, and the people are of course willing to trust Whitey. When this fiasco was over, and the time came to July, the continued hot sales of air conditioners and other electrical appliances actually caused Whitey to sell 2.01 million units of air conditioners after 30 days, becoming the national sales champion of the air conditioning industry and causing a lot of eyeballs to glaze over. Meanwhile, Joe Young had completed the challenge task. System, the monthly sales volume of air conditioners has reached over 2 million units. Completing the challenge task and rewarding one expert-level recruitment card. Joe Yang was surprised. Was this a card for recruiting talent? Yes, the system explained. The expert recruitment card, which allows you to recruit an expert in any chosen industry. A real expert. Not one of those so-called bricklayers who make money by letting out unused villas to laborers. This is good. Joe Young felt that this card was too useful. It's like the line from the classic movie, "What's the most expensive thing in the 21st century? It's talent." Now that Baidu was designing more and more types of electrical appliances, a significant portion of them, Joe Yang no longer understood their principles. He relied on the system. He could produce drawings, but he could not develop new products on his own. Whitey wants to be a top manufacturing company. That must have its own R&D team. This expert recruitment card is to be used when you need to find an expert. Now that the Whittier factory is open in full force, it's all about producing a cool range of products after all. That's what sells so well in the summer. After sales exploded, that money flew, but Whitey spent money like water, mainly by setting up a lot of service points in cities across the country. Waiting for the financial sister to bring up the statement, Joe Young took a look. Now on the books, only 1 billion bubbling liquidity. Seeing that he had so much money, Joe Yang had an idea. Too much liquidity is not a good sign for a business. That means money sitting idle. The only way to create more value with money is to make it flow. So now Whitey, after many rounds of hiring, is a large manufacturing company with close to 2,000 people, and sales of all appliances are balanced. If you want to make money, then you definitely need to put a new program into production. Joe Yang had spent the past 2 days studying what new product he was going to make next. At this time, a piece of news on the internet, which quickly hit the hot search, caught Joe Yang's attention. Chapter 159 Long-Term Boycott of Missions. Pissed off, garbage Giga. Dogs don't buy. Hot off the presses was a curse word that ignited a public outcry. Giga is a large technology company in Bend Island province. Bend Island was a lone overseas island province similar to the Gulf in the parallel time and space where Joe Yang was. For historical reasons, Bend Island is not currently returning. However, this island-bending enterprise, a while ago, made a lot of disgusting remarks, belittled domestic users, hard-licked foreign masters, and was not a good person, but preferred to be a foreigner's dog. Giga made a lot of inappropriate comments that hurt the feelings of the country, and their apology was insincere and arrogant to the core. The people of the country began to publish online boycotts. The classic gigabyte, "Dogs do not buy" was uttered. This has led to the occurrence of many returns on online shopping platforms, and the boycott has had some success. However, the foreign media broke the news of a drunken paragraph of the boss of the technical good. He said that the mainland people are cheap. What boycott? Turn back to reduce the price of discounts. They are like a dog. Baba over to buy the goods of the technical good. Now the domestic netizens are furious. But apart from cursing and boycotting, there is nothing too good to do at the moment. A little later, Giga really took advantage of the summer price cuts in China. Many products are price cuts and discounts. Some even appeared to be more favorable than the Double 11. This time, the discounted goods were quickly snapped up. True to the words of the Giga boss, the boycott has become a joke. Decent netizens painfully appealed not to buy Gigabyte, yet buyers took it for granted, saying that they were $400 cheaper for a graphics card. So why not? If there are cheaper goods than Gigabyte in China, they will definitely support China. Then the internet was abusive, boycotting Gigabyte, and people who bought Gigabyte products, bickering. In the midst of the brouhaha, many people noticed the contradiction between the two waves of netizens, that is, to buy or not to buy Giga products. A lot of people who buy the products of the technical good, it is not unpatriotic, they are just thrifty. If the war, they are willing to go to carry a gun to protect the country, but to buy things, surely still pick the cheap and good to use to buy. Then the reasonable Chinese guest is wondering, is not as long as the domestic appeared cheaper than Giga good use of goods, then people will naturally not to buy Giga's products, which does not also play a role in the boycott. When you think of the word cheap and good, the netizens coincidentally thought of Whitey, and nowadays, looking at the whole country, Only Whitey can make cheap and good things. So they went to the White Emperor official website and left messages, hoping that White Emperor would step in and make a product that was cheaper than the Technica. Then they wouldn't have to support that crap company. Zhou Yang saw the petition in the background, and in just 3 days, there were more than 1 million people petitioning online with real names. Zhou Yang was touched by them and felt that the netizens had a point. However, not only did Zhou Yang move, but the system also sent a quest prompt. Super factory system, safeguard our country's interests, boycott foreign slave company, now issued long-term boycott task, production of all kinds of products, will be technologically good products to drive out of the country. Note that the long-term task will be rewarded in phases. Each boycott of a kind of product or several kinds of products will be given in accordance with the degree of difficulty of the corresponding rewards. The task of the long term, the more ruthless the boycott, the more generous the rewards. Zhou Yang suddenly grasped the main point, so he asked the system, so if I boycott Giga out of business, what reward will I receive? The system replied, will receive the ultimate deluxe unified gift pack. As soon as he heard the name of this reward, Zhou Yang's eyes were glowing. He would take this mission. Zhou Yang then went online and opened the official website of Giga to see what products they sell. Giga mainly produces laptops, desktop computers and their accessories, including peripherals and monitors. It's a large company with a market capitalization of 169 renminbi, 7 billion, and it will take determination to boycott him, as Whitey is still far from catching up with Giga's strength. The current scale of Whitey's business is like the difference between a child and an adult when compared to Giga. However, Zhou Yang grew up learning the spirit of Yugonishan, currently unable to resist Giga in one move. Then start with a single product. Zhou Yang opened the online platform to check the sales of the other party, and soon selected the breakthrough. That would be computer peripherals, which are low-tech and relatively easy to get started with. Giga's current computer peripherals, mainly producing mice, keyboards, headsets and gaming chairs. Zhou Yang decided to find simple products to practice first, so he selected the most commonly used mouse and keyboard. These two products, with their simple structure and ease of production, are best suited for practicing, so Zhou Yang immediately opened the system page and searched for drawings of the mouse and keyboard. Of course, with the previous experience of being sued, this time Zhou Yang is also to avoid patent issues. In the search box, added the no copyright dispute conditions, and soon searched more than 30 kinds of drawings. Unknown brand, gaming keyboard and mouse set drawings. Zhou Yang quickly locked one of the drawings, which included both mouse and keyboard items. It could be purchased all at once, and this isn't even branded, so you don't have to worry about patents. For insurance purposes, Zhou Yang and the purchase before. With this drawing on the mouse keyboard finished rendering, go to the shopping site above the search. There is no one of the same, which proves that this brand never appeared on the market. Zhou Yang then curiously asked the system, where did you get all these unbranded drawings? The system replied, you don't need to ask much, just use it, because it's about the boycott mission. There is a special offer now, and you only need 5 points to redeem it. There was actually such a good thing, so Zhou Yang was not polite and immediately redeemed it. System, redemption successful. Get the drawing of the keyboard and mouse set. Zhou Yang was the first to check the drawings once he got them. Both, he found, were very uncommonly well constructed. First of all, the keyboard is a mechanical keyboard or the most popular gasket construction, also known as spacer construction. There is no screw fixation inside, which can provide a more consistent feel, and the most important feature of the gasket structure is that it is soft, elastic and warm, just like touching your girlfriend's smooth little hand. Zhou Yang, who originally didn't know much about mechanical keyboards, was even more confused when he saw this structural introduction. He hadn't had a girlfriend and couldn't experience this feeling, but he thought it must be very wonderful. And this keyboard also comes in a very wide range of colorways, and even a full translucent colorway, which means that the keycaps are all transparent, allowing you to clearly see the shaft underneath, which allows the light to come up better and straight, providing gorgeous RGB lighting effects. Zhou Yang looked dumbfounded. He looked at the demonstration animation, the colorful, dazzling full transparent keyboard, and then look at their own use of all black without highlights of the membrane keyboard. That appearance is a heaven and a hell. Zhou Yang immediately felt that the keyboard he had been using for a year was so ugly that he wanted to replace it with a new one now. But he'll need to modify the drawings a bit if he wants to use a homemade keyboard, because the suggested retail price on this drawing, which is actually a whopping $799, is completely unacceptable. Because Zhou Yang bought keyboards before, more than $20 he felt expensive. This all of a sudden 799 yuan, that is really heaven. So, the keyboard had to be changed, until he could get himself a price he could live with. Chapter 160, Researching Keypads. Joe Yang does not quite understand the keyboard and mouse. Cannot be closed door. So he deliberately asked in the university class group, let everyone recommend the mouse and keyboard. There are a lot of gaming gurus in the group, and they basically have their favorite model of keyboard and mouse. This time the students opened the box. They spilled out, chatting about hundreds of items, and then there were more differences of opinion. So they barreled. Mouse and keyboard still have to be Thunderbird. Cool. The Thunderbolt just looks better in terms of lighting, and really in terms of feel. It's got to be the big F and the ROG. I'm using a Cherry keyboard and a Darwin mouse. That's pretty good too. All pull back. Now what Cherry? Philco. Leopold. HHKB. Cost effective too low. Domestic high-end keyboard. All exploded to kill them. The mouse. Leaper cheap and good use. Buy so expensive mouse keyboard do what I am filling the membership card to send the keyboard and mouse. But also used for several years. Spend that hundreds of thousands of buy keyboard, what is the use of more money to burn? Needless to say, there are 1,000 Hamlets and 1,000 eyes, and everyone has a different opinion. Joe Young sort of saw that their different family backgrounds and hobbies had forged different peripheral preferences, but there were 3 points in common: the requirement of aesthetics, comfort and durability, as well as cheap enough. There are also a couple of hardcore fans who are inexplicably loyal to a particular brand, which is a no-brainer. So for this production, Joe Yang from the internet bought a variety of mainstream mouse, a total of more than 40. These mice and keyboards, from $12 of mice to more than $2,000 a keyboard, cost Joe Yang nearly $20,000. When the factory security guard, pushing a trolley, sent a large pile of express delivery to the factory director's office, everyone thought that Joe Yang was going to open a small store selling keypads, but they all know that their bosses don't do nothing, so they guess they'll have to make these products. Factory Joe, we don't make electrical appliances anymore? How do we make these computerized gadgets? Sister Ma is limited to 2-finger typing on computers, so she doesn't understand the wonders of keypads. Admittedly, do home appliances look more profitable? But Whitey is not a general business. Originally every product is micro-profit. In fact, do small commodities, because of high sales, but earn more. Only before Joe Yang are for the sake of the people to consider. Do their much-needed home appliances, and now life appliances, has done almost, to consider the transition. It just so happened that I came across the boycott mission, so I'll just try to make a transition from this one and start making PC accessories. Joe Yang then gave let everyone help open the package, and then he talked about what happened to Giga. Hearing that the boss wants to do keystrokes, in order to punish the garbage enterprises, the workers present were all furious. More than 40-year-old security uncle, but also said a foul language fuck him. Very exciting. Everyone worked hard and soon the packages were all unpacked. A big pile of fancy keyboards and mice. But then, the computer is not enough. It doesn't matter. There are quite a few desktop computers in the office. Each personal computer is full of keyboards and mice. Mice and keyboards in addition to the Bluetooth version. So they are all installed. Then Joe Yang got about 10 people in the factory to use these keyboards and mice in turn. And then they had to score and write evaluations. Among these people are programmers who often work with computers. And they are the ones who care the most about the keyboard and mouse. There are also ordinary users like Joe Yang, often use the computer, but do not quite understand the configuration of the various keyboards and mice, are asking others to buy what, they follow the purchase. And then there's the big sister in the office like this, where the keys and mouse work. By the time a group of them had all tested it once, they got a lot of feedback. These feedbacks are varied, but Joe Yang saw that a good keypad, the scoring is just high, but the number of money is higher than a certain amount, then the score is very close. This suggests that for a certain amount of money, the performance improvement is less significant and more of a brand premium, which do not know about the keyboard and mouse, more concerned about the appearance of the keyboard and mouse, comfort and accuracy. For programmers who know about keypads, they pay more attention to the appearance and feel, and even care a lot about the keyboard axis pressure grams, keycap height, and material structure. These programmers, in general, have multiple sets of keyboards and mice, for coding and gaming, with separate keyboards. Joe Young himself cares more about comfort and convenience. That is, he likes the keyboard and mouse with Bluetooth, because not playing games, Bluetooth keyboard and mouse office is enough. This time the score hit. Basically mice over $100 work well, and mice over $300 or $400 usually have a lot of features. Keyboard. The entry-level models of domestic to more than $400 or $500. The configuration will be more luxurious. All aspects are better. Must be with RGB dazzle color lighting effect. Axis and keycap material is also good. Will not appear to use a long time. The keycap on the case of wear off the paint. There is also the axle body that has the greatest impact on the feel of the keyboard. And Zhou Yang also found someone to study it, only to realize that there is a big difference. There are segmented axes suitable for gaming, usually clicking and clacking when pressed, and most of the keyboards that people stereotypically think of as oddly noisy are segmented axes. The most famous of these is the cherry green shaft. There are also linear shafts that are suitable for typing, lighter, and straight up and down, most notably cherry's red shaft, and domestic TTC's gold and pink shafts, among others. Zhou Yang summarized and made a table, and roughly understood what kind of keypads he was going to make. But he found that the use of the test, there is still a lack of young girls' opinions. Zhou Yang asked the few young female employees in the factory, such as artisan Xiao Jiang, their preferences for keypads. I like small, nice-looking ones, pink and white like this, Xiao Jiang said. This was considered to take care of the female group, but Zhou Yang also felt that there was a category of users missing. That is, female elites who were not poor. Zhou Yang then called Lu Xiao and asked her specifically for advice on the needs of the keyboard and mouse. Lu Xiao said, "Keyboard and mouse? I do not know the brand. Our assistant to buy me, to be small and good-looking on the line." "Okay, understood." Zhou Yang smiled and thanked her. Now Zhou Yang knows, for the young rich girl who is not poor, do not even consider what brand. Just look at the appearance. The performance is not difficult to use. After listening to the needs of many different groups of people, Zhou Yang had a rough outline for designing a keypad. He finally opened the drawing editing screen this time. The first thing to modify is the keyboard. There are two types of keyboard axis configurations that Zhou Yang needs. One is a clicking paragraph axis, suitable for playing games, with stronger mechanical feedback and a crisp feel, similar to playing the piano. The other is a linear axis, suitable for typing and other operations. Long-time use of the finger does not hurt, belongs to the axis of the oil. With the axle body established, it's all about looks and keycaps. This keyboard is a more balanced version of the recently popular 98-key arrangement, with a small footprint and a predominantly translucent appearance. One of the main focus is the full translucent keycaps. The material is PC plastic, also known as polycarbonate, so that you can see the lights under the keyboard. Love to play with the light effects of the players must have. There is also the black translucent color scheme, which looks black, but when the actual lights come on, you can see that it's semi-transparent, giving it a dark and hazy beauty. Also looking for keycap feel, that has opaque PBT material keycaps. After that, add the Bluetooth module so that it can be used without wires. Here, the product design is over, but buy your own axle body is too expensive. Good axle body sells more than $2 a keyboard 98 shafts. In this case, the cost of the shaft is close to more than 200 yuan, which obviously does not meet the requirements of Zhou Yang. However, there's nothing complex about mechanical shafts, and Cherry's patent on the shaft has expired and is commercially available to anyone, in which case it's probably 30 cents to make it. After the configuration was roughly determined, Zhou Yang used the optimization skill to optimize the feel. After everything was done, Zhou Yang clicked OK and a prompt came from the system. Chapter 161 Unified Series Keyboard and Mouse. Mechanical keyboard optimization is successful. The feel is strengthened by 30. The sound is strengthened by 25. After the system is optimized, it doesn't look the slightest bit different from the outside. Zhou Yang was just a little bit curious as to why the enhanced feel would even optimize the sound as well. The system explained, the hand feels better, and even the tapping sound becomes crisp and melodious, similar to the mahjong sound, which is an unexpected gain. Is the keyboard going to compete on top of the sound? It's a bit too rolled up. Zhou Yang sighed. I didn't realize there were so many doors in an unassuming keyboard. After optimization, the whole drawing is also designed. The axis body adopts modular design. That is to say, it supports hot swapping, so users can replace the axis body by themselves, and can enjoy the fun of DIY. This is a standard feature of today's new keyboards. Even if the user is not satisfied with the manufacturer's axes, then it is enough to replace them yourself. After designing it this way, the system let Zhou Yang name it. It's a product that's going to go on a boycott mission. A boycott of Giga. And that's going to have to be called Unity. Zhou Yang has long thought of a good name. White Emperor Unity Series. Specifically to combat the existence of technology and good products. The future of all PC-related parts will be named Unity. Must deter those foreign slave companies. System, White Emperor Unified 98 Mechanical Keyboard named successfully. Unity is the series name of the product. And 98 means it is a 98 key mailing list. In the future, if there are other allotment columns, such as 78, 64, etc., they will also be replaced with different numbers. Zhou Yang then got the keyboard drawings. He looked at the drawings. With the drawings can be produced keyboard. but inside the lack of color matching appearance. Zhou Yang then the artwork Zhang Yixin to find. Let her give the keyboard a few more good-looking color design. Keyboard this kind of thing. The appearance is too important. Or traditional keyboard that is not black or white monotonous color scheme. I'm sure to compete with other brands. While Zhang Yixin was designing the color scheme, Zhou Yang started designing the drawings for the mouse. This mouse is a tri-mode mouse. It is also the traditional wired USB connection, with 3 connection modes. This ensures convenience and allows you to use a keyboard and mouse on both desktops and laptops, even if there are no more jacks. Zhou Yang then started deleting and correcting the drawings. The original drawings with programming features, Zhou Yang directly delete. According to the survey, 90 of the users cannot use the programming function. With programming, you have to bring storage, small chips, etc. And that costs a couple dozen dollars more all of a sudden. So get rid of the programming and other features and keep only the most basic photocell sensing module. So the cost comes down. The original mouse shape, ergonomic. So the appearance of this does not need to change. Absolutely comfortable. Zhou Yang then put the focus of optimization on the accuracy. That is, the DPI of the mouse. The so-called DPI. That is, the mouse in the plane to move an inch away. The screen pointer relative to how many pixel points moved. The general office mouse 1600 DPI is enough. Gaming mouse, generally in 4000 to 8000, because the need to click accurate. But high-end professional mice, maybe up to 11000 DPI or more. So Zhou Yang took this one optimization opportunity and used it for DPI. Optimization complete. Mouse DPI accuracy, increase 30 to 10,000 points. Response time within 1 millisecond. The system optimization is complete. And this value is definitely enough to satisfy gamers. Whether you are a FPS player, or a LOL player, this mouse will never let them down. And that DPI is adjustable. And the drawings come with a driver that high-end users can download to adjust manually. For less demanding office users, it's no problem to get up and running. This mouse is powered by lithium batteries. Lithium battery capacity is relatively small. But in the case of excellent driver design, this mouse is very power-saving. Charge of power can use about 200 hours. The original this mouse is the black burst shell. Zhou Yang felt enough. He wants to give the design of the bottom has a circle of colorful light band. The cost may be a few cents, but can greatly enhance the face value. That's it. After clicking modify on the editing interface, added a light band to the mouse. You can see the gorgeous lights flashing regularly, especially texture. It's kind of a very nice modification without compromising performance. When the design was finished, Zhou Yang clicked submit. System, mouse design complete. Please name it. Unity. Zhou Yang still named it after Unity. So he got this White Emperor Unity Series 3 mode mouse. Now that both products had been designed, Zhou Yang gave all the drawings to Zhang and asked her to design a few more colorways. The molds are the same anyway. It's just the injection process with different color dyes. It's not a big deal. Xiao Jiang, also a young man, spent 2 days to design the mouse and keyboard with reference to the more than 40 keypads bought by the boss, each with 4 color schemes. The mouse comes in black, white, pink, and silver, while the keyboard is available in fully transparent, black translucent, and also pink keycap and black and white clashing keycap designs. Zhou Yang looked at the design drawings and felt that it was beautiful, taking care of straight men, but also having a pink color to fight for female users. So these are 2 peripheral products for both men and women. Next, it's time to shop for parts and determine costs. Zhou Yang then sent the list of required accessories to Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu has all of the mouse and keyboard's many production gadgets here, or one-stop shopping. It's just that he doesn't have a lot of parts in stock here that he has, and he needs to contact the manufacturer for shipment. So it takes a little while for the parts to be matched up. Zhou Yang wasn't in a hurry because he still had to go by the production line for keyboards and mice. As for the parts, Zhou Yang placed an order for 1 million sets at a time. Zhou Yang is also confident in this. If he designed the mouse and keyboard, not to sell 1 million sets, that is really his incompetence. When he wanted so much at once, Uncle Lu gave Zhou Yang a discounted price. Zhou Yang got all the samples of the accessories and let the factory start assembling them for trial production sampling. And at that point, Zhou Yang could already determine the cost of the 2 products. One of the 3-mode mice, costing only $18, plus logistics costs, plus another $2, $20. Zhou Yang then tried to sell a 3-mode gaming mouse for $25. Another 3-mode, fully transparent mechanical keyboard, costing 71 yuan, Zhou Yang intends to sell for 79 yuan. That's right, the 3-mode gaming mouse that sells for $100 or $200 elsewhere. Zhou Yang here is only 25 yuan, and the 3-mode mechanical keyboard that sells for $300 or $400 elsewhere. or even $700 or $800. Zhou Yang only sells for 79 yuan. Again, the classic 1/5 to 1/10 of the price range is what Whitey is using to downgrade Giga with a low price. The profit margins were very low this time. A mouse and keyboard, only making a few dollars. But Zhou Yang does not care. His unified series of products, one is to benefit the public. In addition to the technical good, this garbage enterprise, to be expelled from the domestic market. Let it eat pea go. By the time a few days had passed, the proofed uniform keyboard and mouse were on display on Zhou Yang's desk. It's a white mouse, and a fully transparent mechanical keyboard. Looking at the exquisite shape on it, and the Logosov White Emperor in Unity, Zhou Yang felt that it was all a bit too beautiful to be White Emperor's product, especially when plugged in. The dazzling colorful RGB lights up. It's especially cool, and it's a complete farewell to the previous straight style. Zhou Yang on the homegrown keyboard and mouse connected to the computer. Ding dong sound. The computer recognizes. The next can be tested. Chapter 162, Successful Trial. Kata. Zhou Yang stared at the screen and was clicking the mouse. Unified 3-mode mouse moves smoothly, clicks accurately. The buttons are gentle and obvious feedback. Every click, there is a crisp click sound. Zhou Yang played a favorable review. Then test its wireless connectivity. First of all, Bluetooth. Laptop, in Win 11 system, can automatically prompt Bluetooth connection, which makes computer whites. Can also be easy to operate. Directly click on OK to install and use. Just plug the receiver into the USB port of your desktop computer, and it will allow your desktop computer to use the mouse without a cable connected. It's so convenient, especially for users who have a messy desktop. With a wireless keyboard and mouse, the neatness of that desktop will rise exponentially. The keyboard's RGB lighting effects also surprised Zhou Yang. He had never used such a cool light keyboard before. This light effect not only has a preset 28 kinds, but also support the driver to customize the light. In addition to support the music rhythm, the so-called music rhythm, that is, when the computer is listening to the song, the light will be up and down with the fluctuation of the music. Like this light, you can look at the afternoon, as if looking at the waveform diagram. The look would be amazing, but the feel is even better. He previously used ordinary membrane keyboards, $20 or $30 a piece, knocking up soft, typing more tired. Before Zhou Yang used this cheap keyboard and didn't feel bad, but after using the White Emperor Unified 98 keyboard, the smooth feel, the rhythmic sound effects, made Zhou Yang so addicted that he even downloaded Kingsoft typewriter and practiced typing for an hour specifically. This is too comfortable to type, Zhou Yang sighed. It's really like some peer's hyperbolic tagline that typing on a unified keyboard is like doing a finger sloppy Joe. Of course, while others advertise bragging rights, Whitey's keyboards are a real treat. It's the kind of feeling that can make a person love typing. Between that crackling, the sound was, as the system said, like shuffling mahjong tiles, and it sounded particularly sensual. All in all, these are two keyboard and mouse products that surprised Zhou Yang very much. Zhou Yang felt that the launch would definitely take the market by storm. When he was done testing, he had the rest of the office test it as well, and they all raved about it. Whether it's the fussy coder with the keyboard and mouse, or the office ma and them, they all think it's a good mouse. First and foremost, it's all about feel, look, lighting and button sound, the most important metrics of a peripheral, all done right. In addition, the balance of ease of use and portability, the mouse on the hand to use, eliminating the pain of installation. There is no threshold for getting started, and the keyboard this feel, are common hundreds of dollars, or even more than $1,000 of keyboards only gasket structure, so that most people feel amazing, because before they have not used. Although the price of the keyboard comes to $79, it is not a bit better than a membrane keyboard, and it's pretty much one of the cheapest mechanical keyboards out there, especially for the knowledgeable gaming party. Spend tens of dollars to enjoy the experience of other gaming keyboards and mice hundreds of dollars. This cost-effective is absolutely hanging. After the success of the sample trial, there is still one last thing to do, which is to test the finished product, to see if the mouse and keyboard are durable or not. Even if the keyboard and mouse feel great, they don't work. So Zhou Yang asked the system to help him test the lifespan of these two products. The system, after dozens of seconds of simulation calculations, and finally came to the conclusion: unified mouse, micro switch life up to 20 million times, RGB light strip life in more than 100,000 hours, scroll wheel life in general normal use, in 4 to 5 years, the use of infrequent, available up to 7 or 8 years or even more. Unified keyboard, the life of the shaft is at 50 million clicks, which can guarantee the yield rate at 99. The keycaps will not fade within 5 years of using friction. RGB light strip, the service life is more than 100,000 hours. The system gives the finished product test indicators. Zhou Yang is deeply gratified. This click are 10 million times up. Basically normal non-extreme use. Generally speaking, with a 4 or 5 years is not much of a problem. That's definitely enough lifespan for a tens of dollars keypad. And even if it breaks in 4 or 5 years, that saves a carton of cigarettes and you can buy a new one. Then Zhou Yang decided to give a generous after-sales standard for these two keypad products. That is, 2 years only replacement, not repair. The third year free repair. So that has been better than other similar keypads on the market warranty date. General peripherals, including Gigabyte products, come with a 1-year warranty. The fact that Zhou Yang can shout such slogans is a sign of confidence in his product and trust in the system. The system tested. That is the absolute authority, which saves him too much time for extreme testing. So after a week, when all the accessories from Uncle Lou's side arrived, Zhou Yang's side, the professional production equipment for the keypads, has also been installed and commissioned, and has begun its trial run. For the production of mice, the injection molding process and circuit boards are mainly used. One of them, the circuit board, is the foundation of the electrical factory, and Whitey also purchased one of them, specializing in the production of circuit boards for keypads. As for the injection molding process, the system gave one away before, in the old factory. However, this injection molding production line, which had to produce shells for other products in the factory, was already operating at full capacity, so Zhou Yang decided to put on 2 more injection molding production lines. Zhou Yang has nothing else. Is the liquidity, real money smashed out? A week to use the new production line. After that, purchase a few cents a cable, and a $1 receiver, and then the tri-mode mouse is born. Keyboard production, though, requires quite a bit more work. The first is that both the case and keycaps need to be injection molded, and these Whitey has purchased new equipment. But the mechanical shaft body production, you need special equipment, through the injection molding plastic housing, and a metal conductive shrapnel, plus the shaft and spring, installed together. Of course, add a little lube to the center of the slide so that when you press on the shaft, it's smooth. By the time the bases and shafts are produced, an automated machine with a delicate robot is needed to install the shafts and keycaps. Of course, this part of the work can also be used manually. If the machine is too late to produce, you can urgently find other processes of the workers over to manual installation. This kind of work is basically unskilled. As long as it is over 4 years old, will play Legos to that extent, can be engaged in the installation of the keyboard work. So the technology content of this keypad, in general, is relatively low, and many of these patented technologies have already passed the protection period and can be used at will, which eliminates the cost of research and development. Currently on the market, mouse and keyboard sold expensive. One, because of the brand premium, it is equivalent to the peripheral circle of luxury goods. The other is, those old big manufacturers, to maintain the brand forcing, the product must be maintained at a high level. A keyboard several thousand. In fact, the cost is so little. This situation, however, came to an end when Whitey joined this industry. Anyway, White Emperor's keyboard and mouse, top quality, but the price is low. Just with this cost-effective, absolutely sweep the market. Basically on the market, there will be no one to buy expensive but not good Giga products. In order to produce keypads, Zhou Yang has set aside a special large plant to install and debug equipment. From preparation to formal production, Zhou Yang only used about half a month's time, which is definitely a unique production speed in the industry. After that, Whitey went into a phase of frantic stockpiling, at least hundreds of thousands of keyboards and mice, lest the opening of the sale, due to lack of stock, and be scolded by customers. Those netizens who had previously petitioned on BaiDi's official website had been urging Zhou Yang to make a product to punish Giga. However, Zhou Yang was still in the process of debugging the production line at that time, so he didn't disclose the progress, only saying that it was getting close. Then time entered into August. The weather reached the hottest time of the year. The weather is hot. People are easily agitated. Many radical netizens have already left messages on the official website to slam Zhou Yang, saying that he does not count on his words. It's been half a month. Why haven't we gotten a letter yet? Are you boycotting Giga or not? At this time the summer vacation has been half, and college freshmen has begun to prepare for the start of the school year. Equipment. Many of them are from ordinary families, do not have too much money to buy expensive cell phones and computers. These students are also begging the White Emperor can do a little bit of freshman equipment that they can use. It's not a coincidence. Zhou Yang, just when the preparation is almost ready, public speech, said that the new products have been prepared, will soon be on sale nationwide. Please get ready. At the same time, these new products, students, can also be used in the opening season. Sort of a gift for the students. So much for the internet and the students. Joe Young didn't sell any more secrets and decided to hold an online new product conference 3 days later. As soon as these words came out, there were many media outlets that immediately sent in applications for interviews on the same day. Now Whitey's popularity is, to use a proverbial expression, that of a popular fried chicken. Not only is he famous among netizens, but also the central media and central enterprises have stood up for him. This kind of fame has given Whitey a popularity not inferior to that of well-known electrical appliance manufacturers. This is the time for Whitey's launch, so of course the media is going to come along for the ride. From the beginning, Joe Yang had asked for the reporters to come to the show. To now, the reporters were actively begging to come to the conference, which meant that Baidu's strength had improved by a large margin. Soon, 3 days passed by in a flash, and the launch took place at 9 a.m. as scheduled. Inside the Baidu auditorium, there were a large number of media reporters on stage, as well as some hardcore netizens who had been invited. They all waited with eager anticipation for the appearance of the White Emperor's sect leader, Joe Yang. Chapter 163, Free Keyboard and Mouse Exchange. Hello everyone, welcome to the White Emperor new product launch. I'm Joe Yang. Joe Yang walked out from backstage, which had almost become his regular opening line. Then there were cheers and applause from below. The ones invited this time are all the iron fans of Baidu. They basically use the whole Baidu family bucket. And they also speak positively on the website and are very active. And they even have a little bit of admiration for Joe Yang, so they are very happy to be able to come this time. This new launch, however, is not quite the same as before, because this time, the release is a product that came from the netizens themselves by petition, just to dislike another company. Everyone knows who it is. You all know the origin of this new product, in order to avoid receiving a lawyer's letter. So I won't say the name of the friendly company. And the two new products this time are still gifts for the new students who are about to start school. Joe Yang on the stage. The masking red cloth removed. It reveals the back of the 4 keyboards. For mice, this new product all the color scheme. Mouse and keyboard? The netizens who watched the live broadcast were stunned in unison, not realizing that it was just these 2 small products. In their imagination, Whitey should just produce laptops. That's the big guy. They also wanted to grab a $199 solo laptop, which turned out to be a mouse and keyboard. So many felt disappointed. We should not underestimate the peripherals. He is our limb contact to the most computer accessories too. The mouse and keyboard is good or bad, directly related to our experience of using the computer. Joe Yang began to show everyone the new product features. The keyboard typed and crackled with a very crisp and special sound. Joe Yang then fielded a question about what the keyboard's typing sounds like. The correct answer on the spot rewarded a set of keypads. Iron fans on the stage have raised their hands. Someone is a mahjong lover. Every day to rub mahjong. This sound is closed eyes no. He answered on the spot, mahjong. The answer is correct. The answer is mahjong. Joe Yang let his employees go and give a gift to this fan who answered correctly. Then the artist, Xiao Jiang, came over to show some mouse and keyboard operations, precise clicks, and input without any delay, in addition to the brilliant RGB lighting. With some of the lighting on the stage turned off, the fully translucent keyboard lighting really dazzled, ebbing and flowing up and down as the soundtrack played. A lot of people who didn't think so at first were captivated by the flashball that rivaled a nightclub, and soon thought it really smelled good, and they wanted the keyboard. Ask a boy how he can resist the temptation of a colorful, shiny RGB keyboard. On the stands, Joe Yang then joined artisan Xiao Jiang to demonstrate the cowhide of the keyboard and mouse. Since this set of keypads focuses on gaming, it's all about playing games. Joe Yang had also played a lot of games in college, and this time during the demo he played a gunfighting game where he easily abused the computer characters. As you can see, this latency rate is very small and there is no delay at all in playing the game. With the game demo out of the way, let's talk about this keyboard and mouse setup. What gasket structure? Fully transparent keyboard, self-developed axle, etc. People who know what they're doing naturally cry out loud, but those who don't know what they're doing are just like listening to a book in the sky. But it does not matter. Joe Yang just say a word. This keyboard gaga good. Everyone buy just good. Not good 7 days no reason to return on the line. Seeing Joe Yang so confident, the audience watching the live broadcast also came to be interested, intending to buy a set of use. Anyway, unsatisfied can also be returned. No worries. Here's how much the keypad will cost. Let me guess. $59 for the mouse and $99 for the keyboard. On the live feed, some people were posting pop-ups to guess the price. Bullshit. Don't mouse this configuration of a couple hundred, or even 300 or 400. I think 70 or 80 a mouse is more reliable. The keyboard is even more bullshit. This configuration of similar keyboards have to be 400 or 500 or more. The White Emperor keyboard is to save again. That has to be more than $100 it. I think also, I think the mouse 70. Keyboard 150. This is more reasonable. I usually buy keycaps, a set of more than $100. This keyboard can't be cheaper than the keycaps that others buy separately, right? Those of you who know what you're talking about are voicing your opinions. At this point, a very highly ranked white emperor netizen posted a one-word pop-up that subdued the group, clearly dissatisfied. The netizen called white word don't change into "een," contemptuously said, "You understand the keyboard and mouse, but don't understand the white emperor. If the white emperor's peripheral products, but also to sell more than 100, then he's not called the white emperor." Other netizens agreed, but soon after, some people sent out emoticons banning driving, and they denounced the netizen called white characters should never be replaced by "een." ID too shy. And then there are the innocent babies who don't understand what this means. You better not understand. Numerous netizens marveled at the fact that there were such pure children online. But also, why does it still feel so astringent when everything this white emperor says after turning "een" is clearly normal? Despite the indecent name of this immodest netizen, he is correct in saying that it is just not possible for Whitey's products to be sold at such a high price, and that neither of these products should be more than $100. And as to how low they can go, there is no telling, because Whitey always surprises them. Before Whitey came along, they didn't know that tablet computers could be sold for $99, electric cars for $299, televisions for $148. In short, anything was possible in Whitey. After Joe Yang explained the functions of the keypad on stage, it was time for the most exciting part of announcing the price. So how much are we selling these two keypads? Exactly? Trimode gaming mouse for $25 and Trimode mechanical keyboard for $79. When Joe Yang finished his announcement, many gamers let out a cry of crap. The price is just nifty. Even if they buy a cottage Bluetooth mouse at Concubinage, it's basically the same price. And it's still hard to use. And Whitey's mouse is so cheap, it's a real aroma. Keyboard is more beautiful. The configuration is unbeatable than other keyboards with the same configuration, at least 400 or 500 cheaper. Really is to buy is to earn. However, careful users quickly realized that Whitey the keypad does not yet have an exclusive name. The previous products can have exclusive names in English or Chinese characters. Seeing the pop-ups, Joe Yang explained, or netizens are attentive. Of course the names of the keypads are there, and it also involves the original purpose of this product design, which is to oppose the bent independent enterprises. Although we white emperor are not talented, but we have the responsibility and obligation to maintain the unification of the motherland. We have these two keypads, both of which are named with a unified name, in order to boycott the products of a certain bent independent enterprise, and we want to make them completely disappear in the country. So here, I'm going to say an important provision. Joe Yang looked around and saw that many reporters were pointing their cell phones and lenses at him, so he said aloud, "As long as you're still using the keyboard and mouse of that bend-alone enterprise, you can mail it to us and redeem our corresponding brand new keyboard and mouse. Perhaps you feel that the value doesn't match, and that the high price of the friendly products makes this redemption unfair. However, I will say that the experience of using our White Emperor products absolutely blows away the friendlies, and we all have to work together to drive the bent-alone enterprise out of the country." Yes, Joe Yang finished. The audience on the stage are shouting, and then a long-lasting applause. This is the White Emperor. Actually have this courage, their own money, but also to reduce the share of technology good products. This time, after the Bending of the Giga Soul event came out, there is no enterprise to speak out, as if it is not a matter of concern. And Whitey became the first domestic response to the enterprise, and also in such a rigid way. Not only the netizens like, the reporter is even more so, which the degree of the topic is coming. The journalists also found out that ByD is synonymous with hotspots, and when they come to a new product launch, there are always some hotspots coming out, and they will definitely come back next time. After that it was time for a question and answer session from the reporters and audience on the floor. Everyone raised their hands high and asked questions enthusiastically, and now they had multiple questions that they wanted Joe Yang to answer. Chapter 164, Terrifying Sales. During the Q&A session, Joe Yang picked a reporter. The reporter got up and asked, "May I ask Joe Yang, isn't White Emperor afraid of retaliation from the other side for doing this?" Joe Yang gave a slight smile. "Retaliate against me for what? If I was afraid, I wouldn't have done it. And since ancient times, evil can't defeat good. It's not that they should be afraid of me, isn't it? I have the support of 1.4 billion Chinese compatriots behind me. They're bend-alone enterprise. What kind of onion are they?" Yes, the audience on stage collectively applauded. Joe Yang is right. As long as the children of China are screwed together, the world is not afraid of anyone, not to mention a curved independent enterprises, even if they recognize the foreign father came. The same to dry down. Another reporter continued the question. "May I ask, Does Whitey only have keyboards and mice as products to boycott? Of course not, said Zhou Yang. There are all kinds of computer accessory products to follow, until the curved independent enterprises are subdued. Anyway, with my white emperor in the country, the curved independent enterprises don't want to harvest at will in the country. Go back to their foreign fathers' territory. Yes, the crowd roared again. With that, one of the Iron fans got up and asked, I really do have a bad Sojourner keyboard at home. I smashed it when the accident happened and it's cracked. Can I still get a white emperor keyboard? Of course you can, said Zhou Yang. It makes sense to change it this way. As long as it is a keyboard and mouse from a certain company, you can come and change it. Of course, don't send in the ones you pick up from the trash. For one thing, it's not hygienic. For another, they are supposed to be garbage, and the garbage can is where they belong. Here Zhou Yang used the word garbage to refer to Giga. The scene was now very crowded with people asking questions. A reporter stood up on his tiptoes and kept jumping, trying to get Zhou Yang's attention. It seemed that he wanted to ask questions very much. Zhou Yang smiled and let that reporter ask the question. This male reporter then inquired, May I ask what you're going to recycle the keypads of a certain good, and what you're going to end up keeping them for? Are they going to be refurbished and reused? This is a bit disgusting. Zhou Yang directly replied, That won't be the case. Garbage products? Only worthy of destruction. We will regularly release the destruction video. Please the majority of netizens to witness. Absolutely will not refurbish these garbage. To our white emperor's keypads are not worthy of shoes. Now everyone's good feelings towards ByD instantly skyrocketed. Our enterprises, ByD and other enterprises are really different. Something he really on. Zhou Yang finally also announced that during the first month, the keyboard and mouse set promotion, anyone who purchased a keyboard and mouse set would be given a free mouse pad. This time the netizens are also convinced, are so cheap, and also send a mouse pad. They are really afraid of white emperor lose too much and go out of business. Then the new product launch officially ended, and those who came to attend could come up to the stage to receive a set of keypads. More than half of these people have opted for a fully transparent or black transparent keyboard. The shape is just awesome. This time, not only the Iron fans who came to the scene expressed their satisfaction, but also the news reporters were filled with the light of this seemingly arrogant challenge statement made by ByD. Pactai was the first company to openly fight against bending independence, and those enthusiastic netizens, who have found their backbone, are all working together for one goal, which is to drive all the bending independent companies out of the country. Better go out of business. When the conference was over, the major media published Zhou Yang's bold statement. Then the news brewed online and caused a lot of controversy. The hot-blooded netizens then said that Zhou Yang had done a good job and they must buy ByD's products to support their compatriots. There are many, however, who call out Whitey for putting on a show and using patriotism as a marketing tool. There are also people who say that the white emperor is not self-important. How big a company is Giga? But also want to challenge others. They casually out of a finger to the white emperor destroyed. There are also said Whitey this is useless. Giga even if not in the mainland to sell the mouse and keyboard. There are still overseas markets. This boycott is not much use. Anyway, say what you will. The netizens were furious when they read it, thinking how come there's always this group of barflies on the internet. However, it was soon discovered that many of the people making these strange comments were water armies, and many of the comments were in traditional Chinese characters, that is, people on the side of the bend, and sure enough, the enemy is all around us. Anyway, the knowledgeable people are waiting for the keyboard and mouse to go on sale, and they happen to go on a buying spree. On the third day of the launch, White Emperor's side of the keyboard and mouse products, the warehouse has accumulated more than 500,000 sets can be opened for sale. At 10 a.m. on the opening day of the sale, just 1 hour into the sale of the keypads, 400,000 sets were sold. Among them, 300,000 sets of mice and 100,000 sets of keyboards. And that's just an hour's worth of battle. It's not even exaggerated. Such was the fire sale, fiercer than any before it, which led to a large chunk of the accumulated 500,000 in stock going down in no time at all. Seeing this situation, Zhou Yang immediately went to order raw materials and look for foundries, who themselves only produce tens of thousands of sets a day, completely unable to keep up with such a horrific amount of orders. The good thing is that there are a lot of keystone manufacturers in the province, so you should be able to find a manufacturer to subcontract. And this hot purchase has been the subject of much media coverage. This is an absolutely phenomenal number of keypads sold, and Whitey jumped to number 1 in the industry. It seems like every time Whitey releases a new product these days, sales are off the charts. In fact, other peers have also noticed that they want to follow the example of ByD and make some very low-priced products so as to explode the order. But when it really comes to imitation, It turns out that imitation can't even be imitated. High rent and labor costs, so that their cost price, are far cheaper than the White Emperor's products. They do not understand why the White Emperor can make such a cheap product. Cheap even if, after all, as long as you are willing to lose money, you can sell a cheap price. But Whitey's cheapness is different. People are cheap on the premise of good quality to make it seem cost effective. If it was just cheap and broke after 2 uses, it would be garbage and wouldn't have the horrible sales it has. Eventually White Emperor first day sales results came out. 500,000 of the mouse stock was snapped up. See, the sales are too hot. Joe Yang found that something is not right, so let the customer service first set the link to the sold out state, and then a small number of tens of thousands of sets released every day, lest people order to buy the goods cannot be complained about. He originally thought that stocking 500,000 units should be able to cope with a month, but it turned out to be dried out for him in a day, giving Joe Yang a headache, and he could only step up his search for a foundry. And when people couldn't buy the $25 mouse, they went for the keyboard. So on the second day, the original 500,000 sets of keyboards were sold out, which was such a hot sale that it scared Whitey's customer service. Unanswered messages, often 99+. In the face of such a situation, Joe Yang then appealed in the official website for rational consumption. Screw rational consumption. I'm all about wild consumption. I'll support whoever fights hard against the bent dictatorship corporations. Joe Yang, I advise you to mind your own business. I'm just going to buy White Emperor's keypad. These netizens are really cute too, supporting Whitey with their practical actions. When, in the first place, a joint petition of 1 million netizens was solicited in a few days, then the million netizens, basically, would buy Whitey's products to support it. This translates to a guaranteed sale of 1 million units. Then the 500,000 sets Joe Yang had prepared in advance were simply not enough. And this time, the keypad is really beautiful and good, which is good enough even for a gift. What's not to like about buying a unified keyboard and mouse from Whitey for your own use and to support Whitey at the same time? Soon, there were the first batch of netizens who received the goods, and they began to show off, using the keyboard and mouse of the White Emperor. Bah humbug. There are also professional peripheral review bloggers who are interested in this hot keychain. Among them was Beaver Cheshire. This lovely female blogger, last time, she had done a video on the use of Pactai's air water heater and received good results. Pactai also impressed her. Then this time, she opened her cell phone and saw the news of Pactai's Hardkong Giga. She was particularly impressed, so she also ordered a full set of keypads. That is, for color-coordinated keyboards and mice, 8 of which she bought in one sitting. When the courier arrived, she was the first to open the box and record the video. Chapter 165, Brainless Buying with Closed Eyes. Hello guys, I'm your Beaver. Beaver greets everyone at the beginning of the video. After that she describes the feud between Whitey and Gigabyte, and then this product, which vows to drive Gigabyte keypads out of the country, gets a look in. Beaver, one of the few girls left who knew a lot about keyboards and mice, tested the mouse first. It really does have 10,000 DPI, no less than some $100 or $200 mice. Oh my god, is this the kind of mouse you can have for $25? As soon as Beaver tried it, he was amazed by the Whitey unified mouse. Truth be told, Whitey's mouse is not much better than those 100 or 200, 300 or 400 counterparts, but once you look at the price, it's only 1/10 of what others have, and the performance is about the same, so as long as it is a normal-minded person knows which product to buy. After playing a few games, Beaver found the White Emperor mouse to be a pleasure to use with negligible latency and a comfortable grip. In the video, Beaver also posted a hilarious clip of her throwing all 7 or 8 3-mode mice she had previously bought into the trash. Of course, there was shame in wasting it. She was just taking a video, and she would have to keep these mice later. After all, she had several computers at home, and she would need these spare mice as well. Then Beaver began to test the keyboard. As soon as this keyboard was connected to the computer, it began to emit a soft colored light, which looked like the flickering of buring, and was very pleasing to Beaver. Of course, the most important thing about the keyboard is the feel and the feeling of use. The Beaver is also considered to have used the majority of the keyboard brands on the market. This time to use the keyboard of the White Emperor. The strike feels very gentle, typing is very comfortable, and the sound is good. Wow, is this the quality of a $79 keyboard? Wouldn't that make the $699 fully transparent keyboard I bought earlier, and the $3,000 plus co-branded keyboard, a big injustice? Beaver marveled repeatedly. Other people 600 or 700 keyboard configuration, White Emperor unified keyboard all have similar performance, but the price is too fragrant to blow up. Anyway, once Beaver used it, she fell in love with the keyboard. So she made another video and threw all 10 or so of her keyboards into the big dumpster downstairs. Of course, she got those keyboards back after the shoot. After all, she had a penchant for collecting electronics, and those keyboards were way too expensive. But the shape, the color scheme, and the keycap patterns were each different in their own way, and since she had bought them, she was collecting them. Anyway, in the final video summary, Beaver concludes, if you're not a big fan of a certain keypad brand, Whitey Keypad, you can buy it with your eyes closed and you can't go wrong, because any keyboard and mouse on the market in the same price range doesn't work as well as the White Emperor, and the ones that do work better than the White Emperor are basically hundreds of dollars more expensive than it. It's always nice to save money. Once the video was posted this time, it sparked a buzz in the community. Beaver's influence is still quite large, and she has a vote of fans on all major platforms, which caused a shock, because the Beaver's video, generally very objective, never boast a step on one, like so subjective recommendation, or the first time. Anyway, this keyboard and mouse is not expensive. Two together is only 104 yuan, but also more consented Zhou Tianxian new pattern mousepad. Why not? So they joined the ordering army. This has allowed Whitey's keypads, in 5 days, to have soared to over 1 million sales, shocking the industry. The current production bottleneck is the keyboard, because the production of the axis, but also circuit boards, etc., more cumbersome. The good thing is that the keyboard sales are not as much as the mouse. After looking for an OEM, but also can barely meet the purchase demand. But the mouse will not be able to. The turn of the eye is more than 1 million sales, directly climbed to the whole platform monthly sales of the most mouse-key mouse equipment. Now before the cottage mouse gathering place of concubinage, almost overnight, those $120 cottage mouse are extinct, because the cottage mouse and the White Emperor mouse contrast, too no cost effective. Those single mode, DPI less than 2000 mice really can't be bothered. It can be said that Whitey, by himself, dried up the cottage mouse to extinction. There are also keyboards. Mechanical keyboards are only sold for 79 yuan, cheaper than some membrane keyboards, but also exploded to kill most of the keyboards with the same specifications. The configuration is cheaper than others for hundreds of dollars, and suddenly let the peers into the sales of cold winter. Before the day can also ship dozens of hundreds of pieces of goods, and White Emperor keyboard and mouse appeared. Other brands of products have no cost-effective, the price difference of nearly 1/10, which is still how to play. Domestic keyboard and mouse counterparts. See such a cheap White Emperor. Feel incredible. They all think before White Emperor is to do electrical appliances. Not the slightest attention. How to enter the peripheral market. When they realized that they basically couldn't make a single order a day for their own products, they realized something was wrong and immediately bought Whitey's products back to study them. As a result of the test, the peers were dumbfounded. Whitey's products, and they sell hundreds of products. The performance is almost the same. They do not understand, Whitey, how to achieve such a low price. So there is a funny scene. These peers even bought White Emperor's keyboard and mouse, and then changed their packaging to sell. Even the Whitey keypads sell for less than the cost of their own products. So how does that even play out? You can't even try to have a price war. You can't lose your pants. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Inside a keyboard company called Li-Fi, the owner, Yu Li-Fi, exclaimed that it was impossible. It seems like a pipe dream that Whitey can sell a keyboard that costs their company a couple $100 for $79. The feeling, like a native living on an overseas continent who just celebrated learning to make a bow and arrow, and then a group of invaders with muskets came to the island, was just so desperate. A few technicians at Lifestyle estimated how they could produce the same keyboard so cheaply. First of all, it is necessary to plant does not cost money, and then the cost of a full set of equipment cannot be calculated, as well as the shell, circuit boards, shafts, keycaps, etc., are to produce their own, and labor to be very cheap, and there is no R&D costs, so that the cost of about $80 barely, but still, and the White Emperor's products have a gap. Forget it, break it all up. The keyboard business has changed. The owner, Yu Li-Hui, said with disillusionment that a small factory like theirs couldn't compete with a monster-level big factory like White Emperor. The subordinates urged, "But we're closing down like this? This is all your hard work, boss. What else can we do if we don't close? We can't even sell the keyboards now that we've made them. They cost just over 100 unless they're cheaper than Whitey's to clear out. There's no more screwing around." Yu Li-Hui was despondent. He slumped in his chair, as if he had aged several years at once. He didn't even know how to go about talking to the dozens of employees on the shop floor. He didn't know what he did wrong, but somehow he lost. Despite his reluctance, Yu Li-Hui decided to announce the closure of the factory today. Just then, the landline phone in the office rang, and a female employee picked it up. "Hey, we're not doing it at the factory anymore. The female employee said despondently. My name is Zhou Yang. Can I talk to your boss? The female employee didn't know any Zhou Yang, but when the other party said that he was the factory manager of Baidi, he immediately shocked everyone in the office, including the boss Yu Li Hui. Yu Li Hui's mood was complicated. His good industry is by the White Emperor screwed up. The other party is now calling. Is it to humiliate and show off? With questions, Yu Li Hui picked up the phone. Chapter 166 Establishment of Intentions to Cooperate. Hello boss Yu, I'm Baidi's factory manager Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was on the phone and introduced himself. It's boss Zhou. What do you want with a small factory manager like me? Yu Li Hui spoke with a slightly disheveled feeling, mainly because his hard-earned factory, in the absence of any business mistakes, is about to close down, so that he is very saddened. Zhou Yang, on the other hand, said, I'm looking for you to ask you if you have any intention to cooperate? It turned out that Zhou Yang understood the domestic keypad market, and found that some big manufacturer's business philosophy and he is completely different. There is no need to communicate, and those big factories have been speaking on the internet lately in the shade, and the product cannot be sold. Surely hate the White Emperor. After all, the unification of the new keyboard and mouse, a big blow to the peers. This specializes in the production of keyboards. Li Hui Company is different, although the factory is not large, but there are many loyal users, good reputation. The boss is also willing to accept new ideas, often out of some conceptual keyboard, belonging to the industry's reformist. Those traditional keyboard and mouse factory, is the old-fashioned school, a keyboard and mouse style, a uses many years, in the industry now, have become a hot plug, RGB light effects, color keycaps of the era. But the big factory is still more than 10 years ago that monotonous set of black and white color scheme. The function is also no innovation, often a set of mold within years. This is criticized by the users, but the big companies still call it nostalgia. But in the parlance of the low IQ, that's laziness and arrogance. So after Zhou Yang had learned about it and wanted to find a keyboard factory to work with, he chose lifestyle. Zhou Yang just made the call. Cooperation? Why are you looking for me? My factory is not that big? Yu Li Hui wondered. Because I think we're on the same page, and I've seen before that you like to research new styles of keyboards, and you're willing to listen to user suggestions for the sake of your users. I think our two companies can definitely do something together. Zhou Yang threw out the olive branch, as if the first time to find the net heart water purifier company. Not necessarily peers are all enemies, as long as it is good, but also can make money together. When Li Hui asked for clarification that Zhou Yang was looking for them to OEM and cooperate in the development of new products, he shook his head. This keyboard of yours, White Emperor, is only selling for $79 with this configuration, and if I'm not wrong, you should be selling it at sticker cost, without a few dollars of profit. I give you OEM, how much can you give me? I'm afraid that you'll have to subsidize me at a loss? That's not realistic. Yu Li Hui is very calm. This kind of thing that seems to be good for him. Usually there is a pit in it. He firmly believes that there is no good thing that falls from the sky. But he misunderstood Zhou Yang, who was not like other entrepreneurs. Other entrepreneurs always take into account the small profits in front of them, while Zhou Yang's goal is the stars and the sea. Facing Yu Li Hui's question, Zhou Yang then said, of course, OEM for me, both of us don't make any money, but this is just a start, a process of getting familiar with each other. When we are familiar with each other, we'll develop a new product together. I'll provide the core technology, you'll be in charge of the assembling and formalities, and then open up the international market. International markets. Yu Lisan's eyes lit up. Before his company also did foreign trade products, profits than domestic lucrative, but the orders are not stable, and foreigners prefer to find a large factory OEM, or build their own factories. After all, the keyboard and not much technology. Foreign trade is lucrative, but if someone else said it, Yu Lisan would not believe it. But Zhou Yang is different, and has already had successful experiences with water purifiers and electric blankets before, and with White Emperor's size, he shouldn't miss this bit of lifestyle's family. With so much at stake, Yu Li Hui needed to think about it. Zhou Yang then proposed that he wanted to come to visit Li Hui, and the two could meet face to face. Sure, any time. Yu Li Hui welcomed. Then things are settled. Zhou Yang said tomorrow to take the high-speed train over. After all, are a province, convenient and quick. When they hung up, the employees below asked how it went. Yu Li Hui then said, today's vacation and rest. Tomorrow all come to the factory. We seem to not have to close down. Oh, these employees cheered. It was certainly better to have a decent job than to have the company go out of business. Everyone is happy. The next day, Zhou Yang arrived at Li Hui Company, and Yu Li Hui personally greeted him. Although he had seen Zhou Yang on TV, He was nonetheless shocked by Zhou Yang's youth and Xuechuan's aura. It's rare to be so accomplished at such a young age. Then he led Zhou Yang on a tour of the factory. Lifui Company is not big on the area of this piece, not even compared to the old factory of White Emperor, but Lifui Factory is clean and hygienic. The equipment is well maintained, and the spirit of the staff is also good. This meets Zhou Yang's requirements. So when the two came to the office, they started talking about cooperation. In the previous period, Lifui mainly gave Zhou Yang OEM keyboards and produced the unified 98 keyboard. Of course, there's not much profit to be made here, only a guarantee not to lose money. And during this period, the two companies to cooperate, technology sharing, Whitey to provide the core technology, and Lifui Company has a mature production experience of each column keyboard. The two sides complement each other's strengths. Cooperation is a win-win situation. In the future, we will develop several foreign trade type keyboards that can be exported overseas. After all, overseas is their goal. In the domestic sticker cost in the sale of White Emperor keypad. To go abroad, that is not the price. To go overseas to earn knife music. And what Lifui Company has to do is to go and apply for the export index. When the time comes, Zhou Yang will contact Wang Tao and export the keyboard to sell abroad. Both sides, this is a show of strengths. Okay, after thinking about it, Lifui agreed that the program was feasible. But he also maintains a last vestige of wariness to check out the Whittier factory. Zhou Yang welcomed him over in that he could go back with Zhou Yang. So the two of them bought tickets on the spot, and they went off to Deep Town together. When he arrived at Baidi, Lifui exclaimed, "This is the big factory." There were a lot of trucks coming in and out of the Whittier factory, and it was a thriving scene. And Whitey's keypads, which sell so hot online, are only produced in one workshop, while the others are all other appliances. This time Lifui believe, Zhou Yang simply do not care to cheat him. Even if he does not do the keyboard business, he can rely on other electrical appliances. Business is also very nourishing. So he was relieved when he visited Whitey and the two signed an agreement of intent. Only after various details have been negotiated will the two parties formally sign the cooperation contract. So far, from the next day onwards, Lifui would give Whitey OEM keyboards at cost price, while preparing for the foreign trade type keyboards later on. On Zhou Yang's side, after several days of preparation, he was also about to start an important activity. That would be destroying the recycled keypads from Giga. Chapter 167, The Roller Serves. Zhou Yang had publicly promised at the unified keyboard and mouse launch that as long as someone had a keypad product from Tejia, regardless of the old or new in the model, they could come in and get a free replacement keypad from Whitey. After so many days of collecting and redeeming, a total of 6,000 or 7,000 Giga keypads have been collected. This is not any profit, but also to give away the keyboard and mouse for nothing, belonging to the pure loss of money. But Zhou Yang willingly. This is because it reduces the popularity of Giga's products, lest they remain in the user's home and advertise to Giga. In order to fulfill the boycott mission, Zhou Yang could say that he had to be reckless. He also said to do, in order to avoid people saying that he recycled Giga products, to take second-hand parts. So every recycling Whitey made a record, and will be concentrated to a certain size, then live destruction. 2 days before, Zhou Yang made a live broadcast forecast that there was no wind today, which was suitable for destroying garbage. So Zhou Yang gathered dozens of workers. Everyone came together to participate in the destruction of the products of the Ben Dun Enterprises. After setting up the live signal, the live room was instantly flooded with over 100,000 people. We see, a group of White Emperor employees, is a large number of gigabyte keyboard mouse, put on the concrete floor, a total of 8,000 keyboard mouse, stacked together. See, this is also a little spectacular. Hello audience, I think you all know what I'm going to do today. Zhou Yang then pointed behind him. That's right, it's about destroying a certain brand. So let's cut the crap and start now. With a wave of Zhou Yang's hand, an employee drove a rented roller to the side and slowly pressed through the pile of keypads. It was surprisingly and inexplicably cool to hear all sorts of shattering sounds. Crushing trash. That's quite a relief. The netizens in the live broadcast room cheered when they saw it. And now that the popularity of the live broadcast room had reached more than 500,000 people, everyone came to see Baidi destroy the trash. Netizens were screaming about the scene on the air, and it was a big hit. After a few passes of the roller, the keypads had become complete garbage, and the employees around them applauded together, with some banging on a drum. It's a product of the crushing of the bent soul enterprise, which is much more atmospheric than the zapping of a small person. I can crush the keystrokes today, and when it's later, I'm going to run Giga over completely. At this point in the pop-up, someone was saying it's a shame. If you don't want it, give him those keypads. When Zhou Yang saw it, his expression suddenly became serious and said to this netizen, I don't know if you did it intentionally or unintentionally. In any case, this sentence can't be said. That enterprise represents the bent soul snobbery, arrogant and domineering. We treat him as a blood thicker than water brother. They treat us as an enemy, even backstabbing and mocking us. Have all seen the video of their boss satirizing us? Our countrymen are preaching thrift and frugality, but we also need to distinguish between occasions, like this kind of enemy's goods. That's even cheaper not to stay. After Joe Young used this pop-up to educate the netizens, he announced that the live broadcast was about to end. The destruction was a success, after which the scraps, which will be disposed of harmlessly and sent to the dump, will continue to be crushed the next time more are saved. The broadcast was brief, but impactful, and was quickly reprinted by various media outlets. The people of the country naturally clapped their hands and praised Joe Young for being man enough to do what he said. Whitey followed suit and became famous, and many people traded their Giga keypads for new Whitey products. While on the surface, it is the redeeming user who loses out after all. They spent $200 or $300 on a Giga product and redeemed it for a tens of dollars Whitey keypad. But this experience rises not a little bit. Giga's products cannot be said to be poor, but compared to the White Emperor, it is the dregs. On this point, the disassembly blogger Lei Shuhang has done a comparison video. White Emperor keyboard and mouse in all aspects of all beyond the Gigabyte products. The two sides are no longer comparable. Anyway, as long as they are nationals, they are right to brainlessly buy Whitey. They can't afford to support bent independent businesses. This destruction of Giga's keypads was a big deal and naturally reached Giga's ears. In fact, Giga didn't take it seriously at all after BYD released its keypad products. They were arrogant and accustomed to it. A company with a market capitalization of more than $100 billion. But they could not look down on the emerging BYD Electric. According to their understanding, they and BYD, like elephants and mice, were not on the same level. They could easily crush Whitey. However, the people at Giga seem to have forgotten that, in the game of chess, mice can threaten the existence of elephants. When this news of crushed Giga keypads came out, Giga was finally pissed off, and they sent Whitey a letter from their lawyers stating that they were going to sue, and that it infringed on their right of honor. However, Joe Yang was not afraid at all, because at the beginning of doing this, he had consulted legal counselor Zhan Ling. In the destruction of Giga keyboard and mouse, Joe Yang did not mention the name Giga, and did not say garbage and other insulting words, which does not involve infringement. A letter from an attorney is not a court summons, so there is no need to be concerned. And Zhan Ling estimates that the case won't even be filed because they wouldn't be in violation of anything. It could be said that after BYD had a legal counselor, there was a lot less hassle, and Joe Yang was trying to deal the biggest blow to Giga on a legal basis. Sure enough, Giga then didn't sue, and their country manager, instead, responded to the incident in an interview, saying that Whitey was unethical and of low quality, etc. Joe Yang laughed, said he is not moral. It is they who have no morality first. Even the motherland do not want the enterprise, do not deserve to say the word morality. When asked by the reporter, how is Giga going to respond to the onslaught of keypads launched by Whitey? The manager of Giga's country area was very disdainful, saying that Whitey was a jumper, and would not have any influence on Giga, and that their products were selling very well. But that's just lip service. In China, even some of the major keypad manufacturers, such as Thunderbird, Logitech, and Corsair, have seen their sales plummet. After all, the price/performance ratio of the White Emperor keyboard and mouse is through the roof, and no one can say no to a $79 3-mode, fully translucent mechanical keyboard. Even those big manufacturers can't sell their products, not to mention Giga, which can only be considered third-rate in the peripheral circle. Soon a netizen showed a screenshot of the sales of the keypad series in the Giga online store, which added up to a pitiful monthly sales of only 9 in the past half a month, which made the netizens unable to stop laughing. Before, when there was no Whitey keyboard and mouse, Giga could sell a few hundred a month anyhow. Now the two add up to single digits, which is a devastating disaster. This is their manager is still hard to say that there is no impact, but in fact, their keypad sales will soon be hanging zero, but netizens are still dissatisfied. In the end, which is the big wrong kind, but also bought these 9 pieces of Giga goods, but also too little taste. Don't Whitey's keypads smell good? Whether it's design, appearance or performance, comfort, all aspects of the hanging Gigabyte keyboard and mouse. How can anyone still spend several times the high price, but to buy their products? It's not surprising. After all, not everyone is online and not everyone is good at online shopping and comparison shopping. Maybe someone is going to buy a keychain and just sees one and buys it, and they don't realize that there is a Whitey keychain out there. That's excusable, whether Giga's manager admits it or not. It's an indisputable fact that since the advent of the Whitey unified series of keypads, they can't sell their keypads. Giga also tried to reduce the price. 20% discount. But still no one asked for it. The product competitiveness in Whitey compared to the gap of 100,000 miles. So when the White Emperor unified keyboard and mouse came out, it made Giga's products in China no longer sellable. The established strategic effect was achieved and the initial boycott was successful. And this brought Zhou Yang tens of points. But this boycott mission hadn't handed out rewards yet, so it was probably not time to settle the account. So let's wait a little longer. Zhou Yang is ready to research new products and continue to harden Steel Giga. As time came to the end of August, the summer vacation was over and schools were opening one after another, while Zhou Yang's other task was suddenly issued a reward. Chapter 168, a surprising high-tech gift package. Completion of the task of refreshing a summer has been sent to the mountain children and the people of the country Cool. 3 kinds of Cool series of electrical appliances. The favorable rate of more than 98. The market share continues to rise. Over fulfillment of the task, the reward level is raised, and specially rewarded with a high-tech gift bag. High-tech bonanza? Zhou Yang was wondering, what is in this? It couldn't be giving him something super high-tech. Building a photolithography machine. Hand-rubbing a launch vehicle or something. Turn it on immediately. Zhou Yang of course couldn't suppress his curiosity and immediately opened the gift bag. The system immediately sent a series of prompts. High-tech gift packages open at. Award 3 square kilometers of high-tech industrial park land for 50 years. Reward an industrial park with a 50% off construction coupon. 300 bonus points. Reward a rare drawing. Reward a gold drawing. This large list of rewards surprised Zhou Yang. This is the first time I've seen the richness of this reward. This one industrial park in particular is actually 3 square kilometers. You know, the current BYD model industrial park, but also only more than 200 acres. It is already very large. 3 square kilometers, equivalent to 500 acres, is now more than 20 times larger, almost catching up with their little half of the industrial area. If the location is a bit better, then this piece of land, I am afraid, will be worth more than $100 million. Zhou Yang was the first to bring over the land title certificate to check it out. The location of this industrial park is a bit out of the way, beyond the downtown area of Deep Town, where it is currently deserted. Just because it's desolate now doesn't mean it's going to be desolate later. It is located in the direction of Shiguan City, a major industrial center, and is currently building a highway, so when the road is repaired in the last half year, the transportation will be convenient. The land over there before, all bid out, and I heard it was no longer available. However, the system actually sent him such a large piece of land, which would definitely appreciate in value in the future. However, Zhou Yang is an industrial party, focusing on manufacturing, and is not a speculator of land. No matter how much the value of that site has appreciated to, he will not sell it. With this industrial park, it will be able to establish another super industrial group in the future. At this time, another prompt came from the system. Attention! This industrial park can only be used as a production park for high-tech products. If you produce low-tech products, you will continue to deduct the existing points until the negative number. Zhou Yan was slightly shocked. The system had this rule. This was to make White Emperor move closer to a high-tech company. It could not make low-end manufacturing anymore. This was also a kind of spur. Zhou Yang then asked, then, among White Emperor's products now, are any of them considered high-tech industries? The system replied, not a single one. None of White Emperor's products currently fall into the high-tech category. Zhou Yang felt embarrassed, not realizing that he had worked hard for a whole year, but he was still doing low-tech stuff. Think about it, whether it's tablet computers, cell phones, TVs or electric cars, these are all livelihood products, basically sourcing parts and assembling them to produce them, nothing too high-tech. The application of all the principles of physics and chemistry that were discovered in the 19th and early 20th centuries are no longer new. Real high technology is the product of chips, rockets, nuclear energy, nanomaterials and other scientific frontiers. Zhou Yang understood the system's intention, and for a moment, he felt responsibility on his shoulders. Previously, they were small. If you want to be in the high-tech park, you have to come up with high-tech products. Check out the other rewards next. Half-price construction coupons. This is affordable stuff. According to estimates, if a 3 square kilometer industrial park is to be built, then depending on the complexity, $700 million to $3 billion will be invested, and up to tens of billions of dollars are possible. It all depends on the technology content of this high-tech industrial park and how high it has to be. If a particle collider were to be built in the park, that would be an investment starting at $200 billion. So high-tech is a very money-consuming industry, but it is also a profiteering industry. And once there is even one product, Whitey will go down in history and make a fortune in the process. It's just that BYD currently doesn't have the ability to directly march in, and can only start building slowly from the current wasteland first. The good thing is that this coupon, which is valid for a long time, as long as it is built inside, it is half price. Of course, this experience voucher is only for 50% off the cost of construction, of which the purchase of the equipment is not included. Joe Young looked at the 1 billion on the books. If they are all taken out, it is estimated that they can be covered into a small half first. But a business should always keep a portion of its liquidity for emergencies. So Joe Young intends to take out 300 million first to establish the infrastructure of the whole industrial park first, such as staff dormitories, canteens, supporting facilities, road surfaces and so on. And this is a big project, definitely can be on the local business news. So Joe Young intends not to announce it first, wait until the launch of the next new product, take the opportunity to a piece of publicity. This time around, there's a big package, and a rare drawing, and a gold drawing. Consider opening one first. Joe Young felt that rare drawings would be good to open out, and basically could start production immediately. Gold drawings but the first time to see. In accordance with the high technology part given to see, this may gold drawings may open high-tech products. Then now open also cannot be produced, so let it go first. So Joe Young opened the rare drawing first. A question mark was displayed above the rare drawing. Then this virtual drawing let out a brilliant blue light. And when the light dissipated, it revealed its honorable appearance. System, rare drawings opened successfully, obtaining full specification drawings of advanced PC, computer, power supplies. Computer power? Joe Young revealed a smile. He seriously suspected that the system had deliberately allowed him to open this drawing. You should know that Giga has a power supply for this product, and the main page of their online store sells power supplies quite well. Last time it was to fuck their keypads right out of sales. This time it's going to make them feel good again. Next, Joe Young began to check out this full set of power drawings. This power supply is a series of separate products with a variety of different powers. Everything from 300W for small computers, to super power supplies whose limits can handle up to 1500W. It's for every 100 watts. There's a model number. With this set of drawings, then Giga Power won't be able to sell it in the future. Joe Young directly chose to modify the drawings. When carefully checking the power supply drawings, Joe Young was a bit blinded and surprised, thinking, is this still a power supply? Nowadays, computer power supplies are basically the size of a fire brick. But this one, however, is only half the size of a brick, twice as small as other power supplies. And the construction is different. Conventional power supplies, including filters, protectors, filter circuits, transformer protection circuits, circuit boards, heat dissipation sections, etc. This power supply drawing, however, actually integrates a portion of the device, all in one dense element with an accompanying patent, which reduces size and increases power conversion efficiency. As soon as this patent is applied, the efficiency of the power supply can be increased exponentially. That is, the original power supply rated 600W, now with the cost of 300W can be produced, which is ridiculously strong. This price directly cut in half. What's more, the original, older power supplies used active cooling with fans, while this power supply has a fanless design because of its different construction and low heat generation. Its theoretical operating temperature is in the 40-60 C range, so as long as the heat is dissipated properly in the case, the power supply is not at risk of overheating and downclocking. Fanless design and small size, these are epoch-making advances for the power supply industry. Joe Young, even though he did not know much about power supplies before, knew that such a delicate line design should not be a product of the current stage, and would not be born until at least 6 or 7 years later. In the end, it was a rare grade drawing that could actually open a product that was ahead of its time. Then Joe Young intended to let Giga savor the feeling that the power supply could not even be sold. After that, Joe Young continued to design. Some foreign components are replaced with domestic. There are some small accessories their own factories can produce, so that the cost will be further reduced. Then such a groundbreaking computer power supply is designed. The next step is to name it. In fact, its name has been around for a long time, and the full name is YT Unified Series Computer Power Supplies. Chapter 169, What a Big Piece of Land. Naming successful. The system prompted a successful naming, and then Joe Young got the drawing of this epic-making computer power supply. This power supply, however, can't be produced right now because there are no proper production lines or assemblers. Still need to continue to expand production. As for the workers, but do not have to recruit too much, because before the electric blanket process employees, there are still a lot of helping other departments, and now to pull them all back to the production of power supplies. In addition, Joe Young contacted the equipment manufacturer. He cash call over. The equipment company will be responsible for a full range of installation and commissioning. They promised that they will be within 7 days. The production line to set up. Next, Zhou Yang is going to start estimating the cost of this power supply. There were more electronic components needed this time. So Zhou Yang personally went to find Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, I've come to intrude, Zhou Yang said as he entered. Lu Shui saw him, said with a smile, good your business is doing more and more red hot. Froze me this small workshop, to make the deep town second. The original Lu Shui, is an accessory wholesaler? Very ordinary. In this industry is just to make a living. The name is not known. And since by D developed, Zhou Yang in his place into a large number of accessories, so that his business red hot. He didn't make a lot of money, and recently he bought his own son, a Big Ben, for his wedding. Before Lu Shui went to the manufacturer to talk about business, others are indifferent, even regardless of the meal. And now, manufacturers of business executives, are a Malfa Lu called. Meet them the face of the pro-father, also good tea and cigarettes to serve. Festivals will also give him a gift. Just because Lu Shui can bring them big orders, he became the meat and potatoes of the manufacturers. Lu Shui's social status, within a year, had gained a significant boost. Of course, Lu Shui all know, this is all brought to him by Zhou Yang, so he gave Zhou Yang's parts, basically a preferential price, and never false. The two sides are mutually beneficial. Zhou Yang can of course also buy goods from other families, or even go directly to some small manufacturers to talk about it, maybe even a little discount. However, the procurement of things, easy to breed corruption, but also more fragmented, need to specialize in screening, inspection, coupled with Uncle Lu and Zhou Yang's incompetent father is an old relationship, so Zhou Yang has been to take care of Uncle Lu's business, and did not change the supplier. When Zhou Yang made a list of what he needed, after Lu Shui looked at it, he said, I have most of these, there are just a few that I need to go and talk to their manufacturers about, so talk to me first, how many quantities do you want? Because of industrial products, quantity means scale, the quantity is high, the production line is open, the cost can be reduced, the production line is always on and off, will increase the cost significantly, so electronic components, want more, then the price will be cheaper. I'll take any purchase you can negotiate down to the lowest price. This time, Zhou Yang also got bold and asked Uncle Lu to set the quantity. Good, I'll see that you're a good boy. Give me 2 or 3 days and I'll get you all this accessory. Uncle Lu rubbed his hands together, hesitant and ready to do something big. Strive to make this one big order, and then give his son a big flat as a wedding house. Can buy a large flat in Shenzhen? This economic strength can be imagined. So with the price of the components still to be finalized, then the cost of this power supply could not be accounted for at the moment. He went ahead and drove out of the city to take a look at the industrial zone he had just acquired. Out of the city, the roadside greenery is gone, and one after another it becomes a wasteland. More than 100 years ago, this place was also lush vegetation, but after so many years of development, especially a special period, resulting in this forest have been cut down, and now only grow some grass, all deserted here. Good in recent years, the deep town development became one of the country's industrial center. The city has no space, is now gradually expanding. Are the use of this piece of wasteland? Are built into a world-class industrial park. Zhou Yang's van is a little bumpy. Here before are dirt roads. That side is still under construction of the Deep West Expressway, has not yet opened, so this piece, usually there is no one over. Zhou Yang followed the navigation and found the location, so he got out of the car to check it out. With a hand on his eyes, he climbed high and looked into the distance. He saw that this piece of land is a small dirt bag. In the future, to build an industrial park here, you need to first level the land, which will have to invest a lot of money in the early stage. But thinking about the fact that this area of 3 square kilometers is now his, makes him very excited inside. He, Zhou Yang, was now considered to have fought his own battle. Of course, this is not the ancient feudal society kind of Jiangshan, but the manufacturing Jiangshan. Zhou Yang walked around the neighborhood and could only see a small distance. In short, this place was still barren, and a lot of money would need to be invested in order to turn it into a modern high-tech industrial park. Zhou Yang was also hesitant, and when he drove back, he had already named the industrial park, and it was called the Baidi High-Tech Industrial Park. Listening to the domineering, the future logo of the factory, simply build a model of the White Emperor air and space fighter, placed in the center of the factory. That is the ultimate development direction of the White Emperor in the future. It was mid-afternoon when we got back to the factory. The other employees then realized that their factory manager had a smile on his face, which was a happy event. Zhou Factory, what's good? Quickly say, is it that you found a date? Isn't it the one who came to the factory last time? The rich lady surnamed Lu? Office a few big sister. Hula a moment are gathered up. 7 mouths to ask. What's all this about? Zhou Yang was speechless. The hobby of these middle-aged older sisters who liked to gossip could not be changed. It's that we have another new factory. Zhou Yang explained. Ha, aren't we not even utilizing half of the factory we have now? How is this not enough? Big sister Ma was surprised. Of course it's not enough. It's a secret in advance. You'll find out when it's over. Zhou Yang returned to the office. He brought Uncle Songde. As Zhou Yang's most trusted person, he wanted to discuss with Songde, the person in charge of the construction of the new factory. So a 3 square kilometers of industrial park. The investment will be on the billions of dollars. Casually fishing for some oil and water can be fat a person, and personal ability will affect the progress of the project. Therefore this person in charge, to be capable, but also to the factory loyalty, integrity, and can only be selected within the factory. Temporary recruitment of people. Zhou Yang is not assured. New factory. When Uncle Song De heard it, his surprise was even greater than Zhou Yang's. He was really treating Bai Di as his own family, treating Zhou Yang as his own junior, and was really happier to see Zhou Yang develop than he was to make money himself. Once he saw the location of the site, Sung Tak pressed his excitement and began to select the candidates. This is different from the management of the workshop, which is responsible for the comprehensive deployment of the project. You need to take care of all aspects, but also understand the civil engineering, accounting, logistics, personnel, in short, to be a strong multifaceted. This kind of talent, in any enterprise, is a rare existence. A large factory cannot pick a few people, but there are several such people in Whitey. Next, Songdi presented Zhou Yang with several suitable candidates. Chapter 173 Talents. Zhang Yunjie, female, 38 years old, worked as a deputy manager of the logistics department in a private company. Liao Hui, male, 42 years old, used to work for a state-owned enterprise, a construction bureau, as a field commander, and then because of the project accident, was jointly and severally liable, and thus was dismissed. Wu Shizhong, male, 39 years old, worked as a deputy manager in a curved island enterprise, and then was optimized to be dismissed because of his age and the reorganization of the enterprise. Sung Tak recommended these three. Is more excellent, of course, not all. The current factory, older and served as the former company's middle and lower management, there are still a lot of people. These three, however, are managers who are more in line with the current pre-construction of high-tech industrial parks. Zhou Yang nodded. Not bad, let them come see me. Sun then went down to find someone. A little later, the three of them were approached to meet Zhou Yang. Cho Plant. Hello, Mr. Zhou. They, 2 men and 1 woman, greeted each other with different calls. They were all people who had worked in management, and when they saw Zhou Yang, there was a hint of respect in their unassuming demeanor. They have all been through the storm. After losing their jobs, they have gone out to apply for jobs, tasted all kinds of sorrows, and some of them have even delivered takeaways and couriers, driven online cars and so on. And at the worst time, when they went to look for a job in a big company, they were only given a job as a security guard. But the meager income, the look of disdain from HR, and the huge psychological gap have seriously undermined their self-confidence. Later still, they came here to give it a try after overhearing that Whitey was only hiring workers over the age of 35. The atmosphere here turned out to be very comfortable for them, plus the wages were not low, with 8 hours of double time off and not too labor-intensive, belonging to the best one since they had looked for so many jobs. So these three settled down, and later, because of their excellent work performance, they even became team leaders on the production line. I thought this might be the end of my life, but I was told to come and see the plant manager today, and I don't know what it's about. 3 people looked at the young handsome factory director in front of them, inwardly are admired. They are young, cannot have the factory director of such a strong vigor and ability, can in 1 year, a debt factory, to become known throughout the country. This ability is only seen in their lives, being able to make all 3 middle-aged management talents look up to him. Zhou Yang's personality charisma had already begun to emerge. All 3 stood without speaking, and the office was quiet. The 3 of them were speculating in their hearts. The reason why Zhou Yang had called them, was it because they were going to be fired for poor performance? Then just let your supervisor say so. You don't need the factory manager to say it himself, do you? The trio's mindset fluctuated, but in fact, Zhou Yang was going through the system and checking the attribute values of these 3 employees. At first glance, it's a surprise. Position XY Air Water Heater Production Line Day Shift B Deputy Team Leader. Name, Zhang Yunjie. Sex, female. Age, 38. Education, bachelor's degree. Working capacity, B+. Specialty, careful budgeting. Position, day shift C team leader of unified keyboard production line. Name, Liao Hui. Sex, male. Age, 42. Education, bachelor's degree. Working capacity A. Specialty, safety first. Position, deputy supervisor of the middle shift of the cell phone production line of by D1. Name, Wu Zhizhong. Sex, male. Age, 39. Education, master's degree. Working capacity, A+. Specialty, big picture. The attributes of these three people. That is quite excellent. The best has comprehensive management skills Wu Zhizhong. Workability is actually A+. This is really unexpected. Here on Zhang Yunjie's ability is a little worse, but she was originally good at logistics. Do not need much excellent workability, just do not make mistakes. For other units to serve well on the line. Overall, he was very pleased with the three, but asked about their previous jobs. It is important to know your roots. Zhou Yang then asked the three of them why they left their previous big factory. Zhang Yunjie said, she had a second child at that time. Originally, and the leadership said, maternity leave only 3 months, even as she was working with a big belly. However, after she gave birth to her second child, back has no place for her. The company let her go to the workshop, and a group of interns together, doing the most boring manual work. Her wages have also shrunk dramatically, but also subject to all the ridicule of former colleagues. Zhang Yunjie in a fit of rage left, probably because of age. Postpartum recovery is not very good. The body is a little weak, resulting in has not been able to find a job as desired, and then can only go to do the lowest end of the waiter and so on, but also are not as satisfactory. Luckily, there was Whitey who received her. Liao Hui said he was at the construction site before. There was a case. The impact is very bad. Originally false accounts are done by others, but he was still implicated. It was dismissed. He's also been stumbling around because he's too old to find a job at his original level, and he's been stumbling around a lot to get to Whitey. As for Wu Zhizhong, his work period performance is not bad, and colleagues in the relationship is also good, but the parent company's efficiency is not good to lay off. But the company will not lay off the general manager of the backstage, and so he, even with him with the team to be abolished, although he lost a fortune from being sacked, he couldn't find a job in management, and there were only a few production lines, security guards, and takeout workers who needed people. Wu Zhizhong, high-minded and proud, do not want to do that kind of low-end work, has not been able to find a suitable job. A year down the line, the compensation money spent, no way. In order to pay off the car loan mortgage, he can only come to bitey work. Zhou Yang was a bit saddened to hear that they were all battering rams who had gone through a rough patch, and combined with their abilities, they should be able to handle the construction of a high-tech industrial park. So Zhou Yang decided to give them a chance. I have an industrial park construction project here. You guys see if you'd like to take care of the preliminary preparations. Zhou Yang then showed them the information on the industrial park. They were all very shocked when they saw that it was such a big project. If it was before, they must have answered loudly that it could be accomplished. However, they were now only White Emperor's workshop team leaders and other positions, belonging to the low-end management talents, directly responsible for the construction of large-scale industrial parks with billions of dollars of investment, which was equivalent to the small soldiers who were going to be promoted to be generals all of a sudden. And the span was very large. Why? What's the difficulty? You can talk to me, Zhou Yang said. I can do that too. I think it's up to the task. All three were more than thrilled and said they were willing to go for the job, which was an opportunity to make a splash. If they don't catch it, they may stay on the shop floor for the rest of their lives and become a supervisor at best. But if this job is done well, the salary is not to mention. Maybe even later in the high-tech industrial park, a good position. So the three of them are pumping their fists and getting ready for the big show. Well then, according to your previous work, respectively responsible for logistics, engineering command, and pre-project construction head, go back to all write a work plan to me. Zhou Yang released his request, and he also wanted to see the abilities of these three people, as well as their work ideas. The three men nodded and all left, guessing they'd be going home to work overtime on their papers for the next few days. It will be hard work, but they are all willing to work overtime to write the report. They haven't experienced a job that suits them so well for 2 or 3 years, so they all treasure it and are ready to do their best. Now that the project has found 3 management talents, Zhou Yang will be able to take it easy, and in the future he will only provide funds on the line. The project will let the 3 of them go on behalf of the work, and Zhou Yang needs to focus on the research of new products, and is responsible for making money to build the industrial park. 3 days later, the 3 of them handed in their work plans one after another. Zhou Yang looked at it and realized that it was exhaustive. Wu Zhizhong, in particular, mentioned all the details of the work, and he even drove himself to the site of the industrial park, combined with a map, and made a plant design plan. Zhou Yang was satisfied after looking at them. With these 3 talents, he wouldn't have to consume brain cells to think about the construction of the industrial park. Next, Zhou Yang formally appointed 3 people to take charge of the industrial park project. From the company's account, he allocated $300 million to them as startup capital, and the 3 of them recruited and took charge of the construction. However, because of the 50% discount coupon, the construction team needs to be found by Zhou Yang, and when the time comes to pay the fees, they will be able to pay at a discount. At that time, Zhou Yang would only need to spend half of the amount on it, and the other half, the system would make up for it, so the construction team would still receive the normal payment, so that there would be no problems in between. The next thing you know, the trio is officially on the job and getting down to business. The high-tech industrial park will not start construction in the near future, and it will take at least a month for the preliminary exploration, finalizing the architectural design drawings, as well as recruiting the team, purchasing equipment, vehicles, and so on. Building an industrial park. That this is a mega project. It is important to have all the details of the project in place before starting construction. While Wu Zhizhong and the other 3 were working, good news came from Uncle Lu's side. Zhou Yang needs electronic components. He is all to do all, and still a market best price. This is proper. Zhou Yang began to calculate. His White Emperor unified computer power supply. In the end, the cost price is how much? Chapter 171, Resistant to Lightning Strikes. White Emperor YYDS. Whitey's unified series of computer power supplies start at a minimum power of 300W, then 400W, 500W, so that every 100W is a model, all the way up to 1000W. This is the current mainstream power supply configuration. Behind the 1200W and 1500W power supply for special users, audiophiles and special users of the favorite, you can happily get a row of RTX 4090 graphics cards Crossfire to play Minesweeper. The cheapest 300W power supply from Whitey's costs up to $27 when accounted for. That's right, a 300W power supply from a second or third tier brand in the market price is still going to sell for around $110. And Whitey's superb modular power supply, because of its beyond the era design, costs from as little as $27. And the small size is a huge exaggeration. Of course, this ultra low cost price, there are conditions. One is no R&D costs. The second is to save the cost of advertising, and the third is a large-scale assembly line production to do so. Raw material providers, every month there are requirements for the amount of goods, only to reach the other side of the agreement on the amount of purchases. The manufacturer will give a super low discount, so that the 3 points of the synthesis down to the power supply of the White Emperor, with a super low price. Then the power supply cost increases by $5 to $8 for every 100W higher power rating. And the higher selling 500W and 600W power supplies on the market cost $40 and $48 respectively. But from a 600W plus power supply, the cost is going to be about $10 to $12 more for every extra 100W of cost. This leads to the cost of the 1000W power supply, coming in at $98. The 2 remaining audiophile level power supplies cost $121 for 1200W and $189 for 1500W. Basically, the higher the power supply power, the more protection components and means required, but also to solve the heat dissipation problem, than the low power supply. A lot more expensive thermal conductivity and cooling materials, only to let the high power supply cost skyrocketed. This power supply drawing in the lottery. The highest limit is also 1500W power supply. Want to be higher power? Then you can only buy another active cooling power supply drawing. It is not possible to boost power indefinitely with a passively cooled power supply. But for the PC market, 1500W is plenty. No need to tweak the product line for nearly 5 years. The cost price is there. Then it's time to sell the product based on similar products in the market. Zhou Yang then purchased a number of mainstream power supply products online at his own expense. This time the office wouldn't be convenient for testing, so he went to the well-built White Emperor Technology Department. In the technical department, there are now 5 employees. Are before leaving for various reasons? Or the original unit optimization of the people. They are currently on board after the White Emperor. The main work is to the existing products. Optimization and transformation work. Hello, Factory Chow. When Zhou Yang arrived, all these technicians greeted him. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded, then led a few employees push in a large batch of power supplies. Boss, we're going to do power? These technicians asked in amazement. To say that Whitey is also odd in terms of R&D. In general companies, the technical department is the department in charge of product development and development direction. Basically all new products are developed by them, and they are the first department to know the new product program. However, Zhou Yang, who possessed the super factory system, had taken over most of the research and development work, so these few people in the technology department were doing the work of checking for gaps, and as for what products the company was going to make next, they knew nothing about it. In fact, White Emperor's production department, on the contrary, is the first to know the news of the new product, because Zhou Yang will certainly be the first to mount the production line and issue drawings, so that the workers will know what products to make. So, those peers who engaged in undercover work before were completely wrong way. They chose the wrong technical department. If they ambushed to the production workshop, they might be able to spy a little useful information. Now Zhou Yang does want to develop computer power supplies, and the technical department has a full set of testing equipment that can come to test these pure power supply products. The technician helped Zhou Yang take out all the new power supplies, and then hooked up their specialized electronic instruments to test the power and working conditions of these power supplies. As a result, after a day of testing, the results left Zhou Yang very dissatisfied, because many power supplies on the market, the power is false labeling, such as a small brand of power supply labeled 450W, but the actual to 350-60W, it has been running at full power, and then higher, it will heat up, the noise increases, and long-term operation of such a load, it is easy to burn, reduce life, a power supply from a major manufacturer, but it's solidly labeled, but that's a price that I can't say enough about. Take Zhou Yang to combat the target, Gigabyte's flagship model power supply, Gold 850W power supply. Their price tag is actually 1,099 yuan, ridiculously high. The cost of the White Emperor 900W power supply is only 82 yuan, and the quality of the two sides of the product is not far apart. As for the cheaper Gigabyte 850W power supply, the performance is much weaker, but also to sell about 650 yuan. The current performance of the White Emperor power supply is benchmarked against the best flagship products of Giga, and the selling price is several times cheaper than the cheapest false label products of their family. Zhou Yang has been able to foresee that Giga's power supply department, the precursor of the impending closure. After testing, these power supplies are left to the technical department to do research. Zhou Yang for the product pricing, already have a number in mind. He decided to do publicity for the new product. Boss, I saw that Giga has a new product launch next month. Should we prepare for it? Just as Zhou Yang was preparing for the release of the new product, art worker Zhang Yisen reported a message. Oh, that's nice. Zhou Yang then went to look at the news of Giga and found that they were indeed going to have a conference. And as long as the content was about new computer accessories, then he had to get together. It would be fun if the other side also has a new power supply release at the same time. That's why Zhou Yang announced on the official website that their launch, which also takes place next month, is the same day as the Giga launch. This time, Whitey fans were interested and there was a lot of speculation as to what was new this time. Others had planned to buy electrical goods, but all were put on hold, because in case they buy a product that is a new product that Whitey is going to release, they are basically going to get backstabbed if they buy it, so they might as well wait a week or so and see if they can use a Whitey product. After all, now Whitey in the country, but also a unique existence, the product sells cheap and good. In this era of difficult to earn money, people most like Whitey such a business, because it saves everyone real money. It's the end of August, in the middle of summer, and everyone is looking forward to the Whittier products, which will bring some surprises. On this day, the clouds were so dark that it rained a thunderstorm, and the thunder was so loud that many female employees in the company were scared to cover their ears. A little later in the Baidi forum, there were netizens from around Deep Town, posting information about their appliances' demise. 24 netizens who live in townships and villages said that several appliances in their homes were damaged by lightning. It can't be helped that lightning is supposed to be a natural disaster that can do a lot of damage to appliances. Only the provincial and municipal buildings are installed with lightning rods. Usually we cannot feel, but the townships and rural areas such as this place, the lack of lightning facilities, it is easy to have electrical appliances are broken by lightning phenomenon. With this kind of extreme weather, you can compare the appliance gap. Some users were saying that they were heartbroken when a Sony TV set was splintered in their house, but not when the Whitey TV set in the bedroom was also on. You can see how resistant Whitey appliances are to being built. This is natural, although Whitey TV sets have been reduced in many places, but the key parts is not bad at all. Whitey 41 Pro TV set. It is installed with a protection circuit, which can avoid unstable voltage damage to the appliances, suitable for rural electricity environments. This will show whether a product is conscientious or not. Some televisions, lacking protection just to save money, are fine for use in urban areas, but not in places like towns and villages, where they are easily damaged by summer thunderstorms. Whitey appliances resisted the lightning, and the incident was also on the short video. Many people realized that the benefits of the original Whitey, but also more than just cheap, the quality is also good. So this spurred another wave of sales of Whitey televisions, but there are also many users who say that the configuration of the Whiterun TV is just too crap and they want a better TV. These users, then on the official White Emperor website, opened a petition post for Joe Young to answer arrangements. When Joe Yang saw it, he immediately agreed to produce a new TV for them. He already had the idea of making a big screen TV, because he was missing one at home, and it was the perfect opportunity to make a new TV. As soon as they saw that Joe Yang had agreed, these BYD fans were especially happy and proud. Ask any enterprise in the world. The boss is willing to put down his position to communicate directly with users, and also try to meet their requirements? There's only one Whitey Electric in the world. Netizens are posting praises. Whitey Appliances. YYDS. Chapter 172 White Emperor 73 Television. Super Factory System, Temporary Task, to fulfill the fans' desire for a new TV set. Within a time limit of 15 days, let the user get a new TV set, and get more than 95 positive feedback. Completion will be rewarded with an acquisition card. Acquisition card can be free to buy no more than 400,000 yuan of assets of small factories. Note that this card can only be used once, and only for the transfer, and on the verge of bankruptcy of the regular company. Receive a small mission that rewards a magical card equivalent to 400,000 RMB. But this card is better than just awarding money. After all, it saves a lot of steps and processes. Then this mission is just a case of snaring a rabbit and going along for the ride. He had the drawings for the TV set, so he just had to follow the original drawings and modify them. The production line and personnel were readily available, and the only thing that needed to be changed was the new parts. Since this new product is for those demanding users, the experience has to be pulled off. First of all, the look and feel must be good. Then you can't use the cheapest plastic casing. You have to replace it with a metal-like material. Shell good to say. Make a mold can produce their own. While the screen panel, we have to go to talk with Wu Baoliang. The two have been working together. Whitey's cell phones, TVs and other screen panels are provided by Wu's panel manufacturers. Boss Wu, business has been booming lately. Joe Young called over and congratulated him first. I woke up early today and heard magpies calling, and sure enough there was something happy. So it was Boss Joe who brought me fortune. Wu Baoliang said smilingly, since Joe Young basically didn't make small talk and called for business. So this time he called. That meant orders were coming. I'm going to make big screen TVs that are better equipped and cheaper at the same time. Joe Young didn't dawdle and directly stated his needs. Wu Baoliang said, you counted on catching up. Recently there is a batch of cut panels. 400,000 pieces, 73-inch unconventional size. If the whole package round, to give you a 65% discount. These are mainstream 4K TV panels. The performance is completely enough. Okay, I'll take the cheap ones. Joe Young was very satisfied. However, Joe Yang still had questions about these unconventional sized panels and why he would produce so many of them. Wu Baoliang sighed, don't mention it. This is before a TV manufacturer ordered goods, paid a deposit. I started production, which had thought that it was not done. The other company went out of business. My side of the tiger is riding a tiger. The lawsuit cannot find people. That company has been seized. Ha, what's the offense? Joe Yang asked in surprise. After all, it was a peer group, and he wanted to get to know it. Wu Baoliang said, I heard that it seems that the boss went to gamble and lost all his money, then sold his family's assets and ran away. A large sum of money is owed to suppliers, including me. It turned out to be so. It is really saddening. Really, gambling this thing is harmful. A good company went out of business. So Joe Young certainly will not touch this thing. But there is a mistake. The peer group went out of business, allowing Joe Young to pick up the slack and get a batch of low-cost panels. However, this batch of panels has a quantity limit. Only more than 500,000 pieces. But this kind of high-quality large-screen TV, the price will certainly not be as cheap as the White Emperor 41 TV. The sales volume will not be too much. The production of 500,000 or so, to satisfy a small part of the users. And in the meantime, to complete the task is also enough. The key to this task was to complete it within 15 days. So Joe Young had to work overtime. He modified the drawings overnight, upgraded the chip, upgraded the speakers. The shell also used good materials. For plus 64 GB storage capacity, plus 73-inch HD 4K screen. The performance has not been worse than the other 1 or 2 line brand TV, but then the cost is also high, going to $904. So the asking price of the new TV set is, naturally, set at $999. Joe Young named the new TV set Whitey 73 TV set. Then he sent the drawings to the injection molding process and started producing TV housings in small parts. As for other chips, storage media and other accessories, go to Uncle Lou to solve the problem and get it smoothly. The performance of this new TV set is enough for advanced users to use it for playing console games without any problem. Then it's all about going into production quickly. When the panels and other raw materials were in place, it was only a matter of days. And then a large portion of Whitey's TV production line. A large portion of the production was switched over to new TVs to be assembled. On day 7, the first Whittier 73 TV rolled off the production line. From taking the task, to the finished product coming out, it only took a week. This was the bullishness of the super factory system. This was the extreme speed belonging to BYD. Because it's an improved product, it doesn't go for a separate launch. So Joe Young replied to the website petition post, saying that the new TV is out in limited quantities, so buy it as soon as possible. The implication, of course, is not that Whitey won't make any other televisions in the future, but that this cheap 73-inch TV won't be able to sell for $999. If you follow the normal procurement, the selling price of this TV panel, at least add another 200 yuan or so, by then the White Emperor's big screen TV, it is estimated that it will be sold to 1,304, or even more than 1,550. Then the cost-effective is not too high. When this TV was launched, the game party regarded it as a treasure, and rushed to place an order to purchase. When I got it home and looked at it, the TV was a real upgrade all around compared to the previous 41-inch Whittier TV. Not only is the screen bigger, it's more responsive and can download many apps on its own. The color is also accurate. The sound quality has become better. The shell material and appearance looks beautiful. Basically in other brands of TV sets on the market, there is no big difference. Yet the asking price, then, is a full 2/3 cheaper than a 75-inch TV from another manufacturer at the $3,000 price point. So it's not a buy-bust. The next thing you know, this Whitey TV set was a mad rush, with more than 100,000 units sold in a matter of days. On top of that, however, some passersby who don't know the appliance industry have started complaining that Whitey's price hike is outrageous. The previous Whitey 41 Pro TV set only sold for $148. And now the 73-inch TV set actually sells for $999. The size has not doubled, and the result is that the price has doubled several times. It's really shady. Such people's brain-dead comments were sprayed by BYD's Iron fans without Joe Young having to say them. Whitey 41 and Whitey 73 just aren't the same thing. Okay, that's an all-around upgrade. It's not just sizing up the Whitey 41. You think you're buying a house, where one more square meter of area is one more square meter of money. That's right. White Emperor's products are supposed to make less money to subsidize us buyers. Why don't you know enough? If you don't know enough, go buy another brand. White Emperor is not for you. White Emperor's products cannot be compared with their own products, but should go in peer-to-peer comparison. Look at this configuration. The lowest peer are sold about 3,000 yuan. White Emperor only 1/3 of the price. Has been very conscientious, okay? I asked. This batch is at a discounted price. While supplies last for the 73-inch, the price may go up in the future. So hurry up and get them. Hands off. True Whitey Iron fans. After spraying the brain-dead netizens, they all went nuts. This $999 mainstream TV set is really nothing else but the best. Amidst this hot wave of purchases, Joe Young also reaped the rewards of his mission. Super factory system, completing a temporary mission, rewarded with an acquisition card. Now that the acquisition card was in hand, Joe Young started on the online platform, looking for small factories in the neighborhood that were ready to be transferred, but only if they were factories that BYD could use. After some searching, it really let Joe Young find it. It was a packaging material manufacturer. It is also known as a manufacturer of packaging cartons, plastic film, bubble wrap, paper bags and other goods. Anyone who is in the manufacturing industry, and anyone who does business in an online store, can't live without packages. Whitey's demand for packages is particularly high because of the large volume of shipments, and buying packages alone is a significant amount of money every month. If you can acquire such a package company, then the company will save a lot of costs in the future. At least this part of the profits of the package to their own pockets. It's still necessary to have a package company of your own, and this acquisition card is going to be put to good use. Joe Young went to the site of this transfer company to see. The factory has been shut down. The machine is complete and quite new. The boss is a broken capital chain. Cannot hold out. Then asked to transfer. The owner is asking $450,000 for the rent here, plus equipment. Joe Young then cut the price with him, asking for $400,000, which he would pay in one lump sum in cash. The cash was a big temptation for this owner so that he could get the money to get rid of the baggage quickly. So he agreed. So, after Joe Young used the acquisition card, this package company belonged to him. On the very next day, Joe Young organized a group of workers to come over here and start production. With the backing of our own White Emperor Company, this production is guaranteed, which will allow costs to be reduced further in the future. Even one item that saves $1 or $2 in terms of packaging materials is a huge profit margin for Whitey, which is a thin margin company. Joe Yang was happy to have another company under his belt. He came home in the evening, opened a beer for himself, bought a packet of peanuts, and came to watch sports right at home on his company's Whitey 73 television set. I have to say, this TV is really great. Daily use cannot pick what big problem. This Joe Yang on the TV is not much demand. This one TV, enough to see a few years. Not bad, certainly will not change. Cool. Joe Yang was watching ping pong. The player ended the game with a slam, and he also drank half a can of beer in one gulp, which was really refreshing. He was just about to turn off the TV when the system suddenly prompted, "Please adjust to channel CCTV 17. Joe Yang was stunned, thinking, isn't this the agriculture channel? So he pressed the remote control and switched to the agriculture channel, and he saw a program that had something to do with Whitey. Chapter 173, The Voice of the Peasantry. In CCTV Agriculture Channel, is broadcasting a special program into the farm. The video into the eye is a golden wheat. The ears of wheat are heavy in bending the stalks. It is the season of harvest. A young male trainee reporter, Baoli, is interviewing two elderly farmer couples harvesting wheat in a wheat field. Auntie, how's the wheat crop this year? With a smile on his face, Boli handed the microphone to the older woman. The farmer's wife, who had been bending over to cut the wheat, was probably in her 50s this year, with gray hair and a pale and haggard face. She strained to straighten up. Her face was covered in large beads of sweat and she couldn't keep her eyes open from the ecstasy. The older woman in the straw hat, wiping her sweat with the dim towel around her neck, saw the camera and said with some embarrassment, "The harvest was pretty good. I see that elsewhere the wheat has been harvested long ago. Why do you harvest it so late here?" Intern reporter Boli asked again. The older woman said, "My family planted the wheat late, and the other thing is that everyone is busy and no one comes to help. So it's just me and my old man cutting the wheat." "Then why not the harvester?" Boli continued to ask. "It's not that we have a lot of mountains here. The ground is not level. The machine cannot come in, can only be collected by hand. These acres of land exhausted my old back." Wow. Auntie sighed, recited a few words. Her old companion over there shouted in the dialect with dissatisfaction, "What's the point of talking? Hurry up and work. The wheat is falling. If you don't work harder, it will all rot in the ground." "I'm not talking to you. I have to work." Big Mom then bent down to continue harvesting the wheat. But there are still more than 2 acres of land in this area, and the old couple is not in very good health, and they move slowly, so it is estimated that it will take a few more days to finish harvesting, and I don't know how much will be lost by then. When wheat is harvested late, the first is that it will fall over, the second is that the grains of wheat will shed their sheaves into the soil, and the third is that it will mold when it is cloudy and rainy, which will lead to a large reduction in yield. But it cannot be helped. Now the village, basically no young people, are a bunch of old men and women, are first care of their own homework, and from outside the town to hire people, a day to 200 yuan. The acre of wheat cannot earn much money. To hire a few people to collect the crops, hundreds of thousands of costs spent out. Really painful. Anyway, this is a loss if you hire someone and a loss if you don't. So it's really a dilemma. That's what makes it so difficult for contemporary rural people. If the plains are the main reclamation area, you can use large-scale machinery is a little better. In the video of this ravine, hilly farmland area, the terrain is undulating. Large-scale machinery cannot operate, so the farmers here to cultivate, usually manual and animal power-based, very hard. Even if it's hard work, the price of food is low now, so you can't earn much money in a year. So now the rural population loss is serious. But where there is a little bit of ability, do not stay at home to farm, all go out to work, at least working to make money than farming a lot easier. Young people can even talk about a date. If you stay in the ravine, you are expected to be a bachelor for the rest of your life, and in the whole countryside, there will be almost no young girls. This time, because of Boli's inexperience in interviewing, he was disliked by the farmer's uncle, and the camera was pinched at this point. The context then changed to an interview with another middle-aged woman. The woman was younger, only in her early 40s, but she was also tanned by the sun. She was resting in the shade of a tree with a hoe standing beside her. "Hello, big sister, can I interview you?" Boli, the intern reporter, stepped forward and asked. "You ask." The older woman dusted herself off and stood up in a much kinder manner. Bolly asked if Big Sister had gone to harvest the crops. Big Sister said, "No, I was weeding the soybeans." "Oh, your family planted soybean? Ah, over there I see there is a family of grandparents, still harvesting wheat," Bolly said. Big Sister said, "I know, tomorrow I'll help them to collect it, otherwise this rain can drop a small half of the harvest, to say the least." When the older sister said this, she couldn't help but ask, "Young man, can I say something else? Will you let us broadcast it?" Bolly also did not experience this incident. Froze, want to ask others, but the scene only a cameraman. People only care about the camera, do not care about the interview. Bolly also can only stall a little. Big Sister, just as he acquiesced, directly to the camera, said, "You are here to interview our false, but also delay our work. If you really want to help our farmers, contact the relevant departments, find people to help people Moncler outlet store to wheat, and then solve the problem of low food prices, which is the big problem plaguing our farmers." Other bitter and tired. "That's nothing. You're right. I'll reflect it to the relevant authorities." Bolly, now determined, nodded his head and said, "Also, I would like to ask you to appeal to Bitey Electrical Appliances. Can you solve the problem of harvesting crops for our farmers? My mother-in-law and I are the only 2 laborers in my family, and I'm tired of waiting until September to harvest soybeans. I've bought a lot of Bitey's electrical appliances, TVs, and cell phones, and they're all very cheap, so I'd like to ask you to talk to Bitey and ask them to produce agricultural harvesters, and make them cheaper. In our village, a few families will buy one for a few $1,000s, and then we will save energy and not have to hire people to collect the crops." When Big Sister finished, Bolly nodded and said yes, he would reflect on it, but a few $1,000s want to buy a harvester. He said this is not very good, even if it is a small harvester. That is, after all, a piece of agricultural machinery. It is estimated to be tens of thousands of dollars. "No, you don't know Whitey," Big Sister said with certainty. "If Whitey would only produce their harvesters, they must be cheaply made and work well." Big Sister, a loyal Bitey user, may not usually be online, and she didn't leave a buyer's show full of heartfelt messages, but her knowledge of Bitey is first-rate. As long as Whitey is willing to make a certain product, Big Sister is convinced that it must be a product that their common people can afford. The camera pans again, and Bolly is now filming the harvest scene, the old man's wheat field, where a small harvester has been driven over to help with the harvest. The reason for this is that the trainee reporter Bolly went to the local agricultural department to reflect on it, and it was taken seriously. So the next day a small tracked harvester was sent from above to help the farmers harvest their crops. This time Moncler outlet online. "I stood at the head of the field and watched the harvester quickly cut the wheat, cut out of the wheat, directly into the wheat grain. Save too much labor." His wrinkled face, at the moment all stretch. That is the farmer uncle's long-lost smile. This time Bolly went to interview Moncler outlet store him again. And Moncler outlet store he accepted the interview with a smile and apologized to Bolly, saying that he was a little bit anxious yesterday. "It's fine Moncler." Bolly didn't mind, but asked Moncler outlet store how he felt. "It's better you people. This machine harvests fast too." Moncler outlet store couldn't help but marvel at it. Then Moncler outlet store he went and asked the attendant how much the small harvester was looking at. Moncler outlet online. If you have a harvester, not only do you have no worries about harvesting crops, but you can also drive out to help the neighborhood to harvest, and you can subsidize your family a little bit. After all, he was too old for farm work, but driving a harvester, he could still do it. "This one, runs over $40,000, I think," the attendant said. "So expensive." The old farmer smiled a little embarrassed. Basically cannot afford to buy a harvester in this life, even if the money from selling grain, but also to take to subsidize the city-settled son to pay the mortgage. He has no spare money to buy this kind of harvester. The show was coming to a close here, and Bolly gave a final wrap-up. He hoped that the country from all walks of life can come to pay attention to the lives of farmers, but also pleaded with some agricultural equipment manufacturers, production of some cheap farm machinery, to benefit the people, to benefit the people. The program was played. To be honest, this program, because of the reporter Bolly inexperience, a lot of problems, but precisely because of Bolly, a new reporter, to interview this kind of grounded program, reflecting the real situation of the farmers. However, this kind of program will certainly make certain big leaders dissatisfied, and there is a suspicion of smearing, and I don't know how much pressure the TV station leaders are under to dare to put out this program. Anyway, Zhou Yang was deeply touched when he saw it. Zhou Yang felt that Bitey hadn't cared enough for the farmers before, and that just building cheap electrical appliances only allowed the farmers to save money, but it didn't allow them to increase their earning power. However, It is the farm equipment that concerns people's livelihood because farmers can make money with it. Just when Zhou Yang had the intention to make an agricultural machine, the system beat him to it and sent a new quest. Chapter 174. Super Factory System. Food is the people's livelihood. Farmers are one of the oldest professions and the cornerstone of feeding our country's 1.4 billion people, and in modern times, they have become the hardest working and most giving people. Caring for farmers starts with you and me. Activate the long-term mission of benefiting the farmers, which requires the production of making farm machinery to make the farmers' lives better. The task is a stage-based reward, so please work on it now. Stage 1 Beneficial Farming Task. Please produce a small harvester within 30 days so that farmers can use it in the fall harvest. Note that farm equipment cannot be given away, only sold. The system sent prompts one after another, coinciding with Zhou Yang's thoughts. No wonder the system would seek out Zhou Yang as a host. The two sides' thoughts just clicked. Now Zhou Yang had taken on two long-term missions. One was a boycott mission, and the other was a farm-favoring mission. From these two missions, the system and Zhou Yang's three views are very positive. To work for the country and the people. It's just that the time frame for the task is tight, and it needs to be done urgently. However, the quest's remarks were a bit strange, requiring Zhou Yang to not give away agricultural equipment. But after Zhou Yang thought carefully, he understood why. Because benefiting agriculture, and disaster relief and school aid, are very different. Before the water pollution in Nanpo County, and the difficult students in the Chimeng mountainous area, Zhou Yang has donated appliances, and the system is not limited. That is because the affected areas and difficult children is really in need of help, and to help them, they will also read the goodness of the White Emperor. Agricultural equipment, however, is different. First of all, there are no major disasters on the rural side, and there is no such thing as a lack of food. Furthermore, it has something to do with human nature. With reference to the state's method of supporting poor households, it is always to guide them to find ways of earning money, or to arrange for jobs, or to provide guidance on planting and breeding. And seldom does it simply donate a large amount of material goods in order to help the poor, because this is an imperfect way of poverty alleviation that has been proved to be imperfect in practice. It is true that most of the farmers in the country are good at heart, but there are some jerks who are being assholes. Giving away farm equipment directly may trigger a lazy nature. Previously, there are poor households, do not want to work, waiting for the top to give him supplies, equipment, and even will appear poverty alleviation personnel in front of the foot after the delivery of supplies. The recipients turn around to sell the supplies in exchange for money to squander, or the breeding cattle, breeding pigs killed for meat, and other disgusting things, and so on, and then when they run out of money, and then clamor for subsidies, and from then on not to do anything to produce. Perhaps with that in mind, the system dictates that no donations can be made on this occasion. Zhou Yang thought it was right. Our country's farmers are hardworking and enduring. As long as the agricultural equipment is cheap enough, they can afford to be self-reliant, and thus earn income with their own hands, which is more fulfilling. Then this tasked Zhou Yang next, to produce the small harvester within 30 days. Zhou Yang had no experience of rural life, and his impression of agricultural machinery came mainly from television programs, so he had to accomplish this task by first understanding the current use of agricultural machinery in the country. He inquired that there are many varieties of agricultural implements, including harvesters, farm tractors, seeders, rice transplanters, deep plows and so on. As long as it is a mechanical tool that farmers can use for planting and farming, it can be considered as agricultural implements. And this time it's going to be a small harvester. Harvester, an integrated crop harvesting machine, can complete the harvesting, threshing and other work at once, can greatly replace manual labor and improve efficiency. Nowadays, in large-scale agricultural reclamation areas, the penetration rate of mechanization is relatively high, and there are endless farmlands over there. Tens or hundreds of hectares are not uncommon. If you rely on manual planting, it is estimated that hundreds or thousands of people to plow together, which consumes too much manpower and material resources. So the use of agricultural machinery has become the preferred choice of the reclamation area. However, in the area where the TV program is located, because of the inconvenient roads and rugged terrain, it is not suitable for the operation of large harvesters. Basically, it is still dominated by human and animal power, semi-mechanization. And even some farmers' farming is still the same as it was thousands of years ago, and they have not enjoyed the convenience of science and technology at all. At the end of the video program, there are also small harvesters to help harvest, indicating that the local area is also suitable for small harvester use. Then why farmers did not use it before? The biggest reason is still that it's too expensive. Prices for small harvesters generally start at over $30,000, with mid-range ones at $70,000, $80, 000, and even $100, 000 or more. A harvester with a single function and a simple structure that can only harvest a single, or two or three, crops is cheaper, while a complex one with many functions is more expensive. So much money that it exceeds the purchasing power of the average farming family, to the extent that the total income from farming for a year is not enough to buy machinery. If you want farmers to buy Whitey's harvesters, then they have to be cheap. Now the problem comes, do agricultural implements, belongs to is the machinery manufacturing industry. Equipment are all kinds of lathe, stamping equipment, grinding machine, electric welding, etc. And Whitey Electric is an electronic technology company, usually produces home appliances. The raw materials are circuit boards, chips, capacitive components and these things, and the machinery manufacturing industry is not next to each other. It can be said that Whitey currently does not have the machinery production and manufacturing capacity. There are no skilled technicians and workers, and there is no production equipment and sales network. Want to build small harvesters? Everything has to start from scratch. This made Joe Young difficult. If he was given time, he invested money into it now. Half a year and a year later, he might be able to build out an agricultural equipment factory, but the task required him to make a small harvester in 30 days, which seemed to be an impossible task. However, Joe Young firmly believed that risks and opportunities existed side by side, and the harder the mission, the better the rewards. So this mission, it had to be completed on time. Since it's too late to set up a factory on your own, there's one way left: find a foundry, or just acquire one. After Joe Young figured out the scenario, he cleaned up the table, washed up and laid down on the bed, and once he woke up, it was the time for him to go and fight for the new mission. Turning the day, Joe Yang began to inquire about where there are agricultural equipment companies through his network of relationships, as well as online platforms. The results made him more disappointed. In the deep town around, there is no decent agricultural equipment company, and even the whole province of Guangdong, agricultural equipment is relatively small. The real home of farm equipment is around the Ru province. This is because the arable land is mainly concentrated in the north and Yunnan, Guizhou and Sichuan regions. There is a geographical advantage. Logistics and transportation can save a lot of costs. The other thing is that Guangdong province is industrially developed. Land and labor are expensive, and no one would open a farm equipment factory in an area where the demand is low and the production cost is still high. So there are no large-scale farm equipment manufacturers. There are small workshop-type agricultural equipment companies, producing some hoes, shovels and other hardware tools mainly. Unprofessional and small-scale, do not meet the requirements of Joe Yang. To go to the provinces to acquire farm machinery manufacturers was too far away for him to be able to do both. And he didn't have a trusted manager on hand to feel comfortable leaving a company in the hands of strangers. These are headaches. Open business, never money on the line, but also people, but also the production, supply and marketing of a dragon. The lack of one. What about this? Joe Yang made a mistake. This day did not find ideas. Joe Yang before going to bed is still thinking. Really cannot. Directly out of pocket. Customized a batch of agricultural machinery. Seems to be the only way. Joe Yang lay on the bed, thinking of this no way out. Finally there could be hope of completing the mission. He was ready to brush his cell phone for a while and go to sleep. However, when he was brushing up on the financial news, he saw a familiar brand with several news items in a row on the hot search. This caught Joe Yang's attention. Chapter 175 Hondo's Crisis. Hongtu founder and chairman of Hongtu Group, Lu Hongtu, has been hospitalized in aggravated condition, and his son, Lu Siyuan, is acting for the group. Hongtu stock plummets. Hongtu Automobile is facing bankruptcy and liquidation after consecutive losses. Hongtu acting helmsman Lu Siyuan said Hongtu Automobile will not be taken off the production line and will restart its revitalization plan. Hongtu Group staged a luxury family feud, with the siblings suspected to have erupted into a heated conflict over their inheritance. Lu Siyuan has a new 02 girlfriend. The woman has lived in Lu Siyuan's mansion. According to informed sources, the woman is the flower of the Chinese film department. These messy news were all related to the macro group, and inside, no matter if they were true or false, they were basically negative. To say that Joe Yang and the Hongtu Group were kind of destined to be together. On the one hand, he was doing business with the little princess of Hongtu, Lu Siyo, and was making a good living. On the other hand, the grandson of Hongtu, Lu Siyuan, had sued Baidu not long ago, saying that he had infringed on their air conditioning patents. Although they lost in the first trial, but they are still collecting evidence to prepare for the appeal. Joe Yang handed over this matter to Zhang Ling in charge. The other side of the chances of winning are slim. Just refuse to admit defeat. It is estimated to pull the skin also pull for a long time. Joe Yang cannot help but think, The same as a brother and sister. Why is the gap so big? Mouthing. Thinking that the relationship with Lu Xiao was quite good, and that people, as members of Lu's family, could take the initiative to tell Zhou Yang that her own brother was going to sue him. This favor was rare and valuable. Lu Xiao's father was now seriously ill, and it appeared that her relationship with her brother was not good, which was even more difficult for a girl, especially a princess of a powerful family. It was necessary for Zhou Yang to go and say hello, whether as a friend or a partner. He then carefully edited a greeting text message and hinted that if the person needed help, he would try to help, considering that the other party is a little princess of Hong too, a rich girl. So Zhou Yang this text message edited the examination of euphemism, lest it hurt the pride of the princess of the road family. After sending the text message, Zhou Yang charged his cell phone, then turned off the light and went to sleep. Turning the day, Zhou Yang realized that he got up late, so he hurriedly washed and dressed, then drove his Wuling Hongwang out, passed by a breakfast stand, bought a breakfast for $10, ate it in the car, then went to the front of the office just in time to step on the clock and punch in for work. Fortunately, he was not late, otherwise it would have been a shame for the big plant manager's name to appear in the big list of those who were late for attendance. It was Whitey's rule that there was a $1 to $10 fine for being late. Not a lot of money, but the list of latecomers was publicized throughout the plant every day. It's not an honor roll. It's embarrassing to go up there and be admired by all 2,000 employees of the plant. It has now become a fun thing for Whitey employees to do when they are on their breaks, as they like to look at the notice board to see who was late for work that day. Although Zhou Yang is the boss, but he from his father's reign, is the company staff establishment, work also to punch the card, and at the end of the month there is a salary. Although he has now taken over, the habit is still retained. He also has attendance when he commutes to and from work, and as a factory manager, he should set an example for his employees. Otherwise, over time, it's expected to be lazy, and maybe 3 days of fishing. After Zhou Yang swiped his card and saw that there were still 20 to 30 late employees behind him one after another, Zhou Yang shouted out from the car window, "You are late. Today you can be on the list." With that, he gave a chuckle and drove into the factory. The employee who was told off by him felt his face slightly red and vowed to get up early tomorrow and never be late again. Zhou Yang came and went to the office, and along the way, the employees he met greeted him cordially, even receiving quite a few snacks and fruits. Zhou Yang was absolutely loved in the company. He sat down at his desk and got ready to work. Before he went to work, he took his cell phone out and put it on his desk, only to find unread messages. Tapping the screen to check, it was from Lu Xiao. "Thank you for your concern, my father is already fine. He's in the middle of recuperating at home. I'll return to Deep Town tomorrow." Zhou Yang looked at the message time. It was sent late last night, stating that Lu Xiao would be back today. In that case, Zhou Yang still had to reply. After editing the text message and sending it, Zhou Yang put the phone aside. He opens his computer and checks the production and progress of each process through the ERP management software. It's a necessary part of his daily workflow, and a lot of things need to be taken care of. As a factory director of a large enterprise, Zhou Yang is not a daily dinner and wine and liquor. He still put all the focus on the work. He didn't give up on managing the company just because the system was in place. Although the super factory system can help him develop new products, it can't help manage the factory. Even better products? If the factory management is sparse, it will be in vain, and then it will definitely be a mess. So even though Zhou Yang has been making money day in and day out, the work is still hands-on. Ding dong! At this time another message came from his cell phone. Zhou Yang tapped the computer for a while and finished dealing with a few important things before checking his cell phone. It was still from Lu Xiao. In her reply, you can tell there's some whining, guessing that what's on the news might be accurate, and that she's being aggravated at home. Zhou Yang belongs to the category of being a straight man who wants to comfort his partner when he sees her in a troubled mood. When he consoled the male members of his class at school, he called out for a drink and basically came back from a big drunken stupor unimpeded. Zhou Yang also thought that last time Lu Xiao tipped him off, this favor has not yet been returned. It is just the right time to invite her to eat and drink, and in the meantime, comfort. How about I treat you to dinner and drinks tonight? Zhou Yang sent a message. He then put down his cell phone and went back to work. By the time the backlog was taken care of, it was over an hour later. He then began to call again, inquiring about agricultural machinery factories. The results are not yet very satisfactory, unless Zhou Yang is willing to go to the provinces. Otherwise in the province, in the near future is unable to find any suitable factory for OEM or direct acquisition. So he contacted a few famous agricultural equipment manufacturers, but they are now in the peak season. The factory orders are full. There is no time to Zhou Yang OEM. Asked around, large factories have refused to OEM, Small factories' technology is not up to standard. The beneficiary of the task cannot yet be implemented. It's so hard to do business. Putting down the phone, Zhou Yang sighed. It turns out that when he had no money, he thought he could do whatever he wanted when he had money. But now that he is a man with billions of dollars on his books, he is still disturbed when he can't get things done. Seeing as the day was approaching noon, the date of the mission waited for no one. When he put down the phone, he found an unread text message. He picked it up and read it. It was sent by Lu Xiao earlier. Good, you choose where we eat this time. Zhou Yang's straight man style of comforting way actually got a response. He thought about it, so let's make an appointment at 6:20 after work. Go to a place with a quieter environment and chat over a drink. Zhou Yang thought of the Daoka fish restaurant that he had been to before. The fish in that house was done to a high standard, and there were more expensive fish in it, and the per capita consumption could be in the thousands, so it shouldn't be too much of a drop in price. So he asked Lu Xiao for her opinion. At the same time, he thought it was a little inappropriate for just one man and one woman to drink, so he suggested she bring a couple of friends over. Just the fish restaurant. See you tonight. Lu Xiao then replied. Then the evening meal was scheduled, and Zhou Yang called the fish restaurant to book the box. Then he had to busy himself with other things. In the afternoon, Zhou Yang went to inspect the factory and saw that all kinds of electrical appliances were in steady production and the factory was well managed. Songdi accompanied Zhou Yang in the inspection and introduced him to the current workshop and products. Chapter 176 on how to talk to girls. The biggest shipment of Whitey right now has to be the Whitey One phone, because of the cheap and easy to use. Many people buy it as a spare phone, and companies purchase in bulk. To the staff are equipped with a work phone, so an order is dozens, hundreds of units. The next fastest shipper is Whitey's new 75 TV, which is also being snapped up in a rush. As for printers, copiers, water heaters, water purifiers and other products, sales are steadily rising. Has gradually other leak-cutting foreign brands expelled from the market. Sales of air conditioners, refrigerators and other cool devices are starting to drop as summer draws to a close and the weather cools off. In order to not let the staff of the cool series of electrical appliances in the winter does not change jobs, Zhou Yang let the technical department begin to develop and improve the foreign trade type of air conditioners and refrigerators. As long as through the various foreign certifications, then it can be sold to the outside world, with the excellent quality of BYD appliances, as well as the price of one grade lower. Foreigners will not buy crazy. As for the new power supplies that will be on the market next month, trial production has already begun. Production is low because the employees are new to the business, but it doesn't matter. At this stage, the main focus is to familiarize ourselves with the production process. And anyway, the new product launch will not be held until next month. The other more important thing is the construction of high-tech parks. The three people in charge gave Zhou Yang a daily report on the progress of their work. They went to the design office today to talk about the design plans and are in the process of making drawings. Logistically, the procurement of vehicles and the recruitment of personnel are already underway. All in all, everything at Whittier is going steadily. Zhou Yang has been busy until the end of the day, accomplished a lot of work. The only beauty is that the agricultural machinery factory is not fixed. Slightly annoying. Holy shit, it's already 5:45. Zhou Yang took a look at his cell phone and realized that it was too late. He hurriedly changed out of his work clothes and put on his own shirt and ran outside. He had an appointment with Lu Xiao for dinner. As a man he couldn't be late. Driving faster all the way, I finally made it to the fish restaurant at 6:20. He saw the front door of the fish restaurant, and there is and only one parking space next to the road. Zhou Yang hurriedly drove over. However, he was all about to drive in. Suddenly a racy red Ferrari intervened across the street and also came to grab this parking space. Seeing that the Wuling Hongguang and the Ferrari were about to collide, both cars stopped at the same time. Zhou Yang was originally angry. He was the one who found the parking space first, but how come the car looked so familiar? When he looked at the license plate number, wasn't this Lu Xiao's car? Dare I say that they both arrived together and are still grabbing the same parking space. It's really a big waterfall. There's nothing to argue about now. So Zhou Yang carries on his gentlemanly style and reverses the car to signal Lu Xiao to stop in. Lu Xiao then drove the car to the parking space, while Zhou Yang saw that the neighborhood was already full of cars, and if he went to look for a paid parking lot nearby again, he might be delayed for a long time. Zhou Yang thought about it. Forget it. Let's be capricious today. Park the car on the side of the road that does not affect the traffic. Stickers on the stickers, cannot let the guests wait too long. When he came down, he found Lu Xiao standing on the side of the road waiting for him. Today's Miss Lu, dressed in more understated fashions, not as model-like as before, was sort of normal domestic lady wear, and very pretty too. She still wore a large pair of sunglasses. It was nighttime now. and she wore them to cover her face. A celebrity like her, to prevent her from being recognized. Let's go. I've booked a private room inside. Zhou Yang invited. Lu Xiao nodded and walked in with him. After entering the box, the two of them took their seats, and Zhou Yang pushed the menu over for her to order. I'll do whatever. You watch, Lu Xiao said with disinterest. From her expression, it could be seen that she was in a bad mood. It is also true that the family's affairs are the most disturbing. Zhou Yang has watched too many dramas on the feuds of powerful families, and knows that powerful families often tear each other apart over property, and the rich have the troubles of the rich. In that case, Zhou Yang came to order, but when he realized that it was Lu Xiao herself who had come, he asked why her friend hadn't come. I'd like some quiet time today, just the two of us for dinner, Lu Xiao said negatively as she looked out the window at the night scene. Knowing that she was in a bad mood, Zhou Yang ordered a few signature dishes with the intention of relieving her, after which he asked her if she wanted a drink. Not drinking, driving here. Lu Xiao shook her head no. Zhou Yang didn't force himself, and when the food came up, he had a chat with her. Lu Xiao did not take the initiative to speak. Basically Zhou Yang asked her before she answered. Lacking initiative. This meal is relatively dull. Zhou Yang found that this does not work, but he will not coax the girls, so quietly took out his cell phone under the table. In the Baidu search how to find a topic with the girls, Baidu recommended a lot of answers, one of which Zhou Yang thinks is more reliable, and that is to find topics that girls are interested in. For example, celebrity gossip, emotional stories, etc. It just so happened that recently the entertainment industry exposed a model couple in a messy divorce, which made the hot search. So Zhou Yang decided to use this incident to ease the atmosphere. Zhou Yang said, I just realized today that the two couples, Jindo and Yinghua, are in the middle of a divorce, supposedly because one of them cheated on the other. False. Lu Xiao's red lips slightly opened and said, it's all hype. It's actually the couple who have a new album coming out, as well as the company they opened that's preparing to go public, and are taking the opportunity to attract talkability. Oh, how are you so clear? Zhou Yang asked in surprise. Lu Xiao said, it's known in the circle, and it's just fooling the public. Sure enough, showbiz news can't be taken seriously. It's all hype and fake news. Zhou Yan lamented. Not really, but collapsed house news is usually true. For example, those stars who went in before are now peddling sewing machines in prison, and Wu is rumored to have won the title of a small production champion. Speaking of which, Lu Xiao also felt amused, and a small smile finally appeared on her face. Sure enough, this tactic worked on Lu Xiao. At least her words opened up and the atmosphere livened up. Zhou Yang sighed in his heart. Baidu is sometimes reliable. It is not all Putian system advertising. Then the fish came up, and the main course was an immense, unbelievable tray of a cool-looking sturgeon. Wild sturgeon, known as the bottom of the jail, sit through the fish, eat to be in jail to step on the sewing machine, because this is a state-protected animal. However, the sturgeon here is artificially hybridized and farmed for consumption, because it was relatively rare and expensive. It wasn't a loss of face to use this fish to treat Lu Xiao to dinner. Lu Xiao had eaten this fish, but she had come here mainly because she wanted to find Zhou Yang to chat and relax. As for what she ate, it didn't matter. Just now opened the box. The two also began to have communication, eating and chatting together. The atmosphere is relaxed and happy. They didn't drink alcohol, but drinks, and they couldn't stop clinking glasses during that time, using the drinks as alcohol, which was fun. During the meal, Zhou Yang saw that Lu Xiao had something on her mind, so she asked a little. Let her talk about it if she can, and he can enlighten her. After considering it, Lu Xiao really did say what was on her mind, which was her disturbing family business. Chapter 177. My dad has a serious heart condition and his doctor doesn't recommend him to work intensely anymore, so he has decided to step down from the company's board of directors altogether, and my brother will be taking his place. Lu Xiao talked about her family, which was slightly different from the news. His father had long ago settled that the macro group was to be passed on to his eldest son, Lu Xiyuan, as the process had been accelerated after his readmission to the hospital some time ago. This time back, his dad has already given most of the shares of Hongtu under his name to his son Lu Xiyuan, while Lu Xiao, because she is a daughter, only got a fraction and a few sets of mansions worth a few $100 million, which is beautifully described as Lu Xiao's dowry. But compared to the tens of billions of macro shares, this is equivalent to her dad's family property, the vast majority of which was given to the son. After all, the traditional thinking that girls are outgoing and always want to get married, and when the time comes, it will be cheaper for the aunt, so they didn't leave too much for her. Although Lu Xiao was dissatisfied in her heart, she wasn't a greedy person and didn't mind too much about the piece of property. What really makes her angry is that his brother is guarding Lu Xiao like a thief. And it turns out that dad still wants to get Lu Xiao into the board of directors, but the result is that his brother found a reason to veto it, and she and his brother are in the business philosophy, which creates a disagreement. Because the performance of Hongtu in the past few years is not good, has been in the red. Lu Xiao is her father's old-fashioned thinking? Did not adjust the business strategy in a timely manner led to, after all, the company's think tank. Most of them are some teeth almost out of the old man. The business ideas are solidified, cannot keep up with the times. After Lu Hongtu retired, the company was practically in the hands of Lu Xiyuan, and after Luthian took power, he made a series of personnel appointments. However, those he promoted were his close associates and did not change the business strategy because he wanted to gain the support of the board's old codgers. Lu Xiao couldn't stand to watch, so she got into an argument with her own brother. However, the reform ideas put forward by Lu Xiao were criticized by Lu Xiyuan as being on paper, all the same set of things in the textbooks of the foreigners, and not suitable for the domestic situation. The argument goes to the traditional home appliance industry. Now that the share of the home appliance industry is being heavily squeezed by Whitey, Hondo's home appliance revenue is falling off a cliff, which is a red flag. Lu Xiao believes that there is the existence of such a company as Baidu. The home appliance industry will be a major reshuffle in the future. If you do not hurry to reform, take the road of high-end, diversified, export-oriented. It would be better to cut down the home appliance business earlier, to free up their hands for the development of other industries. Lu Xiyuan of course disagrees. He believes that as long as the solution to the White Emperor, the home appliance industry will return to the original model. He has been brewing initiatives, will be implemented next year, then you can take back the lost market in one fell swoop. Another disagreement between the Lu siblings is about the Hondo Motor Company. Because of continuous losses, has been more than $1 billion in debt. The company's brain drain, no sales of products, is currently in a state of shutdown. Hongtu Group has invested a lot of money in the automobile company, but there is still no improvement. It's like a pustule, always not good, but Lu Xiyuan is afraid of pain, and has not dared to touch the pustule. Lu Xiao's opinion is to transform as soon as possible. Do not take the original route of high-end cars, do some cheap vans, pickup trucks, tens of thousands of dollars a car. This is not good? People wooling are selling like crazy. However, Lu Xiyuan before taking office, once boasted, to make the car company turn a profit, and to take the high-end route, to create a national brand beyond Mercedes-Benz BMW, because he stood on the whole group to consider, even if the automobile company loses some money, but the gimmick of domestic high-end cars blow out, will create the amount of conversation, attracted investors, can be profitable for the whole Hongtu Group. Both siblings had their own reasons for what they were doing, but neither one could convince the other, and the bickering grew louder and louder. Eventually the two siblings got more and more aggressive, and all the years of pent-up resentment came up and tore them apart. What do you know? Little girl, 6 years old and still wetting the bed. Luscious cursed. Lu Xiao's face was red with shame, and she angrily shot back. You're the only one who knows about cars? Why do you look down on me? Your doctorate degree in business administration isn't even paid for. You just don't know how to manage. This will harm Hongtu Group. Being exposed, Lu Xiyuan laughed back in anger. He said angrily, good, then I'll give you Hongtu Automobile. You go and run it according to your way of thinking. I'll see what flowers you can toss out. Also, don't come and intervene in the group's decision-making in the future. Just stay in your deep town and come to the headquarters less often. When I'm rare to come, the car company to me, but you have to pay off the debt to me. Can't be more than $1 billion debt hole. Let me take over. Lu Xiao hadn't been overwhelmed by anger and told her brother that he had to solve the debt problem. No problem. It's a deal. In the future, Hongtu only automobile, foreign trade, electronics. 3 companies are yours. Lu Xiao, you remember me. Lu Xiyuan is considered to have sent his old sister to the frontier, so he can monopolize the power in the future. After this quarrel, Lu Xiao turned around and left, originally wanting to go see her dad, only to be blocked by her young stepmother, who wasn't much older than her, and didn't even get to see her own old man's face. Currently she doesn't even know where her dad is. Only her stepmother and her own brother know, but they are all afraid that Lu Xiao will go to her own father to sue for more property, so they are adamant that they won't let her. Lu Xiao ended up leaving lost. Lu Xiao cried bitterly in the hotel that night. Her eyes were swollen from crying. The next day she wiped away her tears. After all, she couldn't count on the men in her family to be self-reliant. Even though she has a dad and a brother, she will have to be strong alone from now on. But Lu Xiao is strong by nature. She doesn't want to be looked down upon, and the best way to prove herself is to run Hongtu Auto well. But after Lu Xiao went to the Hondo car, she realized that she had been fooled and was put on the spot by her brother. This Hondo Motor Company already exists in name only. Because of massive pay cuts and shutdowns, management and technicians have run away, leaving only some equipment and a large number of workers. The apparent debt was repaid by his brother, but in reality there are invisible debts, bank loans and workers' wages, etc., which add up, and the reputation of Hondo Motors has collapsed. No one out there will buy vehicles from a company that will go out of business at any time. So Hondo Motors exists in name only, and even if they barely start production, they can't sell cars. The whole thing, Lu Siyuan, is not because of quarrel anxious eyes. Only the car company divided to Lu Xiao. More like a premeditated dumping of baggage. Such a debt car company is like a bottomless pit. Do not invest billions of dollars, for fear of not even takeoff. So he took the opportunity to the cumbersome company dumped to his sister. Because the odds are that Hondo Motors will be the end of the line, and that's his sister's pot, not his. It must be said that Lu Xiao was still too tender, and this time, her own brother Lu Siyuan gave her a good and vivid lesson in social practice. The better way now was to hurry up and declare the company bankrupt so that it could still lose less debt. But Lu Xiao was also a stick in the mud. She wanted to use the car to prove her ability. But if you want to continue to run a Hondo, then you have to think about how to make a profit. Lu Xiao isn't bad with money though, unless she sells all the mansions her father gave her. Sell the house is nothing. But Lu Xiao heart is not willing. These are clearly her brother dug the pit for her. Should her brother to pay this debt? When Lu Xiao went to find his brother theory, Lu Siyuan even did not answer the phone. This dumb loss. Lu Xiao can only eat by himself. She used her own savings to pay off some of her debts, paid some of her back wages, and stabilized the mood of the factory workers. But she had no relevant experience in automotive business, and no suitable automotive talents under her command, so she felt at a loss. After spending a few days in the automobile company with no success, Lu Xiao returned to Deep Town in depression, intending to be quiet for a few days and think about what to do in the future. It so happened that today Zhou Yang asked her to eat, but she also wanted to take a break, so she went to the appointment, and out of the mentality of looking for someone to confide in, she told Zhou Yang a lot of the grievances she had encountered. After all, a white rich social circle is not in the Deep Town. Now there are not many friends. It seems that there are aggrieved only can talk with Zhou Yang. Of course, there was some family privacy she left out, only elaborating on the predicament she was in. On Macro Motors, Lu Xiao sobbed a little when she finished, turned her back, and wiped the corners of her eyes with a tissue. It's always easier on the heart to say it. So it is. Zhou Yang also felt very saddened after hearing this. The Lu family's daughter, who seemed to have a great deal of splendor on the outside, turned out to be having a hard time as well. Ding! However, at this time, the system suddenly sent a quest requesting Zhou Yang to help the pretty lady in front of him to tide over her difficulties. Chapter 178, Choosing a Task. Super Factory System, Choice Mission. Help Lu Xiao to solve the critical situation of the automobile company. Take the mission and you will receive a top-level experience card. After successfully completing the mission, you will receive a mysterious reward. If you give up the choice mission, you will receive 10 points. This was the first time Zhou Yang had encountered this kind of mission that he could freely choose. And the key was that even if he didn't help, he still had 10 points. So this mission seemed easy. Zhou Yang then privately asked the system if there would be any punitive measures if he took the mission and failed to complete it. The system said that if he took the mission and couldn't complete it, it would make Lu Xiao loathe him, thus worsening their relationship. But within 2 days after taking it, it is possible to cancel the mission, and will not take back the top experience card. Just that Lu Xiao favorability will be -20. In that case, the quest was indeed more than loose. So should I plagiarize a top-tier experience card for nothing at the cost of Lu Xiao's goodwill? That depends on whether this card hangs or not. What does the top experience card do? Zhou Yang asked. This is an unauthenticated card with many experience possibilities, and you need to open it to know what it contains. After the system explained, it came straight to the mission countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. This task is automatically considered a waiver if no choice is made. I'll get it. Zhou Yang felt that this card was very bullish, so he chose to take it. Then he said to Lu Xiao, perhaps I can help you. Really? Lu Xiao asked hopefully with wide eyes. Of course it's true. Zhou Yang then tried to explain that he was willing to provide some funds to tide her over. After all, offering money would be considered a favor, and then you'd get the card without losing the other person's goodwill. And these days a willingness to lend money would probably add a lot of goodwill. Great. Then are you free tomorrow? I'll take you to Macro Automotive to take a look around. And with you on my staff, I'm sure I'll find a way out. Lu Xiao smiled with open brows, and her pair of water-shedding pupils looked at Zhou Yang with a sense of adoration. Zhou Yang's advice to her had always been useful, and she believed that the young business genius in front of her would show her the right path. Zhou Yang froze at once. Lu Xiao misunderstood his meaning. He only wanted to borrow money, but did not say that he wanted to help guide the car company back from the dead. He has not done the automobile industry, and he thinks he does not have this ability. After all, he himself has driven a limited number of cars, usually a Wuling Hongguang. Let him go to the car companies to give ideas. A bit of a rush. Thank you for your generosity in giving a helping hand, Boss Zhou. I drink to you. Lu Xiao got up and filled Zhou Yang's cup with drinks, then raised her cup with both hands and came to make a toast. Of course, she was drinking a beverage as well, but in good faith, downing a large glass in one gulp. There weren't many people in the world who could get the Lu family's daughter to come and toast to them, and it was a privilege. The atmosphere has been baked here. This time if Zhou Yang said that he only paid money, do not support, probably in the heart of the other side of the image of heroism will instantly collapse, may also fall into a complaint. Then Zhou Yang can only admit it. After finishing his drink, Zhou Yang took a precaution in advance, saying that he had not done the operation of the car company, and that the tricks he would support at that time would not necessarily be successful. I'm sure you can, Lu Xiao said with confidence. She had her hands on her cheeks at the moment, her eyes gleaming, like a little girl looking at her idol-worshipping idol. It was a feeling of trust. In fact, Lu Xiao, the rich white beauty, was usually not so good at fooling around. It was just that she had recently suffered a blow at home, and there were no friends around to comfort her, and now the only one who had offered her a helping hand was Zhou Yang, and she was particularly grateful. It's like when you're full, you don't even bother to look at the abalone and lobster, but for someone who's been starving for 3 days, you give him a nest, and you think it's the ultimate delicacy. This is where things got interesting. Zhou Yang went from planning to just give money to having to contribute to the labor. Zhou Yang considered for a moment, thinking that it would be good to finalize things earlier, so he would make an appointment to visit the automobile company tomorrow. Anyway, the mission has 2 days to cancel. Go over there and take a look. If it doesn't work, just say that you don't have any good ideas. You can only provide a few $100 million. Lu Xiao will not be able to hold a grudge against you. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang was relieved to savor the delicious sturgeon. When they finished eating, Lu Xiao went to grab the check, but was stopped by Zhou Yang. This time, he said in advance that he would treat the meal. In fact, the meal was to thank Lu Xiao for giving him a heads up in advance in the first place, and the money for the meal had to come from him. The meal cost over $3,000 for 2 people, which isn't exactly cheap. Since you've invited me to dinner, I'll treat you to a drink, counting it as an early thank you for doing me a favor. Lu Xiao said. Didn't you drive here? Zhou Yang asked in wonder. Yeah, just have my assistant pick me up later. Let's go. I know a clean bar with a quiet environment and none of those messy people. Lu Xiao was insisting, strongly recommending Zhou Yang to go over. Zhou Yang is also watching TV when he goes home at this hour, so it's okay to go to the bar and sit down. So they drove separately and went to the bar. Zhou Yang's car actually didn't get a sticker tonight when it was parked on the side of the road, signaling that tonight was a lucky day. He received a reward from the system while he was driving on the road. Get a top experience card. Zhou Yang checked and found that this experience card was labeled with a question mark and did not show the contents. It turns out that you can't know the specifics until after the appraisal. System, top experience card appraisal in progress. Still need a little time. This card was so odd. It was estimated that the effect must not be bad, and Zhou Yang looked forward to it even more. Waiting for the bar, Lu Xiao lightly invited Zhou Yang to the inside. The waiters inside, all called Sister Lu. It seems that she is a familiar customer. Here guests are not really much. Lu Xiao and Zhou Yang sat to the bar next to the card seat, so that privacy is better. And cold drinks is also convenient. Belongs to the golden position. What are you drinking? Lu Xiao asked. I'm casual, just like you. Zhou Yang had never even been to a place like a bar before, either before or after crossing the border. So in order not to show weakness, he wisely chose the same drink. Seeing that, Lu Xiao smiled, then said to the bartender, 2 sea breezes. Sea breeze? Zhou Yang asked. Yes, the Chinese name of this wine is called sea breeze, Lu Xiao explained. Then a young male bartender started performing tricks, tossing and swinging various bottles around like a juggling act. And finally, when the lights hit, he blended 2 glasses of red sea breeze with ice. It looks quite beautiful. The waiter brought the wine up for the 2 men and then also served dried fruit and snacks. It's a really nice atmosphere with elegant surroundings and clean, soothing music playing in the background. There was a world of difference from the kind of noisy, trippy bar that Zhou Yang remembered. Lu Xiao clinked a glass with Zhou Yang, thanking him for his righteousness, and then she introduced herself. I drink, and I only come to the clear bar. It's not bad, right? Well, it's nice. I quite like it here. Joe Young nodded his head. He was in favor of this place. Next time if he wanted to drink and chat with his friends, this place would not be a bad choice. Then the two of them started chatting about everything. Lu Xiao's depressed mood was swept away because of Joe Yang's comfort, and she kept clinking glasses with Joe Yang tonight. And after finishing one glass of wine, she ordered 2 more glasses and drank very happily. Afterward, they were both a little on top of each other and slightly smoky. By the time 10 p.m. rolled around, the bar was the peak and there were a lot more customers around. And the bar's owner's wife came by to say hello to her acquaintances. Soon, the boss's wife spotted the two of them, Joe Yang, and walked straight over. Chapter 179, Difficult Choices. Yo, Sister Lu is here. Send over 2 glasses of wine for Sister Lu to order for herself. The owner's wife was a generous person and came up with a drink. Thank you, Jin. Lu Xiao thanked. Then this boss's wife, Sister Qin, after sizing up Zhou Yang, asked, this handsome man looks new. Dare I ask your name? Exempt from your surname. Zhou Yang replied. Ah, Mr. Zhou. Sister Qin laughed. Lu Xiao then introduced herself, saying that Zhou Yang was also a big boss and her best partner. When Lu Xiao introduced herself, there was also a sense of pride. She felt happy to be able to make friends with Zhou Yang. After all, what Zhou Yang had done made her admire him as well. Even if it was her, she couldn't do the kind of thing that Bai Di did to focus on the welfare of the people. Having a bull pea friend was always a thing worth celebrating, so she introduced Zhou Yang to Sister Qin. Sister Qin seemed to understand something when she saw this adoring and slightly smug expression on Lu Xiao's face, so she said to the bartender with a smile on her face, give these 2 cups of our new product, Thunderbolt Flame. What kind of wine is this? Lu Xiao asked in wonder. This was the first time she had heard of it. Jin said, it's our bar's own creation. It's a little high in degrees, and it has a special effect. With that, she ambled over to Lu Xiao's ear and softly said, this wine, is also called opportunity wine. If you drink too much of it, you will give the desired man a chance. You know. Lu Xiao then had a strange expression on her face and said, Sister Qin, why is this wine immodest? Where is it? It's just a glass of wine. I can say in advance. Drink in moderation. Oh, I wish you two have a pleasant evening, Sister Qin said, smiling and nodding to the two before going to entertain the other guests. Zhou Yang curiously asked, what did Sister Qin say? Lu Xiao then said, she said that this wine has a high degree of alcohol and told us to take it easy. In no time at all, 2 glasses of lower white and upper red wine were brought over, and there were patterns on the glasses, as if they were burning flames. The wine was as its name suggested. Come on.